London, a city built on stone and stories, where traditions and the ultra-modern share the same streets. And for one weekend, it hosts chess at its fastest.
He's losing! Holy bejesus snaps!
For centuries, this game traveled the world, across classrooms and clubs, palaces and pubs. A universal language, 64 squares, and infinite choices. But speed changes everything.
Is that a mouse slip?
There's no time to settle, no time to hide. Instinct, calculation, nerve, all under the watchful eye of a clock that never stops. This is the Speed Chess Championship, where brilliant ideas appear in seconds and disappear just as fast.
Oh my goodness.
Where one slip is enough, and one surge can turn the whole match. 4 players, 4 styles, and 1 stage. Live in London. Denis Lazavik, the next generation, fearless and precise. Alireza, the challenger, always ready to disrupt and shake things up. Hikaru Nakamura, 5-time champion, speed chess royalty and built for this format. And Magnus Carlsen, world #1 and the standard everyone is measured against.
Magnus claims the title.
No long matches, no slow build-up, just speed, pressure, and decisions that have to be right immediately.
Oh no!
Welcome to the Speed Chess Championship, live from London.
Outside, where it's been welcoming. The fans have been out in the streets. We've had a ton of fun. We move inside here at 180 Studios for the Speed Chess Championship Finals. It's the Final 4, the fastest human chess players on the planet. I am joined by international masters Levi Rozman and Anna Rudolph. You know him by Gotham Chess. Levi, the last time we were in London, you were selling out crowds. Here we got sold out crowds. It's a sold out building. This is going to be nuts. How do you feel being back in the UK?
I feel really good, and we did an amazing show in May of last year. I will also say that every month for the last maybe 3 years, London has been the #1 city in terms of viewership on YouTube for chess.
Okay.
So give yourselves a round of
there
applause
you go.
in here.
Gotham chess fans here.
And for everybody watching at home, yeah, London loves chess, so it's a great place.
You wore the bow tie for them. You wore the bow tie.
Yes, I wore this for everybody here, and the one tomorrow is going to be even better.
Okay. Anna, you and I have commented on speed chess matches for years. First time in front of a live crowd. This hits a little different.
It hits so different, and when I think about London and when was the last time I hosted a chess event here, it was the 2018 World Chess Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Very different setting, classical chess over the board. This is esports, high speed, high stakes, and oh boy, I think Magnus wants to defend his title.
High speed, high stakes. We're going to get into all the chess action here in a minute. We are pumped to be here. Thank you for being here, everybody. I know this is going to be absolutely lit. It wouldn't be right to not take a moment and acknowledge someone who is not here with us. It's been a hard year in the chess community, for the chess community in many ways. You know him as Daniel Naroditsky. You knew him, and you will forever think of him as maybe your favorite commentator, someone who made an impact on our world, and it will be lasting forever. Before we dive into the chess, we're going to take a moment and throw to an acknowledgement in the best way we can at this time to celebrate the life that was Danya Naroditsky.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to my first video. My name is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and in this and...
For so many people, Daniel Naroditsky was their entry into chess. I mean, his love of the game was infectious, and he was able to teach people and make it just so fun.
There's a lot of content out there, but if you truly are looking to improve at chess, Daniel was the best.
Oh man, now he takes...
Danya loved chess. He did what he loved when he was streaming. He did what he loved in terms of content.
He had something that was so approachable when it comes to a game, as unapproachable as chess, as intimidating as chess.
We all love chess game, but for him it was more than just a game.
Go takes bishop d5, takes a bishop d5, and Kukesh will be the world champion.
As soon as White's king goes to c5, king comes back to d7. King goes back to d4, king goes back to e6.
I don't think there was anybody that was as good in chess commentary as he was.
And king g7. It's winning. Oh my god. No, but Hikaru, he has 15 more seconds he needs to bleed.
15 seconds, king f8.
His legacy is gonna be forever. And may we always remember how amazing he was, how many, people he brought into chess. What an amazing chess commentator, streamer, YouTuber, educator, player. All these things, how amazing he was, but may we also never forget what a kind human being he was.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Speed Chess Championship. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky.
I think everybody was counting down the minutes and the hours, myself included.
Welcome, everyone, to the Speed Chess Championship, as Danya said, and welcome to your first ever live shot on the now forevermore Naroditsky Cup. The Naroditsky Cup will have the winner of the SCC engraved on there. At some point, we will probably have different names than Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. Will that be this year? We don't know. But right now, the Naroditsky Cup makes its debut. It will sit between the players as they battle here on stage for the entire weekend. So, Levy, your quick thoughts on Danya, the Cup, and what you think this might have meant to him.
Yeah, it would have meant a lot. It's really difficult for me to add anything compared to what I've said, over the last three or four months, and also the last final I commentated with Danya. That was in Paris. He was a great person, educator, entertainer, dissector of chess to everybody, and I think it's a great way to honor his legacy.
How do you think Danya would have liked this stage here? Any other thoughts to add, Anna, before we dive into the chess?
I'd just like to resonate what Levy said. It's really hard to add to what we already have mentioned in the last many months. We all miss him so badly, and this is our way of honoring his legacy.
Small thing we can do, we'll do the thing now that Danya would want us to do, which is to talk about the Speed Chess Championship and dive into the chess. We're going to do that by reminding everybody what the road was here to London by bringing up the bracket and show everybody, or remind you, of the 4 players who are facing off and who they battled on their way here, who will get their name engraved on the first ever Naroditsky Cup. I want to start on the right side of the bracket. That is this evening's matchup, Levy, but Alireza and Hikaru Nakamura will be the semifinals rematch of Paris. Does Hikaru want more revenge? Just your quick thoughts on maybe the road that the two of them had to get here and who maybe is in better form right now.
It's very difficult to say what kind of form Alireza's in general because he isn't playing as much, but I will tell you that it is quite crazy. Alireza defeated him in the semifinals last year. Hikaru absolutely will want revenge, and if you're looking for the top 3 in the world in Rapid and Blitz, it's Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and Alireza. I don't know who's had the harder road yet, but Hikaru has a brutal semifinal in front of him.
Yeah. We're going to be talking a little bit more about that in a minute. Anyone who was in Paris, I know we have fans who were in Paris. I met some of you over the last couple days who flew in, knows that Alireza got the best of Hikaru, and he might want to change that. But Anna, over to you on the left side of the bracket. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Denis Lazavik, the youngest player ever to reach an SCC finals, versus the GOAT, the #1, the reigning champ. Your thoughts on their roads to get here?
Can I just start with how impressed I am with Denis Lazavik? Youngest player ever to make it to a semifinal. He's only 19 years old, so I looked up his history on Chess.com. He started playing on Chess.com at the age of 10. Half of his lifetime spent on speed chess, playing every day, solving Puzzle Rush, and this is why he's here in the semifinals today, to face the reigning champion, Magnus Carlsen.
He is. I think he will become a household name over the years. And speaking of household names, he defeated maybe the one that everyone thought was a shoo-in to get here in Hans Niemann. You and I called that match. How impressed were you in Denis's ability to dominate each of the time controls, and how surprised are you that we don't have Hans here?
I don't want to say very surprised because I feel like that takes away from Denis. Let's put it this way, that there are 3 players in the semifinal who are just going to try to replicate the form that they might have had in the past. They've all been, let's say, higher rated than they are now. Denis is peaking. There has never been a better time to play really, really good chess. He took down Hans in an extremely convincing match. It was a very dominant scoreline, so super impressed. And we will get into this later. He also beat Magnus in World Rapid and Blitz over the board chess. So
it's a great cue by you, because now we're going to dive into the specifics. As we said, don't take anything away from Denis Lazavik. He didn't just make the trip for show. He actually doesn't have, a lot of people have a minus score against Magnus Carlsen. That's as respectable as a lot of top players have. And as you talked about, he beat Magnus Carlsen at the World Rapid in 2024. So, Anna, what other stats jump out to you when you look at their record here?
As you mentioned, this is a very formidable head-to-head against Magnus Carlsen, and the fact that this is the first time they are playing in the Speed Chess Championship, this is a hungry young gentleman. I think he's here to show that he's not only ready to fight Magnus, he's ready to take him down.
Lazavik is the only player yet to lose a single segment. That includes Magnus, by the way, so we'll see if that continues. But all right, on to a different matchup as we look ahead to the afternoon. We'll be back by then, but Levy, when we think about the evening battle, not so many games have been played between Magnus Carlsen and Denis Lazavik. I'm gonna let the graphic speak for itself here as we talk about the head-to-head difference for Hikaru and Alireza.
There have been a few games, a few.
That looks like a production malfunction. So they have played some 1,800 games of chess against each other. Don't try this at home. Let's put it this way. Hikaru has been playing Alireza since he was probably like 15 years old, right? Since like 2018, he's been playing him online. A lot of this is 3-0 and 1-0. So this score looks a little bit lopsided because Alireza's been getting better and better, and he's been a weaker player over the years. And now he's maybe even stronger than Hikaru in this format. We don't know, but he beat him last year. So will Alireza get another victory this year, and can we even call it an upset anymore?
It's funny, the irony of the fact that these two guys might have the biggest rivalry in online chess. We watched them play during the pandemic. We've just seen them battle for years. They're actually on the same team, Team Falcons, and whoever loses this match really has to fight in order to guarantee a spot to the Esports World Cup. You think they're thinking about that at all, or Team Falcons talking to them a little bit?
Oh, absolutely. There are only three spots here to qualify to the Esports World Cup, and someone will have to miss out. Both of them, of course, representing the Falcons, as you mentioned. But that rivalry, I think it just goes way beyond that. Also, Hikaru said in his interview that he thinks that Alireza is the best bullet champion, best chess player in bullet chess in the world, above Magnus Carlsen and above Hikaru himself. So I think there's going to be a lot of blood on the board.
It's high praise from Hikaru. I'll say that Alireza had high praise for Hikaru the other way in the interviews, the media day that went down yesterday, when he was asked, Levy, whether he thought that beating Hikaru last year made him more of a favorite this year, and he was like, no, don't get ahead of yourself. Like, he knows for sure that Hikaru is still the king, and he said, I do not expect Hikaru to lose by 6 games this year. I expect it to be very close.
He expects him to lose by 10 games this year.
Alireza was very quick to say, like, don't count your chickens before they hatch. I'm not sure I've arrived. But all right, we have arrived at the end of our pregame because there are some casters here waiting to take it away in the booth. You know them as the Chess Bras. They are Eric Hansen and Amon Hamilton. Guys, I feel bad for you. We're here with the crowd, and the room has filled up. Are you lonely?
Oh, thanks, Danny. Yeah, I wouldn't say we're too lonely. We've been partners for quite a long time in the chess world, but the atmosphere looks electric over there, but we're happy to take the reins.
All right, we're going to hand it off to you guys and let you dive into more pregame stats. Give it one more cheer, everybody. Let's go. The players will be here soon. The Speed Chess Championship. The weekend has only just begun. Eric and Amon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny. My name is Grandmaster Amon Hamilton. I'm joined by Grandmaster Eric Hansen. Eric, they got us in the booth, Chess Bras, united in the commentary booth once again.
Definitely. It's my first SCC live event, and with 4 of the best players, we can be very immersed. I'm very excited.
Welcome, everybody. We're going to be taking you through the play-by-play, but of course, before we get there, I'd like to take a look at Magnus Carlsen's journey and how he got here.
Magnus Carlsen is the definition of consistency. Year in and year out, he's at the top of the chess world. It was no different in this year's SCC. His path to the semifinals was so consistent, he scored exactly 14.5 points in both matches. In the first match, he got off to a 6-2 start against Jose Martinez and never looked back. In the quarterfinals against his old rival, Fabiano Caruana, he ended on a 6-2 run. A relatively close match became a 7-point margin of victory. Entering the semifinal, Carlsen understands the situation.
If I show up in decent shape, then I'm a big favorite against both.
But he can't look past Denis Lazavik in the semis, even with the winner of Hikaru versus Alireza looming in the finals. Carlsen is here in London for one thing, a three-peat. The 2023 and 2024 Speed Chess Champion has nothing to prove, just a reputation to uphold.
And let's take a look, Eric, at Magnus Carlsen, the player. You can see representing Team Liquid, a thunderous blitz rating, 3,300, and a more modest bullet rating at 3,179. He's a 4-time Speed Chess champion, Eric. You know, what do you take away from this right here?
I think that's the main thing. His rating's very high, but so are the other players in this tournament. But 4-time Speed Chess champion, at the end of the day, he's the most decorated player in the field, along with Hikaru, and I think that's where the experience comes in and why he's probably the favorite.
Right. No, when it comes to the players involved, obviously Magnus Carlsen, everyone knows him. He's done this so many times. He always makes it to the final, and he's up against Denis Lazavik, who doesn't have that same experience.
Yeah, it can be a good thing and a bad thing. Lazavik is up and coming young player, but every year he's getting stronger.
Yep. Well, when it comes to Denis Lazavik, we want to take a look at the journey and how Denis came to be here.
Everyone expected the rematch. Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann. And then Denis Lazavik said, "Hold my rook." Denis Lazavik beat Hans Niemann in convincing fashion. With a plus score in all 3 time controls, it was a dominant performance that punched his ticket to London. But let's not forget the first round, where he had to take on world number 4, Arjun Erigaisi. As the 13th seed in the SCC, Lazavik was the only underdog to get the upset. But just how far can the young man's dreams carry him? Because next, waiting for him in London, is Magnus Carlsen. And if he gets by the GOAT in the semifinals, he'll have to take on the winner of Hikaru Nakamura versus Alireza Firouzja. But don't doubt Denis Lazavik like so many others have in the past. He's not just here for the show. Denis came to London to win. Can the youngest SCC semifinalist keep surprising everyone and take it the distance? We're gonna find out right now.
Now, Eric, let's talk about Denis Lazavik. Coming in as the youngest SCC finalist. He's 19 years old. Those ratings comparable to Magnus Carlsen. What stands out to me here is also the draw rate. He's got so many draws in so few games. What do you think?
Yeah, he has a very mature style for a player of his age. Doesn't mind drawing, and a lot of times he can benefit from other players, higher rated players pushing, and then that's where he gets some chances. So very solid, very composed, and part of this new generation of players that primarily grew up with online chess. I have a feeling, by the way, youngest SCC finalist at 19,
yeah,
that's going to keep changing as more and more players develop through these, Chess.com, these online events.
That's right. And you yourself, you played against both of these players, but Denis specifically, how's his style? Is it very solid?
He's very frustrating because he just doesn't change his openings too much. He plays the same way, very precise, very accurate, and just hard to crack. He doesn't blunder. It takes like 100 moves before he might even make a small inaccuracy. That's what it feels like.
Yeah. No, this is going to be obviously a very exciting match, but when it comes to Magnus and Denis Lazavik, this is a match that's supposed to be an imbalanced one, right? There's a clear favorite here, but you rate Denis's chances still pretty high, right?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus can play so many types of positions, but will he get that opportunity against someone like Denis, who's so consistent and improving? It can be frustrating, and we've seen Magnus sometimes play different openings, maybe lash out of it, who knows? That could play against him today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm curious to see those predictions when it comes to the match and what we can expect.
Yeah, Denis is definitely the underdog, but I think people will be surprised.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's take a look at the format video so everyone knows exactly what's going to happen.
The Speed Chess Championships feature the most exciting format in online chess. 3 different time controls test competitors' skills across blitz and bullet. First is the 5-minute blitz. Players battle for 90 minutes in this strategic and accurate time control. Next is an hour of 3-minute blitz, the sweet spot. It's slow enough that there is some time to think, but fast enough that intuition and speed are crucial.
No, he blundered. Oh, no.
Face, he's really upset.
Oh, G1 queen.
G1 equals queen.
Oh, my gosh.
Finally, 30 minutes of bullet decide it all. Players are not just battling against their opponent and the board, but also the clock. It's a race against time to score points before time runs out. In all time controls, games have 1 second of increment. Once time trouble sets in, the players may be able to avoid flagging, but they will be locked into a scramble for the rest of the game. Fast, furious, tilting, and thrilling. Since 2016, the Speed Chess Championship format has been the standard. Who is the king of online speed chess?
Let's take a look at the pre-match prediction, Eric. We always bring these up before the matches. 79% for Magnus Carlsen, seems like a pretty fair value, over 21% for Denis Lazavik. But ultimately, when I look at that total score, 14-10, that doesn't feel like the dominant score that maybe you're expecting from this matchup.
Definitely not. 14-10, couple winning positions swing the other way. All of a sudden, it's tied or you're behind. So I think looking at that, that means rates the win probably for Denis is not too bad. Like, for now, he hasn't taken out one of the top players in the SCC format, but you know it's coming one of these years. And if it's only a 4-game margin, I'm not sure. How do you feel about that? Do you agree with this 14-10?
Well, I mean, this is just for the individual match. Yeah. I know Polymarket has Denis Lazavik's odds to win the entire event at 3%. Now that might feel a little bit low. I know Magnus Carlsen at 73. For the overall event, Eric, do you agree with those odds?
Magnus's odds are pretty heavy. It feels like, first of all, if Denis were to somehow pull off this upset, 3% low because you'll be riding the confidence high. You'll have taken down Magnus. That might be good value, taking him as a 33-1 underdog. Magnus versus the field at 73%. I don't know. Just takes one bad match, and I know, for example, Alireza is a tough match where Magnus rates him very highly as an opponent. Feels like that. If you ask me, I might take the field.
That's right. And you think about how they got here as well. Magnus kind of had those dominant matches. Like, he's really been gapping his opponents. And then you think of Denis Lazavik. He had a really nice showing against Hans, tougher match against Arjun. So do you kind of look back at those matchups and think, if you had the tougher time to get here, you've actually worked harder, you're in better form versus some of those, maybe easier matchups in the end?
I normally would. There's been a bit of time between the matches and now, so I think a lot of the players have had time to kind of compose themselves. But when I look at the field, it's like, for sure, when it comes to Hikaru, he had some close matches. He's going to have to elevate and play, at his peak. We've seen that before at the SCC. He's won it many times to beat these guys. But yeah, I think it's hard to predict, really, because the players have had quite a bit of time from their last matches to prepare for everyone.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at the bracket, show everyone how we got here for each of these players, right? We're focused on the left side of the bracket here. This is Denis Lazavik and Magnus Carlsen. And Denis, like we mentioned, had that road where he took on Arjun Erigaisi and then, of course, Hans Niemann. That's a matchup that a lot of people could have easily predicted going the other way. We would have seen someone else here in the finals in London, but Denis has earned his spot. And looking at the top of the bracket there, Magnus Carlsen, he, 14.5 points. Eric, he's comfortably made it through. And, based on the players, the caliber that we have here in London, you could say that Denis is the easiest pairing of everyone available. So it's this Magnus Carlsen kind of punching his ticket already. Is he getting ahead of himself?
I'd like to think he's experienced enough not to get ahead of himself here. I mean, I think Denis didn't lose a single portion heading like in this year's SCC format, whereas Magnus did slip up a little bit in Bullet. So he knows, there are opportunities for Denis to pick up points. And I think for Denis, beating your rivals, players around your age that are really tough matchups, this Final Four is should be just a very exciting opportunity for him.
Yep.
The pressure's off in some ways. But when you're playing Hans or Arjun, guys that are up and coming, fighting for the same spots, that's when the nerves come in. But I think here, this is just a great learning opportunity, and he's going to be very competitive.
Yep. No, that's a great point. The pressure is kind of off when you're playing someone like Magnus Carlsen. The expectation is not that he's going to win this match, so he can only impress. Now, I want to talk a little bit about what you just mentioned, which, the youngest player, also his speed, one of his biggest assets. He is one of the fastest players, but actually the fastest player when it comes to this specific event. So is it really that he's kind of looking to draw it on to the bullet segment, do you think? It's such a easy strategy to think about, but is that where you think his chances might lie?
I actually think he's probably the weakest bullet player in the field. I even checked. He kills me in blitz, but in bullet I still have his number a bit. He's fastest because he's the most consistent in terms of how much time he spends per move, because one of his strengths is he's a very practical player. He plays quickly in the opening. He plays the same openings. He just never has long thinks, and I think a lot of chess players, even top players, sometimes are prone to time trouble. It just gets into your game. He doesn't have that. He's always spending 2-3 seconds a move, and maybe not always even playing the best move, but keeping a solid position. So just very practical, whereas other players are more but they're prone to time trouble. Magnus, we've seen it. Hikaru, sometimes he can, you know, even though he's a very fast player. But I think Denis is just consistent. That's just how I describe his chess. Time management, everything about it, consistent.
Yep. Exactly, and that's actually a big asset as well. When you're consistent, you're not prone to the tilt as well that some of the players experience. We talk about this in chess all the time. You know, if you have an adverse result, you're not looking to have that affect the next game. So I think Denis is one of the players that does that the best. You mentioned his style being more solid. The draw rate for Denis is one of the highest in the competition, and that just goes back to his openings. He always really does stick with those same openings, and he's confident enough in his work and his preparation to make those openings work. He's not going to probably adjust as the match goes on. We have seen that from some other players. So do you think that that's an area that perhaps could be exploited or might work to his strengths?
Well, Denis has been in these like events for a few years now. So when he first came on the scene, I had the same comments. He's getting stronger every year. And what that means with his kind of play style, he's getting a bit sharper. He's expanding his openings and understanding. So, you know, even little by little, I think that's where his area of focus is. And I think he'll probably demonstrate that today. Because at a certain point, if he is behind in matches, what can he do to change the direction of it? And I'm sure it's something he's working on.
That's right. Well, before we get into what is to come still in this finals, let's take a look at what happened last year.
We are in Paris. We are live. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship.
Here comes the king. It's going to D7.
It goes. Rook F6 is their checkmate.
Oh, it's rook. Oh, and that's it. And Alireza Firouzja wins the 6th game. It really feels like Firouzja has completely seized control of the match.
Oh, he blundered a fork!
Hikaru just can't believe it. He's talking to himself.
Alireza wins 16-11. He is the first finalist. Hikaru will have a chance to redeem himself in the consolation match.
It's time. It's time.
This is the culmination of a 2-year saga.
Oh my God, Magnus is turning this around. That's a win for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
And Hans seems pretty upset about something.
There's some resistance on my mouse when I move it, just so you know.
Do you want to change your mouse?
No, I assume it's fine. No, it's not the mouse. The mouse is working. It's something with the server and the website.
This is what Magnus won. Oh, knight f64.
What a frustrating game. Magnus dominated, and he will play in another final.
I'm pretty excited here because Hans versus Hikaru, they're out for blood. It's actually a hard drawing. It might be getting out of hand for Hans. You know, he can take and G2, he missed it. Oh my gosh. Draw the rubber. Oh, look at Hikaru. He sees it, wind blowing in his hair. Nothing can stop his sails. This was Hikaru Nakamura's day. He gets bronze.
And we are down to 2. What an epic battle we have ahead.
Magnus is finding every move instantly, like a Terminator. And Alireza's gonna... He's not gonna play for... And he's not knight d6, rook f7, rook f7.
Mouse slipped. Alireza smiles because that's all you can do.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen claims the SCC title for the 2nd year in a row.
Well, all smiles there from Magnus Carlsen last year, obviously winning the event, but he's up against Alireza, which is a possible matchup, Eric, in the finals this year. He has always mentioned that, you know, that's a player that he views as tough competition. He loves matches against Alireza, but the fact of the matter is there's only been 2 players that have won this event, Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. So is that the matchup, you know, that Magnus, do you think, expects coming into this one?
I'm not sure he expects it. Hikaru, on a good day, can beat anyone in the world, and he's proven that. But I think the reason he's rated Alireza highly is Alireza is considered like an internet prodigy, one of the top players in the world, and he hasn't yet achieved what I think a lot of fans and colleagues, top players, expected of him, that he would probably have an SCC title by now, or maybe a World Blitz and Rapid, because Alireza sees tactics and is very fast. And I feel like Magnus, when he says Alireza could be a problem, he knows he's not as quick maybe as Alireza in spotting some combinations, but we just haven't seen that come together in a full maybe SCC Final Four. We saw Alireza beat Hikaru, but then Magnus had a very comfortable time. Just the potential. I think a lot of times when you talk about Alireza, that potential is like best blitz player, best bullet player. That's what a lot of people would expect of him.
Yeah, and obviously with the players getting set up and soon to be getting underway, I wanted to ask you what you think of the nerves, Eric. That's an underrated part of this competition that all the players are going through. They are enduring. With Denis, maybe for the first time. But for someone like Magnus, Hikaru, very experienced, obviously Alireza being in the finals before. So where do you think everyone's at temperature-wise?
I'd like to think most of them are pretty experienced, but we're here in London. I saw a lot of fans here. Chess is growing in that esport direction. Maybe that adds an element where once you're playing in front of, you know, tons of people, lots of cameras, these new setups, that might add an element of nerves. Like, it's different than playing at home. And but for the most part, I think the players, these guys, part of the reason they're here is because they're the best at handling nerves, time scrambles, you name it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you and I have seen the inside of the venue. Looks fantastic. There's so many people in there. And I also saw that the way that they're set up, the way they're playing, you know, the audience can kind of see them. They can't see the audience. It makes an interesting experience. You know, you really are fully locked in. Music, if you know, if you wish. I know if you and I were there, it'd probably be a very specific playlist.
Some techno. Yeah. No, that's definitely the case. I mean, you have the audience and the setup where, as the player, there's more potential distractions, and but I do think everyone's going to be pretty well prepared for that. And Denis, being the least experienced, I think there's different approaches. Yeah, you can play Magnus, maybe consider him he's the GOAT or world champion in so many formats, but on the other hand, from what I'm noticing from the young generation, they don't fear the top players like
that's right.
Previous generations or our generation. They're excited to play and believe they can beat anyone, and we're seeing that more and more in the world of chess. So
that's right.
I think Denis will be game today.
Yep, and you know we are sold out. We were told today. We can see the fan zone as well, hosted by Nemo up there, which is awesome. There's so many different areas of the venue as well for different ticket holders. Yeah, there you go. Hello, shout out to the fan zone. Hello, everyone. Yep. There you go. They're having a good time up there. We're in the booth, ready for the action to get started. You saw everyone on the stage as well. So, you know, we got a whole production here, different areas, but the fans are well taken care of.
We also have to mention, as the first SCC, Magnus and Hikaru are both fathers now.
That's right.
So some people say you lose rating after that. Some people say you gain rating, but maybe an opportunity for the other guys to finally take an SCC title.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've actually heard about that almost more as a buff. You know, it actually maybe makes you play better. And I'm curious to see how that does play out now that you mention it, because meanwhile, you've got you know, one of the youngest players in the finals in Denis Lazavik. So many different storylines to pay attention to. Alireza, as you alluded to, ultimately looking to really get that title to prove that, you know, he's more than worth it, but it just hasn't happened yet.
Definitely, and I think every year that goes by, I mean, he's got to be asking himself, when is it my time? It feels like Hikaru and Magnus are the big two, kind of like the top three tennis players of the last 20 years, just winning everything. But you know, at some point, they're going to break.
Yep.
This is, you know, every year that goes by, they got to favor. Alireza has to believe in himself and favor his chances.
Yep. And also, speaking about the SCC event just at large, I think this is something that the players, and I know this firsthand as well, that they actually really are starting to take it more and more seriously as the years go on. This is the 10th edition of the Speed Chess Championship. It's starting to become a routine part of the calendar, something that players individually prepare for, whereas it probably started off as, you know, just an online speed chess event. But the prize fund is massive now, and it feels like it really is a measurement of the best speed chess player, and it's quite important for these players to win.
Yeah, I remember commentating the first year of the SCC, second year, and a lot of top players were showing up, having a good time, didn't know what to expect, or maybe didn't take it as seriously.
Yep.
Now, everyone takes it very seriously, and you mentioned it's been going on for a long time, but also it's now part of the EWC, and there's some real stakes on the line here with qualification to the main event.
Yep. Speaking of qualification, I want to mention that, of course, there's actually a situation that could happen where not everyone gets that spot. That EWC qualification spot is so valuable. So the winner of the 2 matches that you're going to see today will earn one of those qualification spots. But then we're going to have, of course, the 3rd place match. And somebody could be without a spot there, even if, Magnus is also there. It doesn't just go to the next person in this event. It goes to the leaderboard. So it actually really is probably the most impactful 3rd place match tomorrow that we're going to see in the SCC.
Yeah, no, in other years they didn't have this, and I think the players are, when they look at the chess calendar, SCC, EWC, these are some of the biggest prize money events, highest stakes, biggest audience ones. So this is now their focus.
That's right. We are ready. We've got everyone ready to go, and on stage is John Sargent to introduce the players. Take it away, John.
Thank you very much, folks. Guys, it's time. The players are ready to come out. Are you guys excited? First up to the stage in London. He won Title Tuesday when he was 15 years old. But importantly for this competition, he is the only player remaining to not drop a single segment. Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Lazavik! And 20 world titles to his name, the standard by which the world measures elite chess players against, and for very good reason. The reigning 4-time SCC champion, Magnus Carlsen! All right, the players are getting ready to start their first match now. And before we get the chess underway, ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to take a moment. We're playing this weekend for a trophy with the name Daniel Naroditsky associated with it. And I think so many of us know Danya and have a connection to him in some way, whether it's family, friends, as a colleague, a coach, a streamer, a mentor, so much more. And I think it's important to acknowledge that he was and still is an aspiration and an inspiration to all of us. So I'd like to invite everyone here with me, if you are able, to please have a moment of silence before we continue. Thank you very much. Now, Danya loved speed chess more than anything else in the world. And I think the best way for us to honor him is to focus on the chess, bring his positive and infectious energy to every single corner of this arena, and have an absolutely phenomenal show this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the games to begin?
Thank you, John. Thank you, everybody. It is with a heavy heart that I'm here with the person that said he always wanted to commentate with me at his funeral as a pallbearer. You know, I had the weight of his life, and I was supported by the community, the chess community, his family and friends. And while Danya, you know, may he rest in peace, may his memory be for a blessing. I'm here to cover the first half of the first time control here. I'm excited to do it because Danya, you know, what he would want to do is keep talking with the chess. His love for the game, as John said, is infectious. I seek not to lionize or criticize, but humanize my dear friend and a beloved figure in the chess community. So Magnus and Denis, they're about to get started. I'm excited to cover this match of the Speed Chess Championship 2025. Danya, you know, he is here in spirit with all of us, and he will remain that way. And I can't wait. I can't wait for the liftoff that we're about to see, because Magnus Carlsen, he has been the #1 player in the world for well over a decade now, and he is playing against a youngster, Denis Lazavik, who has brought a lot of joy and inspiration to many youngsters across the world as he continues to climb the leaderboards and continues to grow as a chess player. And this match is just going to be super exciting, and the winner will go to the finals, and of course the Naroditsky Cup up for grabs at the end of the Speed Chess Championship. There we have Denis Lazavik on screen right now. He's looking around like, what's going on? When does this chess begin? That's all he wants to do, is play against this man, this beast of a man in Magnus Carlsen, who is afraid of no one, who has been at the top of the game for oh so long now, and who wants to win yet another Speed Chess Championship. And this Speed Chess Championship, it's a special one indeed. And for Denis Lazavik, I mean, this is his first foray into these live SCC finals. He has been a known name for a long time now, winning Speed Chess Championships, Title Tuesdays, and winning Speed Chess Championship matches. And here we go. The games are underway officially. The 5+1 has begun, and we have a quiet opening, the Italian game from Magnus Carlsen. We see him with the white pieces here. So far, just normal play. White at some point would like to strike in the center with the move pawn to d4, but the pawn on e4 could become vulnerable in that event. So first the bishop slides back. The knight now, if it attacks, the bishop can always retreat to a safe square. And we see Denis actually the first to retreat with his bishop. That way, the pawn push in the center does not come with tempo. Instead, that would actually cause some problems in the white camp. That pawn e4, as mentioned, is a bit loose. The rook slides over to e1, protecting that pawn. It's kind of a prophylactic move. And h6, a nice reply from Denis. White often wants to play this move pawn to h3, but if that move is played in the near future before black castles, the move g5 followed by g4 can rip that side of the board open. It's only after the black king castles, as Denis has just played, then white should consider more seriously that move pawn to h3, and here it is. So Magnus plays it after a bit of a think. Quickly, Denis responds with rook to e8. The knight reroutes itself to f1. We have not had a single piece traded in the semifinals here of the Speed Chess Championship. We're over a minute in on the board time here, but they're just jockeying for position, maneuvering their pieces, and we see that white at some point would like to inch forward with d4, but instead it's black who's first to the punch in the center with d5. And after the capture, Denis here thinking, not sure which piece to recapture with. I personally like the bishop capturing on d5. That opens up this rook to the pawn on e5 that is otherwise vulnerable, and that I think is the best way forward, and there Denis does in fact play that move. So I think Magnus will continue with his typical plan here. He will bring his knight out from the first rank. There it goes to g3. At some point, the knight on f5 can be very dangerous for that black king. Watch out for sacrifices, and that's why this move queen to d7 was played here by Denis Lazavik. A quick choice by him. I like it a lot. He's connecting his rooks. He's stopping one of the main points of that knight jump, the knight leaping forward, but not forward enough if you want to go for an attack. So I really like the way both players are playing thus far. The queen slides forward. Now white is about to perhaps connect those rooks. This pawn e5 is defended enough times from the black perspective, and you see that rook a to d8. So in some ways, black has maximized his play. He has optimized the location of his pieces. So the question becomes, what next from Denis Lazavik's perspective? And in the meantime, for Magnus, he needs to come up with a plan, because if he plays quiet moves like bishop d2, he's not really accomplishing all that much. So a4, to me, that suggests that he wants to push forward on the queen side, but speaking of pushing forward on the queen side quickly, Denis Lazavik plays the move a5, stopping white from expanding so quickly with this move pawn to b4. I like the way both players are playing. I think that the level nature of the evaluation bar is accurate, and I see the many fans in attendance here who are just analyzing the position, trying to figure out what's next. And it's one of these dynamics here where both players, I mean, they're kind of waiting for the opponent to do something major. At the moment, everything is calm, cool, and collected, but maybe in the near future, black will reroute the bishop to f8. That's a common plan. That's why the bishop did slide back to c5. It keeps the king safe and sound. And in response, white can consider a move like knight to e4 at any moment, just trying to offer the exchange of pieces. And white does want to play this move d4, this bishop on c2. It wants to become a really nasty piece on the long diagonal, but you can't get away with that, not for the foreseeable future. So far, it seems like both players are acquitting themselves nicely, and it's, I think, a good moment just to sit and think about where the next direction is going to happen. And knight e4, well, it offers a trade. Denis does not trade on Magnus's terms. He doesn't want to allow this pawn to capture with hitting his bishop. Instead, he brings his queen to e6 to protect the knight. I prefer black's position. I think it's healthier. It's a bit more active. You can see many different pieces here. Let's turn that one blue because it's good, but all of these pieces are looking more active on more advanced squares than many of the white counterparts. So Denis ahead by half a minute on the clock, doing really well on the board. With the queen on e6, there could be a time and place where bishop to b3 is the move for choice. And I think that black is doing very, very well here. And we see the players here on camera. First, Magnus Carlsen in his little cubicle. I mean, it looks spacious. It looks well lit up. And for Magnus, he does want to find a way to do something active. And knight h2. He moves his knight, yes, on the rim, but it's a very clear plan. He wants to actually move forward with this knight up to the g4 square eventually and try to gain some space. But Denis with a direct attack on Magnus's queen. You see Denis here on camera. He's locked in, focused, just trying to make Magnus's life as difficult as possible, as now Magnus offers a queen trade. So in a typical match, Magnus Carlsen, the endgame maestro, he knows how to grind like a grandmaster, but Denis Lazavik lost precisely 0 games at the World Rapid Championship in 2025. He is as solid as they come. He is a player who just can compete with anybody after liquidation. So you see that Denis is unfazed. He brings his bishop to c5, a more active square, and Magnus says, let's trade off some pieces. Why don't we do this thing along the d file? And that is the only open file. So at the moment, the players are a bit restricted in terms of what they can really accomplish. But for Magnus Carlsen, he says, all right, let's get some of the pieces off the board. And the player with less space often wants fewer pieces on the board, because those players step on each other's toes. So here the bishop slides back to c1. Maybe one pair of rooks come off. Maybe both pairs come off in the near future. But there's nothing at the moment that Denis should really be afraid of. I guess the opponent in front of him, but as Denis has previously said in interviews, he loves playing online because those nerves, that psychology is not as impactful when you play into the screen versus staring into your opponent's eyes. So knight to f1 has been played by Magnus Carlsen. He is clearly trying to improve the location of his steed. Maybe bishop e3 next. If that knight can gallop into the d5 square, then we can be talking about a potential advantage for white, and that knight is trying to get to d5. I would not advise the capture of that knight. Just because the knight wants to gallop forward does not mean you want to do any of that. But for these two players at the moment, you see that they're making small moves, king into the center. You use the king as a weapon in the endgame. It's an active piece, or you would like it to be. But I'm just waiting for the moment that Magnus decides to bring his knight out to d5. I think that is the big thing that white can threaten, that pawn on c7 over here. And black can't easily attack anything, at least not yet. For example, the move f5 is not available as long as white's pieces are staring in that direction. So just to note, you see Magnus on screen here. He is trying to just nurse even a slight advantage, and I think really now is the moment for Magnus Carlsen. Denis has been playing really well, but if you're playing for a win, you are up 20 seconds on the clock. This is the first game of the match. You want to kind of put your feet down and just run with it. And Denis quickly responds with bishop d6. Given an exclamation mark, taking on d5 was pretty much out of the question, giving white the 2 bishops on an opening board in the endgame. So bishop d6, I do not mind backtracking if it means that everything is well defended. So bishop comes out to d3. I really like that move from Magnus. He's keeping a 10-second lead on the clock. The bishop can at some point pester this knight, and eventually white wants to play this move b2 to b4 and try to create some progress on the queen side, maybe an outside pass pawn. So the black king, it can go to e8, but that's not really making any progress. So that actually walks into some pins, and I don't think that's what Denis would want. So his king is kind of stuck. The white king, active on e2, would love to maybe run into the queen side in the future. And wow, big moment now after knight to e7. I see a jump, and I see the blue arrow. That is not my arrow. That's suggesting that bishop h6 check was just an annoying idea for Magnus. He missed it, and it would have put the king in some uncomfortable territory. So instead, the bishop enters along the b3 square. a4 is now targeted. Bishop b5, defending that weakness, is actually not sufficient. That black would have played c6 to kick the bishop out of there. And look at Denis, avoiding trades for the moment. But if you're Magnus Carlsen, you're definitely thinking about this move, pawn b2 to b4, hoping that there's a trade on that square, because ultimately you would love to get an outside pass pawn running, dashing to the other side. So we have repeated moves here, and Magnus goes forward. That's actually really surprising. I thought the move here, c6, kicks the bishop out, and then the a4 pawn drops. So maybe Magnus has found something that allows him to get away with this, or perhaps he's just made a mistake, because to me, c6, that seems like a very obvious reply, and Denis has played it. So I'm curious for Magnus's reaction here. Quickly plays bishop c4, but what is he doing? He has dropped a pawn on a4. Objectively speaking, this was just a mistake. I don't actually think that there is a reason to mince words. Like, this gave his opponent a free pawn. The next move can be bishop b5. Your bishop's not going to get trapped by the pawn push to b3, and that leaves black a healthy pawn up. And if you take, now there's just going to be an outside pass pawn. So this has been Denis Lazavik actually, I don't want to say outplaying Magnus, because he could have repeated moves if he wanted, but Magnus, I guess, going for more against a player who is sort of his own preference style. He loves the end game. He loves playing these long, drawn-out battles where little nuances here and there could actually amount to big pluses. And right now, black is well ahead, an extra pawn. I'm not claiming it's enough to win, especially against such a strong endgame player like Magnus Carlsen, but it's clear that Denis Lazavik is the side for choice. It's playing for 2 results. Only he can win. He may even consider taking this knight on e3 and playing knight against bishop. The reason he may want to do that, bishops are great on open boards, but in the endgame, they're restricted inherently to their own color. The knight can jump from dark to light squares, and it can pose some serious issues for Magnus. As Magnus drops to about 20 seconds, okay, now we're in dangerous territory for sure. The knight drops back. Where's that knight going? Out to g3. Okay, if it goes there, black pushes the pawn and gets out the way. The f5 square is covered. The blue arrow appeared for knight to g3. That wasn't my arrow. It was actually suggesting that was the only move that kept white really towards equality. But now bishop f2 played. The knight, it can't get to g3 where it wants to go. The bishop could safely run around to h4. And because, it goes to g1 instead, I guess that's a safe square as well. It's a little awkward all the way on opponent's starting rank. But you see Denis Lazavik here locked in, Magnus in the background. And right now, I think that Denis, he has pushing his rook pawns on both sides of the board. Magnus desperately trying to create some play for his own pieces. Both players under 10 seconds. You see the time ticking down. Magnus, he may look calm on the surface, but I think he is nervous, because it looks like Denis Lazavik with the outside A pawn here. I mean, how do you stop that? The e4 pawn was actually just straight up hanging. It was overlooked by both players. Instead, we see a trade of pieces. I told you about this, the knight versus the bishop. That knight is hopping around the board. Knight e5, knight c4, a3 is coming. And it looks like the first victory of the match is coming for Denis Lazavik, because the bishop has to give himself up. Denis wins by resignation, 1-0 in the young Belarusian's favor. Denis Lazavik scores the first point of the match. You can call it an upset, but Denis truly has been here for years. He is a monster in all of these time controls, including classical. He's recently crossed 2,600 FIDE. He doesn't play as much as some of these other players, but when he does, he leaves his mark. So Denis Lazavik, a point ahead. I actually think he has the perfect style to bother Magnus, because it's like looking in a mirror. Maybe the mirror is a little bit further down, because Denis is younger, not as established, and frankly not as strong as Magnus. But in a match of this kind, watch out. Do not underestimate such a solid player like Denis. He really has very few weaknesses in his game. I think sometimes he's criticized for maybe not being ambitious enough, but perhaps he says the onus is on his opponent in a match of this nature. Magnus Carlsen, the #1 rated player in the world, of course the reigning speed chess champion, and Denis saying, this may be my first time in the semifinals, but why not make it my first final? So let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's focus on the position at the opening. In true Denis Lazavik style, a solid game out of the Queen's Gambit declined. The knight comes out to f3. The knight would like to hop forward in the future to e5. Black, being Magnus Carlsen, has done nothing wrong. He actually can even bring his knight out to h5 if he's interested in going after this bishop, but that has some problems as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if at this moment, and Denis does it before I can even get my words out, h3 played, the bishop has a safe square on h2 to retreat to. So now these knight h5 ideas, they're not dangerous at all. In fact, that would just be a wasted move. So instead, you often see players try to strike on the queen side, maybe move like a5 and b5, gaining space, but that also creates some weaknesses. So Magnus Carlsen brings his bishop out to b4, pinning the knight on c3, trying to get access to this e4 square. You note that black has this pawn chain towards the center. You typically attack in the direction of your pawn chain. So white has a pawn chain aimed towards the queen side. Don't be surprised if he's able to arrange his pieces properly if Denis goes for a queen side pawn minority attack, as it's called, against the Carlsbad structure, these pawns from b7 to d5. So bishop on b4, maybe there will be a capture on b4. I don't really think that Magnus wants to do that. White captures towards the center, can then use that pawn to try to chisel at black's impressive pawn chain. So white castles, knight e4 quickly played, and now Denis brings the knight to d2. So f5, do not play this move. I blundered enough of Magnus's pieces in previous Speed Chess Championships. One of the famous calls alongside my good friend Daniel Naroditsky when I just put a bishop on a square, and Magnus eventually did it, and Hikaru took that piece. So f5 would have blundered a bishop. Instead, we saw the knight retreat quickly. Denis brings his bishop to e5. Bishop is threatening to take on f6. The e4 pawn is threatened, so perhaps it's time for Magnus to take on c3, but after b takes, white's pawn structure is improved. You're capturing towards the center. Denis is really playing some impressive chess, and quick chess. Look at that, queen to b3, hitting the bishop, eyeing the pawn on b7 behind it. How would you defend it? Pawn to a5, perhaps? Little move, pawn to a3. That bishop is going to move whether you like it or not, and it probably will leave the board after bishop takes d3. White can recapture with the pawn. Definite advantage for Denis Lazavik. I don't want to overstate the case. I don't want to pretend like he's winning, but this knight, without black's bishop on b4, can aim for the d6 square. The bishop on e5 is just chef's kiss in the center. It's perfectly situated, just causing some problems. And I want to note that rook takes e5, and some positions, it looks like you're gaining 2 pieces for that rook, but when the pawn recaptures on e5, it also threatens that knight on f6, so you're going to lose one of those pieces back. So it's something to keep in mind that if the situation changes a little bit, for example, after pawn takes c3 here, if that knight were to move to h7, that actually has a clear threat of rook takes e5, but it doesn't work right now. Knight h7 is a bad move, and he goes knight d7. That's a much better try, trying to get at that bishop. If you're Denis, he's getting these moves off even before I can complete my thought. Bishop f4, keeping that bishop on the board. It's a great piece. There is no rook coming to b8, no queen coming to c7. In fact, it's that white knight that wants to enter to d6, and b5 is just trying to stop that knight from going into d6. a4 seems like the automatic response. Black probably plays a6. White, he adds tinder to that fire, plays c4, goes after the b5 pawn, and Danya always like to say that pawn structure was overrated, having double pawns. Sometimes you just think of that as a permanent weakness, but no, sometimes the position is more dynamic than just what the pawn structure looks like. And actually, black at some moment could consider a move like knight to c5. There are some dynamics in the air here, but c4 played. Denis, a classically trained player, he is not afraid of Magnus. He's enough games against him to know that he can take him down in any one that they play. If they play a million games, yes, Magnus is going to come out on top. But this is both a long match in some ways because they play for hours, there are multiple time controls, but it's also quite a short match. If you get out to a few game deficit and you don't get your bearings on, you can really go awry, go on tilt in the early stages. So we see the queen has slid back to c2. It puts another piece to pressure this e4 pawn, and Magnus is like, have it. I'm going to clarify things over here on the queen side. Now the c4 pawn's hanging, the a4 pawn's hanging. There is no more a4 pawn because it takes on b5. I think that Magnus is trying to take on... Oh, he takes with the a pawn. Okay, maybe it just transposes into the same position after all the captures on b5. But Denis has not moved just yet. He can take the rook on a8 first. That makes a lot of sense to me. He can take on b5, and after the trade, try to go for this e4 pawn. I actually think that there are tactics that justify this from Magnus's side, because if the queen never takes, you're walking into the line of fire. That looks really dangerous, and there's going to be moves like bishop c4. And if the knight takes, you may walk into a pin here. So just these are the type of strategies you want to keep in mind, that maybe this pawn is poison. Surprising, but it might be a poisonous pawn. And the evaluation is slightly in White's favor. There must have been something there that was actually even stronger for Denis, but I don't blame him for doing what he's done, because now there's an isolated pawn on b5. We often consider pawns like this weak, but they can also be a clear strength. Why is that a strength? It's a passed pawn, and there are no pawns that can really challenge it. It's unopposed. If that can continue rumbling forward, it can be a nuisance. So black has this outer pawn. White has a very healthy pawn chain, only one island, and that means that instead of using minor pieces or heavy pieces to protect the pawns, Denis is just saying, my pawn chain from f2 to d4, that's solid and safe. So Denis pauses. He is now up under 10 seconds. He was well ahead on the clock throughout this game, but he is trying to calculate, can I actually get away with taking this pawn on e4? I wouldn't do it if I were Denis. I do think that there are some dynamic issues if he does capture, but look at him on camera there. He's really trying to figure out a deep line here, if it's worth it, because sometimes you actually end up a pawn ahead, but then black has compensation in the form of active pieces and maybe some long-term threats. But Denis is really trying to lock it in here. He trades rooks first. After queen takes a8, the queen does protect that pawn on e4, gives it one defender, and I think that now knight takes e4, there's bishop c4 hitting this rook, and then that knight is under attack 2 different times. So right now, we're looking at this e4 pawn. It does seem protected. Queen takes e4. We get the trade of queens. And in the end, after the knight lands there, I've been saying this for a while, the rook on e8, it's doing a good job of defending through the bishop. There's going to be a bishop c4 idea. So instead, Denis goes rook to b1. He wants to win that b5 pawn directly. But now the evaluation has gone in Magnus Carlsen's favor. Why could that be? It might mean that the pawn on b5 is immune, and I actually see why. Knight to c4. If rook takes b5, that looks good, but imagine this knight going to a3. That looks like a magical arrow, but it's actually doesn't take so much effort. Once the knight goes to c4, that rook cannot capture on b5 because there's a fork on a3. So knight c4 is a great opportunity here for Magnus, and you see, he sees something. Like, he's looking at this board like a man who knows that he has something available to him. He's actually bopping his head a little bit, and knight c4 is that move. Now, trading off pieces with bishops of opposite color, we often think that leads directly to a draw, but not in a position of this nature where black has that outside pass pawn that white needs to use his forces to prevent from continuing to go to the other side. Magnus, he leans back in the chair. He's not sure what to do. I think if this were a bullet game, he would have played knight c4, but it's quickly becoming a bullet game as Magnus now is dropping to 50 seconds. Denis at minute 8. That's bad news for Magnus. We heard that Denis maybe not as strong as the others in bullet in this field. He gets that 1 second bonus time with each and every move played, and he is in good shape. We know that from the first game that was played here, and even in this position, he is doing just fine. So rook c8 played, hitting the queen. That's blue arrow is not mine, I promise you. That's the the board telling us that that is the only move here that keeps the balance. But it's an uncomfortable move to make in some ways because there will be some pins, and maybe after queen takes e4, this is my arrow now, bishop d5. It aims right towards the white king. But queen takes e4, that is the only move here that allows equality and is played. So Denis is actually now better because bishop d5 was not the correct response. Instead, knight d5 was played. Bishop takes g2 actually walks into e4, and the bishop is trapped on g2. The queen and bishop, the circulation is cut off, and g2 would you win a pawn but lose a bishop. Not worth it. Knight c4 played, given an exclamation point. But I actually think that the previous move, maybe, it gets an exclamation point because it's the only choice in this position, but is a sign that things have gone a bit wrong. So now Denis can take. He can also play this move f3, shutting down the queen and bishop. That bishop will be biting on granite if the pawn goes to f3 and then e4. So I like this opportunity for Denis. It's his moment. He can play it, but he's now down to 13, 12. His time is ticking. He looks a bit nervous. He does capture that knight after b takes. He's getting passive here. The queen goes to f1, protecting the pawn on g2. That pawn can go all the way to c2. The bishop can reinforce it via e4. The queen can come down to a4. So unless Denis can get his pawns rolling, here they go quickly. Pawn to f3, I like it a lot. e4 hits the bishop. It allows the bishop on f4. That's why I like g5 in response. It may be a risky move from Magnus, but that bishop is not actually helping to prevent that black passer. So queen e3 check, do not block with the queen. That drops the rook. The king has to move now. Goes to h2. Good choice. The bishop on d5 is under attack. I would play bishop c4, hitting the queen on f1. But you have to watch out. Maybe rook takes c2, rook takes c8, and there's rook h8, rook g8, a drawing mechanism there. So bishop b3 played. Magnus clearly trying to play for a win. But queen g1, a passive move from Denis, what he would really love. Okay, the queens are gone now. I was going to say he would love to get a queen over on f6. No longer possible. d5 played, going bishop b2. So now it looks like white is stuck. You can't move your rook to take. That allows black to get a queen. Now f5 hits the pawn e4. f4 check. The king goes back. It seems like black is winning. The engine suggests as much. It's because the black king is now being used as a weapon in this endgame. And at some moment, the bishop can slide back to stop the white pawns, and perhaps the black king can move in. Here, the bishop will go to f5. What beautiful rerouting here by Magnus, because he's able to stop the pawns. But now he goes bishop to f5, protecting the pawn. The rook covers. Now the rook can capture. The extra pawn is now for Magnus Carlsen. He is definitely going to take this game unless something goes wildly wrong for him. And, well, 2 seconds on the clock for both players. Rook a6 check. The king goes up. The rook can come down to b1 in the near future. The king and the bishop, that's badly coordinated pieces. Rook to a1. It's very passive. The black king can come in. And this, I think, is game over. Magnus Carlsen wins game 2 by resignation. It would have been checkmate on the board next move. And you hear the fans applauding. They are championing the champion, Magnus Carlsen, the reigning SCC title holder, also the world #1, the player from Norway. He has too many accolades to name, but he did find his footing. It was shaky at some points, but he was able to win game 2, even up this match, and Denis Lazavik now has his work cut out from the black side of a Spanish opening. So we saw something like this in the first game, a bit of a slower approach. Now we see a different one where there's a pawn on c5. So what black is trying to do is use all of this firepower to aim towards the white center, right? All these pieces, I can't draw the arrows in time because the moves are trickling in so quickly. But now when you have pawns 2 squares apart like that, think about the square in between. Knight comes to e3. You would love to bring a knight into d5. Black doesn't have the same access because white has a pawn on c3. So there is a potential hole in the black center, but you also have gained a lot of space. And I've said this before, when you decide with less space you want to trade pieces, playing a4 and taking on b5, that allows white to develop his rook from the starting square. We often think of development as moving rooks towards the center and then trying to use an open middle of the board, but actually this rook is on its best square. The a file, the only open file on the board, is white's. And so with that command of the a file, now he strikes in the center, does Magnus Carlsen. Instead of capturing, the bishop slides back to f8. I think it's a good choice. If this pawn gets on d5, not only does it attack a knight on c6, it actually clears the path for this bishop on c2. And in the first game of this match, I was talking about how that bishop, it would love an open diagonal. You would like to get an attack going. It's not so easy when you're playing someone like Denis Lazavik. The fans are waving. We see people having a good time here in London. It's nice to see everybody showing up for this event, for the players. I assume there are many Magnus fans out there. Hopefully, many Denis fans as well, as the youngster continues to shine on the biggest stages. And here we see, at the moment, he has no problems from the black side. I would actually say, out of the openings, throughout the first, I don't know exactly what percentage, but let's call it the first 60, 70% of the games, Denis has been playing just maybe even better than Magnus. And you can see sort of a smirk on Magnus's face as he's trying to figure out, like, what's my actual plan here? I'm playing a guy who rarely breaks. He also rarely bends. So, like, what am I supposed to do when he plays as solidly as he does? And I think for Denis, this is a moment to actually say, well, if Magnus is going to keep rerouting his pieces, taking his time, trying to use that d5 square, you often want to fill that square yourself. Instead, Denis does, I think, an equally good idea. Rook to a8, trying to trade off the rooks, using the open file for himself. I did like the move pawn to d5. I guess there is some inherent risk there that this pawn is protecting these pawns, and so by pushing it, you actually are leaving your pawns a little bit vulnerable. So right now we see that Magnus brings his bishop out. He's connecting his queen to his rook, so he's not blundering anything along that line. And both players, they're settling into this third game. Plenty of time on the clock. We see nearly 4 minutes for both. It's the type of game where it's not about this individual moment, like unless you, blunder the house. But in reality, what's what's happening is finding the key squares, finding the way to parry off threats. Queen to b7 says, are you sure you want to bring that knight to d5? Because if you do that, my queen is actually staring through that black knight towards that central square. So Magnus says, I do want that square. Please let me have it. And this is a critical moment because Denis Lazavik has an ambitious move, a forward move here, but it's a committal move as well. And if he pushes his c-pawn to c4, it is explosive. He is opening up many files. He's actually temporarily sacrificing a pawn. But I think that allows his queen to see the light of day along the b file. It causes some serious issues in the white camp, and I do think Denis spots it. The way he's looking at this board, he looks like someone ready to pounce. And for Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he's used to being the one who's always the aggressor, always the one with the upper hand. But Denis Lazavik says, you know, I don't need to take that ambitious, that maybe overly committal line. I'm instead just going to reroute my own pieces. What Magnus does, I can do just as well in this game. And black has full equality. There's no issue at the moment for Denis. But how many times have we said this throughout Magnus Carlsen's career? It's even until it's not. And so at the moment, I'm trying to come up with a plan for Magnus. Maybe there's an opportunity, not now, but in the near future to play for the move f4. It looks risky. He starts with h4, alpha 0 style, trying to gain space. Perhaps put this pawn on h5 because the pawn gets there. The black knight does not have forward squares to jump to. And that's a critical idea for many people. A key thing to take note of is that, like, it's not just about directly threatening checkmate, trying to win your opponent's queen. You actually want to clamp down on essential squares and make your opponent's life as difficult as possible. So at this moment, we see the move rook to d8. I think it's pretty clear what Denis is drumming up. d5. Let's open that d file, get the rook behind a pawn that's moving. And I think for Magnus, the key is, do I play this move c4 right now? He doesn't. He plays h5. And if you're Denis, I mean, you went rook d8 for a reason. And it's okay to actually change your mind, especially in a position of this nature where nothing is all that concrete. But he wanted to play d5. He should play d5. But he's definitely looking at this e5 pawn and saying, can I get away with it? Am I going to be okay? Or am I actually walking into some danger? d5 is played. Go Denis, you know, he knows what he needs to do, and Magnus is responding with knight to g4, just like we were talking about. So this moment here, you're going to walk into a pin. f6 protects e5. You always want to create a pawn chain. A pawn's best friend is another pawn, and here f6 keeps that pawn safe. You are allowing a pin, but white doesn't have a way to pile pressure on the pin piece. Knight e3, you're going back where you came from. Black already has enough protectors here. On that knight, the king will slide away. That's that. And black actually can threaten c4 to break that pin. And then the knight can try to move out the way. So be careful if you're Magnus. I mean, c4 for black is an idea. Maybe c4 for white can be played just to try to trade some pieces, make this bishop look a little bit better. Perhaps that bishop could slide all the way out to a5 because it's really not doing all that much at the moment. So a good play from both sides here. c4 played by Magnus. You see the clock is about equal, slight advantage on time for Carlsen at the moment. And after c4, Lazavik sitting here thinking, okay, do I take that pawn? He does. Queen takes c4. So Magnus voluntarily damages his own structure. He has two isolated pawns that he's going to have to deal with, but they're pins in multiple directions. I mentioned the knight is pinned, but so is the c5 pawn. So that means pawn to b4 is actually a ridiculous looking move because it looks like black has three pieces covering the square, pawn, knight, bishop, but none of them can take it because the c pawn is pinned to the black queen. The knight cannot legally move because the king is behind it. So queen e6 played. Now if you play b4, the pawn can capture. You're no longer pinned. So great move there, queen to e6 by Denis Lazavik. He can move his knight, and he probably will do that, knowing the type of player that he is. Retreating the knight to trade queens. It seems like that's the type of move that he would like to play. You have to be a little bit worried about his time at the moment because Denis down to a minute and a half. We see that Magnus at 2 minutes and 18 seconds. That's quite a healthy lead on the clock, especially if the queens stay on the board. There could be some knight sacrifices in front of the black king that you just have to keep an eye on. So Denis, he's really deep in the think tank right now. He goes knight c7. He could have played that move in 2 seconds. Instead, he played it in 29. Rook d4 is the follow-up. Great move there by Denis. It doesn't get an exclamation point, but the knight on c7 was under attack and pinned. He goes rook d4 to force the queen trade. The knight had to move back because it was under attack. He takes the d3 pawn. So not the first time we have seen Denis Lazavik steal a pawn from Magnus Carlsen. So Denis is playing great chess, but you can see on the big screen there, he is down a minute. His time is ticking. And you see Denis before, he was calm. He was able to win up that pawn. Then in game 2, he was up a pawn, but it didn't go his way. So he needs to have a memory of a goldfish, as Ted Lasso would say. Forget about that second game and just play the position right now. He is up a healthy pawn. Like, there is no reason why he should be worried about pretty much anything in this position. And if I were Denis, I would even consider moving my knight into e2, just posing some potential threats. I mean, is that a threat, capturing the bishop on c3? I don't think that Magnus is all that afraid of it, but there's an f4 square to jump into. So Denis really needs to keep himself safe on the clock, but on the board, he is playing excellent chess. He offers a trade of rooks. Magnus says no. The king slides into e6. Now it's got a little bit of a home there. If you're Magnus, you're tempted to take this knight on d4 and play knight to f5. And I think Denis overlooked this. He has to take with the rook. He wants to take with the pawn. He wants to connect his pawns, get a passer. But if he takes with the pawn, he actually loses the game on the spot. So just to be clear, the knight on e3 is jumping into a light square. I've talked about why knights can be so dangerous against bishops. Rook takes d4. It actually stops knight f5 at least for one turn because the g4 pawn is hanging. So rook takes d4, knight f5 is a blunder because of rook takes d4. He takes with the pawn. He allows knight f5, knight takes g7 check. This is really bad news for Denis because at the end of this, what's going to happen is the knight's going to take. It's going to go back to f5. I'm just going to let this all play out. He's going to trade rooks. The h6 pawn drops. And now it's actually a reverse of game 1. Magnus is giving Denis a taste of his own medicine, and it was the clock that was his greatest asset, was Magnus Carlsen, because Denis, he ran low, he ends up taking with a pawn. Oh, he takes on h6 now, and that's that. That is really that, because the king is going to stop the black passers, and then the knight will take, retreat back, the h-pawn goes, and black will have to give up the bishop, much like what happened in game 1, roles reverse. So the white king, there it goes. It's stopping the c-pawn. Here, I think you can even just bring your knight back to f5, as Magnus does, because the h-pawn is so powerful. The white pawn can then slide to f3. The king can go to d3. This is it. I mean, you can just put all your pawns and pieces on light squares, and that should be the game. And he first goes h6 because he can't stop the pawn. That's game over. Magnus Carlsen does win game 3. It's his first lead of the 2025 Speed Chess Championship semifinals. Takes a swig of water. Danya would always say that a player is happy with their position when they take that drink, but Denis is doing the same. I think they're just thirsty this time around. So we have an English opening, 4 knights. Denis plays g3. Magnus has played this so many times from the white side. So both of these players very experienced in these positions. And we see the bishop for Denis on g2. It's on the long diagonal. You want to make use of it. He plays e3 here, and that indicates that he wants to play d4. So don't play this move bishop e6. That would be a huge blunder. You're walking into d4 and then d5 with a fork. That would be very bad. So Magnus, he learns from all of the great contemporaries. In the first game, Denis brought his bishop back quickly to a7. He didn't want d4 to happen with the tempo. So bishop a7 seems to be the retreating square if d4 is played right now. So Denis is thinking if this were a game of 1-minute chess, he would have just played d4 already, I believe. But perhaps he'll go for a different route. No, he does in fact play d4. Not playing in a cagey style, playing a very direct approach, gaining space in the center. Magnus taking his time. So both players, I think that they're just, each and every game, they're trying to understand the dynamics of play, the nuances, because it may look like a position you've studied before, but perhaps the bishop is better placed on b6 rather than a7. These are the little things that make up great players. And rook e8 played, given a question mark, bishop g5, the position calls for a pin of this knight. And I think the point, everyone, is that h6, bishop h4 is the plan. You actually can't break the pin with pawn and g5 because there will be a knight sack and a vicious attack against the black king. So Denis, he's got a big opportunity right now. Bishop g5, go for a piece sacrifice. What's he risking there? It just feels like it's going to be fun at the very least. He plays bishop e3. Speaking of risk-free chess, bishop e3 is that type of move. He doesn't want to calculate a piece sacrifice, but it was there. It was in the air. And for Denis, maybe it's worth just exploring that just a little bit, because I think Denis might regret that slip. I don't want to be harsh, but if we can sort of analyze that moment, like he could have pinned that knight, and yes, the piece would have been given up, but just to show you that bishop g5, h6, yes, the bishop slides back, and g5 traps that bishop. That's what always happens when you're fianchetto. Black can do this. But after the trade of pieces here, this is really dangerous. That's a pin that's not going anywhere. The king is open. If you take on d4 with the bishop, then you lose this piece on c6. The bishop is hanging, so you actually can't really effectively take this pawn on d4. So we'll go back to the game, but I think that was looking really, really dangerous because the black king was going to be ripped open, and instead we have a much calmer approach. We're back to the live board. We see that now Magnus doesn't have to worry about that pin. He didn't like where his knight was placed. He would prefer to go to f5, hitting this bishop on e3, again applying pressure on this pawn on d4, and Denis says, I see what you're doing. I'll play knight to h4. I just talked about g5. Even winning a piece wasn't the type of move you want to play. So at the moment, I think Magnus is saying, that's too much. Why expose my king to such serious problems when I can play a safe move like c6, maybe play d5 in the near future, shutting down this bishop on g2. It was once a powerful piece. Now it's kind of a little stuck. d5 allows black to take on e3 at some moment. So yeah, white just allows black to press forward. Magnus is clearly better now because white's pieces are passive and or awkward. The knight on h4 is really just trying to stop black from putting a piece on f5. It's not an attacking piece. On the queen side here, this pawn on c4 is now directly threatened. You do not want to take on d5 and give yourself an isolated pawn. Jose Raul Capablanca would look at this position from the black side and say, let's just sign those score sheets. I'm going to take this one home. And we see that Denis says not one knight, but both knights on the rim are they dim? Are they grim? I don't really know what to make of them right now. Maybe this knight can go to c5, and that perhaps encourages or strongly suggests that this bishop has to come off the board. White will get the bishop pair on an opening board, but for the meantime, we see the bishop does attack the white queen. Slide out the way, don't blunder that piece. That would be a huge mistake. Queen c1. If you're Magnus, look out for a sack on h6. I don't believe it works here. Magnus doesn't believe it works here. Denis is just trying to coordinate his pieces as best as possible. Rook to e1. There is only one fully open file. That's that e file here. So you should, in fact, place this rook here. But if the bishop moves, the d4 pawn is loose. So it's not easy to figure out how to make these trades work. And for Magnus, huge lead on the clock right now. We see 3 minutes, 30 seconds for him, 2:17 for Denis. Bishop e4, I really like those type of moves because you're trying to exchange that fianchetto bishop. The fianchetto piece is such an important defender of the white king. So f3 played, making this bishop look a bit silly. That bishop is staring into a brick wall, its own pawn on f3, but what he can do is now move his bishop back along this dark square diagonal, and in doing so, the bishop keeps the center defended. It allows white to trade rooks, and it means that maybe the worst will be behind Denis because he has finally activated his knight over there on the queen side. He has gained much needed space, and now Magnus takes a page out of Denis's book. He shuts down his own bishop, but he wanted to kick the knight out of c5. c4 is captured here. White can capture back. You take with the pawn, because with the queen, there would have been this b5 move anyway. But I love the way Magnus has handled this, because now he can actually even, in fact, take this knight on c5 and leave white with, oh, he takes on c4. That move surprised me. I actually thought he was going to play pawn to b4, but he's instead going for activity. What he could have done was leave white saddled with two isolated c-pawns, those double pawns there. Instead, he goes for the immediate activity. The rook was challenging the bishop. Behind is that light square bishop. So I really like this as well. A lead on the clock. I think the one downside, I would say, is that when you're well ahead on time like this, without so many pieces on the board, the moves start to get perhaps a bit easier for Denis. And rook c2 played, okay, a direct shot against the white. That queen should slide over 2 squares to the left. That way it keeps the a2 pawn defended. Okay, it goes to b3. Similarly, defending that a2 pawn. I thought the queen on a4 was a little bit more active. The queen on b3 is trying to use an open file. And don't be surprised if Denis goes for queen to b6 at some moment. I wouldn't do that right now because Magnus's last move, I think he's strongly hinting that his queen wants to join the party and go for an attack. But speaking of attack, the a6 pawn is vulnerable. Bishop f1. Rerouting the bishop, it hits that a6 pawn. Now with queen to d2, which was one of Magnus' ideas, rook e2. That rook can safely slide forward, trade those rooks. Actually trading pieces, I know I talk about how Denis likes the endgame, but trading pieces is just objectively good for white here because you have a bishop pair and those targets on the queen side. Knights are notoriously bad at defending both sides of the board. They're slow-moving pieces. So if Denis can somehow trade off the rooks or trade off the queens without giving away material, he would be a very, very happy chess player. So this scene is great. I mean, look at the colors there. Look like I'm going down Rainbow Road and just trying to win this race to the end. But I think these players right now, they're not focused on the colors except for the black and white pieces right now and trying to figure out what the next best move is. And you see Denis, the time there, as going near to a minute. And for Magnus, knight d5, the only move that gives him an advantage. With king g2 a mistake, it's not actually like super obvious that knight d5 is that problematic for white. It's just a good square to be on, but rook c3, queen f6, now f3 is super vulnerable. So knight on d5 is a healthy square in the center, but it also gives black key access points. Here comes rook c3. I mean, this is getting very bad very quickly. You see Denis, he puts his hand up in frustration. He just completely missed that this idea was in the air. And f3 now, the move he played so long ago, it's protected by a king. You don't want to use your king as a defender with so many pieces on the board. It's the worst defender to have, because if it's checked, it kind of has to move. If two pieces attack one square, well, that's a problem. So queen f6, I think that Denis will have to push his pawn to f4 after queen to f6. And that opens up the light square diagonal. You don't really want to push pawns in front of your own king. It gives key points of access to your opponent. It makes it easier to attack. Queen f6 played, f4 should be the quick response. I don't really see another move for Denis. And he plays it, but now there are all sorts of ideas. Bishop d3 is just one of them. The rook's under attack. You could trade bishops behind it. Maybe the rook slides bishop e4 check is something to consider as well. And oh, queen g6, the blue arrow, it's saying that that is the only move that keeps the advantage as significant as it currently is. Trading bishops, apparently not enough, even though that does look really good for black with a knight on a light square and white lacking a piece that can knock it off it. And here queen g6 says, okay, we can trade those light square bishops, but on my terms, and it threatens up knight takes f4 check. So queen to g6, I mean, that's such a nice move, but Magnus, he's frustrated. He looks like somebody who is trying to create a symphony there with that hand gesture, but he trades bishops on f1, and the direct approach was not the correct one. Queen g6, a not easy move to play, and you can tell, he knows that he's been better. He has the upper hand, but actually converting on these advantages is really difficult, especially when you play someone like Denis, because small advantages often are not enough. And king on f1, it looks like it can be quite exposed, but what? You play your queen to f5? Okay, so what? The king can go back to g2 and maybe tuck itself on h2. There aren't so many targets to work with. So rook f3 played, offering an exchange of queens that, wow, he takes with a pawn on f6. That's how much Magnus likes his knight on d5, and he wants to restrict the white rook. He takes it with a pawn. Pawn structure, overrated. Danya would say exactly that in this endgame. Rook d4, protecting a4. Watch out at some point, like rook takes d5 is not working anytime soon, really, but then the c-pawn can go to the other side. So just look out for that kind of thing. And the reason why Magnus took on f6 with the pawn rather than knight was he didn't want to allow that rook to d6. So the knight goes to e3. Okay, the king can choose where it goes. I think e2 looks the most natural to me. He goes to f2, which is approved. The evaluation bar stays right in the center because a5 is actually hanging. So he's giving up g3 to go for a5, and rook d8 is the move. When he plays it, I mean, Denis Lazavik he continues to amaze me and his opponents, because I thought that he would just defend the a4 pawn to win a5. No, he actually wants to get activity here, and he can go for the c pawn, and maybe he should throw in a check on g8 first. Bishop d2, I mean, that is the calmest move in the position. He wants g4, f5. He wants to go after this black king. So all of a sudden, it's Magnus who needs to be on the defensive. And objectively, Magnus is doing fine. Maybe he needs to use that a-pawn as a distraction at some point soon. But like, this king is boxed in. If this bishop actually gets out somehow into d6, there could be some issues. But if c5 falls here, and it has, I think now it's Denis just trying to make sure he has enough for equality. He actually trades rooks. That's counterintuitive. When you're down material, you often do not want to be the side trading, but he's suggesting that this h6 pawn is a permanent weakness. Not enough material on the board. The black king can't get around quickly enough, and the c pawn alone is maybe not going to do it because the white king steps forward to e4, winning king of the hill, but drawing this game. And wow, capturing on h5, that's a brave decision, but he's just going back and forth, defending the pawn. Bishop d2 comes with check. It forces the black king back. King f3 now, king e4 is the idea, going after this black knight. And king e4, though, c3 is just in time here, so king e2, the correct choice. I mean, Denis brings his king back rather than forward. How tempted would we have all been? I was tempted to move forward, and no, he decides to bring his king around, go after this c4 pawn. All the pieces are getting traded off, and peace will be had. I mean, if this game does not result in a draw, something has gone terribly wrong with their connection or just with their looking at the timer. But right now, as soon as the pawn goes to f4, the bishop will take it. So, well, okay, you have to be careful. Knights are tricky pieces, but what Denis needs to do is not trade his bishop for the knight, not allow a fork, and that's why he's going his king to e2. If his king and bishop are in opposite colors, it's impossible to fork them. right? A knight attacks the same color complex. A knight on the light squares attacks dark squares. And here, you cannot, you know, you're thinking about taking this knight, but don't go for it. Take now. You can take now, and then king f2. You create opposition, you make the draw. So Denis timed everything perfectly. He is able to escape this one with a draw, and we see 2.5, 1.5 as the first half of the 5+1 comes to a close. The players get a much-deserved round of applause, but they also get a much-deserved break. And Magnus immediately goes to analyzing that game, and he's shaking his head because at some point it was -2. But Denis, I mean, he should be happy he escaped in that one, but he's had some good opportunities that he has let slip. And Magnus, I mean, he shakes his head because he always wants perfection out of himself. That's what makes him the GOAT. It's what makes him so strong. And there, the players are getting cheered on as they are stepping aside from the playing area. They're going to get some rest, maybe get some hydration, because you know the London weather can be rainy outside, but it's important that in these heated moments you get, oh my goodness, look at that. That's Denis in the middle of his match signing things. That's beautiful. But here we have it. Magnus Carlsen beardless in this photo, but a 2.5, 1.5 lead. That is clear. As Denis Lazavik, he's still got that, childhood look to him. He is growing in chess, in life, but right now he needs to get some more points on the board because Magnus Carlsen has a 1-point lead in this match. 2.5, 1.5 in his favor. And we actually are going to throw it to an interview as John Sargent awaits with Denis Lazavik.
Denis, thank you very much for joining us here. Obviously quite a tense match and some very interesting positions. Ultimately, you came out here in front of the live audience in London and you won the first game. It's a long way to go. How are you feeling?
Well, I think I played quite good, but maybe when I got long time, I made some mistakes and also tactical mistakes. So in third game, I just blundered. It was terrible, but so far so good. No, not so bad actually.
Well, time to reset now. We've got the second half to go. Best of luck to you. Thank you very much. We're going to hop back over to the studio. Thanks very much, guys, and we'll be back with more chess in just a second.
Thanks, John. Appreciate that so much, and good to hear Denis's thoughts. He's really happy with this play, and he's not 100%, but it's clear that he's in this match, and I just want to thank everybody so much. I mean, this is a really heavy time, and it's been a heavy time, but Danya's chair is here. I know that everyone is trying to do right by his legacy, and I just want to say a few words about my dear friend, somebody who I loved commentating this very event with in the past. He is somebody who we cherish. Some people had the honor of being in his inner circle, knowing him personally. I'm so glad that I was one of those people, and I just want to say the Naroditsky Cup is so well named. It's such a great honor for someone who's such a great man. He was brilliant. He was full of surprises. He was so funny and punny and all of the above. But ultimately, he was just so lovely in the best way, so human, and he brought the best out of so many of us. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. I want to continue with the Speed Chess Championship 2025, but I would be remiss not to commentate with my dear friend just one last time as we send it onward. So thank you so much, everybody. See you soon.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Danya. Don't go anywhere, everybody. The 2025 Speed Chess Championship Finals from London will continue in just a few.
I think one of the things that maybe can be overlooked with Danya's commentary is like the amount of empathy he has, like not only for his co-commentator and the way he's able to adjust and work with so many different styles of co-commentators, but also his empathy for the viewers, understanding that a lot of the people who have watched chess online are quite new to the game, are beginners.
Oh, he's go! He played it with 0.1 seconds!
Oh my gosh, he's getting a queen! But knight takes a2.
Knight takes a2. Oh my god, it's c2.
Dmitry on Drake is a wizard.
He wins again.
And he had such a great way of breaking down very high-level, complex concepts in a very understandable way for the general audience.
As soon as White's king goes to c5, whoop, king comes back to d7. King goes back to d4, whoop, king goes back to e6. And there's literally nothing that white can do.
I've always appreciated him as a co-host, as a colleague, but I also truly enjoyed the moments when he was just the goofball Danya and he would do impressions.
And not to say that he would, actively lie, but, sometimes he could fudge it a little bit. Yes, this was preparation, but, okay, not this exact position, but something similar, okay.
Also, he's one of my most favorite commentators. The way he uses the English language is just something I could never hope to achieve. Very beautiful to watch.
He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. I mean, both players are just locked in concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's...
That's not a word!
At one period, only for one period, we were both commentators at the same time. I was looking forward to doing it with him, but it was a rotating roster, and he was with Levy, and when I was watching them commentate, him and Levy, I thought this is probably the best duo chemistry that I've seen. But also his commentary with Robert, with Danny, I think you could just see how much fun they were having. It was not at all performative. It was just a very genuine love to talk about chess.
Welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Hello to the fan zone, hello to the players, the audience, everyone watching around the world. Eric, we're about to get into the remaining part of this 5+1 section here in the Speed Chess Championship. Just want to say that was amazing, seeing Robert here and having him commentate that section. That was really special to watch, and I'm glad that you and I get to continue to commentate in Danya's favorite thing, speed chess.
Definitely. I mean, that was world-class commentary. It's not easy to do alone, so I definitely enjoyed watching that. It was great to see Robert.
Yeah, and it's nice to have, we got a balance here, so it's nice to be able to go back and forth. Now, getting into the chess, Eric, I was impressed, much like the rest of us watching, at just how this match started, right? Denis Lazavik coming out of the gate and taking a win against Magnus Carlsen just indicates to everyone who thought this might be a blowout that he's here to play.
I think it's good for the fans, but psychologically, it's so important for Denis. When you're the big underdog in a one-on-one match, we've seen some SCC matches. You start off poorly, you start questioning yourself, can I actually beat this guy? But Denis pulling off that early win, and then the most recent game where he held the draw in a position that guys like Magnus thrive in, that's going to give him the confidence boost needed, and that's so important when you're playing Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and what do you think of, as the players were heading to that break there, couldn't help but notice that Denis was taking the time to even sign an autograph as well. And he gave a very short interview as well. Eric, what do you make of that? Can you really remove yourself from the intense match like that? I don't know that I could. It just speaks to his maturity.
I think that's very tough, but it shows that probably he is more relaxed, and that's very good for a young player playing on such a big stage like this. And part of the maturity of him he's an elite speed chess player online, getting better year by year. He feels more comfortable, and it's going to pay off.
That's right, and here he is. Did he just sign another one on the way back to his seat? That's Denis Lazavik, ladies and gentlemen, as there he is taking his seat to continue this 5-minute section. Would you say, Eric, that at the moment, more or less, is he in a spot that he'd be happy with, thinking before the match started?
I mean, I'm not sure you want to be down, a point against Magnus, but you know that it might happen.
Yeah.
Having that win under his belt, also holding that tough position, I think he's okay. He's good at every time control, and there's no margin right now that's intimidating or that can cause second, doubting yourself, tilt. No, right now he has all the reason to be optimistic.
Exactly right. Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen taking his seat as well. And, what was obviously a rocky start, I think same can be said for Magnus, that he's held his composure and he didn't let that first result really change how this 5+1 portion has gone thus far.
Yeah, I think he knows that Denis is, on paper, Magnus being the big favorite, but he knows it's going into today. It wasn't going to be easy, and he's ready for it. At what point do we start calling him Mustache Magnus? This is a trial of his new look as well.
It is. We'll be obviously paying close attention to the results that he's scoring with this look because, maybe we're wondering if it's going to disappear if he doesn't win the match for tomorrow.
Yeah, I had to bring it up because, you were one of the guys who grew out your beard for maybe chess results, so trying to find some correlation there.
I'll take any correlation to Magnus Carlsen at this point, Eric. Completely agree. Look at the audience as well. It's just a sold-out arena here. Very excited to get into these matchups, and I could hear actually from a different part of the venue, Eric, the fans, just that reaction when Denis won that first game. So I think in terms of the intrigue for the fans, having that result early for Denis has just made this an incredibly close one.
Yeah, and I think having the fans and having this in London, a city with a storied chess history, like the visibility, everyone knows who Magnus is, maybe Hikaru, but there's a lot of new players coming in. It'd be great for them to know about Denis Lazavik, and this is a great opportunity for him to gain a lot of fans, and especially those young players growing up saying, you know what, he can beat Magnus, maybe I can be like him too.
There you go. We have the games are underway in the second half of the 5+1 portion, and Eric, looks like we have a King's Indian to start things off.
Yeah, I didn't know this was part of his repertoire, but that's good for us, good for the fans. Typically, very sharp opening. Hikaru used to use the King's Indian all the time for moments when you need a decisive result.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and one thing I've noticed already about the position is the rook has slid to the e8 square, and then we saw the position close with the move d5. That's something that usually you want to time when the black rook moves over, you play d5, because the plan for black that most chess players are familiar with is to strike with f5. And so the rook honestly wants to be back on that f8 square. So cleverly waiting for the rook to shift and then closing the center.
Yeah, I guess with rook e8, I'm not sure if Denis is striving for a close position against Magnus. Typically, when you look at the styles, Magnus is known as a very good player in maneuvering and understanding close positions, but at the same time, Denis is very positionally solid, and look at this move, king h8. That's attached to the idea that I know of knight g8 and bishop h6, trading off that dark squared bishop that's blocked by, the pawn on e5.
Exactly. You talk about good and bad bishops. Your good bishop, that bishop on d7 for black, the opposite color of where most of those pawns are fixed. And so you mentioned a nice plan, trading off black's, let's say, poor bishop on g7 for white's good bishop on e3 is a great plan to follow. I'm not used to the queen side actually being closed like this for white with the move a4, Eric. This move struck me as a little bit weird because I often see white go for b3, a3, and b4 to continue to expand. But the move a4 completely shuts things down until the move b4 later, but you can't achieve it at the moment.
Yeah, I don't understand a4 at all, I have to be honest. I'm really used to white playing a3, b4. Look at the knights on c3 and d3. Look at the bishop on e3. They're ready to support this b4, c5 push with the pawn on a3. But with the pawn on a4, like generally in the King's Indian, white's supposed to push on the queen side, and you need pawn flexibility. You need to be able to push your pawns forward. Here, even if white prepares b4 in the future, you'll notice the a4 pawn will then be isolated, the c4 pawn won't have any support to move forward. I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah, that seems unusual. The move king h8 might feel unusual as well, but connected with that idea of knight g8 and bishop h6, for the moment, it looks like white's going to play queen d2, and it's just been played on the board. That prevents that knight g8 move for the moment from having an impact with bishop h6, but you can still achieve it. h5, king h7, bishop h6 if you want to go for that plan, or rook f8, clearly indicating, Eric, that now it's time for f5, which is the most traditional plan when it comes to the King's Indian structures.
Yeah, I'm really curious what Magnus is striving for here, because once f5 is played, I mean, even this rook on a3, I'm not exactly sure where it's headed. Investing some time with moves like that, it feels like a good King's Indian. Black's plan is clear, and sometimes that's a huge advantage in blitz. This time controls, we've moved to the 3-1 portion, so having a clear plan where you know your next 3-4 moves, you want to pressure the king side, that should probably manifest into a time advantage for Lazavik.
Yeah, now pay attention to the maneuvering here. The rook on a3 now comes alive to perhaps go over to the g3 square in the future, or at least exert some support along the third rank. The bishop is going to go to that d4 square, as you're highlighting. That knight on f2, multi-purpose. You can bring it to d1 and to e3, where it's going to blockade that e4 pawn perfectly. And from f2 or e3, it supports the move g4. So it could, Eric, actually be white that expands on the king side, and we see it right away.
G4 before preparing it with maybe like king h2, that's ambitious. And I think we simply have to look at the move right now, queen h4. Is white risking a lot here? Is that king weak?
Absolutely. This is a big risk. I think that rook on a3, the placement is what's being relied on here, because otherwise it looks quite scary to allow the queen to come out. In terms of adding more pressure, though, how do you continue? It does look like white has that bishop to d4 move in order to have that rook sliding over to g3, so everything looks defended for the moment.
Well, I think it's clear for black. The queen looks nice on h4 and it can't be harassed easily, but you need more pieces. So knight e7, the knight might join on g6, and then on g6 it supports h4, also pressures f4. Black needs more pieces, and I'm curious what Magnus is going to decide. Do you play g5 at some point? Are you worried about the g file opening up? But it's a very risky approach, and it's at some point the position is going to open up, and then clock will be a big factor. You don't want a position like this when you're under a minute.
Exactly right. This is a position that's going to be very difficult to play very soon. The opening, I think most of the time I would say the players kind of minded their own business. They each had their plans they were trying to achieve. Now there's tension in the position, and things need to be decided. At some point, black can capture on the g4 square, and that will open up that f file for pressure on the f4 pawn.
g5 I was looking at, the idea is maybe you can try to trap the queen. The queen doesn't have any room, and maybe in the future you go knight h1, bishop f2. But after h6, I don't think it's in time. h6, knight h1, takes, bishop f2, there's queen takes f4. Not sure if Magnus missed the tactic here, because if the g file opens up, it feels like black's attacking chances increase exponentially.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You talk about the odds coming in for Magnus on Polymark are definitely going to be affected by even just a single game when it comes to a match like this. I see this position as one that could go very, very wrong, if not wrong already for white. We weren't sure about this a4 plan, and honestly, Eric, the queen side has been totally forgotten. It's all about the king side. This is a King's Indian dream.
Yeah, I think you want to look at imbalances. The knight on b5 looks nice there, but the knight on a6 defends c7. So then we have to look at the rest of the pieces. And black's goal is to use every other piece, the bishop, the knight, the rooks, transfer them over to the king side and attack this weak king on g2. So expecting to see knight g6, rook g8. The f4 pawn's also pretty loose. I don't see the compensation from Magnus opening up his king side, but there's no pressure on black.
Yeah, there's also this idea, this knight on a6 is really just covering the c7 pawn at the moment. But, you know, in the future, we could see the bishop trade for the knight on b5. That knight will jump into the c5 square. And as the pieces shift over to the king side, look for that knight to potentially wedge itself from c5 into d3. That will disconnect that rook from a3. That could play a major role in the future.
In knight c5, white, when you look at exchanges, you generally don't want to trade off your dark squared bishop. It's holding the f4 pawn. With bishop d4, you can trade it off because it's black's dark squared bishop, but that's maybe the only exchange. Because if this black bishop can stay there, unchallenged, that's just a very strong piece.
Exactly. There's weak pawns here. f4, h3. The king on h2 is, you know, sheltered for the moment, but the knight on h4 is very strong. The f3 and d3 squares are two destinations I can see those black knights arriving to. The bishop can only cover one at a time. So there could be a situation where, and we're starting to see, bishop takes b5 and very likely knight c5, but could be also knight b4 into the d3 square.
Yeah, I think we'll see knight c5 just because it has the additional benefit of keeping maybe the rook honest on a3, hitting a4. And Denis knows that Magnus is not trading off this dark square bishop for the knight. But if you don't trade it off for the knight, then this knight has an outpost for the rest of the game, and that's a huge improvement.
That's right. Knight c5, if white were to play a move like b3 to guard the a-pawn, disaster really, because the coordination is completely ruined. The rook on a3 can no longer help on the king side, and the rooks are shifting and probably doubling soon on the g-file.
I love black's position here. When I compare the pieces, once the knight reaches to c5, it's an outpost. The bishop on e2 is blocked by white's own pawns. The knight on h4 is better than knight on g3. Why? It defends f5, it opens up the g-file, and maybe black can start doubling on the g-file. And I just don't see the initiative or compensation from Magnus whatsoever.
Yeah, we see knight to h5 played. So hitting the f6 square, the g7 square, and you see the blue arrow indicating knight d3. I highlighted this move earlier in the game because I knew at some point the coordination could be ruined. Knight f3 instead, though.
Rook e4, that's an exchange sacrifice. Wow. But if you give black connected past pawns, that's probably worth much more than an exchange.
Yep, and immediately declined. The knight can take that rook eventually, but for now, priority on eliminating that strong f3 pawn. So more to think about here for Denis.
That was a great, like Magnus could not take the exchange. That was a forced move, I think.
Absolutely, and the rook has to join the game. There was no way to play b3, because the rook on a3, you're almost down a rook at that point. So despite the a-pawn hanging here, this move was forced, and already we see a sacrifice.
Rook and knight for a queen, but the f5 pawn is weak, and so then if you can pick that up, that's a rook, knight, and a pawn for a queen. Might not be equal, but getting close to equality.
Yeah, but this is a type of equal that there's going to be big chances for both sides. This isn't the equal where, you know, you change the channel and say this is going to be a draw. Not at all. Look at that eval bar climbing.
Rook 2 to f3, preparing rook h4, pinning the queen, and I'm not sure where Magnus can place the queen safely.
Yeah, at this point I'm wondering...
that's a good one.
I'm wondering how Denis is going to get out of this because rook h4 is just so strong. And look at the best move is b3, just improving the position slowly, Eric.
That is a Magnus move, but under 20 seconds he finds it.
Amazing.
Rook h4 isn't ready to be played yet, so white wants to slowly improve the position because it's hard for black to find a move. Where do you place your queen? Where do you place the king? There's forks, there's pins.
Yeah, and you can play rook to h4, and then...
That just blunders, by the way.
Well, rook takes f5 can be played, but the problem is b3 has solidified the a-pawn. That's a big deal for this variation, and the king placement on h8 is not where it wants to be.
No, the c7 pawn falls, then b6 and d6 are weak.
Let's have a look at this endgame. Rook endgames are so tricky. We're even starting to see the possibility that, you know, those pawns could just run. The h-pawn and the b-pawn split the attention.
Yeah, the only counterplay for black is this d-pawn and maybe cutting the white's king off and coming up with some backbreaking threats. But rook b5, That looks like it's it.
Amazing technique. Getting the rook behind the pawn and a few checks, but once that rook has to go backwards, there's no hope here. And that will be a resignation. And despite the head shake, great technique when it came down to it.
Yeah, it's easy to misplay. You'd have no time to calculate in those rook and pawn endgames, so it's pure instincts, and it paid off for Magnus there. In a position that I thought he was in trouble.
Yeah, no, he absolutely was. A critical moment was that knight move, choosing the right one. But, you know, we're on to the next game immediately, and we sort of see this London system making an appearance with the bishop on f4.
Are you familiar with d6? Is that too common of a move?
Not very. Honestly, there are so many ways you can play against the London, but d6 is a move that indicates the intention to play knight h5. You're trying to take away that e5 square from the bishop, and that's why h3 was played very early, so that you have space to bring that bishop back.
b6, a pretty flexible setup for Magnus. You fianchetto the light squared bishop, and then in the future, because you've played your pawn at d6, you can decide if you want c5 as the break to challenge the center, or maybe castles, put a rook on 8, and try to play for e5. And e5 right away.
Yeah, we see it immediately. The g2 pawn being loose, and specifically with the pawn on h3 as well, means it's a difficult pawn to capture in the middle. And so what we actually see is that e5 was achieved in a way that you might not expect earlier. So it's kind of a move that you haven't had to prepare with queen e7.
Yeah, this d5 move by Denis, to explain, it might look a bit early. It shuts down the light squared bishop, but it does improve black's dark square diagonal. So double edge, knight c5. Magnus wants to play a5 next move to install this knight, taking away the b4 possibility. And if you go b4 right away, there's knight c to e4, and all of a sudden, there could be some pressure on this long diagonal.
Yeah, the bishop on h2, the reason that black has played e5 and e takes d4, the bishop on h2 is no good against that pawn structure. c7, d6 completely neutralizes that London dark square bishop. So we'll probably see rook e1, the bishop can slide back to the f1 square, and at some point white does want to play knight to d4 into the center of the board, but it's a difficult move to play when the bishop on g7 is eyeballing it, and currently it would be a loose piece.
Yeah, I mean, before I do that, I guess we have to start considering bishop back to f4. Doesn't feel good, but it's not part of the game right now. I'd love to maybe pin the knight or bring it back to e3.
Yep, and e3 would support that idea of knight d4, so don't mind that at all. Bishop to f4, bishop back to e3. Meanwhile, for black, the bishop on b7 is not ideal. So you're either going to have to break the position with c6 or reroute that bishop back to c8.
Well, knight b5, just like last game, you put the knight here, long-term pressure on c7, but it's hard to sometimes evaluate. What if black's bishop on b7 was already blocked by the pawn? Might not be such a bad idea to trade it off for a knight.
Yeah, absolutely. Knight d4. So basically, we're seeing knight d4 achieved. This is the plan that we outlined, and it was done in a nice way with knight b5 first. And now if the bishop captures on b5, you can recapture nicely with the knight or with the pawn and sink the knight on c6 as well.
Quite a few trades coming in. Position's not changing too much evaluation-wise. Both players have, some space here. Magnus has this good dark squared bishop. Denis has this nice knight on b5. It's just optimizing some pieces that require it. And for me, when I'm looking at this from Denis's perspective, it's bishop f4 screaming to be played.
Yep.
He needs to get back in the game.
Exactly right. This is you can just see the demeanor here. I don't think this is a position that's too scary to handle, but the space advantage, maybe I give the slight nod to white in this position. However, it's a game of color complexes, light squares versus dark squares. You can see the control that white has of the light squares in the position, and for black, that dark squared bishop is so powerful.
One thing I want to mention from the previous game is Magnus had a4. In this position, if Denis has time, he'd like to play b3, a3, and then b4, dislodging the knight and gaining some space on the queen side. That takes a bit of time, so I'm not sure if he'll go for it, but it's an opportunity later on down the road.
Exactly, and that's why we were so stunned by that a4 move, because it completely removes that possibility, and that is how white is going to kick that knight out from the c5 square and continue to actually make some progress in this position, which looks slightly better, but very difficult to actually break through. There's no targets, there's no weaknesses.
I really like this maneuver from Denis, though. Queen e2 and then queen e3, control of the e-file. The pieces are all coordinated for the most part. And b3, we're seeing the setup, a3, b4, and white does have a bit of a space advantage. Once b4 hits, there'll be some serious questions for Magnus, so he's got to be urgent.
Agree, and speaking of urgent, knight into e4. Now, a3, b4 would be a challenging move, but okay, we see f3. He does not want to deal with that knight, despite weakening the dark squares. Eric, he might be planning, if the knight goes back to f6, to continue a bit more aggressively with g4 and bishop f4 and just gaining all the space in the position.
Plays h4, earning control over the g5 square long term. But it's hard to come up with a plan for Magnus here. I have to say, the more time that's elapsed, I'm liking white's position because I see how white generates space. a3, b4, maybe the knight circles back to d4 and plants itself on c6.
Now, what we are seeing is a little bit of the experience, perhaps, playing a role here as well. One thing about this position is, Magnus is playing it a lot faster, and if black achieves this dark square bishop trade, bishop on g7 for the bishop on f4, we could get in a situation where there's a lot of light squared pawns for white, and this light squared bishop on f1. That's not a situation that you'd like to be in as white. So the bishop pair is so important to keep protected, and all of a sudden that h4 pawn that he moved before, it's a target.
It is, and you don't want to play a move like queen f2, queen e1. Feels passive, feels like you're going in the wrong direction.
That's right.
And black has just a bunch of easy moves. King g7, slowly encroaching in.
Yeah, the c7 pawn is maybe the weakest part of black's position, but so easy to keep defended. The computer is never going to represent a huge advantage here, Eric, but it just feels from a practical point of view that the pressure of that dark square bishop trade plus the h4 pawn is more significant than perhaps the bishop pair and the c7 pawn.
For sure, I think a lot of blitz chess comes down to who has the easier moves. And Denis's position has not been easy to improve. Besides this a3 is no longer in the position. King h2, Magnus can play king g7. No matter what, h4 is a long-term liability.
That's right. Knight to d3. Now, you could consider that exchange, and he does so. The bishop on f1 was not the best piece in the position. The h4 pawn needs support, but of course the knight needs to be dealt with here. So I wonder,
maybe bishop e5 was the plan here. Oh, okay. Not
bishop
quite.
e5 is very tricky, actually. I was going to say we might see repetition depending on the mindset of the players, but a4 indicates not that Magnus is going all out, but he's willing to play a few more moves, and perhaps bishop e5 now.
I think there's positions to look at in the future where Magnus might be willing to sacrifice the c7 pawn for counterplay elsewhere. That might be the h4 pawn, might be the c4 pawn. But he's not intending to keep his queen on d8 for the rest of the game, just for the sake of defending c7.
Well, we're going to see something now, because in that position, the c4 pawn was hanging, and so was h4. I didn't see a good way to keep everything defended, because queen d4 was impossible. Now, the game is completely opened up.
Bishop f2. Bishop f2. If Magnus finds that, there's mate threats on h4. And the dark squares are looking very weak.
Yep, this is all about the dark squares. Bishop f2, he needs to calculate the move g3, so instead goes back to e7, not the right direction.
No, that's a missed opportunity. After a3, white has a bit of stability all of a sudden. Yep. The knight on b5 covers d6, which is the main concern. You can play g3 in the future, cover up your king. Oh, now we have an endgame.
This almost looks like perhaps a missed opportunity turned into Magnus not wanting to risk too much, although as I say that, c takes on d6. I wonder is Magnus actually happy to be here, because it looks like white has an easier job at creating something in terms of a pass pawn.
Yeah, queening endgames are really tough to evaluate. Computers might say this is equal, but that's based on maybe finding a perpetual.
There it is.
In this case, Denis, maybe down on time, didn't want to press things.
Yep, that makes perfect. And you do probably need to take it here. You could grab the pawn on c4, and then there might be still a perpetual in the position after that, but it's obviously at this point simple enough to take that repetition, and another draw in this one. We mentioned the draw rate of Denis Lazavik, and we're seeing a few of them here so far.
But it wasn't his typical draw, because it felt like he maybe lost control of the position a bit and then still hung in there. So I think from his perspective, he's probably okay with that result. He didn't quite get the push he wanted, and then Magnus let him back in the game.
Yeah, as any good chess game ends with both players upset at the result.
Lazavik's the type of player, after a loss, he's not coming out the next game guns a-blazing.
That's right.
Still sticks to his style. A draw might be a way to build back some momentum, some confidence, and just stay in the match. It's still close enough.
Yeah, no, we talked about this in the pregame as well, just how consistent Denis is, and that is what you have to do in the Speed Chess Championship. Stay in the match because anything can happen. One blunder can change things. So what we've got here is a new position as Magnus with the white pieces. Certainly has a lot of experience in these structures, Eric, from both sides, and knight d2 indicates the idea perhaps playing pawn to f4 for white to strike at that center, but sometimes you can also play on the queen side as white, maybe like a b4 plan, pushing that pawn from a4 to a5 just to restrict and prevent black from being solid with a move like b6.
Yeah, f4, as you mentioned, the queen side push, both opportunities. I actually played Magnus recently on the white side of this, and I can say it didn't end very well. These are some slow positions from both sides. Black would like to play f5 at some point. You have the bishop pair. You'd like to open that up, but you have to be very careful when you play f5 because the e5 pawn could become critically weak, especially you see this rook on e1. There is some potential. When you play f4, that's a good way to improve the bishop. I actually thought Denis was going to play the knight to e6 as a means of defending against f4 and stopping some of the ways that white would open up the position.
Yeah, that's a common one because not only do you stop f4, you also head to the d4 square. A move that white is not that interested in playing is the move c3 because it controls d4, but you permanently weaken that d pawn. So sometimes black brings the knight to e6 to tempt white to play that c3 move.
Oh, I think that should be played, but here you need to clear the e6 square.
Yep.
Bishop f7 might feel passive, but if you give up your bishop pair, that's another tough decision.
Yeah, it's basically you're not even just giving up the bishop, but you're kind of trading it for the knight on d2 in effect because the knight's just going to recapture it and you're not really achieving that much. Here is a very similar idea, trying to encourage c3 because knight b4 could be annoying to deal with.
Yeah, white, if you're looking at this position from white's perspective, wants to keep the pawn on c2. Otherwise, any c3 really weakens the center and the d3 square. So Magnus maybe will react with knight e3 after knight b4. But on the other hand, how does white push here? If you play, you want to maybe time e5 properly, maybe queen g3. You just have to be careful because even though this bishop on g7 is blocked right now, it's just one or two moves away from this being a very open position, and maybe things aren't timed properly.
Yeah, I like your call of queen g3. It gets off the f file, which makes the move e5 a little more desirable. And also after e5, should black capture or maybe push, there was bishop g5 in the position. So that's why black has also sidestepped with queen d7. If you could trade those bishops as well, potentially queen e3 and bishop h6. That's another idea to just soften the king side. But we're going to see a lot of maneuvering in this one. And I'm still wondering how that c-pawn is going to be defended. If black plays knight to b4, probably going to see either rook c1 or knight e3 in order to watch that pawn temporarily.
Yeah, I think knight e3. I wasn't sure after knight b4, rook c1, if you can play knight a2 and then knight back to
That's
b4.
right.
I'm not sure about that. Probably not.
And knight e3, g5. You have to start considering that bishop does not have many squares. So perhaps there is this knight a2 almost repetition available if white doesn't want to play knight a3.
Big thing for Denis here. He's down about 30 seconds. Knight a2, I was tempted by that. Okay, we do see the repetition.
Now he's calculated something here, obviously, because g5 is quite a risky.
Fortunately, yeah.
Bishop c7, rook c8, bishop d6. So you clear a path for that bishop, even though it looks like there's not one available.
And then after you clear the path, if it gets attacked anymore, you might have e5 cementing it.
Yep, and the knight can rejoin the c4 square. And the move g5 for black is not good, right? At its core, g5 is a move you would never want to play. So you can only do it if you're 100% sure that you're trapping that bishop. In this case, not only does it not work, but I think Denis is also not that risk taker.
Well, b5, this is a blunder, and it's just the same idea we looked at. The problem is c5 is hanging after the pawn pushed to b5. So after bishop c7, rook moves, bishop d6. You're either losing an exchange or a pawn.
In the end, it was actually a more significant error than the move g5, and Look at how quickly that bishop just rerouted. Take the pawn back to b2, where it puts pressure on f6. Black now has to move the rook back to defend. It is all white in this position. The c4 square is also under white's control.
Yeah, f6 is the most important pawn in the game. I think Magnus, with h4, he's indicating, I'm not worried about a4. I can attack the king side. The queen, investing that much time away from the king, it's going to pay off for white. And just long term, this knight on a6 feels like Denis lost a lot of time maneuvering the knight.
Yep.
Has to find a way to come back in this game. And maybe trading queens is practical. A lot of times you don't do that when you're down material. But I think he recognizes with the queens on the board, maybe his king is not in a good position. I'm going to trade and play an endgame. Yeah,
this could help, and the move g4 is permanently stopping all f5 ideas, and also has this plan of playing g5 for white. You play that, you get that bishop trade that you're looking to get, and perhaps control of some dark squares. So let's say how he handles this position, but honestly, Eric, there's no rush. Everything is defended. That knight on e3 is a hero at the moment.
Yeah, everything's defended, and it feels like Magnus has a few moves ready to be played, like rook e to f2. At some point, knight d2 to c4. Ways to improve the position.
So knight d2 to c4 here, because the e3 knight is everything. If that knight gets captured or moves, c2 falls, g4 falls. So you have to keep a knight on e3. So that's why knight c4 was played. Should the bishop capture on c4, look at how the rook on e2 now defends the c-pawn. You can recapture nicely with the knight. So really great maneuvering, getting the pieces to the right squares.
Yeah, we look at this position. What can Denis attack? Everything is nicely covered. And under a minute, there's a 2-minute time advantage. This is close to being lost.
It is. f6 is hanging in this position. One of the reasons that I think Denis has gone for this is because bishop takes on e3, puts us in an opposite bishop situation. But Eric, we're not close to a draw just yet. It is all Magnus. And in terms of the current position, you got f6 hanging. You could even push forward with d4 and d5. But I like the counterplay with c4. I think this is a good practical attempt.
Yeah, if you don't play c4, you're just permanently defending f6. That's passive. It's not going to work. c4, make things a bit sharper. You know you're likely behind either way, but this forces Magnus to find some tougher moves. And I think d4 is generally how you want to react as white.
Yep.
Grab the passed pawn. You can push to d5 later on. And we're expecting c3 from Denis.
Yep.
Something like bishop a3, but...
critical moment after c4, how you react to a move like this. If the knights get traded, we really do get closer to those draw tendency positions with opposite color bishops on the board, but you need to know what's coming next. So if d4, black might play the move c3, and then there's bishop a3, another pin against that knight on the side of the board that Magnus is counting on.
If Magnus takes on f6, that's okay, and I think that's pretty safe. Probably a 2-result game. d4, probably the best move here, but the position gets a bit sharper. And I see some positions where maybe Denis plays a5 and at some point wants to target the a4 pawn as a means of counterplay.
Yeah, starting with bishop a3, black needs to capture just so there's no c3 move, which might win that knight. And instead, we're getting a very similar position, but I think Magnus didn't want the risk of a black pawn on c3, so just traded the c-pawns first or chose a variation where Denis had to play this way.
Well, if I'm playing black here, Amon, I think I'm trying to target the a4 pawn. There's nothing else that's loose right now.
Yeah, completely agree. a4 being on a light square.
And there's not many pieces you can use. The rook on f8 is still tied to the f6 pawn.
There you go, bishop b3.
He just has to play moves. I mean, just down a minute and change. Can't afford to get under a few seconds and with a sharp position.
No, not at all. This is a position that will require some technique as well. So bishop b3, rook c3, I think this is the right way to play.
I think you can double the rooks here. Oh, rook e8. There's an f5 move if you move your king up. Wait, I think Magnus's blunder. Rook takes e4.
You can just take it.
And then you can take rook e takes e3.
Magnus,
just a massive mistake.
His hand is in the air. He can't believe what he's just allowed because, first of all, he has to compose and not end up worse. But this is just a huge error. Let's see if he can pull this position back after rook takes b4, rook takes d5. We should be headed towards a drop. That outside a pawn, Eric, and better king placement for white, still a little bit tricky.
And the time situation. Even though this is a theoretical draw, you might be between 2 or 3 moves and you don't have time to actually recall which one it is.
The counterplay with black's f-pawn is going to be really helpful here. This has definitely been a mistake, an error from Magnus, but still, we're used to seeing him get to this position without a mistake before and turn it into a win. So let's see if he can do it here.
Yeah, there's a couple approaches. White runs the king over to the queen side to support that pawn, or something like this, where you get the king out of you get split past pawns and the king is out of position.
And that's how quick it happens. You blink and you'll miss it. Magnus Carlsen now has the pawn all the way on h7, and if you bring the king to g6, it's no help, Eric. You can't capture the pawn because the a-pawn goes all the way, and Magnus wins that game after initially making a mistake.
Yeah, I think being up on time really helped him there, because Denis probably knew with best play he could hold it, but so hard with under 10 seconds to play down a pawn against Magnus Carlsen.
That's the name of the game. That's the name of the event, the Speed Chess Championship. It's obviously very relevant how much time you have on the clock. It's a weapon just like being up material is.
That's a tough break for Denis. He probably felt he's suffering the whole game. Magnus really did blunder. And sometimes you blunder, you can lose the game. That type of blunder, fortunately for Magnus, didn't cost him the game. Maybe just half a point with best play, but wasn't the biggest mistake.
Well, in this position, Eric, I couldn't help but notice it looks like we've got the same game, but if you flip the colors. Because this is actually the exact setup that we saw used previously by Magnus Carlsen. So kind of interesting to see a 100% flip. And what I'm used to is that bishop for black goes to e7 instead of d6, and that's a little bit because of this e5 push. We see e4, and Eric, this is the same idea that was used because of that loose g7 pawn, and in this case, the pawn's protected on e4 anyway.
Yeah, I'm not used to. I think Denis has definitely added some more openings to his repertoire since every year. Like, this is used to some Catalans, some very solid d4. This is, changing things up, trying to take Magnus out of his comfort zone. But just immediately looking at this position with bishop e5, looking to trade off the dark squared bishops, that's a pretty comfortable
Magnus looks like he's literally in his comfort zone right now.
Oh yeah,
on the
he's leaning back.
Yeah, I don't know if he's really succeeded, but I think that was the intention. Trading off those dark square bishops and playing e5. To be honest, I think this may have backfired from a practical perspective. We can see the evaluation bar, enjoys White's position, but I look at this a little bit differently, Eric. I see that White has that bishop on f3, not the best piece, of course, a very equal position, but I think from a practical perspective, you're happy to get e5, fix that e4 pawn on a light square, and look to play queen e7, kingside castle, keep it nice and safe.
Yeah, it's a long-term plan for White to figure out how to best deploy the light squared bishop, because you don't want it aimed at just your pawn on e4. Ideally, you have a rook or another piece defending it and trying to find a diagonal for the bishop. One idea, maybe, is eventually play g3, bishop g2, and go for f4. But it's a bit more of a simplified position.
Long castle, Eric, what do you make of that move? I mean, it's actually matched immediately by White, which makes perfect sense, but I was surprised that Black didn't go kingside. It did not look that dangerous on the king side.
No, I think Magnus is just like, I'm just going to symmetrical castle, queen side. Doesn't see much danger in this, which makes sense. Limited material. It's not like White's in a position to just storm on the queen side and loosen up Black's king. Really depends. Is White's pressure on e5 real? Can you actually turn that into, can you create a weakness? The knight looks good on c4, the queen looks good on c3, but what's the next thing? What's the next additional piece? If you just play natural moves, I mean, I guess there's an issue here, right? This knight on d7, when it moves, there's rook takes d8 and e5 falls. So is Denis just arguing Black's running out of natural moves?
Exactly. Yeah, the knight on d7 can't move currently unless there's a well-calculated line that also wins the e4 pawn back. That does not look easy to do. And benefit for White is that while you've both castled, White's king has an escape square. So Black has to spend that extra time to maybe play a6. And I know you mentioned it's probably unlikely, but a good waiting move for White almost seems like a4, a5, or maybe your idea of g3, bishop back to g2, and you could even consider h4 and bishop h3. A piercing pin on that long diagonal, Eric.
Yeah, the more I look at this position, I think I underestimated White's setup. It's hard for Magnus to trade off or challenge the position. Just this long-term pressure on e5. White, Black's not in a position to get a pawn on f6, and even if that happens, you have just some free space on the queen side to play a5, maybe hint at a6, grab a little bit of space. You also have the d file. It might be somewhat of a symmetrical position, but where White has all the advantages. A little bit more space, the d file. Like rook d2. If I'm just going to play simple chess, rook d2,
and
rook
Eric,
e to
I think
d1.
I can hear that there's a "Let's Go Denis" chant live in the audience right now. We get a glimpse of that on the cam there. So they're rallying behind Denis also because of the situation in the match and with the time ticking down. They know, the fans know how important this game is, and you've seen how Denis has been playing it so far. You mentioned underestimating the position. I feel the same way. Perhaps Magnus also did.
Yeah, Magnus is definitely down a few moves in what looks to be a normal position, but knight c5. The question still is, how does White break through? And I said before, it doesn't seem like you should attack on the queen side, but Magnus is just a couple moves away from maybe getting a setup. Knight to e6, rook to d8.
Yep.
So right now, White is ahead in development, but that's not permanent.
And the move c6 for Magnus to kick that rook out of d5 is not a desirable move. You give up the b6 square, you give up the d6 square. So he's looking to hold steady, and while this gives up d7, it's only momentary. Because that knight can jump into the d4 square, it's not like that rook's staying on d7 forever.
Definitely not. And I want to say a long-term plan, if White doesn't get pressure, look for Magnus to maybe consider h4 as a move.
Yep.
Fix these pawns. The knight will be able to slide into f4 and put long-term pressure on g2. Right now, though, Magnus has to find a safe place for the queen.
Yeah. No, it's important that you mentioned that.
I might play h4 as
I was
White.
going to say, yeah, White might want to play h4 just to prevent that, because that's a long-term problem. If you don't make something happen as White in the middle game here, Black plays h4, knight f4, and you could be in some trouble in some of those endgames, even with the kings and pawns.
I want to play h4 on, but there's rook d8. And again, too many trades, there's no edge for White.
No,
if you allow too many trades.
It feels like it's disappearing slowly. Magnus is, he's still kind of in his chair looking comfortable. I think he's had to do more work than he expected, but what seemed like, tons of pressure in the position has turned into the e5 pawn fully defended, the knight on e6 heading to f4, d4, and rook d8 supported by the queen, the knight. I mean, what do you do other than acquiesce to all these trades?
I guess with knight e3, the knight's good on d5 in some positions without the rooks. You can target f6, but also frees up the queen for this queen c4 move. And the point is just to prevent Magnus from being able to play rook d7, trade off the rooks, and bring another rook behind.
That's right. Now,
wow, there's a line here.
No.
You see these arrows I'm on.
Oh,
that's
my
easy to
goodness.
miss.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, that is crazy. Queen takes e6, everybody. Would have been a pure sacrifice. And we have to show that, Eric, on the board. King to a7. And the problem is if you play c6 in a position like this, there's a mating net on a8 with knight b6, with knight c7. This is an unbelievable concept, and honestly, no wonder it wasn't spotted.
It's a nasty concept, and we can go even further. Like b5, you find rook a8 check.
Oh my goodness.
Rook takes a6. Very hard to find.
That's insane.
People will analyze that after the match, but that was a remarkable chance.
And back to the live position here, that would have been a crazy way for this game to end. But honestly, much more expected is what we see on the board here. In terms of the pawn structure, h4 was played by White. Bit of an achievement there, but Eric, at this point, it doesn't feel like a position that Magnus is going to lose anymore.
No, I don't think he's in any trouble. And Denis is the type of player, if the position's equal, he's generally okay with the draw. I mean, there's still time in the match. He doesn't have to go for a win here, and this isn't the position to do so.
Yep.
There's no real edge for White, no weak pawns.
That's right.
Technically e5.
Well, I was going to say, it'd be interesting. Knight c4 actually wins the e5 pawn outright, but then knight f4 wins g2, and I don't think you're trying to take on that type of risk.
Yeah, so it's true. e5 is the weakness, but Magnus is baiting it, it seems like.
Yep, exactly, because at this point, after king to f2, now you have to think about the e5 pawn, but I think that was the moment. Are we going to see king c5 and maybe play for something more? No, king e6, of course. Magnus with the lead in the match. No need to do anything crazy.
If they keep playing this on, though, something could happen.
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
B7 could be weak. Knight a4, knight c5 is an idea. Magnus moving his knight back is an accomplishment for white. You don't want to have to defend g2 for the rest of the game.
Yep. If you play g3, that's not necessarily the best situation because then you're tethered to that tension. If you capture on h4, you hand an outside pass pawn over to Magnus. So I don't think you want to play g3, which is why we might sort of see the deadlock here with maybe king e3 and king e7.
But you have to be careful if you just keep pushing your pawns. At some point, Magnus might switch and move his king over to the queen side, and we'd start looking at pawn races.
Exactly. This exchange right here locks up the queen side completely, and g4 solidifies that despite the amazing outside pass pawn, which is protected on h4, by the way. There's simply no progress for the kings, and that game ends in a draw. Look at that match clock, 40 seconds. We are going to get one more game, Eric, in this 5+1 portion.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Denis, a lot of draws, but in some ways, pretty impressive.
Yeah.
He's going toe-to-toe with Magnus in most of these blitz games.
Yeah, and in a lot of positions where you feel that Magnus excels, thrives. Like he's going toe-to-toe in positions that, at the young age of 19, you might not expect that type of maturity in his game, but we're seeing it here on the board.
Yeah, in terms of those technical positions, I think he's always been really strong, and he's just trying to add a bit of pop to his chess.
Yep.
In those critical moments, those like more tactical opportunities.
Yeah, we saw a crazy possible sacrifice in that last game, which I'm sure we're going to be talking about after the match. But right now, we're focused on this one right here. H3 has just been played, such a crucial square to take control of in this opening here. Knight g4, bishop g4 both, and with knight a5 here. The question is, after bishop c2, will we see bishop b7? And we do, targeting the e4 pawn.
Yeah, this is a very sharp opening. White has the pawn center, but black has very active pieces. You see the bishops developed, hitting e4 and d4. So it requires quite a bit of maintenance for white, but if white can hold on, that's a space advantage.
Yeah, and the move queen b1, I was just going to talk about on the board here. To me, that's still a more unusual move. It's a way of defending e4. And we might need to see knight d2 now in order to keep that e-pawn supported. Black kind of going for an all-in approach. Knight c4, trying to undermine the support of that e-pawn, and white's just maintaining it, hanging on.
Yeah, really double-edged because, if white wants to play f3, at some point doesn't want to defend e4, there's tactical ideas. There's knight d5.
Yeah.
The bishop on e3 is a little bit loose. And right now, c4, is it hanging? Well, you can take it, but then you lose e4. And then white's stuck with an isolated pawn on d4, which definitely means black's doing okay.
Yeah, rook to e1 is a move that supports the bishop so that f3 is more possible, but also, supports the pawn on e4 as well.
So rook e1, maybe long-term preparing f3, bishop f2. At some point, you want to take c4 or provoke black into playing d5. d5 is not a good move because after e5, your bishop is blocked and it's opening up white's bishop and queen.
Yeah, at some point, another move that I was thinking of is bishop to a5. Sort of a weird way to put pressure on the e4 pawn, because that bishop cannot really help attacking e4, but on a5, pins the knight to the rook, and just somehow looks like an annoying square for white to deal with.
It is annoying. I actually don't see a move right now. It's white's move, but bishop a5 would be... So Magnus taking on c4 feels like that's a concession. I'm pretty sure he knows that, but couldn't find anything better, because this type of position, yes, the knight's on c4, but d4 is weak, and the d5 square also could be something where this knight jumps into the future. It feels like black usually is close to equal when they can remove white's center.
Yeah, this will be interesting because there are some weaknesses in black's position as well. The a6 pawn, you see the queen on d3 is eyeballing that one, and also simply bringing a rook to the c file. I suspect that this bishop on e3 is likely to go back to the d2 square, while black's knight wants to go into d5, and that's kind of why the move d5 was just played. That looked like an amazing outpost I thought could have been occupied even on the previous turn.
Yeah, we're going to see, a battle of weaknesses. A6 is what Magnus is targeting. C7 maybe in the future. And D5 is the target for black. This D5 pawn, long-term, doesn't have support with any other pawns. And so Magnus is arguing, you know what, we can trade. I can defend D5, put a rook on C1, and slowly maybe get a rook up to C6, put pressure on these two weaknesses on the queen side.
Yeah, there's something about this position that, while it does appear equal, it seems like there's almost more pressure on black because of the dual weaknesses, c7 and a6. And so there's this idea to play knight c5 and a5, or perhaps a5 first, and you cement the knight there because you're controlling the b4 square.
Yeah, I like a5 a lot. As you said, cementing it, but also like maybe rook a4, there's rook b5, and you're not in time to bring that knight over unless you give up the d5 square. So, but these are positions where Denis does do very well in. I mean, just technical defense, no problem. Problem is, at some point, he does have to start thinking about where am I going to get my win. But with black, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I agree. And especially, towards the end of the segment here, Magnus has been the better player in the 5+1 thus far. But, this is probably just not the moment to go all out. But thinking about the match situation, eventually, he's going to have to go for a little bit more than equality. With the black pieces, though, I think you can always be content.
Rook c to c4. I'm curious what Magnus is doing with those rooks. As black, g6, king g7, easy moves. White can maybe bring the king up to g2. It's hard for either side. We'll see if anyone takes a risk, but so far, with the way the match is going, headed towards another draw.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. However, a result here for either side would be monumental for the match. And given how equal and drawn the position is at the moment, it would be a big blow to either player. They can see the match clock there in front of them is at 0-0-0, which means this is the final game for them to focus on.
Yeah, just hard for either side to make progress. You can't move your queenside pawns as white because b3 is always hanging. And you can't target the a5 pawn with two pieces. And you can't get to c7 because the knight's blocking it. And black, well, d5 is well defended. So you see the h4 because every other part of the board is pretty much covered. There's not many ways to...
maybe h5. I mean, we're grasping at straws trying to come up with a real active plan. At least this gains some space here for Magnus. And the idea is perhaps h5 in order to encourage g5 or g takes h5, but very difficult to assume anything.
Well, I hope Denis with rook a8, if he's trying to play a4, that would be a big mistake. I don't think so, because then you could go b4, and this knight blockade is gone. c7 all becomes a target. But otherwise, rook a8, I'm trying to understand. I think he might just shuffle back. It's just a waiting move.
Yep. I don't think we're going to see it, but rook takes c5, does it float into your mind at all, Eric?
I wish it would. It's tempting, but black's in position to open up the rooks with maybe a4 right after. I can even show a variation where it feels like black is getting lots of counterplay down up the exchange. Rook e3 is an idea, rook a2. Feels like the rooks are too active. When you look at exchange sacrifices, the best case is when your opponent's rooks are stuck in a closed position. This is not close enough for me to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and obviously the match situation, there's absolutely no reason to go for something like that, but we are seeing a repetition. I'm wondering whether this is going to be fully confirmed, because at the moment, this is sort of like the pre-draw offer, Eric, where both sides are sort of willing to do it, but no one's willing to go all the way just yet.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's like last game of the segment here. Rook e5, tough.
Yeah, just slow moves, controlling e4 here. I do think that the king makes sense.
But h5 now, maybe.
That's true. Rook on e5 supports f5 and h5.
I like this.
This is something.
Earlier, if h5 was played, you would take, and that'd be a weakness. But now the rook was ready to recapture. Now h4 would be weak. Maybe f6?
Yep.
Or at some position, rook f8, preparing f6. I see a little something here.
Yep, and it's hard to prevent like if you go rook to f8, there's no rook f4 because the knight will jump into the d3 square. So it's not that easy. Meanwhile, the knight on e3 is not going to f5. It's not going to g4. Those squares are controlled. There's an outside pass pawn on h5 that can be created with the move g5 in the future. So small progress here, incremental progress for Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, how often do you see Magnus moving back and forth, and he's the one with, he's been outplayed a little bit, where black can decide if he wants to play for a win or not. And as you mentioned, there is that pass pawn potential, and at the same time, white's pawns have been split on the king side. The f and the h pawn are both isolated now. Could be picked off in some rook endgames.
Not only is this going to require incredible technique, but it's also going to require a big decision. There's going to be a moment where if Denis wants to push further for that win, he's going to need to take a risk. And we wonder whether he's going to do that when the time comes.
Maybe he was waiting to see the clock situation. Magnus is still even on time.
Yep.
But I feel like if Black is ahead on the clock, Denis should be playing this for a win, but not quite.
No, he's not going to take that risk. And the segment ends with a draw, but Magnus Carlsen ultimately the better player, Eric, in that 5+1 segment.
Yeah, Denis, it felt like the score doesn't maybe represent like the quality of the games. These have been very, very high quality games from Denis, and he's acclimated himself well, but he's that elusive win. You know, the very beginning of the match, he got that win. Since then, hasn't found an opportunity to really punish Magnus.
No, it really was that flurry in the very first game to start things off, and Magnus has sort of settled in since then. We have John Sargent, who's with Magnus Carlsen for an interview. Take it away, John.
Thank you very much, folks. Magnus, a successful opening segment, but Denis showing us that he has what it takes as well. Your thoughts on him as a competitor in general?
Well, he's really good. He plays well. Doesn't make it easy for me at all. So it's been a bit of a grind so far, and I expect that to continue.
All right, thank you. Best of luck in the next segment. All right, folks, we're going to head back to Danny on the stage now. We hope you guys have been enjoying the chess so far. More to come after this.
Thanks, John. All right, first segment in the books. The score at the end doesn't reflect how it began. Levy, Denis Lazavik gets the first dub. What happened there? Where do we go next?
What I have learned from that first game and the emotions I feel inside is like the tennis world over the last couple of years. So whenever Novak Djokovic loses the first set, it's actually a problem for his opponent. I definitely was cheering a little bit, not because I want to see Magnus lose, but I want to see a close match. And then I glanced back and it's like 5 wins for Magnus. So yeah, it was kind of like, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth moment, and he locked in after that. The quality of play has been amazing, and I don't think the scoreline quite reflects just how accurate the games have been.
So what's the pep talk then for Denis? We know that he's comfortable in fast time controls on Chess.com. 3+1 is the Title Tuesday previous time control. Your thoughts on what he's doing to get his head right here?
I think he's just going to rely on what he knows best. As you said, he plays a lot on Chess.com, and the 3-minute time control is probably his favorite. I was watching his account. He's playing non-stop as a preparation between Puzzle Rush and the 3-minute blitz games against anyone and everyone on Chess.com. He will have a chance. I feel like, as you said, Levy, this match is a lot closer than what the result is reflecting.
Yeah, well, and I also wanted a close match, not even biased to Denis, but I walked out in the crowd at one point, was leading a "Let's go Denis" chant.
Ooh.
Whatever people do in the middle, remember, they really can't hear you. We'll see what happens as it goes. Let's go, Magnus.
We gotta do the chant better. It's just, we are not used to it, right? At chess tournaments, you shouldn't talk. You can't say a word, but this is esports. We gotta remember that. I need to remember that. I'm so quiet.
And also, like, it's London. It's the home of chants for the home team. Yeah. You know, they got to think of some melody.
I know. I feel like in America, they come out in sporting events and they lead cheers. I shouldn't have to do that in London. You guys know all the chants. Invent your own one.
They have chants for every player. They got to get something going for Lazavik.
There's got to be something going on here.
Hey, I don't want to get copyright struck. So
it might take a little more than a chant to help Denis and his chances against the number 1 player in the world. We understand that, but we'll see what the 3-1 has in store. Anyway, all right. Well, now
go, Denis! I heard it.
There you go. Well, we've got something coming up right now, which.
Let's go!
Okay. Well, they can't hear you anymore. Too late. No, I'm kidding. All right. Well, we've got a lot of chess to get to. Of course, this is just the first match of the day. You all know that. But before we even get to the 3-1, we want to give you one of the best moments of the 5-1 segment, which Levy is going to have for us right now on. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're not gonna do the breakdown right now. It's not happening.
It was going to be great, I promise. It was going to be really good.
It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome when it happens. You're going to be like, that was worth the wait. Better than the bow tie, even. All right, keep it on. All right. Well, we are going to then throw to a break. Before we do, I want to remind everybody, fans in here can play on Chess.com in a match versus Judah Polgar versus the world. We do these things now. We've had Gotham Chess versus the world. We've had Magnus Carlsen versus the world. Yeah. Now we have Judah Polgar versus the world. The first move was made, I think, as of yesterday, or it's coming up this Friday. I don't know. But yesterday, her documentary appeared and premiered on Netflix. If you haven't checked it out yet, it's amazing, Queen of Chess. But go grab your phone and sign up. Use the command play Judith. Everybody can vote in this game versus the world, and it should be a fun thing to do this week and always. So don't go anywhere. We always have more chess here at the SCC. We're going to be right back with more. The Speed Chess Championship from London returns in just a couple minutes.
I think one of the things that maybe can be overlooked with Danya's commentary is like the amount of empathy he has, like not only for his co-commentator and the way he's able to adjust and work with so many different styles of co-commentators, but also his empathy for the viewers, understanding that a lot of the people who have watched chess online are quite new to the game, are beginners.
Oh, he's go! He played it with 0.1 seconds.
Oh my gosh, he's getting a queen! But knight takes a2.
Knight takes a2. Oh my god, it's c2.
Dmitry on Drake is a wizard.
He wins again.
And he had such a great way of breaking down very high-level, complex concepts in a very understandable way for the general audience.
As soon as White's king goes to c5, whoop, king comes back to d7. King goes back to d4, whoop, king goes back to e6. And there's literally nothing that White can do.
I've always appreciated him as a co-host, as a colleague, but I also truly enjoyed the moments when he was just the goofball Danya and he would do impressions.
And not to say that he would, actively lie, but, sometimes he could fudge it a little bit. Yes, this was preparation, but, okay, not this exact position, but something similar, okay.
Also, he's one of my most favorite commentators. The way he uses the English language is just something I could never hope to achieve. Very beautiful to watch.
He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. I mean, both players are just locked in concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's...
That's not a word.
At one period, only for one period, we were both commentators at the same time. I was looking forward to doing it with him, but it was a rotating roster, and he was with Levy. And when I was watching them commentate, him and Levy, I thought this is probably the best duo chemistry that I've seen. But also his commentary with Robert, with Danny, I think you could just see how much fun they were having. It was not at all performative. It was just a very genuine love to talk about chess.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Speed Chess Championship Finals. This is the first match of the day between Magnus Carlsen and Denis Lazavik. But before we continue with the chess on the board, I do want to introduce Lauren DeCosta to everyone, because Lauren, you are doing something incredible here in London and in England, and I would like you to talk about it, please, for everyone to know. What is your charitable project about?
Sure. So my name's Lauren DeCosta, international master. Born and raised here in London, live in North London. So glad to see this tournament here. Yesterday we were invited by Chess.com as part of their Chess is for Everyone project. They're trying to promote chess for all, basically everybody, right? And we were very happy to be invited yesterday. I brought 20 girls as part of my chess charity. We're called She Plays to Win. So the idea is to try to promote more girls into chess. You know, it's about 8% participation, not just in the UK, but in most countries in the world. So how can we get more girls into chess? And being inspired by other females like Anna.
And the other Anna, where are you,
And the other Anna, actually. Although I have yet to see the other Anna. Actually, I started the charity about 6 years ago. We've been growing. We've got nearly 2,000 girls in the UK from primary school, secondary school, and university who are playing chess, making a really strong community of girls. Yesterday, we were invited by Chess.com and the Chess for Everyone group to come yesterday. They were so happy to have pictures with Magnus, Hikaru, Denis, and Alireza. They had signings. They met Levi, I believe.
That's the footage. Oh, that's me.
Yeah.
I was just going to talk about Magnus and Alireza, but sorry,
That's
I
okay.
ruined it for you.
Yeah, so as you can see on the footage, the girls are so happy to meet all the stars. They got to play Badana Sivanandan, our very, very top superstar girl, and they played her in some blitz games. Basically, as you can see, the girls were having super fun, and I'm so proud that not only am I doing what I'm doing, but that Chess.com and the Chess is for Everyone group has partnered with us to kind of realize what we're trying to do, and I think it's really important to get more girls into chess.
This is such a beautiful... Can we get a round of applause? Thank you, thank you. Can we get a round of applause for that? Such an important project and an important mission. Lauren, what can the rest of us do? How can we help your project, and how can we help globally to get more girls and women into chess? Because I'm one of those. I would like to have more friends in the chess world, all right? Girls and ladies, I need you to start playing chess.
So basically, we're a charity. As I said, we've been going for about 6 years. So the idea is, we need support. We've had a lot of people believe in what I'm doing. But for us to grow even more, I think what will be reaching out to everybody, if you don't mind, is to say, we just basically need any support. If you go on our website, sheplaystowin.co.uk, there is a contact page. If anyone wants to support us, just get in touch and say, hi, Lauren, I heard you're on the Chess.com Speed Chess Championships. Tell us how we can get involved and help you promote the game to girls. And actually, it's not just about chess. What I'm trying to do now is talk about chess as an educational tool for girls as well, to gain confidence in areas like STEM and maths. How can we use chess as a way to get more girls to reach those top jobs and basically be where we think they should be? And I think chess is a fantastic way to do that, as well as to have fun as well. The girls love playing online too, like on Chess.com. But what can we do more than just use chess as a tool just to enjoy the game? You know, I play chess, I love chess. But how can we get more girls to really get together and form a community? And I prefer not just online, but in-person events. That's why I'm so proud that yesterday Chess is for Everyone allowed us to come. Plus the girls got to miss a day of school and they were super excited about that. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Lauren, for sharing that. An incredibly important mission. You heard it from here, from Lauren, what you need to do, and we're going to throw it back to Aman and Eric, because this is it, the Speed Chess Championship, the finals. And we are about to start the 3+1 portion, 3 minutes, 1 second increment. Aman and Eric, how are you doing?
Thank you very much, Anna. Eric, we're in great spirits here. The chess has just been so electric. It delivered on everything, and just nice to see that segment, Girls in Chess. I know you and I both know Lauren in the chess community, in the chess world as a player, but so nice to see him involved in promoting Girls in Chess.
Yeah, very good timing with the Netflix documentary with Judith Bolger, the GOAT of women's chess coming out. I think it's how things have changed since COVID, with chess exploding among youth and women has been awesome.
Amazing, yeah. And we're about to get into the 3+1 section. So I wanted to first talk about, Eric, what the difference might be between 5 and 3 minutes. The score right now is 6-3. So Magnus, obviously with that early lead, but when it comes to 3-minute chess, perhaps the time control that Denis is the most familiar with, that he plays the most online, what is the main difference that might affect the playstyle?
Well, we look at some of these games, they were very solid, they ended up in draws. You take a couple of minutes away from each player's clock, way higher likelihood of a mistake showing up. And Denis is one of the youngest, I think, Title Tuesday winners ever. As you mentioned, 3-minute time control, one of his best.
Exactly right. And we look at the difference in some of those positions. You mentioned take 2 minutes off the clock, it completely changes. Now, that might mean that perhaps Magnus wins a lot of those positions, but I think the extra risk involved, given that the match is the way it is with a lead for Magnus Carlsen, I think you want more risk involved and more unpredictability from Denis's perspective.
Yeah, no, variance is definitely good when you're trying to come back. And 3 points, we've seen many comebacks in the SCC, with even larger margins. 3 points is nothing.
Absolutely right. I mean, things are going to be moving a lot quicker here as we get into the 3+1 portion. We've got a full hour of 3-minute chess, and of course, always Eric in the Speed Chess Championship with that 1 second increment.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many games where it came down to players trying to flag each other. I mean, that one end game that Magnus won, time was a factor, but for the most part, the players have done a very good job of, they're just playing strong chess and keeping, avoiding time trouble.
Exactly right. I wonder what Magnus is asking about here. Hopefully he can't hear you and I. That might negatively affect performance. So
yeah, that was.
I want to make sure.
Let's see if we can hear Magnus. That would be nice.
Yeah, we always want to try to pick up the hot mic moments there, but probably he's just ensuring that everything is exactly the way that it was in the 5-minute portion, and looks like the players are absolutely ready to go now as the 3+1 segment, Eric, awaits us.
Yeah, it was a brief interview with Magnus, but you could tell he's happy with the lead, but it can be a frustrating match. I mean, some of those games probably felt he could have extracted more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Magnus holds himself to a high standard, and I'm really excited that maybe we're going to see more and more of this, but this is Denis Lazavik, Catalan, a system, and an opening that he is truly becoming one of the world leaders at this opening. Eric, he plays it all the time, and it's something he feels completely confident in.
He plays it all the time, and you kind of wonder how you pick your openings. Well, you've seen his style, I think, through this 5-minute portion, what he's strong at. Catalan, positional, lots of pieces, solid. It suits his style very well, and he's had world-class results.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first thing that I was going to draw attention to is exactly this. How about c5 and knight c3 directly going for that a4 pawn, and bishop d7 very quickly, reminding white that there are some tactics in the position to sort of defend that a4 pawn indirectly.
And Magnus is going to have to figure out how to open up those bishops on d7, e7. Right now, white enjoys just a healthy space advantage, which is all you can ask for coming out of the opening.
Yeah, I'm immediately looking at a move like, first of all, in this case, maybe black wants to play knight h5, which is sometimes a move you play just to kick the bishop, and then you even retreat the knight. But from white's perspective, I'm also looking at rook to d1 and starting to ask myself, would that actually prepare knight takes a4, just as a way to perhaps win that a4 pawn, defending the d pawn with the rook?
You can, bishop d2, keeping the bishop, and f5. A very common idea, the knight on h5 will circle back to f6, maybe find a better square on e4. At the same time, it does weaken the dark squares a little bit, especially this e5 square, which is critical.
Yep, and this makes sense because there's really not much for black on the queen side. It's all about the center. Can you achieve the move e5? Looks very difficult. So instead, we see f5. It's going to be difficult for white to play f3 and control the e4 square. So knight takes a4. I mean, knight takes d4 was what I thought we were going to get there, Eric, but the e6 pawn a little bit loose, right?
Yeah, and Magnus played g5 right away. I love it. This is going to be an exciting game.
Absolutely.
White's up a pawn, but Denis's knight, it's going to take a little bit to get back in the game, and there's a bunch of space being gained by Magnus on the king side.
So this, in some ways, is probably a little bit more of the position that that you'd like to have with white, where you've got f4, you've got e5 controlled. Once again, a battle of color complexes here. Black owns the e4 square, but that e6 pawn and the dark squares are a little bit weak. Plus, of course, you got those pawns on the queen side, Eric, that are moving up the board very quickly.
Yeah, I like white's position. The good thing for Magnus is by pushing the pawn on g4, it means when you place the knight on e4, you're blocking the e-file, and at least the e6 weakness is covered. Problem is, as you just alluded to, the queen side pushes, and this bishop on g2, are you looking to trade on e4? No. I want to play b5. Maybe in some positions, the bishop goes to f1 to assist a queenside assault.
Yep. And how confident are you going all in on the queen side? Like if you play rook f to b1, in this case we see rook a to b1, because I thought it might be an overcommitment to bring the other rook over. Look at that, h5. You know, if you start going for that b5 push, suddenly h5 is scary. And we all know, Eric, if you're attacking on both sides of the board, it's much scarier when someone's attacking your king.
Definitely. And I think with how pushing the queen side, but the way pawns have, you know, see them here on a5 and b4, they're stuck here. And right now it feels like Magnus has all the time in the world to set up something on the king side.
Yeah, and we can see here, d takes on e4. It's all light squared pawns, dark squared bishops on the board. It looks like this is slowly favoring Magnus in this position as the pawns are all fixed on dark squares. You see that dark square bishop on f4. So looking at the position visually in terms of the color complexes, Eric, I'm liking what's happened for black.
Really like what's happened for black. It's a sharp position. Denis thrives in positions with a lot of control. Feels like he's losing a bit of control here with the h-file opening up. And even when you look at moves like rook b1 preparing b5, well, the position's different. Now white has to worry about getting checkmated. So you can't play moves like b5 as easily. You have to really watch out.
Yep,
the h-file is about to open up.
This is scary. And the move played instantly, rook d1, you have to guard that pawn. Bishop e5 is no longer possible. It feels like an achievement a little bit to get queen g7, and now bishop to e5 is really difficult to get.
It's a huge achievement. I mean, even b5 you can't play, a5 is loose. Where is white's counterplay? Black is ready to open up on the h-file by taking on g3. The moves are easy to play. You're already seeing a big time difference. And I
think at this point, after taking on g3, now we're going to see things double, perhaps triple even, on the h-file. You're looking at moves like swinging the rook from a8 all the way over to h8. The queen, although it's just moved to d7, that was to defend the e6 pawn, and at any point, that queen can slide back over to h7, but no, queen d5, and this will undouble the pawns if it's captured. So queen takes d5, look at that, e takes d5. There's a lot of pressure in this position, and most importantly, pawn from f5 can now, in some cases, move forward to f4, so there's a lot to watch out for. That bishop on g3, Eric, could be trapped soon.
Yeah, king g5 supporting f4. You can't afford to have your bishop trapped. But moves like bishop d6 push f4 anyways.
Yep.
And Magnus is going for checkmate.
Yeah, you don't even care what happens on the queen side at all at this point. The rook can slide over to h8, f4, even f4 with f3 coming soon. This looks difficult, and you're going to have to run your king.
Yeah, I think f4 played first. It disconnects this bishop from defending h2. Then you can swing the rook over. Taking on d4, not a problem. It's just everything looks good for black here.
Yeah, what's the calculation? E3 was played obviously very decisive. Magnus spent some time, invested, he wanted to play this variation. Here comes f4, disconnecting that bishop that you mentioned from the h2 pawn.
I think black is going for a mating net, arguing if you take on b7, it's going to be some issues.
Yeah, what happens if you double? I think, are we... Okay, he doesn't double the rooks. I thought that f3 you wanted to wait for.
I agree.
Because now the bishop's covering h2, so that's interesting. He's gone for it right away.
Magnus has this other win condition. Bring the king to e4, maybe push the d pawn, and you've split past pawns. And problem for white, you can't take on b7. Your back rank is weak. You ever take on b7, a5 falls, and then a1, there's mating threats.
That's a great point. There's no way to capture b7 without the other pawn falling. Look at the breakthrough. Now you finally take on c5. You have to probably drop that rook back. And no, he allows rook c1. That will That will be a win for Magnus Carlsen. Great technique, Eric, in that position, transforming it from what we early on we thought was just a nice knight, but he turned it into this amazing light square versus dark square game.
Definitely, and it felt like when he played G5, we knew there's a different kind of game coming.
Yep, you called it. That was going to be an exciting one. It certainly delivered on that. And now we get back to something perhaps a little bit more tame as the score continues to improve for Magnus Carlsen, 7-3 currently.
Even though, there's a few draws in a row at some point, Denis has been fighting very well. Magnus just hasn't given many opportunities for his opponent, Denis, to take advantage of. He's been playing very well, and when Magnus is playing at his best, tough to take anyone else.
You can be playing your best, but if Magnus is playing his best, it's often just not good enough. So that's, to some degree, it does feel a little bit like that. We see one of the most common maneuvers in this structure, this E4, E5, Italian, even Marie Lopez, knight E2, knight G3. That can happen from a few different ways, whether it's knight D2 to F1, knight C3 to E2. In this case, something very standard, the knight on G3, but also the pawn on E6. It is a double pawn, Eric, but very functional here. Controls F5 and D5. Black can decide, do I want to push D5 in the middle of the board or play on the queen side a little bit more with moves like B4?
Yeah, this is very fashionable these days. As you mentioned, that pawn on E6. If you play D5, you really have to worry about E5 being weak. So Denis, he's a very patient player. Going to play more standard moves, challenge the A file, trade some things off. Black does have the F file, some possibilities there, but as pieces get traded off, I can't really imagine there's much pressure you can generate on F2. So very solid, and I think that favors Magnus with the current match situation.
Yeah, knight G4. Now, there is an idea to perhaps play the move F4 later on, but even just having the pieces on the king side, queen G4, knight H5, and we see things start to get traded off a little bit. The pawn structure is just ever so marginally better for white due to the double pawns, but the double pawns also help with an open F file, control over D5 and F5. So overall, a very balanced game.
I like this move H4. You want to play H5 and just grab a bit more space, make that king feel a bit uncomfortable. Queen G6. I don't think I'm trading queens, just queen H3, queen E2. One idea here, sometimes you shift the queen over to B3 because, his B5 and E6 could be a little bit loose.
Yep.
Just if black overpresses ever so slightly, this bishop on E3 could become much stronger.
Yeah, and you mentioned H5. It's probably the idea next, right? To play H5, kick the queen away, then maybe work the position up slowly. G3, king G2 on the king side for white, and bring the rook over to H1. So just see these small incremental gains, but ultimately the overall evaluation is not changing that much.
It isn't, and we see the time difference here. Denis, he's got the rook on A8, just challenging the A file, but in the meantime, he hasn't really improved his position, whereas we can argue white, by playing H5, you've grabbed space. Now the queen is safe on G4 because there's no queen G6 contesting it, and in the future, maybe we see moves like rook F1, preparing F4, opening up this dark squared bishop.
That's something that we talked about in the pre-match. I know the hosts were alluding to it as well. Denis is overall a very quick player, but we're just not seeing that, I feel like, in this match so far. This game is another example. You see the time difference there, more than a minute, as it continues to tick down for Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, probably a combination of Denis playing a bit slower and Magnus this match, making sure he's doing well on the clock.
Yep, elevating. And Queen F7 has been played. There isn't that much progress being made. For white, we can see a few small moves, G3, King G2. The other thing about G3 is I feel like it does at least allude to the potential of F4. And then if you can recapture with the G-pawn, you could open things up on the king side.
Oh, this is nice. Trading rooks, why are you giving up the A file? Because you're playing B4 right away, and you see the immediate tension. They're going to take on C5 and open up the rook. This bishop on E3 is getting better every single move.
And he's traded it. Knight F6, winning the H-pawn. That was a long maneuver. The knight from C6 vacated to go to E7 and all the way to G8 to grab the H-pawn. That was a long-winded maneuver, but it's evened up the material again.
It has. I'd say white has a bit of an edge, just because this pressure, this rook on B6, looking down on D6, E6. I think black is doing fine, but it's kind of a typical game we've seen from this match. Denis plays this well. he can earn a draw, but not really getting opportunities to put Magnus in serious pressure.
That's right. The moments where he has had that advantage, you really have to capitalize on those moments. You're not going to get too many opportunities. Rook d7. I mean, I'm just looking at bishop b4, adding pressure to the d pawn, but ultimately, how do you make progress from here? You're going to have to commit with the move c5. If those pawns exchange, Eric, double isolated pawns in the middle of the board. I'm looking at c5.
Oh, I think c5 is great. That e5 pawn would be weak, e6 is weak. But Magnus isn't even in a rush. Black is running out of moves.
That's right.
This is exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, he can continue to improve the pieces so that they're maximized when he plays c5. He determines that they are. There's going to be a long defensive road ahead for Denis Lazavik. And the payoff at the end of all this, Eric, is a draw. And that's if he does everything properly.
Yeah, I was saying that was the payoff earlier. The more I look at this, this is close to being lost. You reroute this bishop somewhere to target e5.
Yep.
And you can't defend e5 as black.
No, you're going to have to, I mean, the pawn's already being given up. You don't even need to grab it right away. Bishop b2, taking with the bishop makes even more sense. This is just trending from bad to worse.
Yeah, not only are you up a pawn, you have the bishop, which is a better piece than the knight, and these kingside pawns are in the same color.
And the time pressure. I mean, it's one thing to defend this position as black, which we don't even know if that's feasible, but to do it under time pressure as well is extremely difficult.
Denis is pretty much pre-moving, just shuffling the knight because there's nothing else to do. And he has to hope for Magnus to blunder.
Yeah, Magnus is not one to do that usually in the technique phase of the game, the conversion. Knight g6 hits the bishop, kicks it out, which is nice, but it's really up to Magnus how he wants to advance the pawns. He could decide to bring that bishop around and play the move f4, bishop e1, g3, try to get the move f4, or he can continue to, just play those, rook c7. He says this endgame is winning, Eric. What do you think?
Yes, because this pawn on h6 is on a dark square, so you can distract black's pieces with the d pawn, and eventually...
Just a permanent weakness. The king's joining the game. Knight f7 in defense here.
It's dominated, though.
You can bring the king around the outside of the pawn as well.
Move the king up.
And king g6 because of bishop g7.
Yes.
If you go the other way to e7, bishop g7 would have tied black's knight, and therefore the entire game up completely.
You can just take on h5, bring the king in, just
bishop
very
e5.
Tough.
Yeah, bishop e5 dominates the knight, but
just d6 here.
Yeah, what you really are calculating is the direct d6. And I think that's what Magnus is doing. Is that, do I even need to move the bishop? The answer is no, and I think reality may set in here for Denis, who doesn't have anything better. And of course, keep that pawn because you're going to need it to win, while the bishop covers the loose g-pawn.
Very nice technical win by Magnus.
That was a really, really nice game. And he's now built that 8-3 lead, a 5-game lead for Magnus Carlsen. Denis is going to need some support right now. I feel like this is the moment. I heard those "Let's Go Denis" chants in the audience before. I feel like if there's ever a time, it's now. He needs the support from the fans because he's out there playing good chess, Eric, but I just feel like Magnus has got him. He's just at one level up right now in the conversion. He's always pushing.
Yeah, he hasn't found himself in much trouble, and the clock situation, looking like going into the tournament, Denis was maybe the fastest player.
Yep.
That's not clear in this match, for sure. And in terms of move quality, Magnus is always keeping equality or a little bit of a push, which makes it very hard to come back.
And this opening is something that's kind of risen in popularity more recently, Eric, this sort of Tarrasch system and these double b-pawns here. So we've kind of, just jumped right into the middle game phase because both of the players played the opening extremely quickly. This is all very known and discovered territory. We see the move h5, which might, as it does to me, look a little bit unusual, allowing bishop g5, but playing h5 against that g3 fianchetto structure, when there's no knight on that side of the board, no knight on f3, is usually a good idea to try to play the move h4.
It is, but I'm still a little curious. It feels like white has achieved a good position. The bishop on g5, bishop pair, d5 is a target. You see the double b-pawns. Black usually as compensation in terms of very active counterplay. But I'm looking for that right now. I don't quite see it. If this feels like this looks very good, knight d4, why isn't white much better here?
Exactly. And honestly, the pawn on h5 feels so much better if it were a square back on h6. That way the bishop would be forced to take on f6. And just to highlight, for those watching, you might think, well, the bishop is pinning the knight on f6. Why wouldn't I just take it and grab the d5 pawn? Well, the b2 pawn would be hanging after that. The rook on a8 also pressures a2. So you don't really want to trade that. What you'd love to do, Eric, is more what you were suggesting. a3, knight d4, and just occupy and control the center and take that pawn later.
Well, that's the thing. These weaknesses are long-term weaknesses, so you don't need to be in a rush. No reason to turn this into a tactical battle. Strategically, the long-term pluses are all for white, so it's just about making sure maybe this h-pawn doesn't harass the light-squared bishop, making sure you don't lose your queenside pawns. Like, no reason to rush into anything. The d5 pawn is isolated for the rest of the game.
That's right. Now, I'm curious to see how this is going to play out, because if black takes on d4, yes, you might get an isolated pawn there for white after queen takes d4 and e takes d4. But that doesn't matter. That's okay for white to take because the bishop pair is still going to be very, very strong. And we see h4 played in order to finally prevent black from ever thinking of h4 themselves.
Yeah, and if you talk about long-term, maybe some trades on d4, the bishop on g2, it's not going to take on e4. At some point, develop to f1, and it can still join the game without giving black any sort of exchanges that make the endgame easier.
I think what's important to pay attention to, if you're watching this, you're thinking there's so many possibilities for pieces to take one another. Why aren't they happening? Because Magnus is offering to trade the knights on c6. But that's because the b7 pawn will take back and the structure will seriously improve. And by the same token, white's offering this trade on d4. I think we're going to see exchanges, and the knight can drop to potentially e6 to hit d4, or you can jump back into e4.
This is the best position Denis has had in a long time.
Yep.
So I'd almost say this is like must-win territory. It's got the bishop pair and plenty of weaknesses to target on the queen side here. d5, b6, b7, and not much counterplay.
Yeah. What about the initial pawn on d5? I mean, it's just a pawn that you can start thinking about just grabbing. If you play queen d8 to guard the pawn, you can throw in rook takes on c8 and then bishop takes on d5. So you're starting to think about just picking up material at this point.
Very tempted, but you might think Magnus has something planned here.
I do too, but I mean, at some point, you do have to make those decisions. We haven't seen Denis maybe do it enough in this match, which is at some point, cash something in. Take that risk, play for the advantage, even if it takes more risk.
I guess we got to talk about it. If you take on d5, he's expecting rook d8, one of the rooks to slide over to d8 and maybe play f6, and you might lose the d4 pawn and some of that stability. So I think Denis is looking for an alternative.
Yep. Rook to e1 chosen, and if you take on c3, you might feel that you're sort of detaching and weakening white's pawns, but you're actually strengthening the d4 pawn, which makes me much more comfortable taking on d5 in the future.
That's right. And at some point, if you take on c3, you can see queen b3 being a very effective move, hitting b6 and d5.
Exactly right. At some point, though, this is going to build up. I'm looking at also a move like rook f3, hits the queen, perhaps forces an exchange. That could be a very annoying move to me.
I'm even looking at this move, bishop e2, and the point is f6, g4, and is that a queen trap?
Yeah, bishop f3 and g4 as an idea. Instead, we see bishop c7, which actually, the bishops that are left over really favor white. We talk about the pawns that are fixed, d5, h5, light squared bishop, favors white, but the bishop pair is no longer.
No bishop pair, but this endgame is really dreadful for black.
This is a big moment for Denis. I agree with you, Eric. I think he's got to cash in a full point here. Time is equal as well. It's much different than usual.
Queen e7, force the rook. Okay, queen e3 also safe, but we were trying to look for positions where you don't give up any material.
Yep.
And this is traded off weaknesses, which favors black.
Yep. The quality of the pawns is now kind of equal, whereas previously it definitely favored white. We're into the time scramble phase of the game, but the advantage is definitely dwindled.
With materials equal and black managed to get rid of their double B pawns, huge accomplishment for Magnus.
Yep. Yeah, everything is solid now. Maybe a slight preference to white, but it's completely meaningless at this point, Eric.
Down to 3 seconds. He's got to start almost pre-moving.
Yeah, we could just see a repetition here, but
build
let's
up
see.
some time.
Rook d6. Not sure that you could take that. That might have been a potentially losing endgame.
Where do you place the king here? Magnus is looking to be tricky. When you see your opponent down that much on the clock, you've got to make them earn the draw. Rook d7, is that a repetition?
He really doesn't need to push for more than this, but he's considering it.
Another really missed opportunity by Denis. I mean, that one has to sting. He knew he was much, much better. Makes it a lot worse that he had Magnus without much counterplay, and at some point, just one inaccuracy, that's all it took.
Eric, those are the moments that are going to add up that you look back on. Should the match not go his way, those are the moments you think, I had a full point that I could have claimed in that one. Ultimately, ends in a draw, but unfortunately for Denis, the games that are ending in draws are the ones where he has an edge. So Magnus is doing a good job at neutralizing tough positions, neutralizing his opponent's advantages, and capitalizing on his own.
Yeah, Denis, that last game, I think he has to feel very good about the opening position he got, but that was a game with the white pieces. He's got to play black in between now and then and make sure not to let that deficit grow. If he can hold things with black, get another chance like that, that's the best opportunity, because we haven't seen him with black have much counterplay since that King's Indian game, I think, in the first segment.
It makes you think, this is the part of the match where the players have to be thinking about what openings they're playing in terms of what's going to yield the best result. You've kind of experimented in the 5+1. Now the points really start to matter as things ramp up towards the finish line. Knight back to d7. In this position, it definitely looks as though the d3 pawn, immediately comes to your attention. It's a backwards pawn, but the d4 square is something that white controls, and it's not going to be a pawn that's that weak.
Yeah, bishop f6 stopping maybe white from playing d4 in certain positions. Bit double-edged here because you give up control of the d6 square. I'm not sure if there's any tactics. Magnus says maybe there are, or I can put my knight on d6 and cause some chaos. And my question is, where do you place the rook? Rook c7, is there any discovered attack that's effective here?
Well, immediately you start calculating every single one of them. Magnus, no doubt, doing that right now. If the rook moved, what was interesting is that there may be a move that takes advantage of that bishop on c6, that loose bishop, such as a move like potentially e5 or maybe d4 in the center.
Yeah, e5 or maybe bishop d6 and then e5, locking that bishop in. If you're trying to be ambitious, you're looking at that. There's probably some other solid moves, but e5, I think e5 is asking to be played. But there's a risk there, putting your pawns on dark squares, maybe a bit overextended.
Interesting reaction there. Magnus seemed quite unhappy with his own move, Eric, as he has played that move, bishop d6.
I don't see why. I mean, you play bishop d6, you play e5. This looks pretty decent.
I thought so as well. I wonder if he thought he saw something in the knight d6 variations that he wished he had maybe repeated one more time. But ultimately, yeah, going for this exact plan with e5, cementing the bishop. And remember, if the black bishop takes on d6, the knight on c4 is ready to recapture. So this is not an easy position to navigate.
It's really hard to navigate because you pretty much are resigned to the fact that white will place the knight on d6. And it's probably going to stay there unless you sack the exchange, because e5, controlling that square, can always be supported by f4. So how does black undermine the c5 pawn? If you can't undermine it, you have to play around it.
Agreed.
Maybe knight b8, knight c6.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you can go for your own square. Knight b8, knight c6, knight d4. Right in the center of the board. The d4 square is great, but this b5 move to kick the knight, it kind of kicks the knight where it wants to go, which is that d6 square, so not that effective.
So I think Denis wants to play knight b6, knight d5. That's how you grab a little bit of space. If Magnus plays f4, you can see this d5 square being pretty effective, but wouldn't want to play against the knight on d6 long term, and
No, and
tough to see equality
so
here.
C4 has just been played. In come the rest of the pieces. Rook to A7, maybe doubling the rooks. This knight on D7 for black wants to be on D5. That actually could rival the D6 knight as one of the best pieces in the position. So rook A7, allowing that possibility.
I'm not sure if I like what Magnus has done. Okay, taking on B5 makes sense because if you didn't take on D5, black would put the knight on D5 and maybe start pushing the queen side where there's potential for a pawn majority in a passed pawn.
Yeah, this is obviously what black had to give up in order to achieve this, but still, I do think this is some sort of progress here for Denis. But at the end of the day, if you start trading so many pieces, the best result you really are going to get with the black pieces is, again, probably just a draw.
You're going to win B2 and lose C4, even though white's up a pawn, black has a strong knight on D5, but as you mentioned, a 2-result game in the wrong direction.
Yep. You do have to be careful of knight E3, but that is covered at the moment. Knight E3 taking advantage of the pin, but the knight on C4 watching over that. And if we saw rook to C2, I think white would be able to create a back rank threat there.
I mean, we're pretty deep in the match, but the players aren't blundering much, right? We can talk about that. This has been a high level, like no forks, nothing, even in time pressure. So that makes it pretty hard for Denis because he's wondering, when is Magnus going to make that? He makes blunders. He's made one-move blunders before. But today, it's been very rare.
It is. And we're again in those positions where the evaluation bar might be hovering around equal, but I would not take that as gospel, right? Because you're undermining the knight with knight E3. All of a sudden, you trade into these endgames.
Wow.
And he doesn't, because he's been beat so many times in this match in those endgames. Perhaps he's starting to lose some confidence, Eric.
For sure, but by moving your knight from the best square on the board, you're conceding, and now the knight on E3 takes away D5, supports F5, and where's this knight going? You lost your best square, and so now white's up a pawn, white has better pieces, better rook, better knight, and has the tension.
Yeah, F5 is concerning. This is almost impossible to react to. If you take it, it's just a, and that is it, actually. If you take that pawn, it may lead to a checkmate. Eric, this has gone from bad to worse, as it almost feels like the confidence to play the best move, knight takes on E3 there, and going to the rook end game was just not there for Denis.
I think so. I think you're right about the confidence, both based on the move and the time situation. More and more, we're seeing Denis in severe time trouble, and you're not going to beat Magnus from behind, playing with 10 seconds on the clock.
Yep, and we've got just under 30 minutes remaining in this 3+1 section, 9.5 to 3.5. That's 6-point lead for Magnus, and it looks like it's only continuing to grow. Speaking a little bit to the mentality, we see a Benoni on the board, Eric, and that to me is an opening that someone plays when they're feeling really confident with their chess.
For sure, it's a risky opening, gives white lots of ideas, ways to push for the advantage, but Magnus has handled the segment very well, and we've seen him do this before in other matches where he starts varying the openings, having a bit of fun with it, feeling better.
Yep, and this is a position where, structurally, it's just inferior for black. That is the basis of the opening, but you get a lot of counterplay, and there's a reason that this didn't come out, I think, in the 5-minute. It's something that becomes more playable with less time on the clock. There's going to be counterplay. Heck, sometimes you can even leave this knight on H5, Eric, to be captured. I don't know that we're going to see that here, but knight H2, you see bishop takes on H5 is the threat, and usually that D6 pawn comes under some fire.
Yeah, in this position, Denis, I think, is playing it slow. Even if you move the knight away, you can see knight G4 being quite problematic.
Yeah.
The piece that you want to target as white is the dark squared bishop. That's why, even in this position, Denis isn't too worried about this exchange, because that's considered the best piece for black, that dark squared bishop. Especially with considering that black's weakness is the pawn on D6. It's a dark square. If you don't have that bishop, you can really envision a future where these dark squares around the king are pretty problematic for black to defend.
Yeah.
So
this is risky. You mentioned it, and Magnus is playing in a way that, as someone who's down 6 points in the match, you're very happy that black's playing a Benoni. It's given up the dark squared bishop. Now playing F6. Another golden opportunity here for Denis. But Eric, should Magnus sort of, I'll use the term, get away with playing like this? That could really just, the score could just keep going up from there.
I don't think he should get away with it, but we know he often does. He's played these openings and done well with it. But this position, even though Yeah, like I love this position for white. You know, take away the material, like black is up a pawn, but look at the pieces. On c8, on g7, white can play c4, white can play rook b1, just put long-term pressure on b6. Feels like the attacking chances are with white, and there's not much fun to be had for black, even with that extra pawn.
Yeah, just point out, you know, you're not supposed to have your knights cut out. So the knight on g7 is not ideal. This knight on e5, I don't know if it's a threat to play knight takes d3, but I would prevent it. And now, after bishop to f1, it's actually been given a double question mark.
Yeah, there's a tactic on h3.
A little bit harsh to me, but yes, tactically rooted. Yeah, bishop takes h3 with the idea of knight f3. Really tricky stuff. And it seems like Magnus is not really on the lookout. You know, the move that I'm kind of looking to play here is f4 to remove that knight. The problem is, as soon as you do that, you really blunt your own bishop on e3. Suddenly it's not really part of the game anymore. And again, we mentioned it last time, it's probably not as good now, but that's why these moves are being flagged as a huge blunder. And finally, bishop takes h3 on the board, and that will be a shot.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to play f4 here, attacking the knight, so I gain time to take on h3, but it's probably knight g4.
Yep.
And it's just not in time. f4, knight g4. If you take, h6 falls.
That's right.
Doesn't benefit white. I just want to say, Denis needs to start playing faster. Like, ignore all the moves. He's had moves that he could have played rook b1, c4, without spending seconds.
Yep.
It's a more natural position.
Agreed, and now he's sort of pivoted to playing on the queen side, which is not what you'd expect. Given that the dark square bishop has been given away, this is not exactly what you'd like to do. And it's funny, just leaving that bishop hanging on h3. You know, rook takes c5. I mean, look at the moves that you need to find.
He's found it, though.
In order to play this position.
Whoa.
That is a huge moment here. And after rook e7, he needs another one. Is he going to find this, Eric? Rook takes e5 is incredible.
It is, and I think what you then bring the queen in after, this is his chance. Rook e5.
This is going to be a masterpiece if we see this on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, this is rook takes on e5, played
Queen
on
G5.
the board, and queen g5.
And there's also queen takes e5 after knight h5. If knight h5, queen e5, the rook spin, you're threatening queen h8 mate.
Is this Magnus
Here we
getting
go.
punished? Queen e5 played. Magnus has missed that. The look of shock and almost admiration.
Yeah, he knows it. He knows it.
And there's the cheers from the crowd. Everyone can appreciate that.
Magnus was playing with fire the whole game, finally got punished.
And what a moment there for Denis Lazavik. To the cheers of the crowd, he does win that game and, you know, kind of does what you'd expect, Eric, against the Benoni. So it's duly punished and perhaps a reminder to Magnus Carlsen that this match is not over.
For sure. I think Magnus was just feeling so comfortable. He'd done it before, but Denis, first win in a long time.
That's right. Yep. Perhaps since the very beginning of the match. And the players are on a break right now in between the rest of this 3+1 segment. You can see taking some time to sign some autographs for the fans, Eric.
Yeah, was he doing that earlier?
I think I did see him do one, but you know he's clearly feeling comfortable right now and comfortable enough to spend some time talking to reporters, signing some autographs, and just love to see that interaction in the arena.
Yeah, I mean, for those that are attending the event, they can probably attest to how close you are to the players.
It's incredible.
And this is where chess is headed. And I think for a lot of people, maybe the first time they've seen Magnus in that capacity, just being a few feet.
Well, we're down with John Sargent, who's with Denis Lazavik for a quick interview. John, take it away.
Thank you very much, folks. Denis, the energy in the room, the crowd when you played rook takes e5 there. Talk to us about the live experience playing in front of this audience. Can you feel the energy? Can you feel the crowd?
Yeah, but unfortunately, even with headphones, I can hear the crowd. So I will be fair that, I mean, I can say that when they started to screaming, or I don't know, I understood that there was something. So I mean, it's a bit unfair, but even with headphones, I can feel it, I can hear it. So that's.
Look, the headphones are doing their job, but you can feel the energy in the room. Obviously, there's some scoreboard pressure against you at the moment, but you've had some absolutely amazing moments so far. Talk me through your strategy for the rest of the match.
I don't know, finally I won the game, but, you know, it felt like Magnus decided to even play the Benoni, so he... Well, it's very hard to win against him, but, you know, I will try to continue to play somehow. Probably, I wish I will improve my game, but we'll see. I don't know.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Denis. Good luck. Let's go. All right, folks, back to the desk now before we head to a break. This was Denis Lazavik. We'll see you for more chess in a second.
Thank you very much, John. And it's nice to hear the very candid thoughts, Eric, from Denis, who's alluding to the fact that, you know, you can actually feel not just the energy, but almost like the crowd is literally in your ear sometimes. It's that loud, and, you know, that's the excitement, but also the duality of having these live finals.
Yeah, that was a very good interview, but trying these new formats, he gave some feedback, and I'm sure people on the internet are reacting to that because, you know, he did mention the energy helped him find that combination, which... We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. Honestly,
he'll take it.
Exactly. He'll take it. And, you know, well, that combination for Denis was probably second nature. You know, everyone else at home can practice finding their combinations on the Chess Up board, which is sponsoring the event. Play on Chess.com. You can take 10% off your smart chess board. Use that code CHESS. And, of course, Chess Up. I have also tried this board. It is something we brought live to Vegas for F1. The people who passed by absolutely loved it, and honestly, it was a hit. So go.chessup.com/chessup to get 10% off. Take advantage of that as we head to a break before we continue with this 3+1 segment.
You're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay, okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
It's ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, you know, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it queen h6? It's queen h6 first. Of course I know it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Aman.
Good game.
What do you mean, good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
Hello, everyone. This is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky.
Hikaru's, he should have this game.
This is actually pretty close.
Yeah, it might even be a win for White.
Oh my goodness, he versus King? He wins! How did he do that?
Unbelievable. And you saw that little encouragement, the little oomph he gave himself after that win. That meant a lot.
Probably the best move here is Queen C4. That's a very, very high level move. That's a very high level move because it... Okay, well, what's interesting is that's actually a blunder. I did that deliberately. Both rooks are staring at the rook on d6. All of this should lead you
to the very pretty tactic, knight takes e5.
And if the knight recaptures on d4, I think there's this move knight d7 to c5, exploiting a tactical foible, which is that queen takes a7, rook a8.
Tactical what?
Foible? I don't know. I just wanted to use a fancy word.
How do you spell that?
F-O-I-B-L-E, foible.
Foible? When did you learn that word?
I mean, I've got a lot of foibles, including liking fancy words for no reason.
Black will be losing if this bishop can somehow get it. Oh, and I just thinking of any way in.
Bishop
Look at
takes
g5.
g5. Danny, the idea is HG. Bishop takes g5. Holy smokes, my brain is exploding. FG, F6.
He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. I mean, both players are just locked in concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's.
That's not a word.
He goes queen winning. It's over. Holy oh my God, cheese balls.
What would XQC do in this position? It would bang, bang, boom. Bang, bang, likes to make a check and make a mate. Make a check, make a mate. Takes. Well, then I play rook f7, knight f7, rook f7. King g8, rook g7, king g7. Okay, here's not GG. Yo, GG, Guga.
In modern chess, this is the reason I quit chess in 2005, because when I played Corpo, there was a certain romantic, charm to the game. Now it's just kids with computers,
Now I have 3.5 points out of 5. I'm playing quite well, but so far I'm getting quite lucky on it.
Have a great day and good luck in your chess career.
Welcome back, everyone. The Speed Chess Championship continues. Magnus Carlsen, Denis Lazavik, the first semifinal of today's matchups. And Eric, an early lead for Magnus Carlsen. However, what do you make of that final result going into the break? We don't want to make too much of it, but we also don't want to gloss over what a beautiful combination that was and what that might be doing for Denis's confidence as we enter the most unpredictable phase of the match, which is the second half, where anything can happen.
Well, I think Denis alluded to it in the interviews, like it's very tough to beat Magnus. He went 2 hours pretty much without a win from that very first game. So Magnus, he took that risk, didn't pay off, just trying out the Benoni. But still a long ways to go for Denis. I think we've seen pockets of the play required, but it's going to have to be 2, 3, 4 games here in a row.
And I think we can say Magnus Carlsen, not likely to play that opening again. I think we could say that, Eric. Probably no more Benonis. He's had the experience. He's not that interested in repeating.
Yeah, I don't think he was he's advertising the Benoni very well. We're not going to have new Benoni players. Oftentimes you follow the world, follow the top players. I don't think that opening looked very fun.
No, I could see Denis bringing more Catalan players than perhaps Magnus Benoni players from this match right here, as it looks like we're getting set. The players are getting settled in for the second half of the 3+1 section, which has predominantly gone the way of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, we're seeing also, I think, the tournament director there. I'm not sure if they're making any tweaks or something, but
yeah, it looks like we're very close to games beginning here as things are underway, folks, as we're back in with what looks like, Eric, a London system to start things off here, as we are live in London as well. So obviously, nice to see this opening make an appearance.
Yeah, I'm sure you have a few comments here. This is one of your specialties.
Oh, it certainly is. Yep, we have a very dangerous line in terms of a move order chosen here by Black, and that's because you can include a move like knight h5 as early as right now, which is why the move knight f3, it honestly does invite the move knight h5. I'm curious if we're going to see it. Usually the move knight to f3 this early, it's not one that I would recommend instead of playing the move h3 in order to secure the bishop, because in this case, sometimes you'll see a variation, knight to f4, another one, you'll see this knight drop back. I don't think you'll actually capture on h4 here, but strangely enough, knight to f4, I think, is one of the top moves here, and likely the move that we're going to see. Pawn will take, now you take on h4 with some interesting dynamic play. The g2 pawn weak on the open file.
Would you say this is Magnus taking risks again by even allowing this variation?
I do think so, because I think this is an achievement for black, put it that way. And you'll take any imbalanced position, in my opinion, given the match situation here. I don't think this is ideal for white. So yeah, after the Benoni, a little bit surprising, but more risks being taken.
This just looks good for black. I mean, is queen e5 the only move? How do you defend f4 and d4? But queen e5 allows a queen trade. The bishops are open. Rook g8 is a move. g2 is weak. d6, it feels like just two bishops.
Yeah.
Steady advantage.
I'm concerned about h3 as well. If you play queen e5 and trade, pawn h3, taking advantage of that diagonal. That's why we see d5, which might be the best move, you know, that being considered. However, you're opening that diagonal for the dark square bishop on g7. If you're going to castle queenside, it's going to come under a lot of fire. Not to mention, we dropped a pawn here. This is not the way that you wanted to come out of that break, Eric.
I don't think so, but we're not sure if Magnus made that choice or not. Did he allow this line on purpose or maybe misremember? But for Denis, getting this type of position, maybe it's not in his normal style, but the match situation, it's just a good position.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Bishop c4, look, at this point, the knight on c3, there's nothing you can do. Black wants to take it, the pawns have to be doubled. There's no way you can just allow that pawn on d5 to fall. This move, not what I was expecting. I kind of thought that we might see the knight. Well, I don't know if knight a6 was the right move right away, but queenside castling. That felt like the move that you wanted to play, but d takes e6 was a threat in that previous position, so you can understand why he wanted to get the king out.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Denis should have given up his dark squared bishop, taken on c3. This looks okay, but feels like white's lead in development is a bit noticeable here. You have a move like rook g1 next, and I can envision a future where the rook lifts up to g4, you win back your pawn, or you get some counterplay on that bishop on g7.
Agreed. Yeah, this doesn't quite seem right. As black, it almost was correct to take on c3, as you mentioned, play this exact variation, but perhaps the other way around, before castling. If that would have been a lot different. g4 is a way to keep things closed, but Magnus is starting to take control of the position. Maybe h3 or f3 next, Eric. Things are going to open up, and black's king is looking exposed.
Yeah, winning the pawn back and having, like, the moves are easy, and we're seeing the time situation. Magnus he's up a minute. Obviously still playing against the bishop pair here. So if you go, double rooks in the g file, I think the bishop on g7 can find a safe square. But there's some tactics to watch out for. So let's take a look. Rook hg1, maybe bishop h6.
Yep, exactly. Bishop h6 is fairly safe. There are some ideas with rook g1 and rook h5 that you need to be careful of as well. I think
that's critical here.
Yeah, in this
Can you play bishop h6, rook h5? Does your rook get trapped?
That's right.
What's going on?
That's right. Rook h5, king
h7,
bishop d3 check, and having that move f5 available is key.
Is his plan to meet rook g8 and play, like, I don't know, rook g5?
Yeah, rook g5,
wow.
Rook g3, just something to discourage the capture, and both moves look very tempting. As you still have that idea of bishop d3, this is such a funny position. Rook g5, rook g6. Black is trying to shuffle the king over to g7 and threaten bishop takes on g5.
Just see a position here where white drops the bishop back to d3, provoking f5, and then, knight f3, knight e5. A very natural path for that knight. Some things to solve for Denis.
Absolutely. This is not where Denis wanted this position to go. I think Magnus will be very happy. Despite the fact that there is the bishop pair, this is not the bishop pair that you're used to, right? No scope for the bishop on b7 or on h6 currently due to this strange position, and time, yet again, becomes a factor.
You can take on g6 at any moment, so Magnus is thinking here, do I take now or can I build the position? Play f4, maybe h4, start grabbing more space in the meantime, because the rook on g6 is stuck.
Yeah, and I almost want to guard the g-pawn before I capture, so that if the king takes, I can just play rook h6, and I don't have to worry that my g-pawn is not defended.
f4 seems the most natural in that case then.
Yeah, especially because h4, I start to get worried that my rook will be trapped, on h5. So f4 I like because now there's a path backwards. Now this is exciting because you're not actually taking the rook right away, continuing to delay it. Bishop takes f7. You're not actually winning.
Just sacking the exchange.
Just sacking
going for a mating, pretty much a mating net, I think.
Yeah, f6 is there.
Bishop g6. You can't trade rooks on h8 because of knight f7.
Oh, that's really tough.
Well, then that's it.
Yep, and now there's knight f3 among, maybe knight f7 among other things. 2 pieces for the rook plus the extra pawn there as well to go with it, and the fact that white can just play h5, maneuver the knight to g4, and another win for Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. That smile, Eric, almost says, I think I might have got away with something in the opening, and he knows it.
Yeah, but his wins are starting to become more decisive.
That's right. Yeah, it's always a good sign. And actually, we're seeing the King's Indian again, but this time Magnus is playing. It just speaks to that confidence level. Well, we might not see the Benoni again, Eric, but we are seeing experimentation.
For sure. And this is a 3-minute time control, and this line is a bit more solid for black, not playing for like the f5 and kingside pawn storm. It's a bit more. You usually go for the d5 break at some point, loose pieces on the e file. Knight e4 is, in fact, what I'd have to look at now, but can't remember.
Yeah, it feels like we could be deep in theoretical.
This is theory, exactly. It smells like theory, and I'm pretty rusty.
I seem to remember some bishop c1, bishop d2 repetition here. Yeah, that I've seen some players, some top players go for. It's obviously not forced. You can actually see the evaluation bar favors white, but I have seen this repetition if you're not feeling more ambitious.
So if we don't repeat now, maybe rook b1, preparing bishop b4, trying to trap the queen.
Yeah, because queen takes a2 is much more of a risk than an escape route. So rook b1 probably be met by something like knight a6, just to cover the b4 square.
But it's close to trapping the queen anyways, because if you give me a couple moves as white, probably queen c2, maybe bishop c1, something like that.
Yeah, d5 is definitely an indication that the queen, Magnus was not comfortable with that queen on a3, and for a good reason. Bishop b4 can be played, but it does hand over the e3 square as a means to escape.
And then the queen can, I don't know, find its way over to the king side.
Yep.
So a good moment to probably think here for Denis. And I like this decision. I said he needs to play faster. In a lot of these games, he's really found himself in time trouble. Whoa, knight takes d5.
Wow.
That's a blunder, I think.
Well, so the knight on d4 is hanging.
Yeah, I think you have a bishop c1 move at the very end of this. So
this is critical. Yeah, put that. So
e takes
d5. This is the idea.
Bishop c1, take here, queen d4, and you think the rook is hanging, but then you just move the bishop.
Wow.
Queen's hanging, and it's a mating net anyways, and that's not too hard to find.
Yeah, especially because it's forced. If you take on d5, you know the reaction. Magnus on the camera, you can feel that he started to notice it as well. You see the reaction. Now, e takes d5 becomes critical. You're spending time here, yet you have to find it.
So what happened? We had, bishop c1 was played. He didn't take on d5.
I wonder if the same kind of idea can be transposed to, because first of all, bishop c1, you don't have to actually sack anything technically. The coordination is really, really suspicious here, but it might just work after rook b2.
It looks like it works, and at the same time, look at black's development. Magnus has been pretty greedy this game with his tactics. White's fully developed. Black still has to develop the queen side. Makes a bit of sense that there's something off here.
So if bishop takes d4 on the previous turn and rook takes e2, another way to try to make a tactic work, there was that same idea, right? We looked at that bishop h6 idea. It doesn't quite work there, but you have to remember, Magnus has miscalculated, and once he realized that, he's abandoning all of those same ideas.
I mean, Magnus lost that Benoni game on the dark squares. If you consider bishop takes d4, you know there's so many mating nets on the dark squares there that it's probably not correct, and you have to find other counterplays as black, but right now, just down a piece.
Is he just winning the queen here now? Because I'm starting to look at knight c2, bishop b5. It hits the rook, but it's also defending the a4 knight. It's kind of a tricky way of actually threatening to win the queen on a1. And what a unique way to trap that queen.
I think Magnus has to sack his queen.
Yeah.
Knight c2,
That's
just take the bishop. But certainly not planned.
Yeah, you could start by taking the rook
Knight c2.
and then take the bishop on b5. But you have to give up the queen. There are no more squares available. You can take on b5. You can also take on b2 directly. The queen has got to go. This is another game that, you know, could swing and just build some confidence for Denis. I don't know if this is something that Magnus can rely on.
Well, definitely can't rely on it. It's just a consequence of the position here. But as I said, take the bishop on g7. Even in a position like this, you're getting some material back as black, if we count it all. We have a queen for white and a knight for 2 rooks. But look at that, the dark squares, right? Just queen a1 check.
Yep.
You know, they say when you look at imbalances, queen versus 2 rooks, it's kind of king position. Here, it's queen and knight versus 2 rooks. And those dark squares are really, really weak long term. So as long as Denis doesn't blunder back rank, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, agreed. And really, once you play h4 or h3, as soon as you have an escape square, I feel like you're no longer concerned. And obviously now, material is just so heavily in white's favor that it's hard to imagine the comeback.
Well, you might be wondering, why is Magnus playing on? There's one goal, a fortress. And that's if you take the knights off the board, and white can even win some of the queenside pawns. There's some ideas there. Problem is, Denis won't trade off the knights. He's going to use the knight and the queen to coordinate to generate attacking chances against the king and against these pawns, and just keep that knight on the board for tactical opportunities.
Yeah, this looks like he's trying to build a fortress, but we know Magnus doesn't believe in those, so don't expect it to succeed.
The queen and knight are coordinating to get ever so close to that black king. And rook d7 not playable. You have queen e6 check. g6 falls.
Yeah, this has got to be over.
Another check here. The h-pawn can now push. Resignation. Another win for Lazavik. And Magnus getting sloppy.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Eric. Getting sloppy with that lead. We know how quickly in bullet a lead like this can truly disappear. For that to happen against Magnus Carlsen would be a different story. But this is the beginning of it. So you just don't want to get sloppy. Where was everything that worked in the match so far for Magnus? He doesn't need to be taking these risks and playing these double-edged positions. It should be up to Denis to create them, but Magnus is kind of handing them to him.
Yeah, and sometimes you see this in the bullet portion when a match is out of reach. Right now, it's not. They're still in blitz. A couple wins for Denis. There's some momentum here. And even this opening that Magnus was playing, it's playable in blitz. I like to do it as well, but not the most theoretically challenging. Black can definitely find themselves with a very decent opening position, and also just sharp. It's a sharp position.
Yeah, exactly right. I think this...
Exactly what Denis wants.
Yeah, this is an opening, almost a fan favorite, I want to say. Queen f2. Knight jumps into the center on d4. Usually, bishop takes d4, you'll play bishop e3 as a, of course, forced reaction, so you don't actually lose your queen there. And if the pawn takes on d4, which I've seen, the knight moves, and then suddenly you put pressure on the c-file, on the c2 pawn, and start to push in the center.
It's a big think here, but I think bishop takes d4 for black is the move, and then just bring the bishop back.
Yeah.
After bishop e3, you're not trading. Bring the bishop back. White would love to play f5, but there's enough defenders for black, especially with knight f5 in the future. d4. So it's a bit like d4 now. It's transitioned from a bit of a closed Sicilian structure to an open Sicilian when you play d4, but I'm not sure if that's favorable for Magnus.
Yeah, I look at the bishop on a2. That's the main piece
that's the issue.
That feels like it's out of place for an open Sicilian kind of setup. And actually, the move d5 has been played very combative. But again, I think it comes back to not only the pressure in the center. If e5, suddenly that f5 square, that knight can jump in. But that bishop on a2, it's just not in the game yet.
And that's why bishop a2 is not the most common. Like this opening is maybe not the most popular because you're committing your bishop to a diagonal that you're not sure is the right one yet. And it can really be out of the game. Denis is playing this very actively, very well right now.
Completely agree. After D takes on C5, now we're seeing the position open up. You know, chances for both sides, but this is exactly what you want as Denis Lazavik. And he's sort of being handed these opportunities by Magnus. You know, this is a moment for sure, Eric, that, you know, if this match gets out of hand and Denis starts to really ramp up the wins, you look back at this and think, why did you play in a way that handed opportunities to your opponent?
Yeah, there's been a few games in a row where we've been talking about this. Black is very happy with the opening. Take on a3. Yes, you know, maybe we play bishop b3. Okay, the last decision, by the way, I can't say. Giving up that dark square bishop, I'm sure about, because it feels like now Magnus can play bishop b3. White's up a pawn. They're double c pawns.
Yep.
Maybe not worth a lot, but probably good enough for equality. You'll lose a pawn, play an endgame, equal material. Felt like tactically there are opportunities a little earlier for Denis to continue to put on pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm actually wondering about F5. Is that is a huge move, tactically based. Eric, you know, the move F5 there, if that was spotted, that would have been a huge shot.
Yeah, we can take a look at that briefly. I think the idea with F5 is just to play F6, no matter what Black does. You take the piece.
Yeah,
I go
F6,
B3. F6, and I try to play Queen H6 mate.
That's amazing. And if you take with the E pawn, you'll lose the bishop. If you take with the G pawn, not only does your pawn structure get ruined, but you're also thinking about Queen H6, Rook to H4. All of a sudden, there's a huge attack that develops. So we'll get back to the live position here, but just there are those little moments in these games. Overall, very well played by both, but man, there have been some big tactical shots that honestly would be crazier to see on the board than not.
Yeah, Magnus is one of those players. He generally is very practical. He doesn't spend a lot of time unless he's got that feeling there's a move. It's been working for him so far, except for some of these opening choices.
Yeah.
Denis here, okay, G4. Okay, just trying to force the queens off on good terms. Queen D4, you can do Rook 2 takes D4, and again, it's kind of a position that Magnus wants. With the queens off, you're not worried about king safety. The king is, and then you're just playing an endgame where you probably know it's about equal, but you can't really lose this.
Yeah, it does feel like if Black does nothing, this could actually go very bad. You allow Rook D8, trade a pair of rooks, King E3, King D4, that starts to look bad. So it almost feels like Black needs to play in a way that fights a little bit. That's E5, that's G5. You want to test the pawn structure a little bit. Maybe you take on G4, maybe you play H4 and fix that pawn as a weakness for Bishop G2 in the future.
Yeah, H4 is double-edged. He's taking, and this is fine, as you mentioned. G5 is a good way to trade things off. E5.
Yeah. Difficult to make progress. You got those double pawns. I do think that if the rooks come off the board, there is something.
Oh, the rook is trapped. Wait, King B6. Is it trapped? No, there's Rook D8.
So
no, it's not. I don't see it.
Well, Rook D8. Where do you put?
So King B6, Rook D8. No, like it's trapped, but I don't know how to win it.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
But you don't even need to win it. Even an exchange, perhaps, good enough. So Rook D8 threatens Rook B8 check, and you know Bishop B7 is no good. There's no place to put the rook. You probably have to start thinking about, well, in this case, Bishop to B7 played, but this is not easy at all.
And G5 is hanging in some variations.
That's right.
So we have Rook B7, and
there's no time to take it. You can take on F7 and take on F4. That's one way to do things.
Denis was down to 3 seconds there, so I wonder if Magnus could have invested a bit of time to find something tricky. But this is still very good.
This should be more than enough. You will have the move C5 available in some lines. I wonder if we throw in Rook to E4 first, but Bishop D1 rerouting the bishop and starting to take full control of this position is Magnus Carlsen.
Do you trade the bishops off as white, or do you keep the bishop on to help push that c-pawn through? So bishop E2, bishop G4, maybe bring the bishop to G5. Sorry, B5.
Yeah, rook back to f4 makes sense. I think at this point, bishop's off the board is also completely fine. Decides to take. You can't even capture.
Because of the pin.
Because of the pin. And now time is so low. There's 3 extra pawns now. This is way too much.
Oh, that's a nice move.
Yep, starting to maneuver. The bishop can go to c2, help the pawn go one step further to g6. Difficult to stop, and now it's just technique, but down 3 pawns, you're not saving the position anyway, let alone low on time.
Rook takes d7, finishing touch, okay.
Yeah, at this point.
Just no chance here.
Yeah, this is a position that he knows is winning.
Nice.
Any way that he wants. Take that rook, there's no way to play rook f3. Now the king hides, and that is going to be a victory. It feels like Magnus Carlsen is oscillating between a game where he hands chances and maybe gets punished, and then a dominant game just to right the ship and sort of remind his opponent of the scoreline.
I still get the feeling, though, that he's playing maybe a bit for the crowd with some of those choices. Like the last game was a very nice finish, but the opening, I'm sure he knew was a little bit dubious.
Yep, exactly right. Knight e2 here might look unusual. Why isn't that knight on f3? There's an additional bishop g4 move that you need to contend with when you put the knight on f3. And in this case, you would be able to play f3 to kick that bishop away.
Very solid. Usually white can claim a bit of a small plus here. Just take a look. Everything's symmetrical, but look at white's bishop on d3. Yep. It's developed. It has control of that, whereas black's bishop on c8, you're not sure where do I place it because you can't play it on f5. So just a little bit of a better setup for white, but shouldn't be too much.
No, there's been pretty slim margins, it feels like, in this match. Knight g3, and again, relying, for example, knight takes d4 in the middle on that tactic. Bishop takes on h7, which would equalize the material. And it's just, again, light squared bishop on d3, a little bit better than the bishop on e6, but that's about it, Eric. It is really equal here.
That's about it, and there's not ways to necessarily gain space as white. I mean, maybe we're looking at pushing the h-pawn down the board. That's kind of something to look at when you don't know what to do. But outside of that, tough.
Yeah.
Any trades just make it easier. Like if the queens come off the board, we're looking at a pretty drawish position. Maybe black's going to even bring the king to d6 and something like that. Like there's a weakness on d5 for black. White has a weakness on d4, and it's just both sides have to invest in defending. That makes it hard to actually apply pressure to the other isolated pawn.
Yeah, and the difficulty is, I think, stylistically, Denis, he's good at these positions, but unfortunately extracting a full point from these positions against Magnus, it's not something that you can reliably do, to come back 5-6 points. The match is close, or if he's ahead in a match, this style looks really good, but here it feels like he just needs something a little bit more.
A little bit more, maybe bishop b5, try to create the structural imbalance.
I like that.
So yeah, knight fe2 here. Okay, I'm not sure if he should have taken, but bishop b5 is the only move I have here. King f2, bishop b5, try to take on c6. I don't think Magnus will allow that, but...
Yep, you can always drop the bishop back. You can play rook c8. But bishop b5 did look like sort of the final way to imbalance the position. You see the move g5, kicking that knight out. White was not interested in taking the bishop on e6 in black's position and helping the pawn support the center. So instead, we do see a number of trades on the h-file. And again, just getting towards that very, very drawish and completely equal position.
Yeah, you see Magnus, his clock management. He's up a minute, obviously very comfortable here. Denis, at some point he's got to think, is this worth playing on, or should I just roll the dice again, play the next game with black the way Magnus has been playing? I still have some chances.
Yep, exactly right. Also, the match clock expiring as well in this 3+1 portion, so the players know that there's bullet ahead, which you start to have to gear up for, and you want this deficit to be as small as possible if you're Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, bishop b5 can still be played, but I'm not sure it does anything. This is just headed to a very, very drawish endgame.
Yeah, but you're at least you're thinking about creating
I'm trying,
balances.
yeah, but he's not playing it, so I feel like there's something wrong with what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, or just the, they played so many games. Yeah, the upside is just not necessarily there, and being content with the position and things wrapping up with the objective evaluation, which is most certainly equality.
Yeah, king reaches d6, which is kind of the square you want. As I said, you want to use your kings to defend your weaknesses, free up the pieces to move around.
The maneuvering phase of the game. A tough one to fully master. These players certainly have. Watching the h5 square, the bishop on e8. Otherwise, knight h5 starts to be a consideration. And in this case, wanted to get the exchange. If knight h5, there's always knight g8 temporarily to hold on to that pawn.
If you look at the pawns, you talk about color complex. Well, the d5 pawn is on a light square, but black also has f6 and g5 on dark squares. So both sides have pawns that are vulnerable in, against the bishops. So it's a bit of a tie there. And knight f1, going knight e3, trying to reroute the knight to e3. You get a bishop on, I don't know, let's say f3. It's just not enough. I think this is...
I'll be shocked, Eric. I'll be shocked if anything except a draw happens here, especially with those last moves. And given that the players have elongated the game, if it was even on their minds, so there's no other 3+1 game that's going to start. You can see top left of your screen, it is 0 seconds on the match clock. So we are just waiting for this game to wrap up in a draw, maybe with a repetition here. That looks like the last thing ahead of us, just the method of how it's going to become a draw.
Yeah, the players are filling out the position, hoping for a blunder. It's not happening. I mean, this is maybe, what do you say, surprising? It doesn't change anything.
It doesn't, yeah. Just that the knight can stay on e3, and now we'll see that repetition, and ultimately the game ends peacefully. We can see that the score opens up 12-6 for Magnus Carlsen, who, Eric, he's actually equaled his result in both segments so far. The 5+1, the 3+1, 6-3 in both of those segments. A very similar experience.
Yeah, I think it played out a bit differently because he lost a couple of games, but the high moments in that 3-minute segment were very good for Magnus. He had some very clean wins there, and you can see the body language. He seems very comfortable. It's definitely not like expected, I think, to go around signing autographs in the middle of a break.
No,
I
agree.
So
I agree. This definitely looks like, is he giving an interview in Norwegian while he's signing? Ever the multitasker.
Yes.
That's amazing. I mean, thinking about how the match has gone, he's understandably satisfied, right? We're looking at a match where it's 6-3 in the 5+1, 6-3 again in the 3+1. I would say the way that we got there, at some point, you and I had that moment where we had to criticize and say, I don't know if he should be that loose with the openings, bit double-edged, but Eric, does it really feel like a match that Magnus feels he can lose at this point? His confidence seems to be very high.
No, I think he knew that he took unnecessary risk in those games, and he's okay with it. And going into the final portion, he's up by 6, and bullet is not Lazavik's strongest time control. So Magnus is definitely, I think if you ask them heading into today, you're up by 6 going to the bullet, he'd probably take that.
Yeah.
We even saw that prediction at the start of the match. Some of the models had it 14-10.
That's right.
He's outperforming that,
Yep.
and most of his losses have been from risky openings.
That's right. And as we get ready for the bullet section, which is ahead, we hope that everyone watching gets ready for King's Gambit, which is a new chess-inspired survival arcade game from the creators of AnyChess. Guide your king through a sea of enemy pieces. You can build combos, try to survive as long as you can. Remember, there's no ads, free gameplay, and King's Gambit will help put your chess skills to the test without the 2 a.m. ELO crash, which I am capable of myself. So how long can you survive? That's code !King's Gambit in chat. Use it now. Check it out, everyone. And we will be back for Bullet, Eric, after the break. Don't go anywhere.
It's 2 a.m. Stop the tilt.
Clear the board. Buy yourself time. Magnet. Pull every shield your way. Royal Frenzy! How long can you survive? Come on, the board's waiting.
Another pep talk? Nah, you're past that. Hype fades, but good energy, that stays. Workout, workday, whatever. We're here for it all damn day. It's never just one thing. Be ready for everything. Mind sharp, focus locked. Don't just move forward. We've got good energy. Neuro Gum and Mints.
Welcome back, everyone. The Speed Chess Championship continues. Eric, we have Magnus Carlsen, Denis Lazavik in a matchup that at the moment is trending towards a Magnus Carlsen victory, but we have one more segment where that can still change, and that is bullet. 1 minute, 1 second increment. What do you think Denis's chances are, realistically, up against a 6-point deficit?
Well, Magnus did lose a bullet segment to Jose Martinez. He had a tough, close one against Fabiano, so he has shown in the past that you can take games off him in the bullet. We'll see if Denis he's probably been training every time control, but you know, Magnus has, he can bleed in bullet, and I think the last segment kind of set the stage because there were more decisive games than the very first segment.
Yeah, now the pressure's on in the sense that I think it really starts to become reality. When only the bullet remains, you can't keep making those draws. It's more likely that a game that might have been drawn before, Eric, might now turn into a loss because of excess risks that just have to be taken as things are underway and already we're getting something fresh.
You've commentated many SCC matches. It's a 6-point edge for Magnus, but we've seen leads like that shrink a bit. I know we're talking about Magnus here, and it's a bit harder, but it's happened.
No, we have to talk about the reality, which is that it has happened. We have seen leads like this disappear in the bullet segment. Whether or not it will happen here remains to be seen. That's what this game in front of us is all about. Getting off to a good start, Eric, in the bullet is absolutely key. It really sets the tone, and especially just for your mental, because bullet, a lot easier to tilt and have the previous game affect the next one.
Well, already a tough spot for Denis here. He just loses that d6 pawn, and there's no compensation.
No, at this point, you're hoping for the right imbalance with minor pieces because the material is just immediately an issue here. F4 to kick out that knight as well. Kick that knight back to d7, but at this point, I think could probably just cement that knight on d6.
Because you were talking about a good start, and this is not a good start. This is an easy-to-play position for White.
Yep.
And you know, at some point, you got to start doing math. If you're a Denis fan at home, it's like, can only take so many losses before it might almost be mathematically impossible to come back.
Yeah, and with that plus 1 second increment, don't think that a bullet game is 2 minutes. No. We've easily seen them last 5-6 minutes. It's incredible how long a single game can last in bullet just with the increment.
And there's a strategy where when you're in the lead, you prolong the games a little bit because you can start to see the finish line, see that counter go down, you know it's only so much time left.
Absolutely. Queen takes e6. We just have another pawn dropping in the position. You know, of course it's game one. You play this out no matter what, but at some point, if the position gets bad enough, playing the position out simply takes time off the clock.
Yeah, no, you have to be realistic at a certain point. Can I actually win this position? Because, and my answer for this one is probably no, but I think he's waiting for a couple more moves because there's still heavy pieces on the board.
That's right.
So you just wait for that to dissipate, then you decide.
Yeah, this right here, queen takes c6, the rook on f7 is hanging. I was going to say there is bishop d6 in order to try to win some material there, but you don't need to have finesse at this point. Just about anything should get the job done. That c-pawn is passed. The king is running out into the open here. This is all Magnus Carlsen in the first game of bullet.
Okay, are there any tactics? It's gotten a little loose here, Amon. It feels like Denis is, bishop e6. That's a nice find.
That's a painful move to see. Right when it looked like things actually were turning into a bit of a tactical skirmish.
Still a couple moves required here. Mm-hmm. I don't think Magnus is happy with his conversion. Let me say that.
That's absolutely correct. Rook c4. Now there is rook c2, but you have to be quite careful, so it's time to bring the king in.
Yeah, problem is you're down a pawn, so white can make this move like king d3 because every pawn endgame is winning.
And here's, again, this is actually a position that's, I won't say it's worse than a loss, Eric, but you might know what I mean.
No, I know you mean exactly.
It can go on forever and ever, and you might lose it.
And there's no way you win except for like a mouse slip. This is, Magnus can play this in his sleep.
Okay, so king f4, g3, and at some point, if the king goes far away, what's going to happen is rook takes on a5.
Yeah, that advanced king with that advanced pawn, black's looking to sacrifice that rook and get the g pawn running down the board because that might force a draw.
Yep.
Whereas if you just shuffle like this, as you mentioned, a lot of time can go off the clock.
Yep, and this is a move that's still important to play correctly. But here's rook f5, got to bring the rook down, and this is going to work out, but you might try king e2 here.
King e2 is the right try to check from behind. And now, again, what you talked about, this could go on for 50 moves, right? That's what's going to happen.
Think about when we began, right? This is a 30-minute countdown. It's at 25 minutes. I bet everyone was saying there's no way a bullet game can go 5-6 minutes. Well, look at what we've got here. This is not what Denis is looking for. To be honest, just about the worst start that you could have to the segment.
For sure. It's actually, it's a very easy endgame to hold, but
yeah,
the
we don't think he's
opportunity
gonna lose
cost,
it.
the
Yeah.
opportunity cost of all that time is very significant here.
Yeah, because you could lose a quick game and win one in the time that it's taken for all this to happen. Magnus is absolutely going to play this one on as long as possible.
Just by reaching this endgame, probably 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes will disappear.
Yep. And the score won't change in terms of the deficit. 12.5 to 6.5 if things go as we expect. This looks like it's, about to be a 5.5, 6 minute game. Remember, the amount of time that is on the clock for Magnus can just be, you can wait that out at the end.
Yeah.
There we go. That is game number 1. If that's a sign of things to come, Magnus is looking very comfortable. Denis has to be careful, not only to get more double-edged positions, but obviously to not get in a spot where the clock, the match clock, can just be whittled down like that.
Well, it's hard to suggest what to do differently there. I mean, in the end game, that was just, I don't know if it was unfortunate. But the opening is where he's got to be critical because he was lost right in the early middle game there. And you have to think that Denis needs to take some swings.
Yep, completely agree.
And that might lead to some quick losses. But just in terms of, a loss by, 10 points, 8 points, what's the difference?
I agree. It's tough to have that mentality and let the score really get away from you, but that's probably the approach that you need. These are the finals here in London, and I like the way that
push,
Denis has come out in this game. There's clearly a dark square idea that Magnus is going to have. Bring that knight maybe to d7, trade the bishops, but I think that this is the right way to play.
Knight takes e4, though. Magnus sees it, because that pin would have been really annoying, and this is a huge problem. That's the best piece for white is the dark square bishop.
And you can solidify things with f6. It's not the prettiest move, but it really holds everything together. White has to try to break the position, but it's just everything is so well defended.
I would like to see Denis up on the clock, but Magnus's clock management today has been impeccable.
Yeah, very reliable so far. Look, the pawn might keep pushing all the way to f4. You got bishop d7, rook e8. It feels as though Denis does not have anything.
Well, the math doesn't work. There's a bishop on e5. You can't remove it. You have no f-pawn, so you need to maybe swing the rooks to the e-file, or the knight on c2 needs to go e1, f3.
Exactly.
Needs to be some imbalance because Magnus has everything under control here.
Yeah, knight e1, knight to f3 definitely looks like what I'd be considering, but of course, concessions. Every time you do that, the knight's no longer pinned. So the position is just getting better and better for black.
It's a sharp position, it's bullet, but Magnus is still playing excellent moves. And
d3.
So
yeah, just look at that queen on g1. Cannot move in the position.
Rook e8, or let's see here. All the fun is for black here with the bishop pair and the pin.
Exactly. Multiple pins at that. The queen is well situated on g7. Now, this is not the end of the world, but again, the best it feels like you can do for Denis is to bring things back to equality.
This is pretty, yeah, as you said, pretty tough though, because we have to really factor in the clock.
Yep.
And it's a type of position that feels like Magnus is only either going to win or we have like a 100-move draw. The last game was 118 moves.
118 is incredible. It's exactly what you want to see if you're leading the match.
Okay, Denis has made some progress here though.
Yep, it's hard to involve another piece, but in terms of the
now
position,
there's a problem. Queen E1 check is coming.
And then E2. So that's why Queen G4 was played, but H5 ruins the coordination here, and you do not want to trade queens on F2, and so this has to happen instead.
Nope. Magnus blunders a pawn, and
I think he just forgot about it, if I'm being honest.
And the position is still bad for white.
Oh, that's a bad sign. I thought we might see bishop D3 there.
I think you can eventually win the A4 pawn, and black.
So it's down 2 pawns, and it's still okay?
Yes, that's right.
It's unbelievable. That's how good the position was, everyone. That 2 pawns have been in loss. Of course, he got the A pawn now, but this is still a position you play on for a win with black.
And now black can use that light squared bishop. The bishop on A2 is doing nothing but stopping the pawn. So now Magnus has 2 bishops versus a knight. Can he make some progress here? Oh, he's like, you know what? Give me opposite bishops because I can shuffle and shuffle and shuffle and probably take another 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, if he wants to. They might just repeat here, but that smile, he knows he could have maybe taken more time if he wanted to. Eric, we have played, what, 2 bullet games, and a third of the match clock has disappeared.
Yeah, this is opposite of what Denis wanted. As I said, you mentioned almost the point that it's better to like lose a game in 30 seconds than draw after 5 minutes.
That's right. Yeah, because you'll start another game, maybe even 2 in the time that it would take. We're jumping into another game here, but at this point, you know, you really start to think about the mathematics of winning every game. It's been tough to beat Magnus, period, in this match, let alone what's going to need to be 5, 6 in a row.
Yeah, I'm looking for some open positions and just very tactical opportunities. But the way Magnus has been playing, he really isn't allowing much of that. Or he's been handling the positions very well, like last game. That was a risky setup for Magnus, but...
Yep. He didn't start the match going for those, but he's trended towards them as the score has improved and his confidence is there. Here with the white pieces, Magnus handing over that bishop pair, but would love to maybe trade, perhaps get the knight in. If we see opposite bishops again, Eric, I feel like we could be in for the same story.
We could, and oh, by the way, this decision, do you take with the queen or the f-pawn? Maybe take with the queen. Black wants to play f5. If you're Denis, you have to start, f5, loosen up the position.
That looks good.
The problem that you can encounter here is that the bishop on c4 for Magnus will dominate the bishop on g6.
Yeah, and the king position as well. Start to get nervous about the h file. If you trade queens here with
well, there we go.
F4,
already issues here. At some point, if black's queen vacates this diagonal, f4, f5.
F4, f5 is big trouble. Not to mention, you're going to have simple ideas like rook e7, hitting the a7 pawn, doubling the rooks on the 7th rank. This is an easy position to play with white.
Yeah, rook e7. Problem, it's hard to blunder here. And without blundering, this position is just simply good for Magnus. So we're getting ready for another long game. I think he's going to just slowly make black feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah,
okay, I like this. I like this. Bishop e8 played immediately. Bishop c6 check. You can at least see a future if you can get this bishop on that diagonal. Maybe rook lift on f6, something.
Yep.
But mating ideas, a chance.
A chance, definitely.
Bishop c. I know, I like it. Bishop c6. He realized I can't tactically put pressure on Magnus with my bishop stuck on g6.
Is he going to take it? Yeah.
And that's very practical by Magnus to sack the exchange. I think that's class.
Yeah, and even trading the queens here, not the end of the world. And by the way, rook f5, back rank threat with queen b8 if that was captured.
Wow. Not only is this like a winning position, I think, for white, but it's very hard to blunder.
Yep, because you need an escape square. As black, you can't use the rook from e8 unless you've moved one of the pawns, g6 or h6. And the A pawn is also going to go to A6, where it's defended. White just has everything guarded.
Queen D8, try to play rook E8 without the rook and queen coordinating. Tough to imagine that Denis has something here.
Everything is just defended here. E1, G1, all the checking squares, and there comes another pawn. Just seems to have such good control of the position.
No, this is excellent bullet chess.
Yeah, queen G5, not even needed.
Wow.
H6, side to side. Now, do you include bishop D5?
Well, if you move your queen now, you can force the queens off.
Yep,
Or
taking bishop D5. Wow. Wow, what a game. Pure domination when it comes to bullet. I think you alluded to it, Eric. That was just a classy game. No counterplay. And ultimately, what we thought was Denis's best decision, bishop E8, turned into one of Magnus's best decisions to sacrifice.
For sure. But he had to try it.
Yeah.
I mean, the positions that Denis is getting, has to keep trying to play aggressive. But the problem is, even in those moments where he's playing aggressive, he's playing it from a worse position.
That's right.
Magnus's openings are starting to get stronger, it feels like.
Yep, and we're just about halfway through this final segment of this matchup, Magnus against Denis. We see long castling. So again, Magnus continuing to play in a provocative way, double-edged, but it's been working. Right? He's been able to handle those imbalances, and at this point, the confidence is through the roof.
For sure. Denis has to be playing E5 at some point here. This is a position, just push, push, push.
Yeah, he's got the 4 pawns. You have to...
Knight G5.
Have to go forward. Knight G5.
What does Black want to do at some point? Find a way to trade off the light squared bishops. That's kind of like the weakness. You can see the G2 square is a bit tender. E4 and C4 would be weak. That's the reason why Denis can't just play C5 and open everything up.
Yeah.
What is that? That's a move.
Well,
D5, he's going to fianchetto his queen?
I think so. Maybe all the way back. You know, the Alpha Zero style. Queen A8 to hide that queen out there.
Just play D5 and C5 anyways. D5 and E5 anyways. D5 and C5, sorry. That has to be played, I think. Okay, this is good too.
This is fine.
This is good.
The knight on G5 you mentioned earlier, it's even better now because it can't be dislodged. No H pawn, no F pawn. But I rarely see these positions succeed without some sort of C5 push from white. And that can still happen, by the way.
So you know why I wanted D5? So I don't get mated on G2 if I force the queen all the way back to B7. Because there's a one way to mess it up. But here, bishop takes C5 from Denis. And
it must be played. There's rook B8 as a checkmate.
Yes.
So of course it won't be captured. But the position's very solid here for the black pieces. I mean, rook A4.
Rook A4 is serious. Magnus isn't in time to find a way to get the queen involved.
Yeah, it was actually the move king B8 that kind of cost him. The king was maybe safer on that C8 square. But this knight on E6 and the rook A4 idea, this might be too much.
You can probably take on C7, take on B6.
Just full sacrifice. And this is the way you should play. Double exclamation mark, knight C7, sacking the knight, and potentially, even more after that, the bishop comes in. And this looks like another really nice attacking game for Denis. He's found success in those types of positions, Eric. It's not the first time where he's gone ultra sacrificial. You know, as a fan, as a spectator, you're almost just sitting there and say, do that more. You know, whatever that was, do it again.
Well, he played an opening that leads to very rich positions. That F3 Nimzo structure is very rich. I think maybe those following chess for a while remember a game between Vishy Anand and Magnus Carlsen from that World Championship match, where very rich play. So Denis has to take a lot of risks there, and that was a very good start.
Yeah, we can see the queen being attacked with the move E5 from long range.
Dubious opening for Magnus, but he's done that before. He's feeling comfortable today doing that.
That's right. Yeah, definitely lost some time there. F5 achieved. Now you can go ahead and take this with either piece, but I have to say bishop takes F5 makes more sense in order to develop.
Rook F6, I like it. At some point, move the queen to E7 or C7, swing the other rook, pressure F2.
Yeah, you just have to watch your D pawn. Otherwise, yeah, the D3 pawn is also weak, and there is going to be some pressure on the F5.
D5. If you don't play D5, white's going to plug D5.
Yeah, you don't play pawn to D5. White plays knight to D5 instead. So Instead, we see d5, d4, gaining more space, and we mentioned that d3 pawn earlier. I don't know that you're going to play bishop takes c6, but it's played on the board, very provocative.
Wow, giving up the fianchettoed bishop.
Yeah.
Those light squares are very weak. Denis certainly has chances this game.
Yep, no doubt about it. f4 also weakens the second rank. So this is now a very combative position, Eric.
Well, what does Magnus play? I mean, there's the bishop going to d5. You know, even g5. I know something like g5, just because you have a queen on f8, a rook on f6. They're not in the game. Got to find a way to involve them.
Yep.
Because otherwise, this happens.
Bishop
and
b3, you know.
There's stability for Magnus.
I think bishop b3, you're almost happy to sack material there. So this makes more sense. I do like the move g5. I'm kind of waiting for it to happen, but
now it's too late.
Yeah, it looks like it might be too late now. Watch out for that knight. Knight d7, knight g6. There's forks almost everywhere. In that case, discovered check was threatened. That's why king h7.
Yeah, that knight is staying there on e5. That's very... Oh, rook d3. Rook d3. The knight was pinned. Oh.
There was a moment there, and no, rook d4 was not a mouse slip. Probably just overlooked that tactic.
Well, he's also low in time, so he can't think as much as you'd like to.
He's not expecting a blunder.
Yep.
Of course not. That outside pawn, the A pawn, watch out for that in a potential endgame here. The position looks better for white with those queens and rooks on the board, but otherwise that A pawn is a big problem.
The A pawn's the problem, so Magnus is pushing this h1. He wants to kick that bishop off of the diagonal, then there's tactical chances.
Mm-hmm. You might see rook e3. Takes the A pawn. Why not? This is now in white's favor. If you get rid of that A pawn, everything else remains the same.
Yeah, this knight on e5 is a problem. It's just sheltering black from getting access to Magnus's king.
Oh, there's mating ideas all over the place here. Rook e8.
Oh, rook e8 and rook f8 and queen f5.
Yeah.
That was the mate.
At the very least, he's going to get something done here. Queen e8, rook h8 is the checkmate, and rook g2 is just not enough. This is a permanent
Look at that. The bishop's trapped, or you get mated.
Oh. That's amazing.
He's not taking because of stalemate ideas, right?
Which is even more, it makes the final position even more picturesque. King takes h1 may have allowed a stalemate, and with under 10 minutes remaining, not only in this segment, but in the match as well, we're back to the London system, but the score, Eric, he's almost got double the points now of his opponent. Surely enough.
Definitely enough, and we might, see some of those openings we saw earlier. Denis is fighting, but he's run into a very informed Carlsen today.
100%. Now we've said before, you can play your best chess, but unfortunately, if Magnus is playing his best chess, sometimes it's just not enough. Great control over e5, the dark squares in the center. Want to play g4 and maybe pawn to f5. It's a nice way to try to open things up on the e file as well. And the knight kind of keeps the c file closed, so there you go.
This is a rare game where Magnus is down on time. He's definitely worried about this f pawn, just f6.
Yeah, just all the way up the board. This has not.
You got to be happy. This is looking like a dream London.
I agree,
it's almost
perhaps not a victory in this match, but certainly a very nice game here. And this is the thing, Denis has had a number of these really forward attacking games that he has had success with. These are the ones that he needs to be going for.
He doesn't win by attacking normally, but against Magnus, because they both, excel at some of the same type of chess, he has to
That's a good point.
Incorporate attacking.
He has to change things up. In some ways, that could be a criticism for Denis. He's so good at what he does do, but we've seen him find success in this match, which was something he does not usually do, and he perhaps needed to go for that a little bit more. Yeah, you don't want to take that g4 pawn and open up the g file, open the floodgates there. But counting up the pawns, Eric, the extra pawn here, definitely helpful. But certainly without the queens on the board, I think Magnus is a lot happier.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think there's a piece hanging earlier in the game that he could have taken. In case you're watching at home, you're wondering, wasn't there a knight hanging? Yes.
It certainly looked like it. Something's got to give here. If you play g5, you hand over the f5 square. You can also continue to chase the h-pawn with rook h2.
This is getting tricky because Black's managed to contain the pawns on the king side, control White's position a little bit. I mean, the knight can't move, f4 is weak, the b4 pawn controls, you know, that queen side. Denis is struggling to make progress here.
Absolutely. h6, the move you want to play, just have all the pawns connected. Well, at the same time, it gives Black all these squares.
You can maybe take on c2.
Yeah, knight takes c2. He's going to blockade the pawn first, but he's certainly going to play.
Oh, knight check from behind. Then you can bring your rook to 8.
And then knight c3.
You have to sack the exchange or there's a mating net.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's not the worst position. You got to go knight c1, knight d3, it looks like, but with c2 falling.
Oh, everything falls. Yeah. Wow.
Without the c-pawn, you can't do anything about that. Just about 5 minutes remaining in this match. You know, both players might at some point be ready for this one to be over, Eric.
Yeah, you might have to start growing out a mustache. So far, it's looking good.
1-0. Yeah, we'll be carefully tracking the record that Magnus posts with the new look. Got another London here, but this time from Magnus Carlsen himself. We're in the final couple games here, and just start to reflect on the match as the scores balloon to 16 to 8. And I really feel like at some point it just kind of got away because in the 5+1, 3+1, we were feeling as though Magnus was showcasing he was the better player, but not by huge strides. I think what you mentioned about having the same style, but maybe Magnus just executing it a little bit better, summed things up really nicely.
Well, I was saying I think Lazavik's weakest time control in the field is bullet, and maybe we're seeing that a little bit here because, yeah, we saw lots of competitive blitz games. You might be wondering, the match is out of reach right now, what are the players playing for? Well, I think in Lazavik's case, as he's like ascending, trying to play elite players and do well, he has a third-place match tomorrow, and these games are great training because no matter who he plays, he's probably the underdog in the bullet segment. So as much practice, the mouse, the time control, and playing Magnus Carlsen, you got to maximize it. That's why he's still trying to play good chess. Mm-hmm. Some players, when they know they're losing for sure, they'll start clowning around. No, this is valuable experience. You got to maximize it for sure.
Absolutely, and we've always talked about Denis's maturity that he's able to show in his chess, and you can see the way that he's continuing to fight in these games. Some of his most exciting victories have happened here just in this bullet segment. So we're absolutely still seeing the fight. The knight comes back to d6, and this is a position that visually I'm very drawn to White's position, but the reality is perhaps it's not as good as it seems.
Yeah, a lot of tension here.
It looks like everything is going to explode. Yeah, queen takes e6, bishop d5. Yeah, there's f5 as well. It feels like in a bullet situation, this is something you just go for. You don't have it fully calculated, but you know there's something there.
And it works too, which is frustrating. Magnus has initiated some tactical lines today, and they've almost never been flawed. Like the intuition's really been on point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the resulting position is not even necessarily a huge advantage or anything like that, but
not losing.
No, and there's going to be counterplay here. Rook d7. And I wonder, we may even see a repetition of sorts.
He's going to take on f4.
Yeah, watch out.
Careful.
Yeah, if you go to g4,
rook takes
it's
f4.
With check.
Yes.
Now it wouldn't be with check. Very important. Coordination here is a little bit off.
Wait.
There's rook g1. Hang on a sec. King takes g7.
Oh, bishop f2 check, and then bishop e3.
Mm-hmm. I think that could be it.
He sees it though. Like this is incredible. If you queen take on, this is
It's just little moments like that remind you how sharp Denis really is. That was a great finish. They're back to an opening that has made an appearance here throughout the day. By both players, in fact. The King's Indian, and you rely as black on that F5 idea, move that knight from F6, play F5, very, very standard approach, and try to keep the queenside as closed as possible.
As soon as that knight takes on F5, the E4 square wants to be plugged. That's where white's placing a piece, restricts the pawn on E5 from moving, which means the bishop on G7 doesn't join the game. So even though it's a tactical opening, it takes a bit of a positional nature once you install a piece on E4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, A5 makes a lot of sense. Now the bishop on D2 is actually supporting the A pawn, so you can kind of use that rook to swing elsewhere. That's why I think we see B6, the last chance, take advantage of that pin. Now you're going to have to hand over a protected pass pawn.
Bishop F5. I think Denis is blockading with Queen D3, making sure that pawn doesn't move.
Mm-hmm.
These are hard to evaluate. I mean, it's probably okay for both sides, but whenever there's a protected pass pawn, some of those endgames can be very tricky.
Yeah, if you go to a pure endgame, of course you might still be looking at a draw, but take the rooks and queens off the board, it becomes very easy for white to bring the king into the middle, and the pawns in the center are not easy to target for black.
Yeah, you're right. If the queens were off and white can just blockade the D pawn and target the dark squared pawns, definitely favor white.
Yeah, we might see the queen trying to get to F5 or even further up the board. Yeah, a little further up the board to make some more threats. But the queen's on the board is definitely what's helping black's position.
I guess D6 is loose, so probably okay. Tricks. Bishop takes D6.
Queen E1. H4
and then Queen F1. I don't even know if yeah. Hard to keep up.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, you really don't need to play the game out, but I understand why both of the players are. I mean, it's match clock expired. Last game, it's nice to remember it going out on a win, but let's see if there's anything other than a repetition here. Queen A3, maybe start to get that rook down to A7. Yeah, watch out for G5.
At some point, white's going to maybe push the F pawn. I don't know, F3 or try to play G4. Get into some endgame where all of black's pawns are on dark squares.
Yep.
You can trade here and play G4, for example, or blockade, rook E6 coming.
Yeah, G5 is hanging, rook E6.
These are positions like Denis, very good technician, just during the actual blitz portion and most of the bullet, wasn't getting positions like this.
No, this is something you can definitely fight with. He is going to go for G4. But now there's no follow-up. There's no threats. D5 starts to hang as well. You can connect things with C4, but he's first going to stop rook D4.
Yeah, Magnus wants to end on a win here. Queen H7, but the king is safe on D7.
Yeah. Not to mention the D pawn can start to run.
Oh, there we go. Queen E2 check coming. Win for Magnus.
A win in the final game, and most certainly a win in the match. As Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, your winner against Denis Lazavik. The handshake there, great to see between the players, but a well-deserved victory in this semifinal era.
Yep. Punched his way into the final. He's probably relieved. He can now relax, watch the next match just in the audience.
Stopping to take some photos, sign some autographs, but he's been doing that throughout the match. Just shows the, his comfort level throughout the entire thing, and look at that fan engagement. If you were here live in the venue, what an opportunity.
Yeah, imagine the audience is at its biggest right now. I mean, in terms of the time of the day, North Americans have woken up. It's kind of peak time.
Well, as the day wraps up here, we are going to throw down to John Sargent, who I think is going to be waiting nearby, as Magnus rounds that final corner, right? You can imagine John will be there waiting to hear those final thoughts, Eric, as what a thrilling match we just saw, in a deserved victory, but taking nothing away from Denis, right? A really great match.
No, taking nothing away. I think styles make fights a bit, and what happened today, not many people can do to Denis. A lot of those draws could have been a different story. And I think we'll find out tomorrow.
Exactly right. Denis still has a match ahead, and with the Esports World Cup qualification on the line, that is a very meaningful third-place matchup. Magnus Carlsen 17-9 over Denis Lazavik. And Magnus Carlsen, a deserving victor. And we are with Magnus Carlsen. Take it away, John Sargent, who's with Magnus right now.
Thank you very much, folks. Magnus, congratulations on making it through to the final. Let me cast your mind back to the beginning of today. You're back in front of this wonderful live audience here in London. Talk us through your thoughts before the first match. Were there any jitters? Were you comfortable being in the arena, being in front of the audience?
Yeah, for sure. It's been a little while since I've played like any sort of serious event, so I wasn't quite sure about my form, and then, but like I did feel that I was well rested. The conditions should be there for playing relatively well, but yeah, of course, when I lose the first game as well, it's a little bit worrying, and then second game was a bit. Second and third games really were quite shaky, but I felt after that I got my footing. But yeah, always a bit nervous at the start, of course.
Talk to us a bit about your understanding, your psyche after that first game. Is that sending a message to people saying, you know what, don't beat me in the first game? It helps me hone my mind. You focus a lot more after that. What was going through your head?
No, I just I played a poor game. Like I blundered a pawn at some point, and he converted it well. So those things can happen, but it's game one of a very long match, I guess. I expected to play 25 to 30 games, and then losing the first. I mean, it's obviously unpleasant, but he hadn't really showed me anything in that game that I didn't know that he was capable of. So in that sense, nothing that much had changed.
All right, well, you get to kick back and relax ahead of the finals tomorrow now. So I'll ask you the last question that's probably quite predictable, but one that a lot of people want to know. Do you have a preferred opponent that you would like to face in the final?
I actually don't have a preference, since they're both incredibly exciting in their own way. And the match is going to be very, very open. I would say I think Alireza is a very slight favorite, but there's every chance that this next match is going to be a lot closer.
All right, well, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. And we'll be back with more chess after a longer break, of course. We'll head back to the stage now, and we'll come back with the next semi-final. Thanks again, Magnus, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, well, you heard from Magnus Carlsen there, everybody, and the fans cheer as they should. He put on quite a show. That's what Magnus does, and you called it at our halftime show. Magnus kind of agreed, although he said it took till game 3 for him to really find himself, but I guess the message is don't beat Magnus Carlsen in the first game.
Yeah, just or at all. But yeah, no, when that first win happened, I was quite excited because I thought, oh, this is going to be maybe a little bit different than everybody thought. But then I looked back at the screen and he had racked up a bunch of points. I did say Denis is going to have to show a new level, and he showed that he's obviously a top 4 in this format. But that's not enough to beat Magnus.
Yeah.
If you think about 17-9, that's 8 games. How do you beat the guy? Like, you can score 12 points. He's still winning the match. So somebody's going to have to beat him about 15 to 16 points for a finalist victory.
Well, I want to jump, and I know lots of thoughts to get into. We got a long halftime show. We're about 35 minutes before our next match starts, everybody, just so you know. But the comments he made right at the end, Anna, saying that he thinks Alireza is the favorite. Our stats say Hikaru is still the favorite. What do you think about that? He said he doesn't necessarily have a pick, but your quick takeaway on that.
I think Hikaru agrees with that, at least when it comes to the bullet. As Hikaru said in his interview, he believes that now, as of present day, Alireza Firouzja is the best bullet player in the world, and he put him ahead of himself, Hikaru, and ahead of Magnus. So I think if it comes to the bullet, Alireza is the favorite, and Hikaru feels like that too, but that probably will mean that Hikaru will be pushing more at the earlier stage of the match in the 5+1 and the 3+1.
Yeah, well, being the favorite in bullet often tends to make you a favorite because you get about as many bullet games as you do in the other segments combined. But okay, pretty soon we're all going to be on the edge of our seats getting answers to these questions. Until that happens, we want to get an answer to what happened earlier when Levy picked an amazing moment from this first matchup, but he didn't have a chance to do what he's doing now. He's going to go to the board and show you. We're going to do something fun. Anna, you go over there so everyone can see it. We're going to, for the first time ever, have a big Jumbotron. I'm going to race you there next time. Go ahead, Levy. Tell us what happened.
They should have told me there's a gap. I almost fell. That would have been fun.
Don't hurt Levy.
All right, so Denis lost the match, but won our hearts. You should have seen me backstage when this game was going on.
I was there. I can tell you he did say.
I did say the thing.
He did say what he's going to say.
Now, contrary to what you might think, I don't walk around on the street going, the rook! Like, I don't twitch and just, like a crazy person. But during this game, we had a series of brilliant moves, and I really thought Denis was going to stage a comeback. Let's go. Magnus struck first with bishop takes h3. And I don't know why that was a brilliant. But we're going to keep moving to this next move. And right here, I was looking at this, and I saw the bar, just like all of you. And I was like, can he play rook takes pawn? And so he did the thing. He sacrificed
the rook.
But then I was like, wait a minute, why is this better? I don't understand. We got bishop takes, the rook blocks, and I was like, oh my goodness, he's going to do it again. But I still didn't fully understand. He sacrificed the second rook. Rook takes e5. I still didn't know why this was winning, only to realize that after pawn takes, the queen comes in, the knight stops the check, but after you take the pawn, there is no move for black. I could not believe this position. He's just up 2 rooks, but black has no way to stop the checkmate to the corner. Producer, draw me an arrow to the corner of the board. Right side, in case you're confused. No way to stop this move. Unbelievable. You can block with the knight, but then there's another mate. So it was an amazing game, and he still lost by 8. Like, how do you beat the guy over the course of such an amount of games when you can do something like this? Magnus was smiling. He was smiling because he was up like 6 games, and then he won the next one on the break. So yeah, that was
almost like we scripted that for Levy, given that there were 2 rook sacrifices, and half the viral audience here knows. I mean, it's a meme that we throw on the screen during the show, the GIF for all subscribers. So that was pretty incredible.
That was an awesome game.
Like you said, though, it's not enough to get the job done against Magnus Carlsen to win games in brilliant fashion.
What was our stat before? Oh, Denis Lazavik hasn't won a section in the entire event. He lost every section today. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, when you meet the final boss or bosses who are all in this field, they expose all your weaknesses. I mean, really, Denis had a lot of really good positions, but sometimes to capitalize on them, you almost have to morph your style. You have to go from being solid, positional, to like dynamic in the moment, seizing the opportunity. And he's one of the best defenders in the world. It doesn't matter if the bar says you're slightly better. Very quickly, you're not, so.
And Anna, you know, Amon and Eric were calling some moments in the bullet, and even in the 3-1 portion, where we get to this end game, and we're like, yeah, this is where Denis Lazavik, you know, makes his money. This is where he beats a lot of people. But in the end of most of those games, Magnus would out-Magnus anybody, right? And when Robert was here earlier, he talked about how Denis has a style very similar to Magnus. Magnus is just, you know, bigger, faster, stronger still at this time, right? But what do you do in that case if you're Denis right now? You're excited about the fact that you showed up. You know you got some positions, but just still have work to do to improve to get to that level.
I think so. I'm sure that he's disappointed. I think he wanted the match to be closer, or even like try to beat Magnus. I'm sure that was the objective. He really tried, but he will feel like he missed out on so many of the good positions, Levy, as you mentioned. At the same time, I do want to point out, I think today for Denis has been an incredible masterclass. He's going to get so much better just from having played Magnus Carlsen one after the hour. This is just the best possible experience for a 19-year-old, and he's going to come back stronger. Maybe next time the match will not only be closer, but he's going to get this.
I agree, and I also want to say that while Denis would never say this ahead of time, using Magnus Carlsen as a training match to get ready for a 3rd, 4th place battle tomorrow that, by the way, is worth I mean, objectively worth like probably hundreds of thousands of dollars in this young man's career, and that's because, remind everybody, that the Speed Chess Championship is a part of qualifying for the Esports World Cup, and the prizes available in Riyadh, the prizes available throughout the year are very meaningful for the players. So let's remind everybody that this event directly qualifies 3 players to the Esports World Cup. Get a little hype video about what the players are looking forward to, and we'll talk about that after the video here.
This is the Esports World Cup, and in 2026, we're raising the bar again. For 7 weeks starting in July, over 2,000 players from more than 200 clubs will compete in 24 game titles. And with a life-changing prize pool exceeding $75 million, the club championship stakes have never been higher. The club with the most points will be crowned as the best esports club in the world, taking home an incredible $7 million grand prize. But that's not all. With over 300 plus activations taking place across the event, the Riyadh Boulevard will become a must-visit destination for families, friends, and fans alike. EWC is where players become legends, fans become a part of history, and the best rise above. See you this summer at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Now, if Denis does qualify for the Esports World Cup, it'll be his second esports-style live chess event. I think today is actually his first. But he would have to win a 3rd, 4th place matchup tomorrow or continue to make moves in the standings, because as you can see, the players highlighted in gold as of right now would be qualified if the Esports World Cup were to start now. Now, again, as we said, whoever gets to the finals automatically secures their spot. Magnus has one. You have to get 2nd and 3rd in order to take these other spots. And so a lot on the line for Denis remaining here throughout the weekend, Levy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, last Speed Chess Championship, there was no Esports World Cup. That was in Paris in 2024, and the 3rd place match was kind of like, you know, you didn't get the job done. It was still kind of a death match. It was Hans versus Hikaru. Like, that was still epic just from a rivalry standpoint and a history standpoint. But this is completely different. As you said, hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line, basically, because if one of you win the 3rd place match, you just make it. You don't have to care about the leaderboard anymore. And we saw those prizes. So whether it's Alireza or Hikaru that Denis has to play, he doesn't have a lot of time to lick his wounds. Like, it's back to the training room, seeing what he could do better, seeing any openings that he could improve against either of those two, and keep it moving.
Like Anna said, you get better when you play Magnus Carlsen. That's one of the things that happen even if you lose. But okay, there's also another thing about to happen. There's actually 2 things about to happen. I'm going to make sure that the fans down here know that in just a few minutes, I was told in my ear, we will be announcing the raffle tickets. If you purchased a raffle ticket, this is your call to action to go upstairs. Did I miss it already? No? Okay, great. So the raffle ticket will be drawn. Remember, you have to be there in order to get it. As much as I hate telling our live audience to go upstairs, if you purchased a raffle ticket and you want to win, you have to be there to claim your prize. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to keep crushing this thing and entertaining the online fans, if nothing else. And yeah, so we got about 10 minutes for that, so no rush. But all right, as that announcement is made, make sure that you get your raffle tickets if you still want to be a part of that. Another announcement right now. Breaking news that we also have a new event joining the esports scene starting this year. We will also be having an Esports Nation Cup. This is going to be a 1-week event, November 2nd through 6th. Nations from around the world will be competing in an esports event. Now, this is not exactly like the Pro Chess League. I'm looking at you, Anna. We did the Pro Chess League for many years together. Pro Chess League might have been the first really esports chess event that we were doing.
And you canceled it because the Gotham Knights were going to win it again.
We canceled it because the Gotham Knights won in such dominant fashion.
Gotham Knights.
Damn the Gotham Knights, seriously.
Hate those guys.
We canceled it when the Gotham Knights won. Actually, that was the last season we did. Oh man, you did. We canceled
We had a whole team ready for the repeat.
That makes me so
and
happy.
I was on the Norway team because clearly I'm Norwegian.
Yeah,
right?
obviously. Anyway, so anyone who's been a fan of what we've been doing here with Chess.com online events for years, you know what we're talking about. But we didn't actually cancel because of the Gotham Knights. Maybe the world just wasn't ready for team esports chess yet, but we're bringing it back this year. The Esports Nation Cup will have 128 players. There will be qualifiers over the summer, and then there will be a week in November where all these teams will face off. It's going to be pretty awesome, and we are psyched about it. All right. Okay, I'm also pretty psyched. In fact, I'm more psyched about what we're about to do next. You guys they're like, what is Danny gonna do? So here's the deal. Did anybody follow the book scandal that happened this month where we banned a book? a book that
I followed it.
Nobody should be having in this arena, but I wanted to make a deal with Levy.
book,
We had a joke running this month. It actually was a joke, just so you know. But I figured we could have a fun game with Levy that maybe it won't be a joke. If he can shoot a T-shirt gun at a fan in the audience, if you can hit the fan with the T-shirt and they can catch it, we'll unban your book and we'll promote the bleep out of it tonight and let fans bring it into the arena tomorrow.
Where's the T-shirt?
All right, let's do it. Let's bring out the T-shirt gun. Here we go. All right, let me load it for him. He's never
Am
done
I
this
legally
before.
protected?
Do you have insurance?
I don't know. Okay. How do we? Do I have to put this down? What if I do two?
Oh God.
Pumping up the PSI.
I'm just gonna move slightly
make
to
it
this
fart.
side.
The only thing I want to say is do not hit the cameras in the middle. Those are actually really expensive, and we can't replace
the
them.
people are not expensive.
Okay.
You can hit the people.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're not allowed to
understood.
shoot the front row, but if you hit someone in the back, if they catch your shirt, your book is unbanned. Don't put your hand on the trigger. There you go. Okay.
Amazing. I feel very powerful.
It's a very powerful gun. I'm gonna give you
I have
three
gotten
chances.
0 firearms training.
Three chances.
So, as
All right,
you
here
know,
we go.
I'm American. All right,
Here
you
we
guys
go.
ready? I say I can't shoot them at the front row.
Yeah,
'cause
don't
it's
shoot
too
the
much.
front row.
All
3,
right, ready?
2, 1.
Whoa!
Okay, we got it. You got to get all three. All three people have to catch.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's not what he said. That you have to. Can I just fire it again?
Yeah, let me do it.
Okay. Oh,
There you
I
go.
see.
PSI.
Oh, wow.
Now go even farther. There you go.
All right. Okay. Oh goodness. All right, maybe this way.
Okay, you almost just shot the cameraman. That was glorious.
You know,
Okay.
it
All right, we
was
got one
caught. It was one more.
I
Okay.
don't think you're supposed to use your hand for that, but that's what I'm doing.
That's all right. I'm having a great time.
There we go.
I'm solo handing it. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, I kind of want to. Can I shoot it in the second deck? There's
Yeah.
not that many people there. I feel like that would be pretty fun. Okay, I'll shoot it this way.
All right, here we go.
Oh,
All right, here we go.
3 out of 3.
3 out of 3. Almost
All right,
like it was rigged.
Levy's book is unbanned. If you bring it to the arena tomorrow, you get to bring it in. All right, head upstairs to get your raffle tickets. Before we head to a break, I want to remind everybody that our sponsor, NeuroGum, they are huge chess fans. They love chess fans so much so that they're doing their first ever buy one, get one free sale because of this event. You can get a 64-piece peppermint pack, 64 pieces like chess. Only now, for the first 500 people who buy it, you get a buy one, get one free, or you can always use the code CHESS15 to get 15% off. Go get yourself some NeuroGum. Get yourself the focus, the energy that you need. I'm probably going to go chew a piece of that at the break. Keep the energy up because we're going to be here for at least another 5 hours. We got Hikaru Nakamura versus Alireza Firouzja coming up. I'm not kidding. We got at least another 5 hours.
I'm commentating.
Yeah, no, and
I'll
you're
be there.
commentating. Don't go anywhere. It's the second matchup of the day. The Speed Chess Championship live finals from London continue in just a few minutes.
Everyone, we are at the Chess.com Staff Rapid Blitz Tournament. We've got some amazing neuro products here, and we are going up to a bunch of different staff members here and players in the tournament, offering them the opportunity to try this before their rounds and get their thoughts on how it goes and how it impacts their play.
I was a bit sleepy, so I thought it might help a bit.
I'll need some energy for a chess tournament, yeah.
Have you tried NeuroGum?
No, not yet. And I actually slept barely today, so I might take one.
Energy and focus, I think I need for the for the tournament. So.
I'm against the 2300 in round 1. Where's my NeuroGum?
Foco y energía. Ahora necesitas mucho foco y mucha energía.
Creo que es el adecuado para este momento, sí.
The calm and clarity, I think, is the best thing for me now. How's the taste?
Better than I expected.
I like it. It tastes good.
Awesome.
Okay, let's go.
Sí, la verdad es que calcula muy bien y he ganado bien, así que de momento, perfecto, muy contento.
It went pretty nice. I won pretty confident.
I'm like feeling super energized, feeling good. It's like lasting. Game 1, got the win, and feeling good.
I'm feeling okay, normal. I guess I didn't take any coffee or tea because I had your mint, so I was like, so far I didn't crash, so far so good.
The last game, I was playing with seconds on the clock, so that's the reason I was like a bit, like nervous. But I think like the calm and clarity I chose was really good because I feel like very calm.
I felt pretty nicely, so the first, I would say, 20 minutes after triggering it, there was a light boost, I would say. So it was very pleasant, and what I liked about it most was that the gum itself didn't like lose its flavor so quickly, and it was very interesting.
I surpassed my expectations. I won the tournament and I won all 6 games. After the taking Nairo, I felt the whole tournament like good, like okay, was feeling very good.
Do you think you will try it again?
Of course I will.
Welcome to London, everybody, where they have beautiful old clocks, which usually are attached to beautiful old buildings. And I got a bunch of people here. We're gonna see how many of them are excited for the Speed Chess Championship before the sun goes down. You ready to do this? How excited are you for the Speed Chess Championship?
Listen, man, I've only gotten into chess for like 2 months, since 2 months, and I've been loving it. I've been watching it non-stop.
He doesn't go out much.
He doesn't go out
He
much.
just plays chess.
Right, are we worried about that? Do you know who Magnus Carlsen is?
Of course. Magnus is the GOAT.
Do you know who Hikaru Nakamura is?
Hikaru is good at pre-moves, man.
You know who Levi Rosman is?
No.
Gotham Chess?
Yeah.
You know Gotham, okay.
Oh, Gotham Chess is the guy whose book got banned, right?
That's right. That went so viral.
Levi, bro, the Rook, you have to sacrifice the Rook always.
Yes. Oh, wow. This guy knows the community now.
He doesn't go out much.
Are you a chess player?
Yes, I am.
You are a chess player?
Well, I try hard.
Okay. What's your rating? What's your elo?
Kind of, I'm trying to get into 1200.
Okay. Do you play online or over the board?
I play online.
Online.
I'm mostly rapid 15.
Okay.
I tried 10 minutes, but it's too fast for me. You kind of do silly things.
That makes sense.
I do silly things already.
You look like a movie star over here. You're just crushing the beer.
Is this chess we're playing?
It's chess.
Unfortunately, my chess is rather amateurish.
Okay. But if you guys work together and solve a puzzle,
is that allowed?
I'll give you 20 pounds. I will let you work together.
Is a chess puzzle?
Just a chess puzzle. Checkmate in one move. If you find it, I'm going to give you 20 pounds. That's the easiest money you ever made.
I think I see this.
Classic fail. It's not checkmate. I made it look like it was checkmate, but it wasn't. Man, what an ass I am.
What kind of level is this puzzle?
This is a little tricky. You're both white. You can talk about it together. There you go. Ding, 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 ding. All right, you get 20 pounds.
If we move the queen there, he'd block with his knight. But then, yeah, well, you're in trouble with it.
Black to play and checkmate in 2 moves. I can see it.
So this is your first move.
Okay, now where does the king have to go?
King has to move up.
Uh-huh. That is correct.
And then?
Don't move until you see it. So I'm gonna give you a tip.
Aye.
Knights can't go like this. They have to complete the L.
Yes.
So your idea of checking with the queen is pretty good. You assumed an illegal move. He can't do that.
That's very embarrassing.
So that helps you.
I
We'll edit this part out.
So I'd suggest rook a7. Because then the king has to take rook and then you can mate with the...
This might take some time. Can I play this to visualize it, or do I have to play that?
No, I'm not gonna hold against you. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
And then
you're getting closer. Queen H2, they did it. All right, let's hear it for the boys. Here, give yourselves a round of applause. Let's hear it for the boys. All right, I'm gonna give you 20 bucks. Next round's on me. There you go.
Okay, look, I
trust yourself. You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. They take A7. Okay, I gotta take back. As they pointed out, the bishop guards the B8 square. They did it. Let's hear it for the boys. Let's hear it for the boys.
That was interesting, because they're young, you see. I'm an old geezer, and I think, there's some trick to this.
Yeah.
There was no trick.
They were just straightforward.
It was very, there was no trick. It was just a gift.
Ignorance is bliss.
Wait. No. Oh my God.
He did it. He did it.
Why
He did it.
Oh, fist bump him.
What's your elo?
Oh, not more than 1200.
Okay. You watch a lot of Gotham chess videos?
Yes
yeah,
I do.
you're like his target market.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think Levy will ever be a GM?
Are we still recording?
We all played in the kind of Queen's Gambit craze.
Yeah.
So, and then haven't really played since.
But, you know, the real Queen's Gambit has a documentary on Netflix this Friday, February 6th.
Oh, amazing.
Her name's Judith Polgar.
Yeah.
Okay, she's like the real Beth Harmon. Yeah, you guys got to check it out.
I've just had a Divine Interventions actually might have worked. So I'm going to take that and I'll go like that.
Okay.
Well, you have to make they can still make a move. You can't just.
Yeah. So when you take there, he can block it, and now you don't get there.
Now
Oh, what's that? Chill.
No.
Why not?
I'm going to give you
$5.
$5.
Really?
Because you know what? You tried hard.
Oh.
No, we did. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Five quid?
I hope this doesn't make it in.
What do they call it?
£5.
5 quid.
Thank you.
Yeah? Hey, you're welcome.
Another beer, I
Okay.
think.
Give
thanks,
Harry
guys.
Styles my best. You guys go party like rock
Thank
stars.
you. We
All right.
shall. Thank
Deserve
you.
it.
Cheers.
Well, no, it cannot eat. Look.
Oh, yeah.
Like this.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yes! Oh my God! Yes!
Holy shit!
That's my goal!
All right, drinks are on me, boys. $20. You can share it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. Hey, guys, see ya. Have a good night. All right, the sun is setting in London. It's beautiful. We're about to head inside for the Speed Chess Championship. We came, we saw, we conquered a bunch of unsuspecting chess enthusiasts. Great time. That's what it is when you bring chess to the streets. And we'll see you on Chess.com. Peace. Digging those lo-fi beats at the break. If you are, I am, make sure you know that lo-fi, they make special chess playlists. I know you know that.
I do.
I actually enjoy it.
I love lo-fi. I always listen to
I love lo-fi.
lo-fi.
So if you're lo-fi, the official music partner sponsor for us. So check out the lo-fi beats if you're into that kind of thing. And they got a whole chess room, a whole decked out room. Champions Chess Tour logo up there in the left corner. So, all right. If you're looking for some tunes to chill to play chess to, obviously not to watch this show to, because you got to hear what we have to say as we preview the next matchup coming up here in our doubleheader on Saturday. The Speed Chess Championship continues with Hikaru Nakamura versus Alireza Firouzja. Let's dive into it. We've made the switch. We now have a grandmaster here, Amon Hamilton, along with international master Anna Rudolph, and we have a bracket in front of us to talk about the fact that Magnus Carlsen has moved on to the final. Who will join him? This is a revenge matchup, Amon, from Paris, where Alireza Firouzja got the best of Hikaru Nakamura last year. Your thoughts on how these players are feeling coming in, and give us your best preview here.
Well, Danny, these two players have played against each other so much, probably the most of any two in the field. And I think that this is a matchup that is obviously so much closer than you might expect than the matchup we just saw. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a close match, because both of these players are capable of taking a lead and running away with it.
We saw that a little bit in Paris last year, right, where Alireza Firouzja showed up, he got out to a lead, and Hikaru Nakamura wasn't able to catch up, although Alireza gave an interview on Media Day yesterday where he said he doesn't expect that to really be the case today. He expects Hikaru to stay in there. Your thoughts on that, just the compliments that Alireza is giving his opponents, and your thoughts about this matchup here, obviously a legendary one.
A legendary matchup and mutual respect, because Alireza praising Hikaru, Hikaru praising Alireza, both of them playing from Team Falcons. They both want to be at the Esports World Cup, so this match is huge for qualifying to the finals and for getting those tickets to the Esports World Cup for this summer for Team Falcons.
Amon, you mentioned that this is one of those matchups that we've seen happen so much. Let's go to the head-to-head card. It was earlier that we first showed this stat sheet when Levy was here, and he literally laughed out loud because of how many times these two guys have played each other. So let's bring up the head-to-head stats and just see. Yeah, this is like, again,
oh my goodness.
Levy did the quick math, about 1,700 games.
That's incredible.
It's incredible.
No, it really is. That they've played against each other so much. They know each other's styles in and out. And you know, if you beat someone 948 times, so you know you're qualified to speak on your chances in that match. So obviously Hikaru leading here, but Alireza making it to the finals last year, Danny. He's surging, and he's ultimately got something to prove. He hasn't quite taken that SCC title that Magnus and Hikaru have continued to share custody of for the duration of the SCC so far.
Well, and a lot of people, if you had to pick one person who will put their name on the Naroditsky Cup first, a lot of people would probably say Alireza Firouzja seems to be the one who's closest to these two guys. But our pre-match stats still say that Hikaru Nakamura is the favorite in terms of predictions. I know we're going to get to that when the casters take over. So your thoughts in terms of who maybe wants this more, if that's what it comes down to, is just the will.
I think they both want it so badly for different reasons. For Hikaru, it's revenge from last year's semifinals, and also for the Esports World Cup, because Firouzja won there as well. So he needs a double revenge here today against Alireza. And as for Alireza, I think he's disappointed of how he played in the finals in Paris. So he wants to make it back to the finals, and he wants to do better against Magnus Carlsen. But the way to get there is through Hikaru. Not an easy one.
Never easy against Hikaru, and I don't think either player going into this match thinks that they're about to have an easy matchup. And we have, well, an easy group to listen to waiting upstairs or wherever this building is. I'm a little turned around. It's a big building. We've got Levy Rosman and David Howell, who will be taking us through the action in this one. Levy, you left us here. We upgraded to a Grandmaster. I'm just saying, we lost your bow tie, but we have a Grandmaster next to us.
Sorry.
How are you doing now that you have a GM next to you?
Thank you, Danny. Yes, thank you for reminding me of my shortcomings. I have also made the average rating of the commentary duo lower, but at least, I'm joined by Super Grandmaster, local hero, Grandmaster David Howell. David, how's your day been?
It's been great, Levy. I've been mingling today. I've had the best job in the world, just hanging out with the fans. I was in the arena just watching you guys, watching the players, and I must say it makes me a bit emotional. Like, this is what I dreamed of as a child. Growing up in the UK, the British chess scene, there was nothing like this. And now to see the world's best players and see the hundreds, thousands of fans in the building, it's been fantastic.
You know, that's very well said, and another person who alludes to that a lot is Hikaru. One of his most common answers for how far chess has come is the fact that it's no longer such an isolating activity. It's not a harrowing thing where you have to handle defeats, wins, losses on your own. And it's really special for all of us to be here. Magnus got the job done against Denis. Speaking of Hikaru, since we have just a few minutes before we get underway, let's throw up a video of his road of how he got here to London.
It's no surprise whatsoever to see Hikaru Nakamura back in the SCC semifinals. What might be surprising is just how close his matches were. He played the two closest matches of the first two rounds, winning only by a combined 3 points. Against Liam Lei, Nakamura built a commanding 7-point lead, but then had to fend off a furious comeback attempt. one that almost ended his SCC in the first round. Next came an SCC battle as old as time, a second-round matchup versus Wesley So. After 3 straight losses for Hikaru, the match was tied at 9.5 points.
Hikaru blunder made in 1. Oh my goodness, it's a tie match!
It was do or die. Hikaru chose do. Resilience has always been Nakamura's calling card. He's proven that on the board time and time again. But Nakamura last won the Speed Chess Championship in 2022. Can he stick it out this year and win back the crown? He'll first have to stop the steamroller that is Alireza Firouzja. Can Hikaru avenge his loss against Firouzja from the live finals in Paris? Let's find out right now.
And there you have it. You see it on your screen, 3380 blitz rating, 3348 in bullet. A 5-time Speed Chess champion in Hikaru Nakamura, proudly representing the Falcons, finished top 3 in the Esports World Cup as well. And as we know, the top 3 here will make it once again to the Esports World Cup, given, of course, that Magnus has already qualified. David, I want to ask you this. When we see Hikaru in a final, or at least a semifinal, it's usually smooth sailing, right? He's one of the best speed players in the world. But it's been tough getting here. Can you summarize what it's been like? Has it been shocking for you?
Yeah, it was a bit surprising. I was calling the shots on some of his SCC matches up until this point, and he was nowhere near his best. He was, I don't know, a bit sluggish compared to normal, a bit slower, blundering in one move, which is very rare from someone so consistent like Hikaru. But ultimately, the best players, they do get the job done. And I know he's got big fish to fry this year, the candidates coming up, but I have a feeling this one means a lot to him. And often, that brings out the best in Hikaru. I think revenge on his mind as well will add that little bit extra spice.
That was going to be my next question, because normally it's like, we see the cup there, it's Magnus and it's Hikaru. They're all over it. But last year he got knocked out in the semifinals, and we didn't get the El Clasico. Like, whenever the fan favorite, the popular team doesn't make it to the final, it can be a little bit surprising. How do you bounce back from last year's semifinals defeat?
Yeah, I guess it's just using it as motivation, learning some lessons. Last time against Alireza, maybe he didn't come quite armed with the best openings. He was kind of playing into Alireza's hands, letting Alireza create some chaos from time to time. And I think this time we'll see some kind of straight back play, just kind of trying to neutralize Alireza in especially the early stages of the match. For Hikaru, yeah, I think if he just plays his normal stuff, he's got a great chance of success. He just shouldn't change things up too much.
Now, before we talk big picture about the match, make our predictions and so on, we would be remiss if we didn't also play a video about how Alireza Firouzja made it to his semifinal match in London as well.
Alireza Firouzja isn't just a Speed Chess champion semifinalist. He dominated in getting here. His 35 points in 2 matches were 6 more than any other semifinalist. Firouzja built a whopping 14-3 lead in his first match before finishing off Min Lei 16-8. With Jan Nepomniachtchi next, it appeared the road might get tougher. But Firouzja handled him with even more ease, scoring the biggest win of the SCC so far, 19-9, a 10-point margin. On form alone, Firouzja has been the best SCC player of 2025, but he knows as well as anyone how dangerous Magnus and Hikaru truly are.
I mean, it will be not easy to beat Magnus.
How Firouzja got here doesn't impact his chances at becoming the 3rd player ever to win the SCC. It's how he plays now. The path begins with defeating Hikaru Nakamura. This is the matchup you've been waiting for.
Yes, we have it there as well. 3,305, 3,357, ratings that are just simply unfathomable. And a finalist in the 2024 Speed Chess Championship, a grand finalist. He also represents the Falcons in Alireza Firouzja. That is quite a stacked team they've got. David, this is really the matchup we are dreaming of. I wish no matter what, Alireza gets to play against Hikaru and he gets to play against Magnus, because these 3 are clearly the best speed players in the world, especially when it's on a computer.
Exactly. Like, in a way, it's nice, knockout, it's more cutthroat, but it would have been cool to see an all-play-all as well, like you said, to get everyone giving an equal chance against each other. Alireza, he's got such a high ceiling. If he's on fire today, he's going to be hard to stop, but he's also less consistent than Hikaru. So I don't know what your predictions are before the match. We heard Magnus say maybe Alireza a small favorite.
I did say, I think if there was ever a time to say it's like 53-47, I'm not fully ready to give up this idea that Hikaru is not the favorite in every single match he plays unless it's against Magnus. You know what I mean? Like, how can you possibly say that? Like, you got to be like, oh, last year was a fluke or something like that. And that's not to take anything away from Alireza. It's just Hikaru. Like, what are we doing here? What are we talking about? But I want to nail that point home. You said this consistency thing about Alireza. For me, I never know what type of form he's in. Because even match to match, like in the Esports World Cup, in the final against Magnus, it was all Magnus. In the final last year of the Speed Chess Championship 2024, rather, it was all Magnus. What type of form is Alireza in?
We don't know. That's exactly. That's it's always a big question mark. It's every tournament as well. Sometimes he'll play a great classical tournament and then he'll disappear off the scene for 2 months. Sometimes he'll play every Grand Chess Tour event, win the Rapid and Blitz, win the Rapid and Blitz, come back and finish in the bottom half of the pack. So it's been a while since we've seen him compete at this level against the very best. I'm hoping he can bring his A game, or at least play himself into form. But yeah, it's going to be tricky.
Now, how about this? The Chess.com pre-match prediction. We've got statisticians who worked on this. 65% win probability for Hikaru Nakamura. I don't know how he's scoring 4.3 points in the 1+1 section, David. I'm assuming that's supposed to be a 5. But let's put it this way. They really think he's going to win this match 6.5 out of 10 times.
That is crazy. I mean, if we look at the predicted score, 13-11, that is super close. Could go either way. One mouse slip, one kind of moment of madness in the bullet section, and that could be wiped out. So, yeah, I think we both agree that's a bit too high.
Yeah, it's usually tradition for the Chess.com commentators to make fun of the statisticians, but I think they said something kind of like in the Lazavik-Hans match, if I remember. I also scoffed, and then Denis pulled it off, and he actually pulled it off in dominant fashion. But yes, that's at 65-35, but a one-game difference in 2 segments. Do you still think Hikaru is the favorite in the bullet against Alireza?
No. I think that's the one area I would probably switch it and say Alireza. He's won the bullet championship on Chess.com a couple of times now. I've played him quite a lot. He crushes me, and not that many people make it that one-sided against me, but he's just so strong. I think Hikaru needs to start well in this event. Try to nail the blitz, especially the 5-minute.
He has said that if he's comfortable going into the bullet segment, he does feel like he's the favorite. But against Liem, we just played his road to London. He was up 6 points in that match. And then in the bullet, he was outplayed by a very good player, but not somebody you generally are seeing in a semis or a final here. So that's where it gets really, really tricky for me. And, you know, for a long time in the chess world, we use like classical chess as the barometer for whether you're in form or not, whether you're playing, you know, in the Netherlands, in Tata Steel, whether you're playing in, let's say, the candidates. Hikaru is, but his road there was strange. Alireza is almost not playing any classical chess or freestyle.
Exactly. There's such a big question mark. I mean, we mentioned it. It's like, of course, Magnus has singled out Alireza. So many people have mentioned him. He was 18 years old when he got to 2,800, but it's up and down, and yeah, I think we all just want to see him bring his best. He's got so many fans here, by the way. I've met so many people who've made the journey from France over to support him.
Yeah, long trip. No, obviously, I'm joking. You know, he has an incredible fan base, and as we are, I think they're finishing up some stuff in the playing hall. We wanted to throw to a very special video. Hikaru and Alireza obviously have a huge age gap and are at different stages in their life. So check out this video of Magnus and Hikaru talking about fatherhood.
Hey Magnus, hey Hikaru. This is going to be a rapid fire quiz round about all things babies and looking after kids. Welcome to the Fatherhood Club. I want to ask you guys a couple of questions, and here's how this is going to work. You've both got chess clocks in front of you. I'm going to ask you 10 questions. Each time I ask a question, I'll tell you to start the clock. When I finish asking the question, you then need to write an answer on the whiteboard and hit the chess clock, and then we review your answers. If there's a tie for any reason, whoever answers quickest, whoever has the best speed, will then win the points. So without further ado, please start your chess clocks now. Question 1. At what temperature is a baby considered to have a fever? Fahrenheit or Celsius is fine.
I have no idea.
No idea. That's actually really close. 38 degrees in Celsius. So Magnus is basically, or 100.5 degrees Fahrenheit. So slightly cool there, but
close enough to us. Interesting.
Exactly. This is evil, but there's a range, and any number within the range is acceptable. Please start your clocks now. How many diapers does a newborn baby typically use per day? There's an upper and lower bound, and any whole number within that is fine. Hikaru locked in? Magnus locked in. What have we got? Nice. The answer is 8 to 12. So both of you get points there. For question 3, please start your clocks now. How many hours does a newborn typically sleep in a day? Lower and upper range acceptable. Magnus locked in? Hikaru locked in. What have we got? 2 hours? What?
And they sleep 2 hours and they keep waking up.
No, total in a 24-hour period.
Oh, in total period? Okay, let me answer one.
I pity you if that's the case, man. That's rough. Magnus, what have you got?
I put 18.
18. Hikaru, what would you?
Well, I was going to put 10, but
put 10. It's 14 to 17, so it's pretty much spot on. Start your clocks now. How many weeks is a full-term human pregnancy? Hikaru, locked in. Magnus, 40, 39. Correct answer is 40.
Really? Okay.
Like 9 months is bandied around a lot, but apparently it's about 10. This question comes in 2 parts, and it's a bit biased. This is, what is the most popular baby name in the US in 2025? One name for a boy, one name for a girl. Start your clocks now. What have we got?
I answered for Norway, and this is correct. I should be answering for Norway.
There's some 3D chess being played here, and I'll explain that in a second. Elizabeth and Adam. Magnus got 1 right. It's Noah for a boy and Olivia for a girl. And Hikaru, this next question is just for you.
So this is 100% correct. Yeah.
Because the next question was supposed to be, what's the most popular baby boy and girl's name in Norway?
Nice.
But Magnus is 100% correct for Norway. It is Emma and Noah. So it's Noah in both the US and Norway, which I actually found quite interesting. All right, start your clocks now. Approximately how many bones does a baby have at birth? Nearest 10. Magnus has an answer, looks slightly apprehensive.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
Locked in. All right, what have we
I have
got?
no idea.
No idea. 40.
I don't
like
know. I'm guessing they're a little small ones, so I don't know.
Here's what's weird. It's the other way. It's 300. So adults have like 206, right? So babies.
Yeah, I knew adults had around 200. I know the exact
I feel like whenever I play tennis, I lose 10 bones an hour. So I suppose that's about right. But they got way more bones than we do. Go figure. All right, folks. Thank you very much. That's the end of that. That was good fun. Thank you.
How about that?
I mean, Magnus looked pretty smug, the fact that he won that, but yeah, maybe still some work to be done.
Yeah, it's funny because you want to be competitive all the time. I didn't know that we were going to play that, by the way. That was fun. David and I were also guessing along. Neither one of us are fathers as far as, yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. But between us, we got the children's names. You guessed Noah, I got Olivia.
Yeah,
Pretty
Noah
happy.
and Olivia. I think my wife and I looked this up recently just in New York. We were very curious. And then your curiosity goes to the rest of the world. So, yeah, we got maybe 60%. We were just like throwing numbers out there. I said 14 hours. David said 16 hours or something like that. Yeah. Fascinating. Riveting stuff while we fix the technical difficulties in the playing hall. How about we just do this? Pre-match predictions. Section by section. What can we expect?
Okay. I've seen the last couple of matches Hikaru's played. Slow starts. I'll say Alireza has a 1-point lead at the end of the 5+1.
5+1.
How about yourself?
And overall, what do you think?
Overall, I think Alireza wins the 5+1, Hikaru wins the 3+1, then it all comes down to the bullet. I think they'll be within 1 point of each other heading into the 1+1. Alireza to win.
Wow. Yeah, it's very tough for me to say. I think in terms of my head, it's a very, very slight favorite for Alireza. Very, very slight. But it's like almost right down the middle. And then with my heart, we all know, we all know what we're doing here. We all know why we're here. We want the banger final on Sunday, and then we want the young guys to battle it out for the last spot in the Esports World Cup. So that's what I'm going to go for. I'm picking with my heart, and I'm hoping that Alireza gets knocked down by Hikaru.
Yeah, Team Falcons, either way you look at it, I mean, they can't lose and they can't win. Like, they'll have one player through to the Esports World Cup. They'll have someone celebrating. I think in terms of the final, Magnus probably fears Alireza more, but knows that he has had very good results against him recently. So I don't know if that plays into it.
Alireza did not play the World Rapid and Blitz, right?
No. Or did he?
If he did, he was not...
He did. I think he did.
Right?
Yeah, but he had a very disappointing result, I remember. He was a last-minute entrant. He said he was not going to play.
That's what I was thinking. I was downstairs wondering, he didn't play, or did he play, but he just didn't have a great result, so you didn't hear about him as much.
And I mean, Esports World Cup last year, he was good until he came up against Magnus.
Right.
Like, he was fantastic. So, yeah, it's judging on the big games, he tends to be great. And then everyone runs into Magnus.
Just like Lazavik. They were saying, oh, he hasn't lost the section and everything. Yeah, but he hasn't played Magnus. And then you get 6-3'd, 6-3'd, and it's a relatively convincing final match. I suppose we are still finishing things up in the playing hall, something about computers, and that's what they have to play on. So we can just, you know,
we can hang.
Keep yapping.
Levy, how much do you like London? I heard this is one of the places where most of your viewers, or at least the country, the city.
City, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the city. Every month for the last maybe 3 years, it's not New York, it's not like Mumbai, just by population you would think maybe, but it's it's London, which is amazing. And I've done shows here, and the crowd here is incredible. And I've been instructed that we're taking a look at their head-to-head. They interrupted our Yap session by showing us this abomination of like a numerical split, 948, 341, 489. But David, how many of these games were played before Firouzja was the modern Firouzja?
Exactly. Probably pre-teen Firouzja played a bunch of these games. I mean, just the sheer number is incredible. This is probably more games than I've played in the last 10 years of my life combined. But just against each other is phenomenal. Yeah, it is surprising to see it being so one-sided in Hikaru's favor, but as we see there, Firouzja did win their meeting in Paris last year quite handily, and yeah, it feels like the trend has started to change. This is going to be a tough one. We won't see anything like this score in terms of the match being so one-sided this match.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. David, enough for us. I've just gotten the green light to call in the man himself. John Sargent, live in the playing hall. We are ready, John. Are you ready?
Thank you very much, Levy and David. David, what are you talking about? How many games you played in the last 10 years? I thought you played that many games overnight, one night last week. I'm sure it's going to be easy for you. Maybe you need to come down here and play a couple of games yourself. We look forward to it. But folks, we are about to get started with the second semi-final here at the Speed Chess Championships. You guys ready to see some chess? Can I hear that ever so slightly louder? In the back, are we ready to see some chess? There we go. That's what we like to hear. Folks, get ready. This one, many people are saying, is too close to call. We are going to thoroughly enjoy what is happening in front of us right now. We're going to bring them out one by one. First of all, please welcome last year's Speed Chess Championships finalist, three-time Bullet champion, and the youngest 2800 player in history, Alireza Firouzja. And his opponent in this semi-final, the runaway leader in Title Tuesday victories, five-time champion here at the Speed Chess Championship, and the highest-rated blitz player in Chess.com history. It's Hikaru Nakamura! All right, folks, the players are going to get set up now, and they're getting ready to start us off with the 5+1 segment of this second semi-final. Who's it going to be? You guys, let's hear a cheer if you're rooting for Firouzja. And where are the fans of Hikaru in the house? A lot of people are calling this too close to call. We look forward to seeing the action over the board. Whatever happens, studio, break it down for us. What do you think is going to happen in this first segment? Over to you.
Well, David, you did say maybe there would be a one-game differential, but it's such a strange format because the Speed Chess Championship, 5+1, every game takes like 15 minutes. What's your mindset in these first couple of games?
Yeah, I think just playing yourself into form. We mentioned there's always a question mark over Alireza, but there's always a question mark over the opponent as well. You don't know how hard the opponent's going to push. Hikaru does tend to like to draw out those games. We see him playing on, eating time off the clock when he's feeling confident. I think we'll see some long grinds, especially in the first portion of this match.
We see some discussions there of the players. I think they do have like choice of, you know, they have choice of their mouse, they have a choice of the music or the white noise. Would you play a match like this with music or with white noise?
I would white noise it. Like, I can't do the music. It's when there's lyrics in my head, words in my brain, I just can't multitask. But I know Hikaru, he likes to play with music, right?
Yes, I think he also plays these matches with music, if I'm not mistaken. We'll probably give that to the audience at some point, either today or tomorrow, to show everybody what they've got going on. I hope nobody's listening to podcasts. That would be unbelievably boring. Okay, we're back here, and I think hopefully games will be underway in a couple of minutes. London's been great. Thank you for asking. Yes, they interrupted our conversation that we were having on the air. Yeah, London's been great. I don't know, you went to New York in 24?
No, I haven't been to New York in many, many years. So yeah, I'd love to go back sometime, but London's where it's at here today. Will we see a London system? That's the question.
I hope so. London is this opening that everybody memes on, including myself, but it's not bad at all.
It's just a great opening. I mean, Magnus plays it regularly. I wouldn't be surprised if Alireza does it, and we're off.
And I see d4 on the board, but it's not a London.
It's not a London. It's the Queen's Gambit declined. And which variation will they go for? Just very modest move there. Bishop to e7, a bunch of other options. This is a quieter system, very classical stuff. And Hikaru likes to bring out his knight here, not going for more critical lines here. And this gives white the chance to expand on the queen side, often backed up now by b4 and question mark early, Levy. What's going on?
Yeah, why doesn't knight b5? What, was knight b5 just a good move there?
Apparently pawn to c6, and this is strange. A big move order trick there. Maybe we can go back. I know it's early in the game. This is now transposed into mainline theory that both of the players know. But if we just take the game back, the first question mark of the match was in this position with the pawn going to b6. Let's try and bring up a board. Hikaru is thinking, though. And yeah, I think normally you play c6, then b6. Just maybe a bit of a kind of mutual moment of trust.
Right, because especially it's the first game. You're not thinking, oh, my opponent's blundering on the 7th move. At the same time, sometimes these game review icons jump the gun a bit. We do see h4, so we're getting a reaction shot here from Hikaru looking up into the sky. Alireza is playing a very modern Queen's Gambit declined. I've never seen the move h4 played in a position like this. Have you?
I have, but only because I started playing this line a bit as black and I got a bit afraid when all the kids started playing h4. Essentially, the old move was to just push the pawn 1 square to h3, allowing the white bishop, the dark square bishop, to drop back. h2 is a nice hiding place in case that bishop gets chased down with knight to h5. And I don't know, nowadays h4 is just trendy, right? So why not gain a bit more space in the process?
And Hikaru is looking likely at chopping down the queen side, right? He's considering, does he take on b4, does he take on c5, or that move? And with the move knight to g4, he's sort of punishing this move h4, because normally the pawn would have been attacking the knight on that square. And from here, David, is the idea to now advance with the f-pawn forward?
It must be right. It's something to do with f5, maybe something to do with pushing in the center and just totally blowing up the whole pawn structure. I mean, this is my favorite thing in the world, Levy, these long, nice pawn chains. And to break it so forcefully now must be on Hikaru's mind. He's calculating. Oh, what do you think? Is it now a good moment to invest time on the clock? Especially if the opponent's clearly still in preparation.
Yeah, for sure. Knight g4 played after some thought, and now the follow-up is being thought about as well. Before you know it, you're down to maybe 2.5 minutes to make the rest of your decisions. And this is what I said, 5+1 can be a bit shaky. All right, there's the pre-move. He's trading down the whole left side of the board, and there's the strike in the center. David, you called it. We might see a liquidation quite early.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Alireza didn't pause there. I would have thought maybe even maintaining the pawn structure, bringing his bishop back was an option, but he wants a more open type of game here, and there are weaknesses. Yes, white has the double pawns, but black has some weaknesses and a lack of coordination right now. Maybe this knight as well, just forcing the black bishop to kind of stay where it is. Maybe this has to be defended by the queen right now.
Tough decision for sure, because if black's light squared bishop moves to either b7 or d7, you lose very different things. And maybe a queen b6 is a possibility. There could be some vague ideas where you can maybe throw away the pawn on c6. The problem is it just comes with tempo. It attacks your queen, it attacks your bishop, so you likely should be protecting it. And Hikaru's deep in thought, and I wonder what he is thinking about, because queen b6, I don't really see another option. Maybe queen e8. Okay, wow, he's just giving up a pawn, I guess.
And the biggest shock to me is that the evaluation bar barely shifts. As you say, it's just a pawn. The knight can be captured, a pawn will be captured, but...
Knight d3. Yeah, that's...
Counterplay.
Knight d3, he's relying on that counterplay. So it looked a bit superficial, this double attack, and bishop d7 looks to be holding everything together.
Yeah, that's great calculation from Hikaru. That type of move could easily burn a minute or two off the clock, just as you calculate, but he trusts himself. Worst comes to worst, he'll be a pawn down, and the game goes on, opposite color bishops. So he knows that it's not necessarily too big a risk he's just taken. What to do next, though? Alireza is tempted, surely. He likes to go for the most critical, most direct path, if he can. I guess it's this, or maybe taking a timeout in the near future to castle. Although even there, questions.
I was going to suggest, I wonder if here white can play, yeah, okay, you probably have to get rid of the knight, because if you ever played f2, f3, the h4 pawn is hanging, but maybe you can just like walk the king into the center of the board. Now Hikaru's thinking, because yes, he can take the bishop, for anybody confused. He can also give a check. That is ultimately what he is thinking about here. It's not so obvious which move is better, by the way. Like sometimes these move order tricks, David, weird stuff can go down.
Exactly. When in doubt, especially with the clock ticking, you want to keep things simple. I guess this is at least much more straightforward than thinking about any knight jumps, but this has amounted to a clear pawn sacrifice. Knight takes bishop, even the most natural move now.
Knight takes d5 is it, right? Oof. Like everybody is looking at that move as well. That's a second hanging pawn. You cannot take either knight because they would take on, okay, instead he does it this way, but somehow black is still keeping dynamic equality because white's king is in dire straits.
Exactly. You want to castle. This would almost be a natural move in any other position. Now, h4 though, that move we talked about earlier, there is a downside finally shown. Queen takes pawn though, will be met by a capture in the center. Knight takes this one, and white's going to be a pawn up no matter what. So can Hikaru find compensation? That's the question now.
Yeah, Alireza has navigated this really intelligently. And before you know it, his queen in the corner is going to be a real problem. Black is just relying on some sort of maybe perpetual check, opening up the king somehow, but I don't really see it. Like, white could even begin to play f3 at some point.
Exactly. The sacrifice, or the type of thing he would want to, that you're alluding to there, Levy, is to kind of bring the bishop forward and create some checks, but white's bishop, great defender. Ultimately, black might be forced to just set up a blockade on the light squares, bring back the knight at some point, bring back the bishop, just sit and hope that white cannot make anything with the extra pawn.
This is a very typical Hikaru game, though, like, come get me. Because he's sitting there, the king in the castle, 3 pawns, all the pieces are basically on the same side of the board. Can Alireza break through the defenses and grab Hikaru and pull him out, you know what I mean? And that would be really symbolic of what's to come for the rest of the match.
It would be impressive if Alireza won this. I think the small time advantage will help him, but it's going to be a long, long battle to break black's defenses. You have to ask yourself, do you want the knights off the board? Probably not. I think white should be trying to maintain the knight. What about a bishop for knight exchange? He's going to be asking himself queen trades as well. So many questions in the near future.
You're looking at like knight f6 check. Not now, but if the queen was on the other side, then you would be checkmating your opponent. And unfortunately, that's not possible. You would love to play the move rook d1, but you can't because that annoying bishop. So it's like you don't want to play the move f3 here because your knight is hanging, and then you would do huge damage to your position. And so what do you play? Like queen d4 runs into the knight hitting both the queen and the bishop. So that's why Alireza is deep in the tank and actually down on time now.
Yeah, not an easy decision at all. My choice would probably be to bring the queen into the center, just dodge if the knight hits the queen. I don't think black is ever going to be too tempted to try and trade off the white bishop, but oh, he goes back to a slightly clumsy looking square with his knight.
Yes, maybe he's trying to reposition to the center, either via c6 or c2, right? And then get into the middle of the board. But I don't see white's plan. Like, your plan is obviously to keep improving the pieces, and black is going to put the pieces very solidly on the light squares, and that's going to be that. At some point, white will have to move some pawns forward. I don't really know how you're going to win an endgame here.
Exactly, and wow, big decision. Hikaru is asking now Alireza, he's saying, do you want those knights off? If they do come off, I think the blockade concept is going to become much more realistic. I don't really see any way to push pawns successfully, so keeping the knights on is the most ambitious way forward, and he does that. I think you're right, Levy. He's just going to plant his knight in the center and say that's first step. Plan still unclear, but at least he has a nice piece there.
And the imbalance that the player with the white pieces wants is knight for bishop or bishop for knight. It's not the opposite colored bishops. The rook endgame with the opposite colored bishops is very likely to be a draw. The bishop endgame is a draw in their sleep. So here, Hikaru is really contemplating, David, like, do I take that bishop? And wow, he goes for it. That's a massive commitment.
Huge, huge call there from Hikaru. He's relying on some very quick activity here. He's also relying on the fact that the black pieces attack this knight. The knight doesn't have too many happy squares here, but yeah, long term, that is a huge risk. If the queens, rooks all disappear, white's just winning.
Yes, pawn endgames, anybody confused, very simple math. You have 4 versus 3. It's a very high likelihood that you're going to win. Knight for bishop, Alireza will grind down, and rook and knight, he also will grind down. I don't like this, David. I don't like this at all. The knight is going to play on the dark squares.
Yeah, I don't think he needed to rush either. That white bishop wasn't going to be a great piece anytime soon. I think Hikaru would probably have preferred to just plant his knight back on e6 and just sat there. But maybe a bit of impatience. We'll see. The white knight has actually quite a nice square now. Yes, it had to step back, but it's coming forward. It's going to be hitting the bishop, gaining time. Everything's going to be on dark squares for white. The light squared bishop is not going to be a very useful piece.
Hikaru has dipped under 30 seconds. He's committed about half his remaining time to make this move. We're about to see our first time scramble of the match, which will give us a huge indication the form of the players, because we're going to get a lot of these. Hikaru doesn't like his position. He's got 16 seconds on the clock.
He agrees with us. I think he regrets that knight for bishop exchange. He realizes now he's going to be sat passive forever.
It's 11 seconds, David.
Oh, this is going to tell us so much, as you say. We're going to learn about the player's form, the player's instincts, the speed. But Alireza, he's upping the tempo, if anything. He knows he can knuckle down on the clock now.
No, Hikaru's definitely losing control also a little bit with the nerves here. 5 seconds, and this is not an opponent that he can save a lot of these games against. Against anybody else in the world, he can. But we're about to see F5. Alireza's advantage is building.
Yeah, the pawns
3
are marching.
seconds.
Oh, he wants the queens off the board. Alireza will want to avoid that if possible, but even exchanging here looks tempting. You bring the rook up to the top of the board, you start pushing your pawn. Some calculation required. What do we think? Queen exchange or not? He does go for it.
Queen trade, and now the black king is deflected. Alireza has to make a very... Wow, no rook e4 now. Very prudent. 2 seconds for Hikaru. He's going to lose on time.
Oh, that was such a classy move from Alireza. Just cutting out any rook behind the passed pawns there. The pawns are marching. The knight is going to be the perfect support. The rook attack, though, has to move. I mean, it's just an avalanche of pawns here. No way to stop it long term.
Oh my gosh, Hikaru's making moves with literally 0.2 seconds remaining. He pre-moved that one, David. But how is he going to defend against the e-pawn?
He's not. I don't think he is. Rook forward. Okay, he drops his bishop back. Still living life on the edge. 2 seconds.
6. Oh, king f4. The king is walking as well. Hikaru loses on time. Wow, how did he? What? How is that possible? He has 1.0 seconds remaining. He's literally bent time, David.
Less than 0.1 seconds on his clock when he made that move, Hikaru. Oh, it's so close. But he's just blundered a knight fork. Has he? Oh, he gets a pawn off the board. Not the right way from Alireza.
This is unbelievable. Alireza is also down to 2 seconds, by the way. Is Hikaru going to hold this?
Wow, do miracles happen? This is going to change the whole nature of the match. Can Alireza win this game? Still up a pawn, still with a winning position.
Oh my gosh, king up. Yeah, it looks over, David. It looks over. He's going to lose the second pawn, and it's all gone wrong for Hikaru.
There we go, a shake of the head as well. He's a couple of seconds down. The knight fork ends it. Hikaru goes down in the first game. Alireza takes the win.
Incredible. Very tense. He actually fought back so well there. But 12 minutes off the game clock, the very first time scramble that we experienced, and Alireza gets it done. Hikaru's going to want to shake that first game off. That's a very common thing that happens in these matches. You want to just get going into the second one.
Yeah, and luckily there is no pause. They're straight back in. And here we see a transposition to a Catalan opening. Very trendy one, but noticeably Hikaru gets the queens off. He wants to play without too much risk. This is a very trendy variation. Also quite a historic one, where white often brings the knight into the center and uses this Catalan bishop to try and apply some pressure on the diagonal. But he's not playing for huge advantages here, just a little something.
No, certainly not. I've seen Nihal Sarin also play this with the white pieces. He likes to get those positions that he can very slowly work on. Not a position where Alireza's strengths are portrayed, but that's generally chess now with the black pieces. You take what you get. Never mind, he goes for a dynamic solution. F5, leaving the backwards pawn on e6, but stopping white from advancing in the center of the board. And now Hikaru's going to really have to decide, like, do I try to build this up with my f-pawn? Hey, that was a really convincing, first game from Firouzja.
Yeah, it was just one or two moments where he almost let Hikaru back in, but it always looked like he was in the driver's seat. Even when he dropped lower on the clock, it felt like Alireza never panicked fully. While for Hikaru making moves with barely a second left, that was incredible to see. Just a glimpse into the future there.
There's a player in the NBA, I think his nickname is Time Lord, might be Grant Williams, right? And I think Hikaru now fittingly has that nickname as well. I don't know how that happened. There were milli microseconds there, and he's gone into a much longer thing than milliseconds here, trying to understand this move F5. It leaves a big square on E5 you can exploit, but not really clear with which piece. And then do you prepare an advancement in the center? Do you simply bring your rook? He's trying to solve this position. This time control, David, gives you a lot of luxuries to think this much, but at some point he's got to start moving a little faster.
Exactly. Still very early days, of course, but Hikaru has been the slower of the two in the early stages. This is still well-known opening theory. According to our databases here, the most popular move is for the white knight to go to A5, just to tickle the black queen side a bit. If you don't know it, though, it's hard to find. It's maybe not the most natural.
Yes, and the idea of that move is you don't let the light-squared bishop move. If the bishop moved, you would take the pawn. If the pawn moves to attack your knight, you jump further into the position, but you also reroute backwards to the weakened central square. So in many ways, when you tell me it, I can explain it to people, right? But if you don't know that move, it's not so clear. Hikaru is now under 3 minutes on the clock, by the way.
Yeah, confident Hikaru would make any move. Not necessarily knight A5, he'd make any move within 10, 20 seconds, but I think still finding his groove here. He plays pawn to F3 very much all in now on this idea of expanding in the center. Kicking away the black knight, I think, is maybe the more pressing issue there. Not too many tempting squares for the knight to retreat to.
And so now does black commit to F4, or is that too much?
It has been played before, Levy. Pawn to F4 is on the database. The alternative is to just continue, as he otherwise would have done. Pawn to B6, and when the pawn steps forward, just to move the knight, and later develop the black bishop out. But okay, your move, more dynamic, more Alireza style.
Yeah, certainly more Alireza style, but wow, Hikaru giving away the bishop pair and using this pawn structure. Black in the long run will have a huge weakness in the center of the board, that E6 pawn, and white on the next move, I would like to think, would play F3 to F4, right? Exactly.
Yeah, almost definitely making up for the lack of his dark squared bishop, for the one he's just traded off, by planting pawns and trying to control the dark squares. And it's all about that Catalan pressure on the diagonal, keeping the bad bishop at home. Yeah, big commitment, long term. Black is doing quite well, but yeah, maybe the next few moves, it's going to be some difficult questions for Alireza.
I feel like the Norwegian who was just here would love this position with white. Like, he would really find a way to just absolutely torture you. I mean, the rook is going to the 7th rank, the E6 pawn, the B7 pawn, the knight is about to jump in. I was wondering why Hikaru didn't go for F4, and now he might never get to go F4.
Yeah, I think he was fearing this move anyway.
Yeah.
Pawn to G5, just the immediate tension, trading off pawns, but as you say, the white bishop is not happy about what's just happened. You mentioned Magnus. I think he would win this position with white. And with black.
I see. Against either player. No, we're not gonna. We're not throwing anybody under the bus. But I wonder with white if you can walk your king to E2, and then move your bishop to H3. Like, that's the configuration that I really like. You target the pawn like that. Your king protects the center pawn. But I don't know if you have the time. I like knight A5 as well, though.
Yeah, it's the idea you mentioned. Partly pressure on B7, partly just rerouting into the center. Nice outpost, and okay, tricky move from Alireza, gaining a bit of time.
Maybe Hikaru won't see it.
He's asking the rook to step forward onto some, yeah, slightly unideal squares there. This would walk into a double attack, of course, but I think he just wants to cover the 7th rank with gain of tempo.
Right, and since you can't counter him on the very next move, he might play a rook B8 or something like that. But actually, I don't know what black's next move is after rook C2.
Yeah, maybe he can get tricky, try to bring his other bishop out now with some skewers.
That is it. That is it. Just completely leaving that pawn there. You read Alireza's mind, and the position not looking particularly pleasant after bishop D7. Wow, but now he brings the rook to trade it. But he's just going to lose the pawn in the long run, maybe.
Yeah, big moment. Apparently he has to find this, otherwise he's significantly worse now, Alireza. How likely do you think it is?
I think it's quite likely. And there it is. I'm not sure. Back against the wall, he finds the move, and the position is back to equal dynamically. White is going to really struggle to get the light-squared bishop active.
Exactly. And the longer this game goes on with that bishop asleep, the greater black's chances will become. The bishop pair, that's such a weapon in the endgame, and the outside pawn majority, 2 versus 1 on this queen side, that might become a factor later.
Totally playing with other people's pieces here. Can you trade the rooks and play H4, give up the pawn, and then play F4?
Oh, I like it.
Well, I know you like pawns too. Like, you take on h4 and make me prove it, but I really like the position after you get the pawn to f4, even if you're down a pawn.
Maybe we show this just very quickly while Hikaru thinks about what to do next. Rook takes rook is the variation we're discussing. Levy wants to give up a pawn, and maybe there's a question about whether black takes it. Maybe he just maintains the structure, but I do like this transition. This is a beautiful little trio here, and the white bishop is back alive. Yes, black has a pawn up, but doubled h1s don't make a great impression. I think this is a fantastic option here for Hikaru.
Only problem is Alireza doesn't have to do this at all. Not checkers, not draft. You can just play h4, h6, and white is never getting the bishop out. In fact, I almost feel he will play it.
Yeah, exactly. At least then you give black an isolated g-pawn maybe, and Hikaru just needs to speed up. What's he doing? He's under 1 minute. Alireza has almost 3. This is reckless.
This is how I play this format, by the way, which is a very bad sign. But I remember I've played in those various speed chess championships, and the 5+1, you just feel you have so much time. You don't want to make a move, you're overthinking. Before you know it, you're in a scramble. You've equalized the game, but you don't have any more time. So 30 seconds is bananas.
It really is. And Hikaru, he's like the king of 3-minute chess. He likes playing without increment, ideally, but Tidal Tuesdays nowadays, they're up to 5 minutes, and his results haven't matched. Look at him. He's reacting. He just can't find a move. He's frozen. Are there tech issues?
It
must be a tech issue.
Oh.
Oh no!
Something's happened.
Not tonight.
I just lost 20 seconds because it disconnected me. Like, do I get 20 seconds more, or what's the plan? I lost 20 seconds because it disconnected me.
Okay.
It disconnected me.
Wow.
I mean, I got disconnected and lost 25 seconds there.
Okay. We're gonna check it.
Like, it's back now, but I lost 25 seconds.
Okay. We will be able to rewind.
Wow.
Okay, yeah.
Controversy in the arena. What to do in this situation? There's a tricky decision to be made for the arbiter.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, we just have a way to add the time back in the middle of the game, but I'm not sure Alireza knows what happened. Oh.
Okay, we're getting a lowdown. Alireza's giving some time back. I'm not sure whether the arbiters will step in, amend the clocks.
I get back also? Did I get back?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, drama early in the match.
But giving back time is not the same as having it on your clock.
Exactly, especially when you've got over 2 minutes. The opponent has 10 seconds. Give this position to Hikaru with 10 seconds against 2. It's going to be tough defense.
Yes, absolutely. It's absolutely not the same, you know? I wish they can just...
Agree a draw, move on? What do you think?
Actually, agree a draw would be okay because it's relatively equal. It would be much worse if the position was in somebody's favor. It was also a very interesting position. I wish we get to see it played out.
Okay, I think we're awaiting a decision. Neither player looks ready to move.
Oh, we've just received word they will be adding the time back via the magic of technology.
Okay. Some quick work from our tech team here. We see the clocks, yeah. The black clock's still ticking, but of course we will revert back to the oceans of time that Alireza had relatively here.
Yes, for sure he will not restarting with 1 minute on the clock. What's interesting, David, is they've had about 2-3 minutes to think about the position.
Yeah.
For these guys, that's an ocean of time. Absolute, eternity. Yeah. And there we go. We're off.
Here we go. Applause in the audience.
Yes, applause in the audience. That was great, by the way. Listen, live chess on these computers, esports style, that was about as quick of a tech fix as we could ask for.
Exactly, and good sportsmanship. Alireza didn't make a fuss, and we're back in the game. He's now trying to calculate what to do next. The bishop hit, and he will be retreating it to likely one of these 2 squares. And, okay, what to do next? He's going to be looking at what Hikaru might be threatening down the line. Will he be sliding his rook across to hit the bishop? No, Hikaru does play this f4 move we talked about. Controversial, but he's now trying to take this pawn with gain of tempo, and he will be hitting the bishop if his knight ever lands on the square.
That's a gnarly move. Now, will he take immediately on b7? And with what? Is he just looking for like a liquidation, like knight b7, rook b7? That could be...
Could be. Try to bail out, get everything off. Opposite color bishops, pawn down, who cares? Should still be a draw, but maybe even taking with the bishop would work, because he does gain time against black's bishop, the knight will gain time against the other one.
Yeah,
crazy move.
I always miss moves like pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, rook g7 check. Like, and then that move in my games is always losing. It's just a really random move. Maybe it's completely fine here, but I would be concerned. The big question is Hikaru still trying to press for anything, or is he satisfied with a draw?
I think Hikaru would love a draw here. I think just the clock situation, the fact he's playing against the bishop pair. I'm not sure he would have found f4, you know, if the time situation hadn't happened there. If he was still in the thick of things, if he still had to move instantly. He had that 2-3 minutes, like you said, to try and work things out. f4 now on the board, and clock's dropping. Alireza down to almost the 1 minute mark. Okay, it is your move there, knight takes b7. This is more pragmatic. He does gain time. He wants the rooks off, and he just wants to make this draw.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to take with the rook here. That hits the rook on f7. Black at the end of this sequence will be up a pawn, but it's not a position you will ever win.
Exactly. Easily blockaded as well. We'll see that play out. The rooks will surely leave the board. Reckless to keep them on now. Nothing much to think about. And maybe Hikaru will save the h-pawn and then just walk his king into the center.
Now, does Alireza... Oh!
It's happened again.
Hikaru's disconnected one more time.
I mean, if my time's running, I'm disconnected again. Yeah.
Wow.
I played rook f7. I played rook takes f7.
I think it would be fair to declare a draw here.
Played rook f7.
Alireza has won on time, at least according to what we see.
I mean,
No, but of course this will not be a win for Black.
I think at this point, declare the draw.
I played rook takes f7. I mean, you have a screen capture.
Yes, absolutely. We capturing your screen. We can go back. So we are talking against what's happening. I don't have any answers, unfortunately, right now. So as soon as I get answers, I'll let you know. Guys, can we abort this game? Okay.
Can we just call it a draw and keep going?
Actually, I think there might be technical difficulties adding a result that didn't happen as opposed to just canceling a game.
Yeah, we should make sure he doesn't get disconnected.
Yes, so this game is aborted and we're not going to continue until it's fixed, okay?
We could make the game draw. We could make the game draw. The game that.
The previous game, you're okay with the draw?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I'm fine with the draw.
Good sportsmanship, but also logical outcomes.
Yes.
Just for everyone at home, the position was dead drawn at the end there, if the rooks had come off as Hikaru planned.
What happened between the first match and this match? Were there technical difficulties in the first match?
We've let some hackers in the building. I don't know.
Don't say that, David. Don't say that.
Yeah, it's just hopefully just a quick reboot for everyone at home. Slight smile on Hikaru's face.
I'll get up. Yeah, go ahead.
Who do you think this kind of disruption is going to favor? Hikaru does look a bit flustered. Alireza just looks pretty chilled right now.
I think they're both professionals. I mean, it could fluster maybe me, but I think both these guys are pros. Hikaru was like laughing. I mean, I would have been frantic, you know. Every game is important. Qualification for the Esports World Cup is important, and it's just not working. Maybe the production can tell me, they were replacing one of the PCs before something started. It might have been Hikaru's, and if it's causing some issues now, that would be bad. So
that is a very possible explanation. I mean, like you said earlier, they have been choosing their own mouse, their own chairs, everything, and maybe just a small change up in gear there caused this blip, but hopefully just temporary.
Yes, hopefully temporary. We're going to take a short break. We're going to figure a few things out. Hopefully you're still with us. What's chess without a little drama? We'll see you on the other side, hopefully with everything all working smooth.
This is going to be a rapid-fire quiz round about all things babies and looking after kids. Welcome to the Fatherhood Club. I want to ask you guys a couple of questions, and here's how this is going to work. You've both got chess clocks in front of you. I'm going to ask you 10 questions. Each time I ask a question, I'll tell you to start the clock. When I finish asking the question, you then need to write an answer on the whiteboard and hit the chess clock, and then we review your answers. If there's a tie for any reason, whoever answers quickest, whoever has the best speed, will then win the points. So without further ado, please start your chess clocks now. Question 1. At what temperature is a baby considered to have a fever? Fahrenheit or Celsius is fine.
I have no idea.
No idea. That's actually really close. 38 degrees in Celsius. So Magnus is basically, or 100.5 degrees Fahrenheit. So slightly cool there, but
close enough to us. Interesting.
Exactly. This is evil, but there's a range, and any number within the range is acceptable. Please start your clocks now. How many diapers does a newborn baby typically use per day? There's an upper and lower bound, and any whole number within that is fine. Hikaru locked in? Magnus locked in. What have we got? Nice. The answer is 8 to 12. So both of you get points there. For question 3, please start your clocks now. How many hours does a newborn typically sleep in a day? Lower and upper range acceptable. Magnus locked in? Hikaru locked in. What have we got? 2 hours? What?
And they sleep 2 hours and they keep waking up?
No, total in a 24-hour period.
Oh, in total period? Okay, let me answer one.
I pity you if that's the case, man. That's rough. Magnus, what have you got?
I put 18.
18. Hikaru, what would you?
Well, I was going to put 10, but
put 10. It's 14 to 17, so it's pretty much spot on. Start your clocks now. How many weeks is a full-term human pregnancy? Hikaru, locked in. Magnus? 40, 39. Correct answer is 40.
Really? Okay.
Like 9 months is bandied around a lot, but apparently it's about 10. This question comes in 2 parts and it's a bit biased. This is, what is the most popular baby name in the US in 2025? One name for a boy, one name for a girl. Start your clocks now. What have we got?
I answered for Norway, and this is correct. I should be answering for Norway.
There's some 3D chess being played here, and I'll explain that in a second. Elizabeth and Adam. Magnus got 1 right. It's Noah for a boy and Olivia for a girl. And Hikaru, this next question is just for you.
So this is 100% correct.
Yeah.
Because the next question was supposed to be, what's the most popular baby boy and girl's name in Norway?
Nice.
But Magnus is 100% correct for Norway. It is Emma and Noah. So it's Noah in both the US and Norway, which I actually found quite interesting. All right, start your clocks now. Approximately how many bones does a baby have at birth? Nearest 10. Magnus has an answer, looks slightly apprehensive.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
Locked in. All right, what have we
I have
got?
no idea.
No idea. 40.
I don't
Like a
know.
shark.
I'm guessing they're a little small ones,
So
but I don't know.
here's what's weird. It's the other way. It's 300. So adults have like 206, right? So babies.
Yeah, I knew adults had around 200. I know the exact
I feel
number.
like whenever I play tennis, I lose 10 bones an hour. So I suppose that's about right. But they got way more bones than we do. Go figure. All right, folks. Thank you very much. That's the end of that. That was good fun. Thank you.
Welcome to London, everybody, where they have beautiful old clocks, which usually are attached to beautiful old buildings. And I got a bunch of people here. We're gonna see how many of them are excited for the Speed Chess Championship before the sun goes down. You ready to do this? How excited are you for the Speed Chess Championship?
Listen, man, I've only gotten into chess for like 2 months, since 2 months, and I've been loving it. I've been watching it non-stop.
He doesn't go out much. He doesn't go out much. He just plays chess.
Right, are we worried about that? Do you know who Magnus Carlsen is?
Of course. Magnus is the GOAT.
Do you know who Hikaru Nakamura is?
Hikaru is good at pre-moves, man.
You know who Levi Rosman is? No. Gotham Chess?
Yeah.
You know Gotham, okay.
Oh, Gotham Chess is the guy whose book got banned, right?
That's right. That went so viral.
Levi, bro, the rook, you have to sacrifice the rook always.
Yes. Oh, wow. This guy knows the community now.
He doesn't go out much.
Are you a chess player?
Yes, I am.
You are a chess player?
Well, I try hard.
Okay. What's your rating? What's your elo?
Kind of, I'm trying to get into 1200.
Okay. Do you play online or over the board?
I play online.
Online.
I'm mostly rapid 15.
Okay.
I tried 10 minutes, but it's too fast for me. You kind of do silly things.
That makes sense.
I do silly things already.
You look like a movie star over here. You're just crushing the beer.
Is this chess we're playing?
It's chess.
Unfortunately, my chess is rather amateurish.
Okay. But if you guys work together and solve a puzzle,
Is that allowed
I'll
in
give
chess?
you 20 pounds. I will let you work
This is a
together.
chess puzzle.
Just a chess puzzle. Checkmate in 1 move. If you find it, I'm going to give you 20 pounds. That's the easiest money you ever made.
I see it.
Classic fail. It's not checkmate. I made it look like it was checkmate, but it wasn't. Man, what an ass I am.
What kind of level is this puzzle?
This is a little tricky. You're both white. You can talk about it together. There you go. Ding, 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 ding. All right, you get 20 pounds.
If we move the queen there, he'd block with his knight, but then, yeah, well, you're in trouble with it.
It's black to play and checkmate in 2 moves. I can see it.
So this is your first move.
Okay, now where does the king have to go?
King has to move up.
Uh-huh. That is correct.
And then...
Don't move until you see it. So I'm gonna give you a tip.
Aye.
Knights can't go like this. They have to complete the L.
Yes.
So your idea of checking with the queen is pretty good. You assumed an illegal move. He can't do that.
That's very embarrassing.
So that helps you.
haven't
We'll
played
edit
chess in a
this
very
part
long
out.
time.
So
I'd suggest rook a7, because then the king has to take rook and then you can mate with the...
This might take some time.
Can I play this to visualize
Go
it, or do
for
I
it.
have
Go
to,
for it.
or do I
Go
have
for
to
it.
play that?
No, I'm not gonna
Right,
hold
so
against
we're
you.
gonna assume-
Yeah,
we're gonna
there you
assume
go.
that.
There you go.
And then
You're getting closer. Queen H2, they did it. All right, let's hear it for the boys. Here, give yourselves a round of applause. Let's hear it for the boys. All right, I'm gonna give you 20 bucks. Next round's on me. There you go.
Okay, ja, log ein.
Trust yourself. You gotta check yourself before you wreck yourself. They take A7. Okay, I gotta take back. As they pointed out, the bishop guards the B8 square.
And then up here,
They did it. Let's hear it for the boys. Let's hear it for the boys.
That was interesting, because they're young, you see. I'm an old geezer, and I think, oh, there's some trick to this.
Yeah.
There was no
They were
trick.
just straightforward.
It was very, you know, it was no trick. It was just a gift.
Ignorance is
It was a
bliss.
gift.
Wait. No. Oh my god.
He did it. He did it.
Why you?
He did it.
Oh, fist bump him.
What's your elo?
Oh, not more than 1200.
Okay. You watch a lot of Gotham chess videos?
Yes. Yes,
yeah,
I do.
you're like his target market.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think Levy will ever be a GM?
Are we still recording?
We all played in the kind of Queen's Gambit craze.
Yeah.
So, and then haven't really played since.
But, you know, the real Queen's Gambit has a documentary on Netflix this Friday, February 6th.
Oh, amazing.
Her name's Judith Polgar.
Yeah.
Okay, she's like the real Beth Harmon. Yeah, you guys got to check it out.
I've just had a divine interventions actually might have worked. So I'm gonna take that and I go like that.
Okay.
Well, you have to make a. They can still make a move. You can't just.
Yeah, so you when you take there, he can block it, and now you don't get there.
Now we're
Oh, what's that? Chill. No, why not?
I'm gonna give you $5.
$5?
Really?
Because you know what, you tried hard.
Oh,
No, we did. Thank you.
Thank you
Not
very
very
much.
successful.
Five
I hope this doesn't
Thank
make
you
it
very
in.
much.
What do they call it?
£5.
$5.
Thank you.
Yeah?
for
Hey, you're welcome.
Another beer, I
Okay.
think.
Give
thanks,
Harry
guys.
Styles my best. You guys go party like rock
Thank
stars.
you. We shall. Thank you.
Deserve it.
Cheers.
Very much. But no, it cannot eat. Look. Oh, yeah.
Like this.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yes! Oh my god! Yes! Holy shit! That's where I go!
All right, drinks are on me, boys. $20. You share it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hey, guys, see ya. Have a good night. All right, the sun is setting in London. It's beautiful. We're about to head inside for the Speed Chess Championship. We came, we saw, we conquered a bunch of unsuspecting chess enthusiasts. Great time. That's what it is when you bring chess to the streets. And we'll see you on Chess.com. Peace.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025-2026 Speed Chess Championship semifinal. It's day one, it's match two. An hour has gone by, David. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We've only played one full game of chess, but it seems we have fixed our technical difficulties. How are you, David?
I'm great. You know, I feel like 3 years older by now, but we got to chat about life, and I'm hoping the players weren't too stressed during that break. I just want to get going again, though.
Thing is, you get cold. Firouzja won that first game. Hikaru was applying a little bit of pressure, but then tanked, and anything could happen. But we do see the players back in. They are loading in the first set of earbuds, followed by the second over-the-ear headphones. Construction style, as if they were drilling on the street. You really cannot hear anything. Hopefully, they do not want to hear us. And whatever happened in that game, whether they was annulled completely or they got the half a point, it really only matters, David, I think, for like prize money, ultimately. But Alireza has a 1-game lead.
Exactly. 1 game, maybe he'll regret it wasn't more. He did have a time advantage, at least, when there were some disturbances earlier. But for Hikaru, he can settle back in, try to get his first win of the match. And we're just waiting now for Game 3 to begin. Both players looking calm again.
That means, by the way, that we go back to the colors of Game 1, because it actually does matter. Like, if Game 2 technically was never played, then that means that Hikaru will now get another game with white. If it was counted as a draw, then Alireza will get another game with white, which is a huge deal, because that game kind of felt like a throwaway game at that point. And that's exactly what we see.
Exactly, and it is back to Game 1, as we see another Queen's Gambit declined, another of these variations with the bishop on e7, and this time Hikaru does play the correct move order, playing pawn to c6. Earlier he played pawn to b6, allowing white to step forward. That would have been super strong, but okay, by transposition, we're back, and this was the game that Alireza was able to grind down. In the near future, I was going to say, playing pawn to h4, this time a more modest approach.
Right, pawn to h3 instead of pawn to h4, controlling the g4 square and not allowing Hikaru's knight. And a ton is happening, by the way. White has sacrificed the pawn, pushing it all the way to c7. David, counterattack with b4. The knight jumps into b5. All of this is clearly well-known theory.
Yeah, this is a throwback to a clash in a world championship between Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. And I believe there the correct move was pawn to a4. Magnus actually went down in that game to Anand back in 2014. But okay, this is very theoretical, as you say. I would expect the players to know their stuff, so maybe I'm going to kind of ignore the question mark for now. Perhaps Hikaru has a nice idea in mind. But yeah, this pawn on c7 has such a cramping effect on black's pieces.
So let me ask you, was the best move for white then to play a4?
I think it might have been.
Put a queen there? I don't know, something to justify it, right? He plays rook c1. It looks like he's just chucking away the whole queen side, going all in with his c-pawn. It looks a bit scary, but if you can't push that pawn through for white, you're just going to lose. And okay, now a4 for black played, so he kind of evens it out.
Exactly, and the whole idea is that black wants to establish a protected pass pawn, something that will live forever on b3 here. And if you do capture that one, then everything comes with check. White can't castle, and whoa, this must be opening preparation. Check this out, the first brilliancy of this semi-final. White is trying to deflect the 2 black pieces away from covering d6. Then he'll leap in with his knight and kick away the blockading queen.
I have to say, for the average person, and probably those listening to this commentary right now, knight g5 just looks inexplicable. You jump with a knight like that, because normally you're going to go checkmate somebody. This is the second move of a Greek gift sacrifice. Nothing to do with that. Has only to do with, as you said, a square that is, it doesn't even make sense how you should approach this. But by the way, what does black do now? Does he take with the bishop, or does he take with the knight, or does he do none of those things?
Wow, free piece. He chooses to ignore it. As you say there, he needed to at least keep 1 guardian over the d6 square, so the white knight couldn't jump. That would have not just won maybe the black queen, but also promoted. So he keeps everything defending the square instead. I'm not sure who this helps, this piece exchange. Maybe black, whose queen can at least now move and maybe hit the white knight in the near future. That's another reason it was important to stop white from cementing that knight with the pawn on a4. And we see the first knight trade, and crazy.
Apparently DE was the better move. I don't understand. Like, knight e4 is not given a question mark, but I saw white has gained an advantage, which means that you had to take with a pawn and put the knight in the middle probably, which I don't know how you can possibly explain that. Alireza has this ability to find these little moves, like queen c2 is such a dynamic move. It's just understanding you don't need to castle, you don't take on b4. What does queen c2 even do?
Yeah, I think he'd want to bring the queen forward to defend the knight. I do have a feeling that castles is a mistake here, because the white knight might find itself trapped. Not only can the black queen attack the knight, but the rook can also slide forward, and there's no way home.
But you can't even take it because you would promote, but I guess in the long run you would just put the other rook to c8, and then you would find a way to, and that's definitely what Hikaru's trying to do. He's trying to trap the knight, as well as maybe some knight c3, like he's trying to just get in there at the right moment. It doesn't quite work, but that's always an idea. And Alireza deep in the tank. If he pulls out queen c2, I'll be super impressed.
Exactly. Either it's a big use of time and he doesn't find the right move, might be suffering, or it's a great investment of a minute or two if he finds that move. It just pins down the black queen. The black queen cannot move, therefore, because white would be able to promote. Queen c2, will he find it? By far the best move in this position.
We see a live look there at the audience. Shout out. Well, it's like, just like the Jumbotron, and just as exciting.
Exactly.
You know? It's like watching football. I went to Arsenal-Chelsea. Terrible match to bring up for this example. It was 0-0 for 96 minutes. But yes, we need to get some chants going. You know, I'm not trying to get everybody to start yelling, but we got to have some player chants.
Exactly.
You know? Every player in all these leagues has some sort of chant that the fans yell.
Okay, come up with. Make some noise in the audience. We want to hear it. You have the chance. The players can't hear. Let's go.
Oh, they apparently they totally can hear, by the way. But yes, they're going for a nice defense. You know, that's an American thing. Okay, Alireza does not know the best way forward. He is contemplating, is he maybe going to go with queen c2 and queen c6? Is he going to play AB and just move the king? That sometimes is possible in these dynamic positions. Maybe you go rook c6 first, because you want the rook to lead the way and then the queen. Is he looking at, you know, short castles? I love to be in their brains when they spend a minute and a half to make a decision.
Exactly. At this point, is he still calculating, or is he cursing himself for freezing? He needs to move.
Or has he disconnected?
Oh, don't say it. Don't do it, Levy. Don't tempt fate.
No, probably not.
Okay, body language says he's just frustrated, can't find the best move. And I think on paper, this is his type of position. It's a bit wild, it's a bit chaotic. He's got pressure, he's got a strong pass pawn, but it is quite theoretical. It's very direct, and that has meant Hikaru's barely spent any time at all.
Wait, sorry, but he has a minute remaining on the clock. He is aware it is his move, right? And he goes for f3. Wow, and that is a very huge commitment because bishop h4 comes with a check.
Ooh, big move. He's definitely been looking at that check, calculating. It's been given a question mark, at least on my screen, this last move, the pawn push. Another idea would be knight to c3, as you mentioned there. Just giving back a pawn, but relieving some pressure. There we see the blue arrow, the computer's best choice, knight c3.
And so the idea is you simply go down a pawn, and black will, in the meantime, play something like a b5, b4 to catch up. Is that the point?
Exactly. While Hikaru thinks we'll quickly put it on the board, knight to c3. This is a variation, not the game. We would see some exchanges, and at the very end, b5, as you say, Levy. Pawn to b4, very quick.
And why can't I play like queen b1 and stop it? I guess you play rook b6. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. So Hikaru will queen b7. He'll definitely find this.
Yeah. And he's coming, and actually the pawn just can't move on. Without the knight, you can never break the blockade on this square once the rook slides to c8. So big moment for Hikaru, apparently giving a check, not as good as the white king, just moves. This is, I mean, it's got to be tempting though.
Bishop h4 in a position like this, if it doesn't actually do anything useful, could just lose the game straight up, because you maroon the bishop on the outskirts of the board, it no longer controls d6, and there you go, you see it after king e2. If Hikaru doesn't have a good follow-up, yeah, like you have to really commit, and this doesn't even work. It's not even good. You win some material, but the attack is overwhelming on the other side of the board. And apparently it's not even queen e1.
It's not even queen e1. This is what I thought, and the knight would be trapped, but apparently there's something even stronger. Now queen c2. Yeah, queen c5.
Wow. We do have a move.
Okay, it is.
We don't have a move. That was the board clicking back. Little move sounds. So both guys are just going to commit to giving us a time scramble in this game. This is why 3+1 is so exciting. The pace of the game disallows these deep thoughts. And I wonder if this was a match 3-0, Hikaru would play whatever opening he wants. But he's playing these Queen's Gambit declines, grinding it down. And sometimes it can be difficult because it's a position that requires the finesse of a classical game. But you have like a minute to make 3 big decisions, and then you're in a time scramble. Like, look at this position. This is insanity. It's torture to come up with moves here with a minute on the clock.
Yeah, this is wild. Playing your best openings, playing these solid ones, as you say, is black.
Oh!
Ooh, means you walk into prep, and we see a mistake.
Wow. Bishop h4 is a huge decision from Hikaru. I mean, it's check. He definitely saw this coming. Now, he's likely not to commit to knight f2 unless he has totally figured things out. So I do wonder what the follow-up is going to be here.
Yeah, there are other tempting moves. Maybe the black queen will slide to hit the knight, for example. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow, king to f1. That is odd, because now the rooks don't connect. And
okay, but finding, I mean, knight g3, it makes sense, and he plays it. Wow, and now the bishop is going to hit the pawn and stop knight d6.
Yeah, that is a huge gain for Hikaru. If Alireza thought that this was black's move anyway, he would far rather have had his king forward on e2 and, wow, sacrifice. What's he sacrificing, Levy?
He's sacrificing the rook, but he's not even moving it, which is a little bit less exciting. But now Hikaru has a really big decision to make. I mean, he did all of this to take the rook, but is that actually the best move? Or does he go for queen d7?
I don't think there's time. I think knight to d6 would be a bone cruncher there, forcing the pawn through for promotion. I don't think black has the time. And he goes back, Hikaru.
But now g4 should simply win the game on the spot, no? Or like, how do you...
Exactly. G4, E4, something kicking the knight away. Wow, that is crazy. Not just retreating, but giving away any counterplay. Wow.
He totally believed him. Wow, he's giving him counterplay with the a-pawn, maybe. These decisions are mystifying.
It's the time. It's the clock. 20 seconds for Alireza. Why would he take a pawn that's not going anywhere when he could hit a knight? Knight to d6. We talked about that magical square, and now maybe there's no time. The black rook will be able to come over and block, or at least one of them.
Why is the other rook not coming? I don't get it. Maybe Hikaru was worried about some discovered attacks. But David, this is very different. In the previous game, Alireza had a huge time advantage. Now it's Hikaru who's going to try to trick him down the stretch.
Exactly, and in such a crazy position, he's got very good chances. Black missed the opportunity a few moves ago to block the g3 square with his bishop. The white rook in the corner would have been trapped, but now the white rook will be sliding in the near future. And all of the white pieces are connected again.
But this is not what you wanted on d6. It's almost like you wish you could eat your own piece, but you can't. And he goes a3, deflecting the knight away from the defense. Bishop goes back to h2. 8 seconds for Firouzja.
Ooh, it's got to be stopped. Knight d6, you have to stop it. There we go. Hikaru covers the square, shake of the head, but okay, it's one of the best positions he's had in a while until this last move. Question mark for the most natural moves. This is a wild game.
Yeah, bishop all the way back maybe to f8, or you have to find a way to reposition here and not go down on time. He's wincing at the screen because he doesn't know exactly what to do, but you want to make a move. The other guy has 3 seconds.
He wants to surprise Alireza somehow.
Wow.
There we go. What is this? He's blocked the c-file, but at what cost?
Oh, he's winning the pawn.
Oh, it's level material after
1 second for
all of
Alireza.
Gotta move, gotta move. Oh,
rook
a3.
Yeah, rook a3, but rook c3. Firouzja's doing such a good job containing everything and defending everything.
Oh, this is his chance, though, Hikaru, to get his first win of the match. Knight on f5 looks super strong, though.
Queen c3, by the way. Queen c3 is like various mate threats are coming. You could also take on c5, maybe.
Mm-hmm. It was on his mind. He wants the d5 pawn instead. Black has several weaknesses, isolated pawns. Bishop for knight exchange. The rook getting kicked away. Alireza is going to win a pawn now.
He's going to win a pawn, and he's completely crashing through.
Oh, Hikaru missed his chance. Now he's low on the clock. The rooks connect. Alireza defends everything.
And Alireza's looking at a 2-game lead here. Wow, the king is running.
He's allowed some exchanges. Something to take on e3. It would be queen versus 2 rooks in that scenario. Not taken by Hikaru.
What? Now the white king is like in the sniper's line. Queen c6.
Oh, this has to end in checkmate. Surely the white king was so open, but no, he's closed all the lines, and that is a pin on the black rook. Queen's off.
Yes, queen's off, and the endgame is just winning for white.
Surely those pawns are so good. Pawn up, but they're all connected as well. Oh, the knight dropping back, allowing checks. This has been an error-strewn game.
Oh my gosh, king f5 is incoming. The b-pawn is queening. David, black might win.
Oh my gosh, Hikaru, he's turning on the magic, but the rook does block. Anyone's game. 3 results possible. 2 seconds versus 3 seconds. One more twist, surely.
Oh my goodness, black might be playing for a win. He is.
Wow, Hikaru's turned it around. Rook and pawn endgame. He's going to end up with at least 1 pawn up. 2 pawns up, potentially.
This is unfathomable, David. It's a winning endgame. He's just going to queen the pawn because the king is cut off. How did he do it?
Well, this is easy stuff now for Hikaru. That was magic. The Lucina position is incoming. The white king is cut along the e-file. Nothing to do here. Alireza, you can see it on his face. What?
David, how did he do that?
We'll have to break it down a bit later, talk in more detail, but look at this. He's built the bridge. He's going to block from behind any checks with his rook, and there we go. Hikaru gets his first win.
Unbelievable game. The London Bridge has been built. It is not falling down. 1.5, 1.5. That's all you can ask for. I'm completely speechless. What a game.
That was a roller coaster, to say the least. I mean, the number of small errors, the number of blunders, the number of missed opportunities, it had everything. But Hikaru, that's the type of position he needs, that type of endgame where he has some counterplay. Yes, he was a pawn down for most of it, but he had the stronger nerves.
That looked completely hopeless. It just looked like the Armada was just walking down the center line. He also kept kind of grimacing and shaking his head as if still some technical problems were persisting or just not making a move fast enough. Because you really get comfortable at your home setup. You're not really always comfortable on the road with the studio and everything. and he still managed to win.
Exactly. So impressive, Hikaru Nakamura. But Alireza is going to be kicking himself. He cannot tilt now, though. He just needs to lock in and go again. It's still level scores, but maybe a glimpse of what's to come later in the bullet.
Yeah, for sure. I think the way people end up losing these types of games to Hikaru is the way people lose rallies to Alcaraz. Like, you've beaten him 3 times in the same set of 20 shots, and he's just getting to the ball every single time. What helps Firouzja is it's a 4-hour match, and he's definitely like, this will happen many times. So just lock it down. But I do have to say, he is doing a better job than just locking it down. His position is very comfortable here with black. Very curious how Hikaru is going to try to ask questions.
Yeah, this is one of the main lines of the Roy Lopez, the Spanish, especially with putting a bishop out to c5. White has 2 paths. Either you go super direct, quick d4, or you play a slower game. And this tension between the bishops, it's just about who will blink first. A capture, White opens up the f-file. That's a matter of taste. Yes, White's pawn structure is compromised. The other capture, black gets the semi-open file against the backward d-pawn, and okay, it's Alireza who retreats.
I feel like nowadays, this is the position in about 20% of 2700 plus chess. These strange Italians where you maneuver the pieces a little bit, or you sack a piece on e5 like Hans Gukesh at the last round of the tournament in the Netherlands. But here, obviously, White's just trying to, at some point, play the move d3 to d4. Otherwise, I'm not really sure what else you can do in the position.
Exactly. Often we see knight maneuvers round in front of the king first. Just, a bit of a mirror image there with the knights, and then it's about who strikes first. But whoa, rook a8, that's opportunistic.
Yeah, rook a8, that's very rarely you get to just make a move directly across to the other side of the board, and it's safe, and it's very mildly annoying, but why can't I just not hang my queen in one move?
Exactly. Later, at the right moment, he'll play maybe c5, get the queen off the back rank, bring the queen across, kick the rook out. But yeah, I like these kind of tickle moves. Especially in blitz chess, you just annoy the opponent, ask them some questions, and we see those knight maneuvers now.
Now, is black trying to play for d5, which will be, okay, or he's just going to try to trade the rook off?
But
all right.
Now maybe d5, maybe c5 if you can get both. Great space, you force white to break the tension in the center.
But the black knight coming to f4, that looks very unpleasant. And it looks like black is almost first to that knight jump, which in these types of positions can be quite annoying. I don't know, there's some attacks brewing sometimes, but with d4 coming, it won't be as easy to land, potentially.
Exactly. d4 is a nice move to get in, finally, but there have been so many exchanges that white's extra space in the center doesn't really amount to much. Black's never going to feel cramped at all, and now is actually fighting for the squares and can at some point even block in the white bishop. I think Alireza is going to be very happy here.
Do you take on d4 with the e-pawn and then play c4, or do you just play c4?
I would be tempted to take if I was feeling ambitious. But if you want to keep control, maybe c4.
Because your rook and knights are targeting the pawn. Okay, you could do neither of those things. Just make an improving move. White can take on the left side, the right side, push, or do nothing. And he has to make a decision very fast. Chess is hard. It's much easier to be like 1100 and just be like, pawn for pawn, I don't know. But he goes back with the bishop. He's avoiding that. And black takes the diagonal right away.
Exactly, and that's the difference with the knights, as you mentioned. The black knight can easily come in, especially if it locks up in the center. White's knight will always get exchanged if it does land on f5. It just feels easier for black to play somehow. More space, more kind of options. White's just kind of sitting, waiting, unless he commits now.
I kind of feel like Hikaru's waving on the young fellow. I feel like he's backing up, and he's almost like waving him on, like, come in with the pawns, with the knight, like, go for an attack. He's almost baiting Alireza into another one of these games where it feels like he's putting on the pressure. Alireza very content to play a symmetrical structure and just kind of rely on piece activity. But it does feel a little bit like Hikaru's like, come and get me.
Exactly. I think it's a style thing. Ultimately, the position is just equal.
Yeah.
And he knows most openings he chooses. Probably Alireza will have a solution. So he just wants a longer game. He can sit, not risk too much with white. You go around a bit and wait for your chance a bit later. At least it feels like a good way to recover for both players after the chaos of the previous one.
I was just about to say, this is certainly the most boring game we've had by far.
We can allow one or two of these.
Yes, for sure. In some Spanishes, if things don't get going, they don't get going. Although, I will say, Hikaru is definitely prepping a ton of Spanishes right now for the upcoming candidates tournament, probably taking like ideas in all lines, not just in these solid lines and in everything. Now you can put a bishop on c5, a knight on e7, God knows what else. So, however, the position's not totally dead. We see Hikaru here not finding a very easy next move.
Yeah, he wants to commit. I think he wants to push forward with his pawn. That would be very ambitious. Shout out to our audience there. But yeah, there's just no good waiting moves left. All the pieces are maximized. Rook on the open file, queen centralized, knights. Nice to see everyone enjoying this position, maybe more than the players are.
Yes, it's great to stare at them and feel the tension in the room. I was in there. I'm sure it's there. And especially for these super high stakes matches, it's very nice. Queen D1. Well, he wants to put the bishop back to the square that he moved it away from, David.
Exactly, deciding the white bishop inferior to its counterpart, so maybe trade them off. Bishop to b3 incoming. And yeah, it still looks very stable, but ooh, knight to f4. Is that a sacrifice, or is that pawn poisoned? Ooh, he's asking for a repetition now. I was looking at the e5 pawn, but Hikaru brings his queen back to d2.
And it was not a sacrifice, probably because of pawn takes. Why was it not a sacrifice? I'm trying to like figure it out live on the air, and I don't.
Maybe there were double attacks. Maybe we show this very quickly. If a pawn had been captured on e5, white would have had 2 loose pieces, I believe. And let's try and show it as Hikaru ponders what to do next. Take. And queen c7, queen c5, I'm not sure which one. One of the two.
Knight d3, I guess knight h, okay.
Knight h3, and maybe black is the happier of the two, even if materials level.
Got it.
But okay, look at what's happened, Levy. Queen d2 and pawn to g5.
Wow.
Let's go.
There it is.
Allez.
Yes. Reza. Firouzja. You know, g5 is, that's what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting for the Firouzja moment. Fire on the board, it's in the last name, and Hikaru has baited him once again into not just an attacking position, also a lead on time. So he's got Firouzja right where he wants him, potentially taking over the game and up on clock. That's perfect.
Exactly. And I wonder what this last move is about. Maybe he's just going to plant his bishop back defensively in case of any oncoming pawn storm attack. But it definitely feels like he's not been making any progress. Hikaru just waiting.
But that's exactly right. That's what we talked about. He might not feel like he has progress, but if Alireza wants to play for more, that's when he's going to get his chances. And this match will be ultimately decided in the scrambles. It's not going to be over by move 10 or 20. Both guys are going to get to 20 seconds on the clock, and that is when they're going to have to be super clutch. We'll see it in 3-1. We'll see it in 1-1. We still have 47 minutes of this format. Alireza takes on d4. That's not really a move, David, that you play if you want to attack somebody.
That's true. That's the type of move where you say, okay, we simplify, maybe exchange some pieces, and maybe it goes towards equality. Interesting. It's very dynamic. He's given himself a backward, isolated pawn, but he's going to get some squares for his knights to jump to. He goes into the center, and maybe now white will be forced to capture and straighten out the black pawn structure.
And knight d4 wouldn't work. It does. Okay. Well, we're about to find out, maybe.
You wanted to say some tactics, right? Bishop takes.
Yes, bishop takes.
Queen takes, knight checks, knight forks. He does go for it. Brilliant sacrifice.
I mean, Hikaru certainly saw this. He must have seen this because I saw it, and that would be a very poor sign. He's like 500 points FIDE rated more than me. But I think white has a moment here, maybe like knight f5 or something to just avoid this. You don't have to take it.
Yeah, let's show the idea for everyone at home just very quickly as he actually goes the other way, Hikaru. It's a mistake. Wow, bishop takes g2, the blue arrow appears, Levy. Deflection. That's not hard.
Oh, he totally missed this, I think. He totally missed this.
Wow, we'll very quickly go back and show bishop takes h3 was poisoned if the bishop had been captured. Queen sacrifice, queen takes knight, and very simple knight fork. The queen will drop next move after the white king moves. Black would be up a pawn. Instead, he should have gone into f5, covered some squares. Knight takes b5, and deflection again, due to the threat of checkmate now. Wow, and he's just up a pawn for now, but okay, at least one strong knight for Hikaru.
Yeah, not as easy as it seems. There's still there's like 4 forks in the position. Like this is a fork, there's a fork on e7, another fork. Queen e2 is looking to simplify, but I'm sorry, why can't I just, like, I was even thinking take and move the king, but that might be too simple.
Yeah, take, move the king. It's very tempting. The king would attack the knight on e2. There would be a threat of a fork, but black could defend
c2
with this rook coming in. Oh, I don't know. That's not the most ambitious move. Maybe he just wants to play it a bit safer, but the clock is going to play a huge role now. The scramble is incoming. Rook c2 forced to get the rook onto a safe square.
Okay, so now we probably... Takes with check feels correct. What?
What? He wants to force a draw, but the black rook is going to save itself. Or is it? He's going to try and constantly, eternally harass the rook, which needs to stay defending its knight on e2.
Knight e3 and rook d2? Or even rook b2?
Yeah, how's he continuing? D2, maybe the white king will step across.
I'd love to get a close-up of Hikaru, because if he's just super locked in, and this was always his idea, that's one thing. But if he's not happy with the position, that would give us a lot of information. But maybe bishop... No, there's nothing you can do with white. I don't know.
Yeah, this is a great move, by the way, luring the white king onto a square. It will get checked a bit later by a black knight. The black rook will now move. Now it's going to be different after, for example, rook to c2, because the knight check is going to be so strong.
And you can't play knight e3. Hikaru has 3 seconds on the clock. Whoa!
Whoa. Why would Alireza play that? Now this knight can be hit. I'm not sure whether by the white knight or by the rook.
Wow, bishop f1! What a move!
Skewer, but we see some tactics. It's a fork, a double attack, and at the end, black saves himself. Oh, pawn up for Alireza, but still far from easy. The white bishop now suddenly super strong.
How do you defend this pawn, by the way?
You can't.
You can't.
Oh, king march, living life on the edge. The f2 pawn drops, back to a pawn up, but the white e pawn couldn't be taken there. It's marching. The king is coming, though. This is a mating net. How does the eval bar still say draw?
Oh, my goodness.
Whoa. He's trying to get the rooks off. He wants to win, but the pawn will cost the knight its life.
Yes, that's going to still end in a draw. Very dramatic, and they will play it out, but a draw in the end.
Oh, there we go. Great game, but missed opportunity for Alireza, you would say, after some flurry of tactics there in the middle.
So far, it's not looking completely promising for Alireza, purely on a sample size of a whopping 3. The first game, he was a bit better in the scramble. Then it was Hikaru who was better in the scramble, and I would certainly say there, I mean, Alireza was dominating. The king was pressed up against the last rank, but, I mean, it's 2-2.
Yeah, 2-2. And here we see a twist on the London system / Slav. I'm going to say the white bishop came out very, very early. Hikaru reacts in very solid fashion here. And, okay, big question. To take in the center or to push forward, gain space. He has shown kind of fondness for pushing forward, but here it's different as the black b pawn is already advanced.
A throwback opening to like 2007, the Shebanenko Slav A6. Nobody plays like this anymore. Everything is about the center now. Everything is about taking on the c4 square. I mean, who is the last elite grandmaster to play this, by the way?
Oh, it's been a while. I remember prepping this for Peter Svidler as one of his seconds for 2016 candidates, but even then I was thinking it was a bit shaky. Computers like this pawn structure, pawn to c5, giving white extra space, and they find ways to keep that, keep pieces on the board, keep that space advantage. But okay, he goes for the exchange. He wants a more open position potentially.
And after c5, which was not played, instead he took on d5. I think a lot of modern engines then also like h4. Like computers now almost play chess like Go. This might be a terrible analogy because I don't know a huge amount about Go, but they love territory. They just like taking space and then figuring it all out later, much more than humans can understand. None of that matters. Alireza took on d5. We have a similar and symmetrical pawn structure, except black is overextended on the left side of the board. On the queen side, how significant will that be?
Yeah, there are holes. The black knight, for example, cannot come forward to c6. It would be loose. There'll be tactics against that piece. The bishop, therefore, comes out, but slightly blocked, slightly misplaced. I wonder how quick white's development will be in the next few moves. Can he take advantage? Maybe a quick knight to e5 jump. And looks very harmonious, easy to play for white.
You know who would play knight e5 and h4? Arjun Erigaisi. Like, without even thinking, you know, you just drop him into the position. I feel like Hikaru, in the modern age of computers, is less about playing h-pawn moves in every single game. Hikaru actually went back to old openings that are now ignored and just worked on them. And now you can do that. This is kind of useless for basically everybody here, but like you can actually go back to old, you know, openings that went out of fashion for 10, 15 years at top level and use the engine to make them playable. His position's not very pretty, but good luck cracking it open.
Yeah, it's not pretty, but it is solid. Not too many weaknesses for black. Almost symmetrical pawn structure. Yeah, Arjun, he would be looking at it saying, this is the best job of London I've ever seen. Pawn on c2, out the way. The knight on c3 looks great. But okay, maybe Hikaru not enjoying it as much as we thought, spending a bit of time now.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, here in Blitz or Bullet, I would play g4 without even... But I think that move is much stronger if black has already castled. If he hasn't, I mean, it still could be good. Alireza is definitely looking at g4, h4, knight e5, or short castle. Like,
yeah.
He's definitely looking at 4 different moves, David, okay? I promise.
And stylistically, it's either knight e5 with pawn pushes, or it's castles without any pawn pushes. So it's kind of 50-50 almost, and now the temptation has to be there. Black has castled. Is it into the storm?
doesn't this just look awful? Like, it just looks like a terrible position for black, but it's like not. He's just in time to trade off some pieces.
But there will come a moment where he might have to be very accurate to avoid catastrophe. Queen to h3 is very typical checkmate patterns here against the h7 square. Okay, if he doesn't break through though, if there's no checkmate attack on the black king side, then I can see how it might be fine for black. b4 coming, the knight coming round. Be careful though, pressure on h7.
And it looks like with black you can just play knight e4, but you definitely can't because white can play f3 as far as I can see, and that just, you lose time because you have to go back to f6, and then you probably just lose the game. So he plays g6. Doesn't look very pretty, and folks at home and in the arena, do not do this. When you have 7 pawns, do not all put them on the same color, please. That's really don't try this at home. But there is no checkmating threat anymore.
He's got enough defensive pieces nearby. Yes, white can slide into some holes, hit a rook, but the rook just moves. The game goes on. I'm trying to think what Alireza would do here. He would want to bring more pieces into the attack, maybe bring this knight round somehow. I could see him bring the bishop forward, maybe f4, tight pawn pushes. He wants to attack, he feels it. But no, he goes back.
Wow.
He wants to come forward again. We've seen him play knight g5 already in this match.
Yes, he's trying to put it on the rightful square, but now knight e4 is a very different quality move, although you have to consider some knight h5. Wow, that is provocative.
g4, Ale, do you play it? Do you kick the knight back? That pawn doesn't move backwards.
Is Hikaru going for f5? Surely not, right?
It's the worst Stonewall Dutch I've ever seen. f5.
Yeah, it's... What was the idea? He knew this was going to happen, so now what, right? Like now Alireza has to decide what he's committing to. Hikaru has to decide what his next move is. Knight e2, okay.
I think it's just that tactic you mentioned is maybe his match strategy, provocation. He just wants to say, okay, play g4, please. I'm going to survive the attack, and your king will be weak later. Okay, or maybe just trade off pieces. But long term, white's going to have the better bishop. Black's going to be stuck with a bad piece on b7.
I feel like now this g4 plan is really a problem for black. g4, queen h6.
Yeah, maybe knight f6 stops that for a move or two, but...
It feels so... Then knight g3, and I feel like I've made some progress, but I don't know. It's much easier to move their pieces, right?
Exactly. Like, I agree. Blitz game, it's got to be tempting. Pawn to g4. Alternative, maybe more positional. Knight to g3, knight f4. But no, it's Alireza. It is g4. G for go. He's going for it.
Yeah, we have similar playing styles. He's just 600 points higher rated. Knight f4 played. And you also have a really annoying positional squeeze. And actually, Magnus is really good at this. He'll take an attacking position, and very quickly you'll just have no positional play anymore, and he'll beat you in an endgame.
Yeah, you could easily imagine somehow it's one of the white knights against the black light squared bishop just stuck behind its own pawn chain. Maybe the white bishop will calmly move, the white knight will kind of sit back and just look at some dart squares. So many holes in the black camp. I mean, I could highlight half a dozen dart squares here.
That's what happens. 7 pawns on light squares. Your dark squares take a little bit of a hit. Not an easy spot for Hikaru. Could go downhill very quickly. White is threatening some sort of g5 maybe you have to calculate, or queen h4, just slowly improve, and knight g5, this type of stuff. That other knight can also maneuver, but be to h3 if you really need the other one to stay on f3. I mean, you could play like 20-48 here with your pieces. Just slide them around like this, and Hikaru's in some trouble.
Yeah, he's lacking a plan. That's the problem with black. The only active plan I can see is maybe playing something like queen to e7 and trying to blow open the center. Even that would kind of ask questions whether black is fully ready. At the very best, black will get an isolated pawn in the center. But he needs to speed up. He needs to find a solution. Maybe he wants all the rooks off the board, but white's attack might even continue there.
Yeah, small thing, by the way, as we have just a brief pause. I don't know the extent of this. Okay, we have a rook trade and queen b8 controlling the center, and also maybe bringing the rook, very clutch by Hikaru, controlling the knight e5 jump and rook e8, rook c8. Super nice idea. All I was going to say is maybe some of these motifs and ideas of the Jubava London, Alireza picked up with. He did work with Danya Naroditsky for a little bit for the Grand Swiss in Uzbekistan. Today we've dedicated, obviously, a lot of time, segments, and so on to Danya. May he rest in peace. So maybe they actually played training games in the Jubava. It's one of the most fun openings in Blitz. In long games, you do kind of sit and like, why are all my pieces on these squares? But look at this. I mean, you just have a very kind of straightforward attack. Problem is the other guy is not just going to straightforward fall over. He's going to defend.
Exactly. Even our chat there at the bottom of the screen saying the Jubava London, there's huge shades of that opening here. This is the best Jubava he will have ever had. But, okay, how to turn a positional advantage into something more tangible here. Does he push forward his pawn? Does he inch forward with the queen? I quite like this move, Levy.
Yeah, to go knight e5, and yeah.
Exactly, something into e5. Kind of wait for black to trade off the rooks, get the queen deflected, and then jump in. He does inch forward. Nice
Look at that, look at that. Very well timed. Now the knights can't easily move. Rook c8, you can maybe even take it and then put a knight on e5. And that would be a really big problem.
Great move, our audience approved. But 40 seconds for Alireza. The scramble is starting maybe earlier in this game than it has in some of the other ones.
Yeah. The hell are they clapping at? What's going on? Whoa,
wait.
e5 on the board.
What? Is that a pawn? Knight takes e5, a double question mark. Queen takes f6. This was the idea. This is why Alireza put his queen on h4. g4 is hanging, but there's no way home from that square. The white queen might just slide back, trap that knight with the help of some of its pawns a few moves later. This is missed. Maybe he just forgot that the white knight defends the bishop. Oh,
Yeah.
He goes in. Is that a doomed piece, Levy?
We just discussed this whole idea, right?
Queen g5.
It's just so shocking. Queen g5 indeed.
Okay, the f-pawn defense. So there is a way back for the black knight, but even that would drop a pawn due to some pins along the g-file.
Knight takes g6 looks unbelievably strong.
It's just about whether now or a bit later.
Or, yeah, bishop f5, of course, just wins a pawn. Easy.
Boom. You can go up a pawn, zero risk attached. Hikaru miscalculating, and white is totally winning according to the evaluation bar. Look at the black queen not contributing. The black bishop just out of it as well.
That's so shocking. What a blunder. And both guys shook their heads. You would have no idea who's winning here. Alireza also shaking his head, by the way.
Oh, king in the corner. Almost some sacrifices.
Yes. Alireza's got 4 seconds to figure things out. He has done some crazy stuff in this match, but David, I don't think so. Queen e5 for white next.
Yeah, you can play this positionally, as you said. Transform that advantage now. Get the queens off, grind that one down. The knight's coming in still. I just don't see black having any counterplay. Hikaru has to play the long game. Just survive, 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 and hope to get an opportunity back in. But as you say, queen e5, clinical.
And the rook comes in, the knight comes in. Knight d8, just a shocking, shocking oversight there. In an otherwise very even game, it seemed like Alireza was pushing, but Hikaru was defending.
And here we go. White's got a beautiful knight cemented now. The pawn in the center as well. Passed pawn, protected passed pawn incoming. f4. But good job by Hikaru trading off those pieces.
David, 1 second for Hikaru, he has to make a move. If Hikaru saves this game, there have to be police waiting for him at the end of the hall for theft. And he doesn't, and that's a fork, and that's Alireza winning.
Ooh, basic fork ends the game. That is heartbreak, but it was already close to hopeless for Hikaru. Great game, Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, absolutely. I think players are hesitating there. They will have a break. They're clicking through it. Yeah, David, queen h4, just one move, applying a little bit more pressure. And then, of course, e5 was just ill-advised. It was not the right moment to time it, as Hikaru continues to ruminate there. Tough one, because when you bounce back and you scramble, you kind of feel like you get control back of the match, but so far it's felt like Alireza's the one pressing.
It really has. Even some missed opportunities for Alireza. And here we see Hikaru, of course, playing through the game, but it went wrong quite early, at least strategically, and he never really got a foothold back in. He'll hope to up his game and increase the tempo in the second half of this portion.
Yeah, absolutely. Queen b8 was really nice. It felt like to control the center. It did destabilize the knights a little bit, but then he was going to bring his rook, and then he was going to trade, and so on. But so far, halfway through the 5+1 segment, it is Alireza Firouzja with a 1-game lead, which is actually what you predicted, only at the end.
Yes. If it's still the same at the end, then I'll take some credit. But yeah, still a long, long way to go in this match, of course. The 5+1 is far from over. The 3+1 is maybe where Hikaru is going to shine the brightest.
Yes, they have a 4-minute break there. We have a bit of a countdown. I don't know if we're just going to keep on playing. I think so. We might get an interview with Alireza in the player tunnel. Maybe not. And there's a scoreboard that needs to be fixed. What happened downstairs? Like, I came up here and everything broke.
All's good up here in the commentary booth, but yeah, there's always hitches, glitches, but yeah, we'll get things up and running. And I think, yeah, at least the players seem to have shaken off all that disturbance earlier. Especially Alireza, he just looks calm, and we talked about his form. It's always a question mark. Has he come in strong? Is he rusty? But I think he looks good.
I think he looks fantastic, and is playing great too. 3-2 could be Could be more. We are looking at a 4-1 potentially had he not ended up losing the game. He has looked really dominant 3 games with white. Hikaru has not quite figured out which way to neutralize. This time he played a position that ended up in like kind of a Jobava structure, and Hikaru is still clicking through the moves. Okay, I guess we're just gonna play. That's because we see a countdown there also on his screen. I do wonder what Hikaru's opening repertoire was for the 5+1. That is a huge question.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to change it up at some point, it feels like, especially with the black pieces. I don't know how good this clicking is. Sometimes it's just better to just stand up and, I don't know, go splash some water on your face. Is he playing bullet? Or is he analyzing his game still?
What?
Maybe he looks like he's analyzing openings. He's trying to come up with an improvement somewhere along the line to surprise Alireza.
That's crazy, and he's doing it live on air. Usually the coaching is like in the back, you know, or you have signals from the coach like, he's doing this, he's doing this. And he's just like, all right, I'll play something else. Play Queen's Gambit accepted. How about that?
Yeah, that's literally what he's showing on his screen.
Yeah?
He's, you're in his mind, Levy. He's looking at Queen's Gambit accepted with the quick E4, but okay, now he's changed it back to the Queen's Gambit declined, which hasn't led him too much success so far. Okay.
You know what move I've been enjoying recently? 3 knight f3, bishop b4 check.
Okay, the Bogo Indian.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's solid. You get a game.
Yeah. You reposition and I really enjoy it.
That's the break time. You don't have to go.
Okay. The arbiter confirming that the players will be back in action very, very shortly. Not the longest break, but it has given them some time to breathe. And we'll also get a glimpse into Hikaru's music choices here. It does look like it's confirmed now that he's playing some music. I'm not an expert on this, so we'll see what tracks he chooses. Maybe people at home will know. But yeah, he needs something to maybe get him into more of a rhythm. It feels a bit disjointed so far.
Nobody told me we were going to be back in the 2-box, you know? We had Hikaru there looking really handsome. I go to send a message like, when are we like resuming? And now we're back, you know?
Sorry, Levy, I should have tapped you on the shoulder.
No. I mean, now I just look super disinterested, you know? Goodness me. Anyway, I wonder what he's decided. Like, do you think this is performative? Is there like a clicking through going on, or has he actually made a big game time decision?
I don't know. I mean, I've been there myself. You kind of don't want to break the flow. You want to stay seated. You want to stay, okay, I've still got this. I'm still good enough. But I don't know. It looks slightly negative, the body language. And the fact that he was randomly switching between different openings means that he does have some surprises in store, but also maybe a sign that he's feeling a bit of desperation this early in the match.
Well, 3 games with white, Alireza has put a lot of pressure. That's sort of what it feels like. There was that game in the second QGD, the kind of old school. It didn't feel so great. This one just felt like Alireza got a typical position that he likes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's impressive. Alireza, for most of his career, he's been an E4 player. Then he started dabbling on all these retis and offbeat lines. D4 main lines have maybe been the one area that he's avoided. But he's going into them against Hikaru with a lot of success.
The thing is, you know, if Hikaru played a bunch of actual cutting-edge preparation here against D4, he can't play it in the candidates. That's the thing. He's going to play some 20 games here, maybe 22 or something like that, 25. And if he just uncorks all of his Queen's Gambit decline repertoire, well, then he has to rebuild it in like 2 months' time, 1 month time, right? So tricky. Chess is tricky with all these different formats and cups that we have.
Yeah, it's in the back of his mind as well. Like, even if he came into today knowing what openings he's going to play, like kind of leading these false trails, red herrings, forcing his candidate's opponents to prepare for something else, in the back of his mind, he's like, I can't switch. I've just got to be really careful just in case. And that's got to add a bit of a burden. But Alireza, he's re-entering the arena. It looks like we're back in business here.
There he is. All right.
Okay, time to go. Hikaru, I think he needs to score heavily with white, like the way he's been struggling with black so far. Maybe something a bit more ambitious, instead of this provocation tactic that he's been going for.
But Alireza will keep hammering with D4 with white, and then with black he will just play symmetrically, and that's basically the Super Grandmaster repertoire. A couple of ideas and a couple of different openings, and just positions that you can play again and again.
Yeah, and for Hikaru, it's just about when maybe he switches to the King's Indian defense, for example, something that Alireza could not rest on his laurels about. Maybe some scotches with white, something to avoid that symmetry, as we see Hikaru get ready to start this next set of games.
30 minutes remaining. I think if he gets out of the 5+1 with just a 1-game deficit, it's great for him. He has a lot less time to question his openings, his decisions in the middle game, and once again he goes back to the Spanish. David, I'm curious if he will change anything.
Yeah, so far so good. It's pretty much the same as it was in an earlier game. Hikaru playing it quite slowly. Yes, he's going to take over the B file, but this bishop exchange was just ignored last time. Alireza pushing his pawn forward to defend the bishop. And yeah, what has Hikaru got up his sleeve? Slightly different. He's using this square potentially for his knight instead of for a pawn. But it didn't impress too much last time, Levy. Just led to a long, long game, and actually it was Hikaru on the back foot.
Yeah, I think we're going to get some changes in the 3+1, because if you're just not getting a position where you can really press for anything, I don't know how you kind of go back to it time and time again. At least I wouldn't. Like, I would just play some other first move, maybe like C4 or D4, but it could be just a situation he's honestly looking to uncork that in later time controls. Although, I don't know. I'm not his coach. I'm not his second. There's obviously a battle plan here against Alireza Firouzja, but so far Firouzja has looked great. Knight to H4. How about that move?
Yeah, very ambitious move. He wants to maybe bring his queen out, put a knight, just park it on F5. Shout out to our chat who have been voting. It looks like Alireza backed by 54% of our viewers to win this match. He is up a point.
Yeah, was this like after he won that game or pre? Because that's not impressive.
What did they think? More?
No, I'm just saying, like if they polled the audience before the match started and they said this is different, like anybody can say, oh, 3-2, oh, Alireza's looking really good, you know? Like, how's that pre-match looking? 65-35? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm being told it's live numbers, so okay. I'm surprised as well. I think maybe people just believing in Hikaru's endurance, his experience in this format. But here we go, tension in the center now, D5.
I don't think this match is more than 55-45 either way. So yeah, D5 is a very nice move, and Hikaru will have to come up with a simple and straightforward calculation that gives him an easy-to-play position. Like, that's really what he has to do. He can't tank here and try to solve things. Does he take on D5? D4 is coming. What does he do?
Yeah, D4 is a really annoying threat, trapping the white bishop. No real way to kind of get that bishop out of trouble other than to trade off, which just simplifies things. The question is whether to take or not. Like, it's always such a difficult decision in the Spanish, in the Italian. I mean, my inclination would be to take and then try to just keep the tension, but I don't know, at some point black just gets space. Black has no weaknesses. I don't think Alireza is too concerned at all. It feels like another opening where Hikaru is just not creating anything, and taking will just lead to further simplifications.
But if not taking on B6, trading the dark squared bishop, I'm not really sure what you can do, and that's what he does. And now is the big decision of, like, does he put his rook on E1 or D1 or some weird knight F5, queen G3 combination? It does feel like he needs to stabilize his center first.
Mm-hmm. There is the threat. Pawn takes pawn, and there will be some tension along the D file, especially between the bishops as well. So either the white rook will have to defend the knight, maybe, or there's a trade in the center, or as you were saying there, Levy, maybe the queen out the way. Lots of choice for Hikaru, but nothing stands out, nothing too attractive. And ooh.
Queen G3 would have, I guess, lost to knight H5, which would have been.
Whoops.
No. I actually said the same. So yeah, I mean, it's not easy to make an improving move. He literally has a tangible problem that he had to solve, because pawn takes pawn in the center would have opened up the queen to attack the knight.
At least this knight defended now, and actually he's using the correct rook. I was highlighting the other one, but of course the white rook should stay on the open file just in case it gets access later. Very tense, very slow moment of this game right now.
And black can, at like any point, start with the B pawn as well, right? B4, not right now, you don't have to. Knight E7, and maybe he's going to go for C5.
Great move. Just backing up the center, quite a typical maneuver. He's also clearing the 6th rank. I don't know if that's going to be relevant, but at some point the black rook might even be able to slide somewhere. But as you say, C5 is the immediate short-term intention. Connect 4, all the pawns in the center.
Yeah, it's connect 8 on move 1. C5 looks dreadful for white. I don't know how you deal with that. And we blow kisses back to the audience. Yeah, C5 is really tough, and it's stopped with that move, but now D4.
D4 is very, very tempting. Black will create an outside or a queenside pawn majority there. Or does he commit? I don't know. The way Alireza has been playing, it feels like controlled aggression. So I'm not sure whether D4 yet he'll go for.
G5?
Oh, oh there we go.
There it is.
Great call, Levy.
There it is. Every time it's possible. And actually now, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, especially because White's just not organized at all for any kingside attack. Black's knights are perfectly placed. Black controls the center. You can get away with moves like G5, and it's always got to be in Hikaru's mind. G4 in the air, knight F4 in the air. Oh, it's turning in Black's favor again.
In these types of symmetrical king pawn games, capitalizing on these same side attacks and when to launch your pawns, when to plant your knight on F4 or F5, really can take a player from like 2,000 to like 2,400 just purely on this if you're an E4, E5 player. But they are so tough to maneuver.
Exactly. You need a mixture of patience. You need a mixture of that tactical vision. Given a question mark this last move, queen to E7 for Black, can Hikaru strike in the center before it's too late? He has to do something. He's so passive for White right now. He needs to fight against Black's space advantage, and there we go. Great move from Hikaru Nakamura.
This happens a lot. There's this cube in the center of E4, D4, and E5, D5. It's seen in many Italian games, and it's always fun to see, like, where do you crash through? Who's going to take who? DE. Now you take back, you take back the other pawn. And total pandemonium here. It looks like Black might just lose a pawn.
Yeah, suddenly the pawn on G5 sticks out a bit. Black has lost coordination. Imagine blinking for one moment. Queen E7, a natural move, improvement move, and it's all turned around. Great spot, Hikaru. This is a chance, suddenly, out of the blue, out of nowhere. What to do? Like you said, it's missing a pawn maybe on E4. Bishop to F5 might be the only way.
Yeah, bishop F5, because just like you said, you need your rook. Your rook's on B6 for a purpose, and the purpose is getting into the E6 square, fighting back on the E file when necessary, and he's played it. Can White go like G4?
Ooh, tempting.
Okay, well that's out the window.
I quite liked it. Pawn to G4, we'll never know. It wouldn't have changed the evaluation too much. Instead, he goes more positional. Hikaru, he trades off the knights. This last move improves the White bishop, stops the Black knight coming into the center, more importantly. And the Black pawn on E4 still kind of gets in the way. Still just blocks all of Black's activity with the pieces what to do next. No obvious moves for Alireza as the clock ticks down. 1.5 minutes now and counting. Still looking very much in the balance though, this game.
Yeah, this is quite a stressful position. And if Black can actually get the F-pawn moving, that would be really wonderful. First he puts the next knight on F4. Maybe the king is coming out of the way next.
Yeah, the knight's coming into D3 potentially. Or maybe could have stopped that knight coming in. Pawn to G3 was an option. Reluctant to commit any pawns in front of his king, Hikaru. It's a bit of a standoff. Neither side can lay a hand on the opponent here. There's no exchanges, no tactics. How to improve the pieces. This is the maneuvering phase. On F3, he does try to speed up the game now. Oh, and he sacrifices the exchange, Levy.
Wow, a rook sacrifice for Hikaru. And the pawns are connected. This is looking really nice. It's your favorite again.
Exactly. I talk about it way too much, but this is the most beautiful of pawn structures. And the Black king may be a bit open. The White knight would love to leap forward into some squares later. Not easy for the Black rooks to find the open lines they need.
Can you, like, why can't you play something like a F6 or an F5?
I think he needs to. It might be too late if he waits 1 or 2 more moves. Knight E4 would force a bishop for knight exchange. Suddenly light squares, weak around Black's king. Might be now or never for Alireza to break that connect 4 structure.
Is there a difference between F6 and F5? F6 actually threatens the pawn?
Yeah, I don't know if F5 is a bad move, but B4, he goes the other way. He tries to break this structure from a different angle.
Hikaru now has a commanding lead on time.
Oof. Yeah, he feels it as well. He's up the pace. That exchange sacrifice he played super speedily. And he's trying to push those pawns even further.
C5 maybe?
Yeah, open that bishop again.
Just feels correct. And that way you can also push your e-pawn forward.
C5 threatens D5. Threatens everything for a natural move. Hikaru waiting. Maybe.
But now he has to confidently play fast. It's not just like maneuvering. He actually has to seize the moment or he's going to get into time trouble. He plays D5. That wasn't the best, I think.
No, not the best according to the computer, but C5's still in the air. He's still trying to connect those pawns and promote one of them long term. I like this, though. This is a queen in the center that's going to stare down at the Black king.
This is miserable, David. Right, rook A5 is so smart to go queen C5.
Yeah, given a question mark though.
Ah, whatever.
Yeah, I agree. Good human move. He wants to alleviate the pressure, get the queens off.
Does white play like, oh, he's going to block the trade? Very nice.
It's just the control Hikaru's got, and Alireza's at 14 seconds.
Knight d4, yep. What does he do here?
Slides the king. Yeah. What else? White's got so many improvement moves. Rook f1, at some point later, h4 ideas.
Yeah, rook f1's very nice. Queen f2, okay.
Does he want to bring his queen to f6?
But how does white make a move here? Like,
yeah, not easy. Black is putting some pressure.
I think you have to maybe go for some... Oh, wow, that's... He gives away the c4 pawn. But I think he's blundered it, maybe.
Did he forget Hikaru? He still has an advantage according to the evaluation bar, but now the path is narrow. I think he forgot.
Yeah, he's freaking out a bit, unless, again, we never know. But here it's not a face-to-face situation, and Alireza doesn't get to see his reactions.
Now Hikaru is under 15 seconds, has to speed up. He brings his queen in. Now, no good way to save the black rook. Oh, can you defend the rook? It's not clear. The white knight is coming.
Is he threatening e6 there, or knight f5?
The knight is coming, and he's blundered checkmate in one. Queen
checkmate
g7.
in one. It's mate in one. Queen g7 is mate.
Has he not seen it? He does deliver mate Hikaru. He strikes back, scores a level.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Both guys. I think both guys are trading, David, back and forth. The previous game there was a blunder, and now there was an even bigger one.
Yeah, that was the best game Hikaru's played so far.
Oh, yeah.
Without a doubt in this match. He's back, and Alireza looked like he was just shocked by the power of Hikaru's play, the energy there that suddenly just emerged. Incredible.
Okay, so all that opening preparation just to play the exact same thing that we were planning. C5, yeah, as you said, is definitely what the computers prefer nowadays. And does black play b5, or does he just... Okay. Knight h5, yeah, this is the modern idea. Yeah, you just target the bishop.
He gets ready to strike in the center, something similar to what we saw in an earlier game, but Eval Bar points out, the blue arrow points out that e4, strong move. White gets there to the punch first, and he goes for it. Oh, that black knight maybe now not feeling so comfortable, stared at indirectly.
Now you probably have to trade and bring it back, or that, and you're sort of playing like a weird Caro-Kann type of structure, where you just try to play on the light squares. Actually, knight takes f6 I wasn't a huge fan of. Doesn't this just make black's life much easier?
Yeah, maybe dodging that exchange somehow would have, at least asked some more questions he wanted to develop with gain of time. Watch out, there might be some tactics if the black bishop ever comes to g4. Maybe not quite there, but okay, the bishop's out the side, the pawn chain. White has the space, white has the squares, but long term, black is still very, very solid.
And knight e5, there's positions where black will play e6 and bishop takes c5. So you have to be quite careful with white. There are some tactics. White will get a very aesthetic position with a knight in the center and some attacking chances. But in the long run, the pawn on d4 could become a liability.
Yeah, the more pieces that get traded off, the weaker that will become. Backward pawn, a nice outpost for black in front of it as well. Definitely not a one-sided game. This is going to be very nuanced positionally as Alireza decides, I could just see him playing knight e5, like g4, h4, start throwing stuff forward. But no, he decides to play a more measured approach here. Just improving his pieces.
This really does feel like, to some degree, some sort of strange Caro-Kann or Scandinavian, more like it feels like. And oh boy, that was a big miss. And bishop a5 is not just a win of material; it's a huge positional mistake.
Oh dear, Hikaru, he's going to be forced to admit a loss of at least 1 or 2 tempi here. The black queen is going to have to move. The rook is going to have to move. No pleasant squares for those pieces either. That is a bit of a shocker. He should have just got castled. Bring his bishop out. Get the king to safety. Big mistake, Hikaru.
People are watching this who are rated 3,000 points lower. Principles, you know your principles. You got to get your bishop, you got to castle. You moved your rook before you moved your other pieces, and now there are real serious problems here. After winning such a game, this must be so frustrating because you're like, what am I doing? It's not over, David, but it's like, it's really unpleasant.
You've mentioned tennis. It's like having the serve, like white, black. Hikaru, at the moment, he just can't survive the opening with black. It feels like he's on the back foot right from the off. He will need to change up his repertoire, his black openings at some point. Maybe in the 3+1, he's waiting for that. But this is ugly now. He's going to have to maybe even put his rook back in the corner at some point and slide his queen back. Horrible.
Now, Alireza will still have to win, but like he's getting a bunch of free moves. He's improving his position to a maximum. Yeah, this is really just dreadful for Hikaru. And Hikaru fans, if you're rooting for Alireza, you're having a party.
Hikaru can't really use this square for his rook. In the near future, it will get hit by the white knight. That will be very unpleasant. You have to choose one of these 3 squares, or very, very sad, stuck behind pawns. Maybe he'll even give up material and just say, okay, at least my pawn structure is solid. But that was surely a last resort. He drops his queen back. He is going to put his rook on a very clumsy square in the center. Bishop a5, the most natural move, also the best one now.
Is he sacrificing? Like, is he going to go knight e5 and just give up the rook?
Yes, there we go. Interesting that he gives up the rook for the knight, because the structure in the center blocked. He's arguing that knights are the best piece, and he's going to have still some control. But, okay, objectively now, white should be winning. Just needs that breakthrough a bit later.
Yeah, this is a position that you will win with white. You just have to retreat the bishop, and then at some point you will use the pawns, you will break apart the central defense, and you will likely just win. It's also a position that will burn a ton of time off the clock, and probably the next game very well could be the last. Who wants more 5+1 chess?
Oh, good question. I think in general Alireza, but Hikaru would get white in the final game of that portion. I don't know, I think he might want to...
No, it would be Firouzja. Because the next game will be Hikaru with white, so it will be Alireza with white.
Yeah,
so probably Alireza wants, yeah.
Yeah, I think Hikaru wouldn't mind getting white, though, in the final game, if he gets one more now, and then that's it.
Yes, for sure. I was just saying, like, if Alireza wins this game in the next 3 minutes, that would be really good, because he very well could get another game with white, but okay.
And then, yeah, slow game there from Hikaru. Bishop trade, he's forcing a pawn into the center. Okay, I was going to say, stylistically, you probably want some imbalance with the bishops, otherwise white rooks get open lines. What do you make of this? Maybe now easier to imagine white breaking through later.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't know there if you should take with the e-pawn or the c-pawn. This does feel like you give white a queenside majority, which it's very rare to just have a rook for a bishop down in an otherwise totally normal position. I'm just going to go with the rooks are probably going to win no matter what you do.
Yeah, as Caro-Kann players, though, like, we're quite used to this structure. If material was level, we'd love it with black.
Yeah, if we had a rook and the other guy didn't have one of his bishops, but you know, but I don't really know. I think Alireza is a little bit stunned as well. He doesn't quite get himself into positions that look like this. So yeah, he's just playing it very slowly.
Makes sense. No back rank mates now. Pawn controls some squares the bishop might have otherwise wanted to use. I think psychologically, Hikaru just has to pretend he's not the exchange down. Just say, okay, I'm going to put my piece on squares, make it as difficult as possible for white ever to play the move c6 maybe later. Just try and scare the opponent by putting the bishop in the center. I don't think that's going to ever precede any attack. What to do next?
Yeah, I think also with white, you would like the trade of queens. You're never really going to be checkmating somebody. So queen b6, queen c7, queen g3, queen d6. Something like that, queen g3, b4, queen d6. But the more that I look at it, the more annoying it is. I don't really, like, you don't know what to do. There's no clear plan.
Yeah, I think the one question is time. Like, does he have all the time in the world here to slowly play, like, a4, queen a3, b4, queen back to b3, push all the pawns? Or is black actually generating something a bit later? a3 is very mysterious.
The hell is a3?
Did he not know it can go 2 squares forward?
Yeah, he didn't receive the patch notes. He's only 3274, but doesn't know all the rules. What is a3? Queen a2 and then a4? Like, what are...
I mean, that's slowest plan in the world. And, okay, I don't really understand Hikaru's move either. Maybe e5, but I don't think black should be rushing to open up lines for the white rooks. Queen g3, now that's a logical one. I think I know the idea behind a3. He wanted to stop queen a4.
Yeah, okay. There we go.
But, yeah, mysterious. But sometimes those moves are the best.
Especially on the heels of having explained that you want to push the pawns further. Okay, queen g3, you're not really looking for checkmate. You are looking for an infiltration and a stability of the pawns on the left side of the board. Also, you can play like rook e3, rook b3. Not right away. You would hang a fork. That's not going to happen. But just in general.
This is a nice move as well, just to force Alireza to contemplate, to force Hikaru to contemplate, oh, do I want to dodge that queen trade? Are there any worlds where I can get away with it? And wow, e5, that is desperation. He will force Alireza to answer some questions, but bishop c3, a great move.
Oh man, David, that's like a huge reversal. That's just like, it's like a judo flip. e5, and now black can't get out of it. You can't take the pawn back.
Yeah, if white was forced to take, then suddenly the black bishops come to life, but nope, there's going to be an exchange, maybe even of dark-squared bishops. That's terrible news for Hikaru. He's now trying to scare Alireza with some potential checkmate threats on g2, but Alireza's blundered mate in one game. He's not going to do it a second time in a row.
Hikaru also was battling the earpiece there, and he still might be, actually.
Hello, Hikaru, can you hear us?
No. That would be bad. If he gave us a thumbs up, that would be bad.
Okay, indirect threats, g2 slightly tender, but that can be easily fended off, surely. With f3 now, looks very, very logical. Maybe it's just simple and strong. The black bishop in the center on e4, the only kind of hope for black now. The pride and joy of the position can just be removed. Kick it away.
Once the position opened up for the side that has more dominant material, suddenly the eval bar has shot through the roof. Before that, it was a little bit more closed, but all right, we're still approaching scramble territory.
Yeah, and Alireza is still shaking his head. He plays f3. Is he going to grab the pawn in the center now? I think Hikaru's only plan there is to bring his bishop forward and to try and infiltrate. There we go. Queen is coming in. Is that a real threat, or is that just something to be ignored?
Yeah, but how do you actually stop this?
Maybe you can just run with your king. I'm not sure. He tries to trade off the bishops. Also logical.
Yes.
Now the bishop has had to move, blocking the square the queen wanted to use. White's rook will be forced away to a slightly clumsy square.
It does feel like still there are so many tactics like bishop h3 and open lines to white's king, but it doesn't ever quite work.
White's piece is not loose enough yet. Everything's protected. I think black would love to kick this white rook away. If you can get the black rook into the action as well, then the tactics. So f6 played. 13 seconds. It's the scramble again.
Yes, and his next move will definitely be something like king to h7 behind the queen and the bishop, so to be out of the way of everything. Yeah, it's a scramble territory once again.
f4 does allow the black bishop back in. We see a pin of the black f-pawn. He's surviving well. He's a great defender, Hikaru. The chat's been pointing that out. He's held worse positions than this. And the bar saying that maybe some chances.
Was there bishop b5?
There was bishop to b5, and it's there again.
And it's there again!
Skewer. Both players missing it. Mutual blindness right now and not spotted. Still in there.
It's still there!
Oh, he would still be 2 pawns down, Hikaru, but at least some hope of saving it. Now with the queens off, surely hopeless.
Now the light square blockade is the last hope, but just too many pawns.
Too many pawns. The rooks will finally get some time to breathe. The king is coming out of the mating net. Alireza doing everything right, but 3 seconds.
Something tells me Firouzja will not lose on time either.
Oh, Hikaru could have taken the f4 pawn, decided not to, and oh, he's getting g2. No, there was pawn to g6 check.
Oh, goodness.
Tactics keeping everything alive for Alireza.
Pawn was falling there, but you couldn't quite take it.
Oh, those bishops are tricky, and he's given back the exchange.
Oh my god, what happened?
Wow, and counterplay, g2's falling, the h-pawn is running. What's happening here? 3 results possible.
King g6 maybe?
The pawn was, yeah, he could have picked it up.
Oh, he's stopping the pawn!
The black bishop is struggling to survive here, stay alive and stop the pawn.
And he just gets out, David! King g6! And bishop g4 is escaping!
The h-pawn. Hikaru's maybe got the easier position to play if that bishop's able to give itself up for the c-pawn. This should be a draw now, but 1 second for Alireza.
Oh, and he's queening! He's queening!
Queen.
Hikaru's winning! No, he's not! No, he's not! Rook c3!
Oh, everything's defended, and Alireza loses on time!
Wins on time!
Wow.
My heart is racing, David. What a win!
That was madness, and that is so important for the standings. That could have been a 2-point lead for Alireza. It's back to equality. Hikaru was a bit fortunate at the end. Dead lost all game. How did he pull that off, Levy? How?
I have nothing to say, and he's like meditating, dude. I've never seen that. He's straight up breathing and catching his breath. They took like 10 minutes off the game clock with that game, if not more. I don't know. That was unfathomable how he saved that game.
Best defender in the world. He's earned that reputation over many years. He's just surviving long enough to get that chance was incredible. Just to mention, there was a threat of checkmate. The white queen was not hanging a few moves ago. And now there's a very famous trap. The knight taking the pawn would have backfired, as white's pieces would have been a bit too loose. This is still a very well-known theory. Hikaru Khan, nice to see it.
Yeah, this line has been played a ton recently. And I tried to study it with the black pieces and then just decided I was not going to do that. The 2 knights Hikaru Khan is quite a weapon. In fact, I feel like you've played it with white.
I've played it with white, and every time I play the Hikaru Khan with black in classical chess, everyone plays the 2 knights against me.
Yeah, there's no way to like fully equalize with black anymore. That's what it feels like. It's just always under some pressure.
Yeah, and it's very safe. Like risk-averse players will always choose that. Either you get the bishop pair early, or you get a position like this where you have a nice bind in the center. But long-term, black is still in decent shape. At some point, the bishop will fianchetto c5 at the right moment, and pieces come to life. Alireza tends to be playing the Hikaru Khan when he wants to win, when he wants to kind of get that double-edged fight.
It's interesting he didn't go e4, e5.
Yeah.
Just out of inertia.
I think emotion now. I think both players are feeling it. That neither of them have been perfect.
What? He just hung a... What? Queen f3 ideas in the air, as well as like just a pure kingside attack.
Queen f3, that would hit the rook, that would hit the pawn, that might land on f6. Levy, I think there's tactics against the black king. I've played very similar positions as black, and I always tend to find myself hit by some queen checks, maybe some rook lifts later. Taking that knight's got to be so tempting.
Ah, yeah, because you take and you play queen g4, and then you make the king go to the corner, and then you... Okay.
Then queen f3.
Yes, and then, yes. That's a double question mark. Was that just winning for white?
Levy, I'm going to bring it back. This game is going to continue. The pawn is captured. It becomes much more normal now. Let's just show what Hikaru Nakamura missed in that move. Maybe with another minute, I think he would have found it. Bishop takes knight. Queen check is very strong, but apparently he can win on the spot, which is wild. He can play queen to h5. This is not me. This is the computer. And if the knight is now captured, white gives a sneaky check. Another check, forces the king onto an open line, and then rook lift. GG, game over. That is crazy. It actually continues, and now you just slow play it. You take the pawn, and at the right moment, you give a check.
And black can't go back to e7 because the king can't escape anymore.
But this would have been glorious. This would have been a perfect way to end the portion, but tough to see.
This would have been like a dagger in the heart of Firouzja because this would have been vicious for him. Although he would have just resigned. Mm-hmm. If this was the last game of the segment, you lose 2 games like this, it can be very crushing. But the game will go on, and is black better? What is going on?
Yeah, he's just offered a queen trade instead, Hikaru, and after the drop of the queen, yeah, he's trapped his own damsel here, the queen lacking squares. Hikaru loves getting the queens off against the younger generation, especially the likes of Alireza, but that is a bit, I don't know, compliant. Just asking black to improve the position.
Now is he calculating bishop f6 like knight c4 some idea? Or why can't he just play queen e2? Just very simple.
I think he might have to, but the queen did just come from there, so it would be an admission of a loss of tempo. Yeah, the other move to calculate is bishop takes knight. But then, yeah, it's not the same without any direct attack on the black king. Here we go.
I do wonder here if you feel so relieved winning the previous game, you almost free roll this one. Mm-hmm. You just feel like, I'm up 1, I can sort of take my liberties here, but no, not against Firouzja.
Yeah. Oh, bishop to a6 he was thinking about. But nope, a capture.
That would have been nice.
And what will we see now? The knight dropping back to this square. Provocative, asking the black pawns to advance. The knight dropping back to f3.
I don't understand why after knight f3 the position is so good for black. Like knight f3, queen h5, it just feels like maybe there's something, but likely there is 0. Actually, maybe black can just play king h8, rook g8, and actually you're going to get checkmated in the long run.
Yeah. Bishop on b7, rook on g8, as you say. That looks a bit scary. Still need some time to set it up, though. Hikaru, yeah, just imagine being in the lead after being in such horrible positions so many times with the black pieces. If you can strike now, that could be just, yeah, I think psychologically impossible to recover from. But 1 minute against 4.
I still don't quite get it. Like, just go back to f3. Okay, we go back to g4, fine. But he almost might be spending all this time to make sure this is the last game.
Mm-hmm. That would make sense, but maybe later in the game when it's an ending, a rook endgame, play on and on and on forever. But this early in the game, to be down 3 minutes.
Maybe he doesn't want to play with black again.
True, true. Who would? Those positions.
It's been a disaster. Like, it's actually been... Granted, he is playing the a6 Slav. Like, Alireza is just sort of playing straightforward chess. But still, it's been really tough.
Mm-hmm. f5 looks so logical. Why not play that? It also threatens to trap the queen. Like, the white queen has only got one square to escape to right now on h5 or over that direction. Otherwise, bishop to a6 would be a game ender. So f5. I guess the knight isn't hit. I was going to say, if the knight moves now, if it retreats, for example, bishop a6 is game over. How to save everything.
And to be clear, it's not hanging because of queen g5 and queen f6. That would be a perpetual check. It's there. Would be if the bishop was on the other diagonal, you could even be winning in some lines, but the white bishop is not on the better diagonal. And now Firouzja has to seize them all.
Oh, Levy.
Oh.
Tactics, that is beautiful. Queen takes queen would be met by a knight check, a knight fork, a royal one, and the queen would be regained.
And then you'd win.
Let's show it, let's show it. This is not happening, ladies and gentlemen, but queen takes queen would be a huge blunder as this final position. A rook would be hit, a bishop would be attacked, and white would win material. That is beautiful geometry from Hikaru, and maybe missed by Alireza. He hasn't responded. He needs to find rook to d8 now.
That sucks. Like, you think you've done everything right, and he does find rook d8. He's good enough at stabilizing his emotions and finding the best move, but it must suck to get hit with a move like queen d7.
I was looking at it, I was like, wait, I was just talking about the white queen being trapped for ages. What's wrong with this? But look at this, yeah, he's still in the game. Eval bar still on black side because of the bishop pair long term, now with queens off the board. But he's causing some confusion.
This knight is a cat with 9 lives, just jumping around into squares that should never go. Now it hits the bishop. The bishop has to go all the way back to c8, or else you straight up just lose it. And then the knight will come back to d3.
Solid again for Hikaru. I think most people would still take black there just because of the bishop pair. Most grandmasters, especially the clock times, but...
What's Firouzja thinking about?
Rook trade first.
Bishop e2?
Bishop, ooh, back ranker.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a better diagonal. Just hide somewhere over here, take the d-file.
And he's like, hey, you hit me with a sacrifice right in front of my face. I can do the same.
Oh, that is cunning. No rook trade first. First bishop e2. That is nice, Levy.
That was just like, well, he started thinking, and I'm like, am I missing something? Yeah, clearly, bishop e2.
That is super smart. And white doesn't seem to have any tactics there to take advantage. Okay, fighting back Hikaru. Although Alireza has this nice move now, bishop e2. Will he find it? There's nothing wrong with bishop c8. I think that's fine too, but just the psychological effect. Active bishop.
Yeah, I was just going to say, at this point, it's not even about finding. It's just about decision-making. Like, one feels really flashy, but potentially stupid, and the other one feels passive and potentially stupid. And that's chess. Which one is less stupid?
Yeah, I think stupid would be burning all your time on this one decision.
Indeed. Indeed it would. But this will be the last game. The timer has expired, so the boys can entertain us. And just like we all planned, we had 2.5 hours of a 1.5 hour format.
Yeah, still plenty ahead. Bishop c8 is the decision, and yeah, this was the downside. I realized the white bishop suddenly more active on a nice outpost. The white knight will drop back now, probably to the b3 square, just to keep the black bishop tied down to a pawn here.
That is nice. And then a5 is just a problem long term.
Yeah, and I just like the queenside setup there. The white bishop on b5, the knight back sitting on a nice square. Still black has the kingside majority, so we'll start advancing at some point. But stability, that is the first step for Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, maybe bishop d7 or something along those lines, like almost a force. Okay, he does this.
Bishop d7, maybe those rook takes d7.
Yeah, but I was thinking like you just go for the endgame. Maybe it's just bad. But yeah, this I don't like for white. I don't know why black is just better according to Stockfish, but...
Yeah, there's a backward pawn. This c pawn.
Yeah.
The black bishops, I'm very biased towards the bishop pair in general, but suddenly they look so stable.
Honestly, I'm like a sports fan wearing 2 sports jerseys over the other. Like every other move, I'm like, oh, white's position's nice. Black's position's pretty good. Yeah, I like rook c8, rook c2. Rook e2 Hikaru will have to play and just sort of buckle down in the long run and defend. Oh, what a move. That is ugly.
Oh, backward pawn's going to keep the white pieces passive for a while. At some point, there we go. Harry the h-pawn entering the fray. h4, h3, destabilize the white pieces. And okay, there's one nice piece now for white, the knight. But look at those dart squares, Levy. That is, oh, that's so weak.
Hikaru's building a little fortress of light square pawns. He's just like, you can't break through. Alireza's going to have to figure out a way to sacrifice something or break through the pawn here, David.
Exactly. I could even imagine a king march later, a glorious king march in.
Oh, that might be it.
Maybe.
That really could be it. Like something has to tip over.
feels like even with all the rooks off now, maybe black's winning because of an entry point for his king. So perhaps that is one possible plan for Alireza. If he can't find a breakthrough, get the rooks off and try to infiltrate later. But he's keeping... Oh, he's blundered a5, has he? Oh, he saves the bishop.
Take it. Maybe you can take it. I think maybe there's some positions you can beat down the exchange, but totally fine.
Take the bishop, you mean there?
Yeah.
Oh, I think he should. Will we see a repetition?
No repetition.
The game goes on. And the king's coming.
Oh my God, this is scary for black.
This is the best position.
Yeah, but okay. Now it's probably just equal.
Opposite color bishops. I think maybe black still for choice. Watch out, rook e5. Mating net closing around the white king.
Well, that came out of nowhere.
But blocked.
Just bring it all back, Hikaru style. Bishop c4, bishop e2 for the rest of the game. King g5, there's the king walk.
Let's go. Alireza is the one playing on, but the clock is going to play a huge role. No way through, blockade.
Did he lose on time? Oh.
Draw by repetition, just in the nick of time, and Hikaru takes his lead into the 3+1 segment.
That was so tense. And I do wonder if we could, on the break, I'm going to see if we could have sacrificed that rook to put some pressure in the endgame. Hikaru's got to be delighted with this finish of the segment. I wonder if we're going to be throwing to an interview downstairs with John. But we'll see.
Sorry, I can't do it right now. Sorry.
Oh, Hikaru means business. He wants to head out for a proper break. Yeah, just his clutch play. Like when he's got his back against the wall. So impressive.
Oh, he is with John now. We will get an interview with Hikaru.
Thank you very much, folks. Hikaru, that was a very back and forth first segment. Extremely exciting for the audience, of course. Both players making mistakes at times, but ultimately a very exciting match. Talk us through what your thoughts are so far and how you feel the level of Alireza is today. And of course, you guys have played each other so many times. You must be very familiar with him.
Yeah, no one's gonna like my answer. It'll be pretty short. Alireza's played a lot better than I have, but he's mismanaged his time, and that's why I'm in the match. So I'm gonna have to play a lot better in the next portion in order to stay alive.
Look, being aware of that sort of thing and tweaking your strategy accordingly, some argue that's half the psychological battle won, right? It sounds like you're feeling pretty optimistic of where you're at.
I mean, I could hardly play any worse than I have, and somehow I'm leading the match. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay, thank you very much, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Stage, back over to you. We're going to go to the next segment next. Very exciting so far.
Am I allowed to? Oh, thank you so much.
We are live. We're here. Sorry. Wow. That was thrilling and disorienting, apparently. But we are here. We have a close match. Oh, my gosh. We've had table slams, fist bumps. Aman, this thing is delivering so far.
It absolutely is, and this is what we expected between these two. We've had, a little bit of drama, a little bit of chaos, and on the board, it's been highly tactical. Both players have come out on top of some tactical skirmishes, absolutely 100% delivering.
Hikaru says Alireza has played the better chess. I'm in this match because he's mismanaged his time. Your thoughts?
Yeah, there's certainly a lot to that. There has been a roller coaster in many of the games on and off the board, because we've also seen some of the roller coaster with the PC and Hikaru's struggle getting back in connection. That's part of esports. Sometimes it happens, and I think now we are in for smooth sailing when it comes to tech. And
knock on wood. Never say that. You're literally gonna make my heart
power
jump.
outage in the entire building.
Don't
I
say
hope
that
I'm
either.
not jinxing it.
But okay, let's stay on the chess here. So you're drawing this up for Hikaru to win. Does Alireza get better as the time controls get faster, given their history and their more recent history as him becoming the bullet chess champion? So I guess what you're saying is, regardless of how he has a +1 score, the fact that he does is very important, because probably Alireza is the favorite in the bullet portion. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, you also have to go off of who is the bullet chess champion. That is, one of the best ways to determine that right now. You ask both of these players, they're going to feel that confidence in themselves. They are the better bullet player, but right now, Alireza proved that. So he has that to lean back on. You absolutely have to feel that Alireza, he knows going into the bullet, he's got a lead. He's absolutely there to protect it. But flip that around, Hikaru probably feels the same way. That's the confidence of these two. But right now, I give the edge to Alireza.
Okay. The 3+, so you're still giving Alireza the edge, even going
in the
into
bullet.
Oh, in the bullet. I was going to say in the match.
Yeah, in the bullet.
Confused a little bit there. So 3-1 can be that deciding time control, because not quite bullet, not quite blitz. A little bit of a prediction, given the fact that sometimes when you know you need to speed up, that can really help you in the 3-1. Your thoughts on what Hikaru's going to do to maybe get himself in that positive mindset?
Oh, for sure. I think he definitely will, but I'm expecting Alireza to bounce back in the 3+1. And if we had to the bullet, with the two of them on a tie score, oh boy, we are in for a spectacle.
You know, it's so funny because I feel like historically, Aman, you would never say that Hikaru is the player who would rely more on increment.
No.
But now maybe he's at a place in his career where the 1-0 Bullet Chess Championship might be going Alireza's way, but he might be thinking, if I can just get to the bullet with a game or two lead, with an increment, I actually like my chances here.
Yeah, that's a fair point, and it's important to realize the difference of the Bullet Chess Championship, right, with no increment versus the +1 here. It does make a difference. That +1 can save you in a lot of those time scrambles, and we have to make sure as we laud the appropriate praise onto Alireza, that Hikaru is someone you can never count out. He's not, way past his prime when it comes to bullet, far from it. Hikaru's been on top of bullet chess and online chess for such a long time that it's not someone you can just count out because Alireza won the Bullet Chess Championship last year. If anything, Hikaru might be more motivated because of that.
Yeah, no, it's fair. All right, well, we also did have a very long break. Thank you, by the way, to everybody who was patient with that. The good news is that we solved it, and I've knocked on wood. There's no jinxing coming, but everybody has to keep their energy up because we're running late. This match is going to go 30 to 40 minutes longer than we thought. So Anna brought some presents for everybody. We're going to just throw out some energy focus gum. Whoever's got, just throw it in the crowd.
And you get some gum, and you get some gum.
Yeah, you're the Oprah Winfrey of gum. Here, I'll do it.
I love this. I was literally chewing backstage, and then I realized, oh boy, I need to take this out before I come here. So this is amazing.
There we go. We got one.
Help you with your energy, the focus,
go ahead.
and I have more.
Okay.
It pays to be in the front row right now.
How far can I throw this?
No, I feel bad for the front row. They get a little bit denied on this stuff.
Maybe we can share.
Yeah, there we go.
Individual packets. Those will go further.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to try my best to throw it as far as possible.
Okay.
Oh my God, I almost hit the lamp.
That was very good. That deserves a round of applause.
All right. Throw it to the kids wearing the merch.
I'm an athlete after all.
Oh, right over your head. Sorry about that.
Good.
Sorry about that. Merch. That's going to be our throw to the break, because when we come back, we're going to be diving into more. But we are going to remind you that there's amazing merch upstairs. Oh, my God, you hit someone in the head. We're not getting sued today. He's okay. He's okay.
Who is that?
Okay.
I'm coming to find you in a second.
Yeah, he's great. He's great. It's a soft piece of gum. Everyone, there's merch upstairs. There's not helmets, though. There aren't helmets, but there is merch. And there's scarves and there's things, and it's selling out fast, I'm being told. So if you haven't got your merch, you might want to consider getting it. But okay, we're gonna throw to a break.
I'm not throwing to a break.
We're not going to throw anything else, but we are going to throw to a
anything.
break. Consider getting your merch. We've got a ton of chess ahead. This is going to be a barn burner. I mean, seriously, this match is going to have us on the edge of our seat.
This is a final. This could be a final in any SCC year.
Yeah, so don't go anywhere, everybody. The Speed Chess Championship continues. Unless you're going to go upstairs and get some merch, we will be right back with the 3+1 portion. Hikaru Nakamura versus Alireza Firouzja returns in a few.
Everybody, I'm here on behalf of one of our newest partners, Neuro. You may have known them before as Neuro Gum, but they make more than just gum now, even though this is the stuff that I actually personally really love and have been using for a hot minute. Natural caffeine, B vitamins, theanine, stuff that is good for you when you're looking to avoid that second cup of coffee. Now they also have Neuro Mints for calm and clarity. Also only natural ingredients. They use GABA, vitamin D, all kinds of good stuff that you like putting in your body if you're looking for natural ways to bring up your energy and maybe calm down and get that clarity you need toward the end of the day. There's sleep and recharge. There's all kinds of small mint packets. But like I said, I really do love the energy and focus gum. I use it in the afternoon. Pop one. Sometimes I really need that extra energy. Either way, hope you give them a chance. Use the command Neuro if you happen to be watching this during one of our shows. Otherwise, go to neurogum.com. Check them out today on behalf of Chess, and we'll see you around on Chess.com.
2 a.m. Stop the tilt.
Clear the board. Buy yourself time. Magnet. Pull every shield your way. Royal Frenzy! How long can you survive? Come on, the board's waiting.
Everybody has days where they just don't feel up for it. You look in the mirror and you're not your full self. NeuroGum, energy and focus. I know a guy who uses the gum to help get ready for his day. And it tastes good. That's the energy and focus this guy needs to go bring smiles to the faces of chess pieces everywhere. There he is. That's my guy. Always forward, never back. NeuroGum, helping little pawns feel big since 2015.
I think one of the things that maybe can be overlooked with Danya's commentary is like the amount of empathy he has, like not only for his co-commentator and the way he's able to adjust and work with so many different styles of co-commentators, but also his empathy for the viewers, understanding that a lot of the people who have watched chess online are quite new to the game, are beginners.
Oh, he's go! He played it with 0.1 seconds!
Oh my gosh, he's getting a queen! But knight takes a2.
Knight takes a2! Oh my god, it's c2!
Dimitri on Drake is a wizard!
He wins again!
And he had such a great way of breaking down very high-level, complex concepts in a very understandable way for the general audience.
As soon as White's king goes to c5, whoop, king comes back to d7. King goes back to d4, whoop, king goes back to e6. And there's literally nothing that White can do.
I've always appreciated him as a co-host, as a colleague, but I also truly enjoyed the moments when he was just the goofball Danya and he would do impressions.
And not to say that he would, actively lie, but, sometimes he could fudge it a little bit. Yes, this was preparation, but, okay, not this exact position, but something similar, okay.
Also, he's one of my most favorite commentators. The way he uses the English language is just something I could never hope to achieve. Very beautiful to watch.
He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. I mean, both players are just locked in concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's...
That's not a word.
At one period, only for one period, we were both commentators at the same time. I was looking forward to doing it with him, but it was a rotating roster, and he was with Levy. And when I was watching them commentate, him and Levy, I thought this is probably the best duo chemistry that I've seen. But also his commentary with Robert, with Danny, I think you could just see how much fun they were having. It was not at all performative. It was just a very genuine love to talk about chess.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025-2026 Speed Chess Championship. We are set here in London for the remainder of the Alireza Firouzja Hikaru Nakamura semi-final. Earlier today, Magnus Carlsen punched his ticket to a bajillionth final in a row by defeating Denis Lazavik. I'm here on call, International Master Levi Rosman, joined by Grandmaster David Howell. David, we just saw a super tense 5+1. Hikaru pulled ahead at the end. What do you think?
Yeah, it had everything. I'm still recovering, still trying to figure out how Hikaru has the lead. He was in trouble in so many games, but defending incredibly. Of course, we had a disturbance. It felt like the players rode that out really well. I think it's shaped up nicely, though. I think it's still close enough, of course, 1 point in it, that it could go either way. Someone's going to go on a big streak at some point. It's just whether it happens before the 1+1 section. And I think for Alireza, disappointment, but still reasons for optimism.
Absolutely. You said disturbance. Just to be clear, that's not anybody shirtless running through the venue. That was actually like a 1 hour technical delay, and so both players have had to deal with a 90-minute segment over the course of much longer than that. Curious to see what happens here in the 3+1 and 1+1, both representing the Falcons very proudly, both number 2 and number 3 in the previously concluded Esports World Cup, both clearly, in my opinion, the second and third best speed players in the world. And it's really a shame we have them facing each other in the semifinals back-to-back years. Alireza won last year. This time Hikaru has an early advantage. Fun fact, before we get the chess underway, we had a stat earlier of their head-to-head matchup. Hikaru has like 1,000 wins. Alireza has 450, whatever. Since 2024, shout out to my guys Paul, Nick, Vlad, and Rugved who told me this. They're in the venue. They looked this up. Since 2024, Alireza has more wins against Hikaru.
Nice. Most of Hikaru's wins then are historic against the younger Alireza, of course, different generations. Yeah, and often players' memory in chess, it's quite short-term. Like, you forget all the bad beats, or at least you should forget them. And Alireza will remember that he has had decent matches against Hikaru, both in the Speed Chess Championship last year, in Bullet Chess Championship matches, and yeah, I think he believes still that he is the faster and fresher of the two.
Absolutely. Hikaru said he kept it short and sweet. Alireza's played better, but he's mismanaged his time. It's really difficult to mismanage your time in 3+1 and 1+1. There is no time mismanagement. And if you've played really well, but you've played really slowly, you have to start playing faster, and that could jeopardize the quality of your play. So very curious to see what's going to happen. This is still anybody's match, in my opinion. I think 65-35 is utter rubbish, to use a local term.
Yeah, it's almost a 50-50. You would think maybe Hikaru now just because he has a 1 point lead, but still minimal. And it looks like we're off. The 3+1 segment has begun, and Hikaru switching it up.
Queen's Gambit accepted with an E4 move on the third move. That's very, very normal. But then C5 striking back and building up this pawn mass. This is some sort of cutting-edge stuff, David. This has to be some engine preparation because it looks horrendous for black, but it just manages to work out.
It's fascinating. Hikaru must have prepared this before today. He would never play this at the candidates, that is for sure. He's got the reputation of a dubious line. But interestingly, when he was looking at the game review for an earlier defeat, he was looking at this. He was clicking through it. Queen to A5 check now the way to take advantage of White's last move. I'm just checking the database. Apparently bringing the bishop out to F4 instead of taking that pawn was the way that most grandmasters handle this. And Hikaru also going the wrong way, allowing White to just take back on C4, establish material equality, and lead in development.
Yeah, Queen A5 was immediately punishing because it sent the knight back to C3. Now if you play Queen A5, I wonder if there's a difference. You can just play King F1, first of all, and then the queen is misplaced, everything is misplaced, whereas if you had just started immediately with this, none of this would have happened. Having said that, David, I feel like none of that really matters because we're going to get into a below 2 minute and then below 1 minute time situation very quickly.
Exactly, and no drastic mistakes. Yes, we saw some question marks, but that's because they weren't the most hyper-accurate moves. Instead, we see a normal type of position emerge. Yes, both sides have isolated pawns, but black has a has a nice knight. Noting here that knight takes bishop would have been met by a queen check on A4, winning back the piece immediately, and the black knight is probably the glue for the position here, holding everything together, so you don't want to trade that off.
Alireza is building up brilliant moves, by the way. That's probably going to get another one. The previous one did. There it is. Look
flashy.
at this is what we call brilliant inflation. Two brilliants, but that's not true. I like Hikaru's blockade on D6. I think this is actually an easier position to play for black in some ways.
Yeah, somehow the white position is almost a bit blunted behind this pawn. Black just defends now. The knight will come out, maybe even coming to the center. Rook on the semi-open B file. pawns have been sacrificed for less. And here he's doing it all from a level standpoint, materially.
Almost feels like a good Benoni somehow.
Yeah.
Like,
Good-
it has
good
some
Benko.
rumblings. Yeah, good Benko. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Black is better.
Yeah, this last move. It does give up a pawn. Bishop takes b2 is one question. And
Hey, shout out, sacrifice the rook shirt. We love that. We love that. I hope nobody does it right now. It would be disaster, but at some point for sure.
yeah, everyone's walking around in the hoodies as well, the Speed Chess Championship hoodies today. It's been a nice sight. And okay, Hikaru didn't play bishop takes b2, which may have been the way to try and refute White's idea, but instead plays a very natural move, tries to nudge back the white bishop.
Yeah, bishop b2 feels a bit psychotic. In any low time format, you feel like the other person is going to get an attack going on your king, and it's not going to be so easy.
Especially against Alireza, surely. It's not Hikaru's style to provoke a big attack or to provoke dynamism. If anything, he wants to provoke a small positional territory battle there, instead dropping back his bishop.
But this is a very annoying move. Very annoying. Because now what do? Shout out to the audience. Shout out Vlad.
Might have to trade
How do I
knights.
know someone's name in the audience? Isn't that crazy? Look how far technology has come. No, I'm just kidding. Those are actually the guys that told me about those stats. Like, he does take on b2.
Now there's a tactic. Rook to b1 saves the rook, but there would be a skewer with bishop to f5. And the two white rooks would be lined up on the light squares. Black would win material. Okay, he's sacrificing, I was going to say. Alireza is not going to back down.
He's doing the thing. Well, it's not really forced, yeah? He doesn't have to take. He can just go back to g7. But why would he do that?
He flicks in exchange. White had to take back with the pawn. Doubled f-pawn's ugly, but the white queen needed to defend the rook on a1. And now dark squared bishops to take or not to take. Long-term black's doing very well, but short-term white's pieces are still active.
I feel like he could have went to d4 as well, but then the sacrifice would have been really juicy. This feels like a very easy position to play, especially in bullet for black. You have much better structure, you have a knight for bishop, you put the knight somewhere in the center, and then the other guy hangs a fork and you win.
Yep. We'll see if that unfolds. And Hikaru's typing.
He's changing songs, maybe.
Yep, looks that way. Confident enough about his position with just over 1 minute against 40 seconds. Maybe time mismanagement again from Alireza.
You know what's been stuck in my mind since I went to that Arsenal-Chelsea match? London Calling by The Clash. I mean, goodness, what a song. Music used to be better. It just used to be better. Now, I think Hikaru has seen some better positions in this match, although the theme of him being pressured a lot with black is still there. It really is.
At least here he's being pressured where he has something to hold on to, like long-term, better pawn structure, and maybe knight against bishop, he'll have some chances. But yeah, attack-wise, that was a great move. He needed to stop the rook sliding, the queen coming in.
But he could have just went there to begin with, right?
That's true.
He lost the tempo, and that's not good. His position's okay, but he did lose the tempo. 20 seconds for Firouzja with nothing decided in the position. No structure. He just has to pick a plan and go for it.
Yeah, and that's the type of move you just you play out of pure panic. King g2, okay, it improves things, nice square, cover all the pawns, but he clearly can't find a plan, and he knows the clock is ticking, 16 seconds and counting. d5 now about to fall. Hikaru's turning things in his favor.
Yeah, black will play e6.
Cemento.
And then that's it.
No way through the black defenses there. Shake of the head from Alireza.
Yeah, just e6. No, but I mean, okay, just e6. Yeah, no, sorry, I'm not going to do my Leku impression just yet. Rook c8, and the position is looking nice for black.
Yeah, there is one pawn hanging, but who cares? It's all about the other side of the board. Great trade there. Now all the dark squares are weak in white's camp.
And rook c3 is coming in, and knight e3 and knight f4 are coming in.
Oh, it looks scary. The white rooks are active, but they're loose. The white king is under fire. Rook c3 looks super strong.
Rook c2? Rook c2 just, how do you even...
White would have to go back, rook e2, but clinging on by his fingernails, 3 seconds.
There's some f5?
Knight check, it's just a pin.
Yes, it is, that's it.
And he wins the queen. Queen for bishop and rook, but more importantly, he keeps a passed pawn here, black. This pawn is going to win him the game long term.
Yeah, he's going to check, and this is easy peasy. You might not even have to trade the rooks, but... Oh!
Into the corner, not quite checkmate, but game over. Hikaru wins.
That was a great game.
Feels like he's getting in the flow. He's on a bit of a rampage now with these wins. And yeah, it's just feeling like Hikaru's found his rhythm after a slower start. Back to the Catalan.
And the crazy thing is, like I said, Alireza could have had a 4-1 lead. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, yes, of course. I get it. But Hikaru saved just a few unbelievable positions. And there's knight a5, by the way.
Someone's been doing their homework in the break. Hikaru has been checking with game review, maybe phone call to his seconds, and look at that white knight, beautifully placed. Can always step back into e5 if need be. There we go. He's maybe got a small advantage here, although black is still very solid, of course.
At least this is a no-lose game that takes about 6-7 minutes off the clock, and then we're in good shape. Alireza at some point will start feeling the desperation for sure. It felt like for the first 7 games, he was certainly the one calling the shots, and since then, it's really been all Hikaru. That last one certainly punched kind of that deciding ticket in the fact that this 2-point lead is very well deserved.
Definitely. 3-2 lead, suddenly it's all gone wrong for Alireza. He just needs to survive this game. I think that would be a success. This fork is not the most scary. The rook can move, of course. But can Alireza contemplate potentially even taking this pawn in the center? I saw the bar slightly slide in black's favor. The only possible reason is that this pawn is hanging. And when this rook in the corner falls, there's tension. There we go, he grabs it. And we'll see some trades.
This is just looking like a draw. This might not go 7 minutes.
That being said, I do slightly prefer black's chances with the outside pawns.
You go knight c7?
Oh, knight c7, though, that is good. That is a way to remove all risk.
Yeah, other than knight c7, I'm not sure what you can play with white. Maybe you just play knight c7 or bishop d2 and try to trade somehow.
Yeah, it feels like your prediction is going to be right. I think a draw on Hikaru. I think this is where he pauses and doesn't mind a couple of minutes coming off the match clock. Not too much at risk. Knight to f4 would be a slightly worse version, as the black knight would be able to take and capture some things in its path. So knight to c7 would get the bishop pair, and not too much to say, I think. Minimal material left.
And Hikaru's not rushing. That's what he's doing. Of course, he sees knight c7, but maybe the ceiling looks much more appealing. And of course, he is up in the match. The less time that is on the clock, the better it is for him. This is 100% his prerogative and ability to do so. Or he is just really just contemplating what to eat after the match.
Yeah, either way, it feels like his last black game, yes, there was a bit of bluff involved, yes, some oversights from both sides, but it felt like he solved his opening problems a bit more. At least it was a different type of opening. It wasn't just quite one-sided, static advantage. Here we see the tactics. Knight c7 was met by a different way forward, and okay, the black knight is offside. This was what he was thinking about.
No.
Fascinating.
I didn't even consider the fact that you could go for this. I just thought you're going to suffer that in that endgame. This looks unpleasant, but probably holdable. I highly doubt you're going to lose your knight in any position, although it doesn't look particularly nice.
Yeah, you still need to be quick, I think, here with black. Therefore, he attacks the white knight. If the white knight steps back into the center, ideas such as b5 would appear, deflecting the white bishop. The white bishop has a tent built, caging this knight right now. The knight would want to come out, and there we go. The knight is going to get out of the corner there, and he's still a pawn up temporarily with the opposite color bishops.
Yes.
Yeah, this is going to be a draw any moment, surely.
There
Knight's
it
off.
is. And winning this would be incredibly impressive on behalf of actually Hikaru. Him failing to defend it would be probably more impressive.
Yeah, it's just about Hikaru now. Do you think he's going to sit? He could still play this, even though he's on the defensive side with white. He could play it on for another 50 moves easy.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah, he's done it before many times in the SCC.
And what's funny is that if everything was flipped, then the pawn would be promoting on the wrong color square for black. So for anybody in the audience, the corner pawn promotion, A or H, has to match the color of your bishop if it's king, bishop, and pawn versus king. Chess is a really cruel game. There are positions where you literally only have a king left. The other side has a king, pawn, and a bishop. Pawn is on the outskirts. But as long as you make it to the corner first and it's not the right color, you draw the game. Having said all of that, literally none of that applies here. I'm just trying to kill some dead air. This game will go on for quite some time. Alireza will try to win, David, but you're just going to trade a bunch of pawns, and the bishop will save itself to sacrifice for the A pawn.
Exactly. Just not enough weaknesses. In these endgames, you need 2 passed pawns, ideally more than 3 ranks apart. 3 files apart. Or you need weaknesses in the opponent's camp. A way in for your king, a second, as well as a pass pawn, a second weakness to attack. Here, I think, Levy, maybe you're going to predict the future. We could see some exchanges. Black create an H and an A pawn. White's king will run to the H file.
Yep.
The bishop will give up itself for the A pawn.
That is exactly right. We're actually nearing that particular situation. Chess is so cruel. You could have king, bishop, 2 pawns versus king, bishop. That's it. But if they're too close together, you can't actually push them through because the bishop would sacrifice itself. It's brutal.
Yeah, chess is full of those paradoxes. The pawn is marching, but the white bishop on the diagonal easily controlling everything. The black king moving would be met by the white king stepping back. I'm surprised he allowed this, but still a dead drawn position. The white bishop will plant itself on the g6 square, blocking the black g-pawn, and the white king will stop the a-pawn from marching.
This is actually a worst-case scenario because Hikaru could plant the bishop and literally kill so much game time, and Alireza can't finish the game. He would need to probably give up his a-pawn and then maneuver, and then Hikaru could sacrifice a pawn and go another 50 moves, and he will absolutely do that because he's up 2 points.
Wow. Cynical but effective, and it's it's something he's done so many times. He actually sacrifices the f-pawn immediately, just in order to plant his bishop on the g6 square. And Alireza, I think he should have hit that offer draw button 4 minutes ago.
But Hikaru wouldn't even take it, right?
Possibly, but at least ask the question.
Yeah.
Well, at least then he would know. Just make some quick flurry of moves. Everything's blockaded now. It is a dead draw. Look at Hikaru's body language. He's happy to make those moves. Eat more time off the clock. 46 minutes left.
This is what happens when you play against the game clock, right? Like this happens all the time. It happens in many sports, and this will matter. I think when this endgame's okay, they just make a draw.
Yeah, Hikaru could easily have eaten another minute or 2 off, but ultimately he wants to get going with his next game, and back to the Queen's Gambit accepted. This very spicy line, b5. And as we said earlier, the key move is bishop to f4, but Alireza doesn't know that. He hasn't had a break since the last time this opening was played. And queen to a5 check. Will Hikaru improve? No. Back to this old thing. The black knight coming back as a blockader.
Well, he liked it, and he won. Like, really, the pressure's on Firouzja. The guys are going to play the same 10 moves because the position has enough life. Alireza clearly feels like his position was better. He just mishandled it. Hikaru feels like, I won. So you're gonna have to prove me wrong.
Yeah, and it's funny how these things go. Like in open tournaments these days, even in closed tournaments at the top level, classical chess, you see people switching things up, ducking, dodging, diving, all those opening surprises. But it's just opening debates in the SCC. They play the same opening, they prepared maybe 3 or 4 lines. It's just kind of, sometimes it feels like battering your head against a wall, sometimes it feels like you're making a breakthrough. But Firouzja, to play back into this, and to burn 40 seconds off his clock? That is surprising. Exact same position so far.
Yeah, it is, and he's even repeated it. Although the last time I don't think he played h3. Yeah, right, that's new. He plays directly in the center now, but like David and I had already discussed, anybody watching who knows the Benko Gambit, black plays b7, b5 early in the game. He played it early in the game here too, just totally different circumstances, and he never even lost a pawn. Like in the Benko Gambit, you're down a pawn. Here, black will play rook b8, and knight e5, knight c4. This is a position Hikaru definitely will have a feel for. I think he plays a lot of these positions with the bishop on g7, modern, King's Indian. This is really up his alley.
Yeah, it's something you said earlier. It's just the ease of ideas. Like, just, wow. I mean, if White's having to play moves like that, yes, it might be good, but it's going to burn time. It's going to feel awkward. Queen on h2. He's just trying to gain time against this knight, and, ooh, rook takes e5 tactics. There would be a flurry of exchanges, and at the very end, f6 would fork 2 pieces.
But queen e6 check is now stopped because on the previous move, that would have been all possible, right? So the knight on d4 covers and then king h1. There was also knight f3. There was knight f3. That was a nice little idea.
Wow. To play queen h2 and king h1 in the middle game with a board packed full of pieces, that is a rare sight.
And white is better. Chess up until like 2023 would have never looked like this. Can you imagine some of the great players like of the past? Just like, what are you doing?
Yeah, mid-20th century Botvinnik would have been looking at this being like, what? How can you play these moves? And rook takes e5, apparently now a super strong idea for white. It involves some sacrifices. If he doesn't play this now, we will show it. But he has to go for something tactical. before black is able to create some serious counterplay now on the queen side.
And I guess then the question is, what is the idea? Rook e5, bishop e5, queen e5, f6. Do you just sack the bishop? Because literally, what else can you do?
Yeah, apparently you move your queen in that position and then play d6, bishop c4 check. It's crazy.
But there's absolutely no chance. Like if he finds this, he might even win the match. Yeah, okay,
no chance.
Yeah, he had to sack his rook and then make a defensive move, which was an offensive move. Queen.
Apparently every move is good here, but this is the computer saying queen to e4, pawn takes, and d6, opening up lines for the bishop. This is superhuman chess. Maybe just not human chess at all. And in this position, I mean...
And then rook d4.
Oh, and then rook d4.
And then rook d4. That's the idea.
Wow. And just to show that, white would have 2 pieces for the rook. And due to a pin here, would just be winning.
Clearly, both players showing a catastrophic abnormality of their chess skill, not finding this.
Yeah. In classical, maybe we could criticize, but not in Speed Chess Championship. The bishop went back.
I think this concept would take minimum like 10 to 15 minutes to even remotely come up with. So, but yes, rook e4 on the board and totally different flavor of position.
Yeah, very tense instead. Hikaru still with 1 good knight, but the other piece has been rotating around, as he would say. Still weaknesses. Who would you take here?
Here, I think white. I don't know what black is going to do next. It does feel he has been pushed back to a point. Like, his knights were very good. It still feels like all these moves are quite superficial. You know what I mean? Like, at some point you will run out of... Okay, but if you let him start trading down, maybe not.
Yeah, this last move, it's a bit materialistic, but he might win a pawn. The c5 pawn might hang if black does take the bishop, positionally desirable. He will have some very good dark squares now, but white does have the extra material, the extra pawn, and yeah, I don't know. I think Alireza is going to be pretty happy that the clocks are still level at least, not mishandling his clock as much as he was in earlier games in the bar, going a bit crazy. d6, that it's got to be on the radar because f7 is hit, but he doesn't pause to think.
No, he's playing much more straightforward and logical chess, and he's up a pawn. He's always saving d6. Oh, d6 would be met with maybe e5 now, by the way, which is nice.
And the black queen now indirectly covers the f7 square. White steps back, saying, okay, you can move your knight out of the center, but that will come at the cost of a queen trade. And, okay, can he grind it out with the extra pawn?
This is going to take another 10 minutes, you know, to grind this down. And if Hikaru can defend another opposite-colored bishop endgame and continue the 2-point advantage, it's going to be a real problem for Firouzja.
Yeah, he's running out of time, running out of opportunities, but still plenty of life left here. The problem is the white knight now. Can't really get back into the game. It's just cut out by this beautiful black bishop. The black knight is the dream blockader.
The king f8, rook c7.
Who's better?
Yeah, by the way, really.
Yeah, just easier to play for black at least. But, okay, the knight's coming home. The knight's coming round.
Wow, knight b7.
Yeah, progress for white.
It's like Hikaru's playing for a win. It's really what it feels like.
He wants to keep the queen, the knights on. He wants to isolate one of the white pawns, eventually win that pawn. He has the better bishop. The white bishop staring at a wall of its own pawns, and there we go. He gives it back. Oh, classy moves there from Alireza.
Finds it just at the right moment. 20 seconds on the clock, but a positional pawn sacrifice. Opens his bishop, gets an incredible knight outpost and an outside pass pawn.
Oh, that was a beautiful transition. Without that pawn sacrifice, yeah, he would have been struggling to break through. Now, this pawn is a beast.
King g7, now there's no knight checks for white.
Ooh, rook behind the pawn, though. It's getting dangerous. Hikaru shaking his head. The white knight's going to be left defended, most importantly, but it's going to be beautiful. The black bishop, not a great piece.
Now the question is, do you play for b7, immediately try to push through? Hikaru always looking for a moment to take that bishop and maybe take the knight, but white's position is so solid here. It's just a matter of how do you improve?
At some point, he's going to push. There we go. Now the black rook cannot team up with its other rook to attack it. He's going to have to go back, and the knight retreats. Great technique.
Maybe you have to take the bishop now. You have to destabilize somehow. Oh, now you will never take.
And the rook's just coming to c8. White's got maximum control. Hikaru's busted.
He's totally lost.
He's under 10 seconds, and the rook's getting through no matter what.
Hikaru can't believe it.
He's just been outplayed in this last few moves. Alireza, this is beautiful technique. Starting with d6, that pawn sacrifice back, and he takes the win. He's within 1 point of Hikaru Nakamura.
Hear the crowd reaction there. Alireza Firouzja getting his first win in 3+1. The pre-match prediction was that it would be 4-4 in this segment. And that is a very impressive win in a position where things were under control for a while for Hikaru.
Yeah, that was not an obvious advantage even for Alireza, but he made it look very smooth. And back to this opening, the Catalan, this early queen exchange variation, and Hikaru believing in his chances. Last time it fizzled out quite quickly. He didn't get too much, and is he going for that same exact draw? Is he just trying to eat time off the clock? Same again.
What?
Everything just as we saw a bit earlier.
This is insanely confusing.
Why? Does he believe he's better? Evaluation bar disagrees with him.
Yes. Sadly, he doesn't have one of those during the game. Neither does Alireza. But yeah, this is definitely confusing.
Last time we saw bishop to f6 and knight to c7. There was a long think before that. This time he's going instantly for the e-pawn and the bishop. Maybe an even better version for Alireza. The eval bar's even slightly on black side, although opposite color bishops like the likely outcome.
So is Hikaru just favoring his black openings now? Does he want to play bullet? Why would he go directly back for this pawn down endgame?
Yeah, he did just lose with black. Like, his position was fine at some point, but he was never better.
Right.
That is surprising. He's going to throw away a white just for the sake of some time off the clock. Maybe he just sees it as a bit of a break, like a chance to recover and think again about what to do next, but surprising.
That could be actually, because there will be a break after this, in all likelihood.
Mm-hmm.
That could be he's trying to regroup, take a look at his black openings. But I'm really not sure.
He hasn't made much headway, at least objectively, in the Catalan. Maybe he's running out of ideas and he's saving an opening choice for later. Maybe feels like it would be wasted now, while Alireza still has some time on the clock, has his backup after winning the last game. This is now a level position. You can't catch the knight on c1. It will escape.
I'm still very confused.
Goes against conventional wisdom.
Yeah, for sure.
Use the white pieces.
All the pieces are gone. And we go to this and... Okay. This will likely be a draw. Probably after this we will regroup. Yeah, Hikaru clearly just taking his time. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, shout out to our audience. Still enjoying the chess. It's been a long, long day here at the semi-finals, but still plenty of action left in the semi-final. I think here he's just contemplating how to win his pawn back in the safest manner possible. Maybe the white knight can go up to d8, threaten some checks, threaten knight c6. And nice to see people still enjoying stuff out there. The knight does move. Black is still a pawn up, though. I mean, how much risk is acceptable? Probably nothing so far, but if the black bishop gets back into d4, if the black king gets out the corner.
Yeah, we definitely need the knights on the board to actually cause any headaches. The bishops aren't going to be able to do it themselves.
Yeah, as long as the knights are on, Hikaru's not drawing this game easily.
Well, a5? What exactly was being thought about there?
Maybe knight back to c5 or b4, but yeah, this is very logical stuff from both sides so far.
The second the knight goes to c5, knight e6 will come in half a second. Or knight d5 even. Yeah, knight d5 looks plenty good.
Okay, still some tricks. The knight can capture on b6 now for white, but the black knight will reply by going to e4. Some forks in the air. The black knight wants to come to e4, d2. And yeah, still some calculation needs to be done for Hikaru Nakamura, who's low on time, under 44 seconds, gets over 2 minutes. King steps forward, great move. Everything defended now for black, though. Can he keep the knights on the board? Knight to d6 is one option. Knight takes pawn on f2 is another option, at risk of getting the knight trapped yet again. How brave is he going to be? Alireza using his time bank here, his time advantage to calculate. He doesn't even need to move the knight necessarily. Bishop takes knight would change the nature of the position. Black has an extra pawn, though, and bishops tend to be better than knights with pawns on both flanks. Key moment if he wants to keep playing for a win.
Yeah, for sure, and he also could be totally happy with just going to a break. It's not often you get handed a position where you're Effectively just trying to win an endgame. Yeah, but this, not too much happening here.
The white bishop can choose its diagonal. The black knight will get out, but material pawns, they're all getting traded off. The 1 pawn advantage, as we saw a couple of games ago, will not make any real difference with the opposite color bishops. The white knight's so strong that it surely will find a way to trade itself off for its counterpart a bit later.
Only thing you want to do is not get lazy. You don't want to accidentally trap your knight on a4 somehow. Knight a4, bishop d4, and then all of a sudden... Right, okay. Did Hikaru just make a face there? What was that?
Yeah, maybe he's frustrated that he hasn't been able to force the draw. Maybe he's annoyed about his clock time. Time mismanagement he talked about earlier. It's under 20 seconds. Now the black king is coming.
Yeah. Well, not to d4, but...
Not yet. That would force an instant draw after the knights disappear.
Okay.
The black knight still can't get out without an exchange. That is the reason Alireza is struggling to create winning chances here. What to do next? Maybe at some point he'll start pushing the h-pawn.
I love how in white's position you literally have to touch nothing. Was there a knight d1 even you could have went for? Okay.
And knight d1 was possible. 99% accuracy for Alireza Firouzja here. It's been one of those games, Levy.
Shocking.
Perfect play by both, almost. Hikaru, though, slightly low accuracy as he's the one trying to force the draw. And bishop g1, we've seen a big mistake, apparently, finally, by one of the players. Bishop g1 was not found. That would have gone after the pawns, vulnerable pawns. With the use of some forks, black would have got a big advantage. Can he do it again? He does. Game on.
Okay, now the weakness has been created in the white position.
Oh.
And knight e4.
He's dropped a pawn. The king saves itself from a check. And a second pawn drops. We talked about it earlier. 2 pawns. As far apart as possible here. He still needs to create a second pass pawn on the queen side, but huge winning chances for Alireza.
Yeah, absolutely massive. This is unfathomable from the white side.
Is this chess karma? Playing for a draw with white rarely works out. Here we go. He needs to get the knights off. Still, if the knights disappear, it is a draw. But the black knight is so good and so strong at kicking away the enemy forces, and the pawn is running.
There's like just enough tricks here. Maybe knight d3. He's going to lose on time.
Oh, 1 second. He's got to move. Oh!
Twice he has 1.0. What?
G2 wins a piece, though.
Yeah, it's over.
Alireza strikes back. Wow, what a way to just wipe out that lead of Hikaru's. And we're back to the Queen's Gambit accepted.
And I guess this will be the last game. And okay, we have...
Deja vu.
Yes, the players are just rattling off their moves.
Yeah, I think we'll see the players check this opening line in the break and maybe come up with some improvements. But Hikaru believes in its solidity. 6-6. Wow, we've seen momentum change hands now a couple of times. And Hikaru needs to hold this game. It feels like 3 in a row would not be great psychologically. He still has active pieces, but we've seen it before.
David, that was weird. That was a weird game.
It just felt like he threw it away somehow. Like, at some point, if you're playing for a draw, you've got to force the draw. And he never quite forced it, and slowly but surely. Very impressive from Alireza, though, we should mention.
For sure. It just feels like sometimes teams or players seize back the momentum in a match. And that almost felt like it was, I don't want to say given. Given is not the right word, but it just felt like a strange moment to just say, like, all right, I'm totally happy with the position that's on the board.
And it's rare to see Hikaru, one of the best defenders in the world, fall in a position like that. But maybe it was just the psychology of having white, playing that same line that didn't work out earlier. And, okay, he was ultimately punished. Knight to b6. Bit of an odd square, no real threat. Unless he's arguing that the knight comes into the center and he can go for the d-pawn. Surely he's not going to trade off his beautiful bishop just to remove a defender of the center.
Yeah, crazier things have happened, but these positions are so tough to play with black. And if you don't have a huge amount of experience, like there's a difference between doing the preparation and some training games and maybe looking at how computers would play this and actually playing it against one of the best dynamic players in the world. It can feel very different. Last game we saw Firouzja figure it out, but Hikaru clearly undeterred. They're 1-1 in these positions now, so he goes right back to it.
Yeah, and trading off a defender of the black king. Black's fianchetted bishop. You spoke about how Hikaru likes that in many openings. And will those bishops disappear without them? Maybe the black queenside pawns will be harder to defend. Black's knights will lack squares like d4 long term. Okay, he does trade them off. White's going to double up rooks now in the center. Yeah, this is pressure. This is serious pressure on the black position already.
We had a similar kingside attacking game. Similar is a strong statement, but in terms of just the pure kingside attack with rooks, light squared bishop, knight, etc. in that Jobava game. And Hikaru did fight back to somewhat of a relative degree of comfort and then just made a one-move mistake. So now the question is, will Alireza just go for the kill? Will he go g4, h4, h5, bishop d3, etc.? I don't really know how black coordinates these knights, I have to tell you.
Yeah, not easy. He's got to move that knight on f5. Is he going back? Is he going into the center into d4? But queen to g3, that's setting up some tricks. Maybe rook takes e7 ideas in the near future. Black's queen not super stable. It feels like the b6 knight just really misplaced. Can't come back across to the other side of the board. Knight e4 is a big threat now. It's adding up all the threats. And it's probably just totaling a big advantage for white.
I'm not really sure yet how you can continue here. Like, I'm looking at, do you ever commit to c4 just for some sort of counterplay? You destabilize your knight if you do that? I hate that move.
Yeah, he might have to try something like that, though. He drops back with his queen.
He's trying to reroute maybe the other knight to d6?
Ooh, that's slow. Is it time for the h-pawn? When in doubt, h4, h5.
Right, yeah, no, it's 100% accurate. Like, yeah, there it is, h4. He's made every improving move.
Logical, very simple as well. Black has zero activity, zero counterplay. The knight's just hitting thin air. White's pieces are so nicely centralized, coordinated. The rooks, the queen, everything lining up. The black king has no defenders. Hikaru, it must have been an age since he last lost this number of games in a row if he does fall in this one. h4.
After h4, things are very difficult for black. You can't play h6. You can't play h5. You have to allow the pawn to go to h5, and then you have to really grit your teeth and survive. He might have to just play knight d7 to win back a little bit of time. And then I would love to play h5 anyway, but I think I will retreat or move the rook, and f6 is just a hideous move, but it might be required. Is there like bishop g6 already?
It's tempting, right? Bishop sacrifice. Maybe it will be ignored and the rook would be captured instead. And the black king would be able to hide in the corner on a dart square, most importantly. But very tempting.
Yeah.
Calculating. I mean, there's rook h5.
Rook e6, rook h5. Rook h5 is a nice move, threatening rook h7. Then black would play f5. You have to make sure. And then rook g5. Okay, or that, you know. Or that.
Ooh, king in the corner. Had to slide over. He's going to try and block it, surely now with g5. But the pawn's going to sit on h6 for the rest of the game.
Hikaru's grimacing. I think he's just rolling the dice here, basically. He again has Alireza right where he wants him. Much better, with 3 times as much time. And that is clearly the strategy of the match. And he has out-scrambled him. That's really that's happened in so many games now. Alireza will have to put him away here, David.
He really will, but he's on the brink already. It feels like this pawn is gone in the next few moves. h7 is the ultimate target, and Hikaru, just no time, 6 seconds. He's gesturing that he really is struggling right now. White bishop blocked.
Queen d6, rook f6, okay.
How to add the pressure. The rook can slide. The black queen might also come along and defend. Yeah, still no immediate breakthrough. Nothing obvious.
No, that knight on d4 could still come in handy with some knight f3s. So rook e7, maybe he was setting up some ideas. Didn't quite work, but that's the KO punch.
Full board awareness.
Yeah, reacting to that is absolutely brutal. Queen b6 is not possible, but d6 could be. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I'll pretend I saw that. And now the knight hanging. Hikaru loses on time.
Wow.
Wow, what a game from Alireza.
That was fantastic. That was fantastic. I actually thought that there is a break in between the 3-1 segments. Yes, we do have a 6-7 there, a little 6-7 celebration. And the match clock has been paused indeed, if I am not mistaken.
Looks like Hikaru locked in, concentrating, checking out the game review, trying to figure out where to go next with the black pieces. Still struggling with that color. Now realizing finally that Queen A5 check was an improvement. Alireza will also realize that though. Well, yeah, the setback 3 in a row now must be devastating.
Yeah, for sure, especially after being up 2. But at least we got the scoreline that everybody under the age of 13 in the audience will greatly enjoy. And frankly, everybody beyond that. It's a global meme at this point. We may get an interview with Alireza in the halftime here. We will see. These guys are super locked in. It has been an incredibly back and forth match. And it still doesn't feel like Hikaru has found his footing in the opening.
Exactly. Like, even here, just seeing him play through things, yes, this is a later part of the game, but the fact that he's preparing openings on the fly, it's not what you would expect. With white, he's been a bit more stable, especially recently, but with black, it has been uncharacteristic from Hikaru. He needs to find something solid, just survive the opening at this point.
Absolutely. Well, he's going to have about 7 minutes to do that now, and we would like to tell you about an opening that hasn't been played in this match yet, but we'd like to tell you about King's Gambit. How about that? Get ready for King's Gambit, folks, because it's a new chess-inspired survival arcade game from the creators of AniChess. Guide your king through a sea of enemy pieces, build combos, and survive as long as you can, like the players will try to do in this match. With no ads and free gameplay, King's Gambit will put your chess skills to the test without the 2 a.m. elo crash. Would know too much all about that. How long can you survive? Use code King's Gambit in chat now and check it out. Maybe Hikaru can go play some King's Gambit on the break. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, who knows? If it goes into the 1+1, I wouldn't be shocked. I think we might see him roll the dice even
Why not?
more.
It's been a weird match of openings, because when we got into the 3-1, and at the end of that 5-1, it was clearly Hikaru taking over, and this stretch of 3 straight losses, it's like clearly a drop in energy. But we're going to dissect all the games, the players will get a break, and we will be right back with the conclusion of the 3+1 portion of this match.
Try and put on this body.
Right, what is that? That's a, oh, I hate poppers.
I'm gonna try to do this properly, but I'm gonna do a very, very poor job. You always wanna hold the neck.
Wait, hang on. Have I started?
Put this down here, put this down here, put the head back down.
Just violently shoving the baby onto his hip. Have we started? Are we okay?
Doing this very, very slowly, of course.
Oh my goodness, get in.
This is easier
on an actual human.
What am I doing? Did something wrong here, apparently.
Oops, sorry.
And I'll just say this is close enough, even though I missed something. There we go.
Okay, pretty good job.
Done. What? It's longer than your legs, man. What's going on here?
For this one, we just want you to put the baby inside the blanket, safe and secure way.
I'm gonna be honest with swaddling. I've never really done it. I've done it with Velcro ones, thanks to Amazon. I don't remember the order. How do I do this?
Baby burrito. We're good here. I think I remember.
Is this up? I think you're supposed to put one. I'm trying to remember the order. I don't remember the order.
I think I remember, and I probably don't, but we'll give this a go.
I actually don't know how to do it, so I'm trying to put the baby in something that resembles something acceptable, but it's not anywhere near appropriate. Put this upside like this. It's not very good, but it'll have to do for now.
There's something you're supposed to do with the bottom to keep it from folding back over. However, I'm going to claim this is functional as long as baby doesn't stand up.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Look at that. Feedback, all positive. 5 stars.
Medic! The final challenge, basically to just fold the stroller.
2, 1, go. So there are 2 types of prams. One's where you push a button, you enact violence, and it instantly collapses and everything's good. And there are others where it's just impossible.
Okay, the one that I have has red and green. I have a do and a stroller. This doesn't have like a stop, so I think we do this and let me see this.
Do you shove it in and, no, okay, that's not good.
Based on what I know, based on mine, it should be something like, you should put this
Yes, yes, we're getting somewhere. Why are the wheels? Oh, is that just it?
Let's go forward. Okay, just put it like, is it fold like this? Is that folded? I think I did it, right?
I'm calling it.
All right.
And I sincerely hope my child never sees this in his life.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025-2026 Speed Chess Championship Finals here in London. This is the second semi-final between Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja, and it has been quite a match so far. David, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm excited for the next part of the match. I don't know when the momentum's going to change back in Hikaru's favor. Surely it will at some point. Surely it's still going to be a close match, despite the fact that Alireza seems to have taken over for now.
Let's take a look inside the playing hall. Get a feel for what is this? What's going on?
Wait, hold on. I can't see anything. Oh, I forgot. I need to wear my new Zenny glasses. Oh, there we go. Getting clearer.
Look at that.
Magic.
Official eyewear partner of Chess.com. How about that? Zenny, shout out. And by the way, jokes aside, I've been wearing them for a long time. They're on my face already. We don't even have to include this as part of the skit. High quality eyewear, folks. Now more affordable than ever. Their website has a virtual try-on feature. They were not supposed to cut to me as I read this part out loud, you know? Thousands of frames and variety of prescription, non-prescription lenses, including blue light blocking, light adaptive, polarized sunglasses. I couldn't memorize all this, and more. And Chess.com's doing a giveaway. They're giving away 10 Zenny eyewear bundles so you can look like me and David, including blue light glasses and a custom Chess.com X Zenny design. Use the exclamation point sweepstakes in the chat for your link to enter. Save 15% with code CHESS until February 16th. That is spelled C-H-E-S-S in case anybody's confused at zenny.com/chess. Once again, C-H-E-S-S. This is the scoreline. That is Hikaru. And we are ready for a few more games.
Now, it feels like it's now or never. If the trend continues, if he keeps suffering as black, when will it end? I think 1+1, that's even more important to survive the opening. And here he's deep analysis mode, it feels like.
David, I feel like in the past, he has done puzzle rush on the breaks. He hasn't analyzed his previous games as much. And that gives me some cause for concern, because it was 6-4, and Hikaru's score hasn't moved in 3 games. Alireza has gotten on a roll here almost by, like, no will of his own in some ways. It's almost feeling like Hikaru's just, like I said, trying to find the footing.
Yeah, it feels like he's helping a bit with the foundations. Alireza still great killer instinct, but he's setting him up, Hikaru. And you're right, it just feels like he's not trusting himself as much as normal. Maybe overthinking Hikaru Nakamura. It is going to be about the tactics and scrambles. It's not going to be necessarily just the openings, but feels like that's what he's locked in on right now as we get ready to go again in the 3+1.
I think he's got to be within 2 in the bullet. Like, if he's 3 games down going into bullet, it's completely impossible. But that's not going to be so simple. We're going to have to see some opening adjustments.
Here we go. It's back to E4, E5. That is not Alireza Firouzja. There we go. He appears again, and it's the anti-Berlin. A quick bishop for knight exchange. Hikaru at least is changing the pawn structure, creating some imbalance. And this move, not the most popular, is aimed at getting rid of black's bishop pair early. I like it. He's had some great results in this pawn structure, even against the likes of Magnus Carlsen back in the day.
H3, a nice move. Nothing can go to G4 anymore. There's also positions you could consider G4. You could really consider it. Playing it is a whole nother story. White plays a lot of these improving moves. Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks to like 2020, 2021, even 2022. I feel like Hikaru and Magnus were really exploring a lot of these positions in the anti-Berlin and the Berlin and so on and so forth. So curious what's going to come out of this.
Yeah, it's a bit of a waiting game. Like, white now doesn't really want to castle kingside because black will go the other way and then launch some pawns on the kingside. If white goes queenside, maybe black would launch some pawns. It feels like neither side wants to commit. And there we go, still waiting. And now an exchange of bishop for knight, back to almost symmetry in terms of the pawn structure. But Hikaru waits. He wants to play b4, and that has been stopped.
And I guess, does he also want to play bishop c3, or he's more than happy to just leave the bishop on d2 and just sort of, yeah, castle?
I was wondering if he might put the bishop on c3 and kind of continue waiting for black's king to commit first, but now Alireza wants to play it a bit safer. Makes sense. He's up on the scoreboard. He's got black.
How crazy is g3, knight h4, knight f5? g3, king g2, knight h4?
I like it. I think g3 is a great kind of useful move anyway, just to improve the king, and knight h4 definitely on the radar.
By the way, you might just be forced into playing something like that because you're going to run out of moves pretty quickly. Now, f6 by black would be a disaster because you would play knight h4 for free and get a completely amazing position. Or so it would seem. And there's g3. Okay.
Great call, Levy. The knight might be coming. Well, maybe he's just going to advance the king. He's waiting. King to g2, there we go. Just small improvements here. But the queenside pawn structure favors black now. This white pawn, the only way to defend it later might be to push forward, but that will create some further weaknesses. I do like what Alireza has been doing.
I was thinking knight h4 and maybe even trade the queens, but black playing g6 is just going to be a problem.
Controlling the knight, that's definitely the solution. At some point, black might just drop the bishop back as well to e7, with or without g6. Looks very stable, looks very equal for now.
Maybe you can reposition the knight to the e3 square. Double the rooks. Rook to d2, rook d1.
Makes a lot of sense. We'll see that. Yeah, at least Hikaru is playing a bit quicker. I think he's told himself he has to use the clock as a weapon, just as he was doing a bit earlier. And there we go. As predicted, knight to b6 is a bit of an awkward question. And okay, transition. Pawn trade.
Now, in the long run, is the 4-on-3 Berlin structure for black better than the 4-on-3 structure for white? I don't really think so.
Yeah, that's the eternal dilemma of these structures. You get it in the Berlin, the Scotch, black with some doubled pawns. Can't create a pass pawn, but actually, with the pawn on b5, for example, there we go. The knight is cemented, the bishop looks nice. Very hard for what the white pieces to move, with the queen still on the board.
Yeah, purely on structure, maybe not so impressive, but the knight on c4 causes a lot of problems. It's really difficult to move. Hikaru's trying to move, and apparently already a potential misstep.
Yeah, the problem is you can never really play f4, as that would only loosen up some squares in the white camp. Knight f5 does look quite nice, though. Even if it is just a one-dimensional hit for now, it does tend to be the type of move that scares the opponent, and he's going to try and trade off bishops. I think Alireza Farouja here, great call. White's bishop was nice and stable, holds the queen side, looks at the king side, bishop f6 next.
He allows knight f5, but it doesn't matter. Because like you said, Hikaru's position might be falling apart soon. Hikaru's had some time advantages for sure. Both of them really have, that end up fading at a couple of critical moments. So now there's this call here, like, what do you play? Do you play rook e1 and try to play e5, but then bishop h4, so you don't have time to do everything.
Yeah, big decision. The knight feels like it has to move. I don't think he wants to allow this shattering of his pawn structure. But knight f5, bishop f6, once the bishops disappear, how to hold this pawn?
Oh, he just goes for it, huh? c3?
Hikaru looked away there as if he'd missed something. Does he want b3 just to sideline the knight? But can you actually catch it on the edge of the board?
Maybe some b3 and rook d1, like super computer-like idea, you know, and then get the rook to the other side. That actually doesn't look that bad.
Yeah, I think he's forced here to do something like that. Pawn to c3 would just allow the black rook to come in. Yeah. That's a secondary threat, as well as the pawn on b2 hit.
You could also maybe just, okay, yeah, he goes b, yeah, now, interesting.
Ooh.
Okay, materialistic. He's trying to get the pawn back immediately.
Yeah, c2 might fall, but a4 is the most important pawn to pick up.
He can't lose.
Yeah.
Can't lose 4 games in a row.
But he is on the defensive side. I don't think black is ever losing this position. Hikaru just needs to knuckle down now, hold at any cost. Oh, it's still going to be torture. I think with queens off, he's got great chances, especially if the white rook lands. But for now, still a long, long way from a draw. Magnus regularly wins these types of positions. Queens and rooks with an extra pawn marching down the queen side. Can Alireza do the same? For now, white is holding e4, but black's so active. This is going to be a tight one. Alireza's up on time. 49 seconds against 23. Can Hikaru hold? Can he get the queens off at the right moment?
Yeah, queen. It's going to be potentially like a 100-move queen endgame is where this is headed.
Not sure who that's good for. Oh, he allows the black rook to block the file now. And there is a pawn hanging in the center here. Given a question mark, the blue arrow appears. Hikaru's just blundered another pawn. He can take on c5, but the 100-move queen endgame might not even last that long. Black's got an outside pass pawn. White's pawn structure would be ruined. Now 2 pawns down.
Yeah, this is devastating, and he's down to 5 seconds.
This feels like a deadly pin, though. The white rook is almost paralyzed, immobilized for eternity. Something along this diagonal, surely the black rook just needs to get out the way, move, and come in to attack the white rook. c4, rook d3 is almost a pre-move now. You can give a check first. The rook's going to go back to d3, trade off the rooks, and the black c-pawn's going to decide. Alireza's going to get a 4th win in a row.
Yeah, 4 wins is absolutely crazy. Wow. There's no more checks.
Does he have to worry about this, or can the black king just start running away? Is d2 winning? He does believe he can escape here. That looks correct. And there we go.
Wow.
Alireza, 4 in a row.
Alireza Firouzja has won 4 games in a row in the 3+1 segment after losing early. Hikaru had a 2-game lead, and now it is back to Firouzja. That's incredible.
Yeah, who would have thought this just a few games ago? Alireza on a hot streak, and now he changes it up. He's the one to go his own way. Alireza actually shook his head because he realized that he'd been away during the break. He wasn't at his computer. Hikaru had clearly looked at it. Mind games.
Yeah, and for those curious, by the way, after that Alireza win, the poly market odds have gone up by 8% for him, which is incredible. He now has a 2-game lead, 4.5, 1.5. This is not the score line that was predicted. It was 4-4. He surpassed that, and Hikaru has way to catch up.
That is crazy. The odds in his favor. We talked about that maybe before the match slightly, but yeah, now surely everyone's thinking this is Alireza's match to take. In the meantime, though, this position might be the best one Hikaru's had in ages.
This is almost the same effect that happened when Hikaru went up. Like, you almost feel like you're playing with house money and you relax, but it's really never over. This is incredible, though. I don't know what's happened, but like the train has sort of derailed a little bit, and that's he's got to get it back on track.
Yeah, the odds just feel like they're fluctuating constantly. Alireza, I think, got bluffed into this variation. This looks like a Caro-Kann, this e takes f6 pawn structure, but this is a dream version. Queen's off. Black king should be safe.
Yeah, but Hikaru just, again, unhappy with his decision there. He went for this quick move, bishop e5. Alireza just giving him a pawn, sacrificing a little bit of material for the lack of development in the black position, the king safety. And now it's, oh my gosh, this is... Like, I guess Hikaru's got to go for this, or else he's looking just at another potentially depressing position.
Yeah, I was really surprised Hikaru went for bishop to e5. Like, he could have played like f5, very typical positional move. The knight on g3 would have been really stuck. But he's gone all-out greed for pawns. And well, now, I talked about the black king being super safe. I think I might have to eat my words. 2 moves and it's all changed.
I think he's missing a lot of the moves that Alireza's playing. That's like really what it feels like. Alireza keeps finding annoying creative resources to keep the pressure, and Hikaru's sort of playing catch-up. And that could be just like a blitz thing. You know, in bullets sometimes that's when you enter flow state, but it's spiraling out of control very fast.
Yeah, he needs to stop the bleeding. Rook to d8. Oh, he's dropping this pawn now. On c5, it's going to be back to level material. Still with some questions to answer for black. Yeah, I still don't hate it for black, but I see the eval bar. It's changed the momentum even within this game alone.
Yeah, wow. This is shocking.
Yeah.
It's been a shocking past hour.
Exactly. Tough times for Hikaru Nakamura. He gets pinned in the center. The black knight now. I mean, hit and c4 is maybe coming. Rook to d1 is coming. There's still a check in the air. Once c5 drops.
It's incredible. It's not just like completely lost for black. There just feels like a million threats coming your way. But I guess you have to stop them one move at a time. Right now, white is threatening maybe c4, maybe bishop c5. There's some stuff to calculate. You're definitely going to have to get checked somewhere and run your king across the board. It's feeling super dangerous. I don't even know, like, what do you play here? Like a bishop
e6?
Yeah, e6, rook b8. Those feel kind of natural.
Yeah, I think those would be good ways to start, but he is feeling the heat, Hikaru, down to around the 1 minute mark. Long pause. As you say, it's just survival, move by move.
Yeah.
And yeah, it is a narrow path. He only has a few ways to maintain, well, I say maintain the balance. He is worse, but just to stay in this game. But he needs to move. Hikaru slowed down. Bishop a6.
Wow.
Apparently a mistake. The bar's shooting up. The white rook is hit on f1, but that white rook might have wanted to move anyway.
And c4 threatened. Meaning not threatened, covered.
Covered.
Covered, so you cannot push with white.
So the question is whether to capture the c5 pawn while it's still up for grabs with a check, very tempting, or whether to move the white rook first. Also, knight to f5 check is maybe on the radar. That knight has been perched there, lurking for a while. What to do?
And he's talking to himself. It really feels like a youth versus experience type of match.
Shout out to Zach. Is there a check on g7? Is that pawn up for grabs now? Can he take it?
He couldn't play to f8 because bishop c5 and then bishop d5 would have won the game. So don't worry about it. We're just talking to ourselves out here. Yeah, knight g7 coming with a check is really brutal.
Mm-hmm. The white rook will be hit, though. The white knight will be hit if he captures a pawn on g7 with a check.
Yep.
So maybe rook to e1, rook to d1 on the radar. The white rook can save itself, but now it's Alireza under 20 seconds. Both players taking turns to just dive into the think tank. And there we go. The knight has been kicked back. He's surviving. He's doing a good job of it, Hikaru.
Both rooks in the center. Look at this. He's just giving up the knight completely to take the knight on d5. Now maybe bishop c4. Uh-oh.
Great move. Only move there, but a strong one for Hikaru. Oh, the clock's gone red. 5 seconds.
This is insane for Alireza. Insane time management by Alireza, and he is now much worse.
Now the black king gets out of danger, out of the firing line. This is the best position Hikaru's had now. He needs to keep taking those pawns.
a2.
Second one hanging. 2 pawns up.
f5 is a fork.
f5 looks very tempting now. You can start trading stuff even.
Yeah. Yeah, Hikaru's calming himself down. I was about to say, he has to lock in. He has to win this game.
He needs that flow state, especially while Alireza is down at 2 seconds.
Oh my, did he just hang the...
Why would he hang that pawn? He hung a7. Now he's a pawn up, but doubled f pawns don't mean that much.
Insane.
He thought he was trapping the rook, I think. He thought that white rook was trapped, but it's saving itself. Still ugly squares, though. He's hunting it down.
Is it saving itself?
Bishop h4.
Wasn't bishop h4 just like trapping the... It's still trapping the rook.
He found it finally.
Don't hang your own. Rook d7. Chill out.
Okay, this is it. He has to win this Hikaru. Exchange and a pawn up.
Rook c3.
Rook c3, anything.
c3.
f4.
Yes.
Trading. That's all he needs to do now. Momentum will be changing hands yet again.
Alireza galloping in on a horse, but it's not an oh, he's pinned, that's it. Once you're pinned, it's over.
Yeah, rook's coming off the board. Material will be won. Hikaru will see a fist pump, surely. He's almost dead now.
And Firouzja loses, and that is a win for Hikaru Nakamura, clutching it out after 4 wins in a row. And that probably flipped the odds of probably working once again. Now we got one more game remaining in this segment in all likelihood, and we are...
No, we're probably right hovering at around 1 or 2. It's a chance that we are all square, tied away going into the bullet segment.
Yeah, I think Hikaru wouldn't mind getting a win here, of course, and just moving on without having to play another 3+1 game. That might be the important part. He's been suffering with black. Yes, he got the win there, but oh, this is such a tight match. As we said earlier, if it's 1 point heading into the bullet, it's anyone's game. And back to one of these pawn structures, Levy. Back to one of these typical maneuvering games.
You know who I bet is really enjoying this right now?
Magnus.
Yeah, he's probably sitting there in the hotel. He's got like FaceTime on, seeing the baby, seeing this match, maybe a mirror for the mustache.
Comb.
Yeah, comb, exactly. Putting on some cream. Like, life is really good. Like, the gladiators of the day are just draining each other's life force, and then you await the winner. That must be a good feeling, because this can't feel that great for these guys. Like, on the one hand, you love to play high-stakes chess. On the other hand, this is brutal.
Exactly. The stress involved, the recovery time needed afterwards. It's a good job that the finalists will play the second match tomorrow, so they'll have quite a while to recover. But yeah, you don't want to be losing this match, moving into the third place playoff, and then having to go in the first match. What do you think of the position? I really like how Alireza has handled it. Nice pawn center, and again, semi-open c-file to stare down on.
I like white. I like the open f-file potentially. Like, open is a stretch, but you know, the rook is there on the f-file. And I'm personally bad at pawns that are standing like this in the center. I never know when to push. I never know when to relieve the tension, but that's why it's a relatively equal position, and we're going to see quite soon who's going to take over. But yeah, that's open c-file. That's a problem for black. Well, for white, meaning.
Mm-hmm. And this pawn is vulnerable. If it ever steps forward, then maybe problems on the d-file as well. A bit later. Yeah, it feels like white needs to go all in on some attack at some point, but the black knights are formidable guardians of that king side. Pawn to c3 played.
Some rook e1, d4. If black ever plays knight f4, black is losing a center pawn. Also, d4 always destabilizes that same knight, so you always have to be on the lookout. And it's still such an unpredictable position here. Because it feels like, again, everything's right in the balance, and these guys have gone into the tank so many times in sharp positions and ended up going into insane scramble mode.
Yeah, very likely to happen here as well. Would be an appropriate way to end the 3+1. I think a good positional move now, there we see from Alireza, trading off in the center just to stop your d4 idea, which I think was important for white, but also giving white a long-term weakness, the isolated pawn. Now the queen dives in, reminding white of the holes in his camp. Suddenly the white pieces don't look so coordinated anymore.
No, absolutely not. This is looking quite sad for white.
Oof. Yeah, it feels like the energy of his last win, Hikaru, is drained out of this game, at least. Retreat mode now. How can black up the tension, up the pressure?
I think at this rate, we very well could see another blitz game, by the way. This could get really ugly really fast. I mean, Hikaru's conjured up some unreal defenses today. But this one's not looking very pleasant.
Oh, nice move. The knight's coming into e3, into the center, entering enemy lines. That's scary.
Knight f4 is always there. Luckily, they're not attacking anything just yet together with that knight, but the knight on g4 could always go to e3, like you said. And it's just like now.
It's tempting. I think he's relying on some third rank stuff, although I don't really see it. Knight f6, very least, would repeat the position, but he wants more, Alireza.
Like knight e1? That hangs the knight.
That hangs the knight, yeah.
Oh, now knight e1 is a real idea?
Ooh, knight g4, apparently. I see a blue arrow on my screen, at least. It's the best move for black, getting out of there before...
Yeah, that repeats. That repeats, right? So that's not...
It's not obvious. And he clearly wants more.
Okay.
Wincing there, Alireza. He goes the other way with his knight.
I would take that with the bishop, and then stuff in your position looks pretty well coordinated. Also, knight c4 and black's position, that doesn't feel right.
It felt like he was playing a different way just to be different there, like rather than... He could have repeated once and then found something else rather than knight into e3. Strange, it does feel wrong. I quite like your knight takes and then, I don't know, just bring the rook to the center, just control everything, and the worst might have passed.
And I like bishop takes also. I mean, both are... One is definitely better, but black's bishop doesn't really feel like the piece we are trying to glorify, you know? But yeah, it's better to preserve a bishop. Okay, he takes an... Oh, that is just very simple. That is shockingly simple. Just replace the knight.
Yeah, he wants that endgame Hikaru. He hasn't had them all his own way, but he has forced this position where he's got quite a nice outside majority, and the knight is going to come to some really juicy squares.
Those pawns for white on the g-file look stupid, but they're doing a really nice job. Knight a5. Yeah, rook d1, rook d2.
Take the d-file. Queenside majority. If the white king is able to centralize later, park itself on like e3, it just feels like he's got full control.
And he's going to go to the queen side as well. This very well could take us to the break.
It looks more and more likely by the move, and I think at this point Alireza would love to get to the break, still with the lead intact.
Yeah, this is far from clear. I mean, who's even playing for a win? Maybe black against the e4 pawn, but how do you even win it? Oh, nice.
Defends everything.
Well, that's tricky. Trying to make progress, trade the knight, get the b pawn. I think the doubled c pawns are better than the doubled b pawns for white.
Yeah, they control more squares, more mobile. The white king's finally coming into the center. Yeah, probably objectively it's level, but Alireza is in a bit of time trouble. 10 seconds.
It's going to be our first pure rook endgame scramble, by the way, I think.
And there we go, as you predict.
Rook d7?
Yeah, the white rook cannot trade off there. I think black with a better pawn structure would be better, would have the advantage.
But b4 now, and like, how do you make progress as black? Maybe you don't make progress as black.
Black's so passive. He's trying to play rook c6. Oh. But
Okay,
still has time.
Yes, every move is improving. Rook e6.
As long as he can keep the rooks on, Hikaru can't really lose this. And
whoa. He can take and play c4, b5.
Yeah, he could have taken, and black's pawns couldn't move. White's pawns are mobile. If the rooks come off now, and he has time to push the pawn to b5, he needs the pawn on b5 before black's king gets in. Then he's winning Hikaru.
He can go for it. He can go for it.
He can still take the rooks. Take the rook.
Take
he's
the rook
winning.
now.
c4, b5.
And he does.
Oh, he's finally found it, but he needs to go back first.
Oh, but his pawns totally freeze the right side of the board.
These three pawns, the white pawns stop the black pawns. Beautiful. Black is in Zugzwang, has to give way, go back.
But now what?
He's waiting, Alireza. I think he can just put king on a5, put a pawn on c4 and push. But he's gone wrong.
Oh, no.
c4. It's a race.
Now he gets b5. This still looks winning for white.
Now it's definitely winning. I think white's king can march safely.
Yeah. A4, now when you go for f5, you just take it. Yep.
White's pawn's quicker.
Queen d... Oh!
Oh, we would have seen a checkmate if the king had gone to c6. We see more checks instead. Still some checks in the air.
Queen c7 may be more accurate before you take.
Ooh, this checkmate on b4 threatened, so white cannot take pawns.
Yep.
So careful. How to get the queens off.
Queen d6 and c6?
Oh, yes, he covers b4. That's a great move. That's the winning idea. Only winning move there. He finds it.
And he's found it.
Oh, the king marches forward.
Whoa!
But he's walked into a perpetual, has he? Queen b4, only move. Oh, he finds it again. Alireza had a better check. He had queen a6 earlier.
And this must be winning. Just b... Okay. b7 queen, there was a...
was a skewer. Okay, he's now totally winning. 2 pawns up Hikaru. He has to get this. Alireza has just been too slow. Hasn't had time on the clock to find those defensive resources. And
he just like lost g3 there, I think.
Players are panicking now, both of them. But the b pawn is about to win this game. And okay, no hope now for black.
g4 opens up the position. Yep.
He needs a Rosen trap. He needs a stalemate.
I doubt we're getting that.
Has put his king in the corner. King, queen f2. Oh.
Okay, it's still not over. It's over.
Yeah.
There it is.
Wow. What a way to end the portion, Levy. 8-8.
Just incredible. Hikaru coming back from 2 games down, staring down his opponent. 4.5, 3.5, a mirror image of the 5+1 section. He definitely can't relax. I know people want a signature. It's easier to give a signature when you've got a 6-game lead like Magnus had after the first 2 segments. This is so close. And David, we have 25 minutes to prove who deserves to be the finalist.
Yeah, whoever wins is very well deserving of their chance, their shot in the final. Now roles reversed. It is Hikaru straight out, despite getting in the zone, locking in. And it is Alireza dwelling on the moment. He needs to recover and hope there's one more swing in this match.
Yeah, just
absolutely incredible back and forth match. It looked like it was spinning totally out of control. 4 straight wins for Alireza. Who's the last person to beat Hikaru in 4 straight games? It very well could be Alireza, by the way. We can find that on the break. Speaking of breaks, the players need one, the audience needs one, we need one. We will be right back with the final segment of our final semifinal match. Don't go anywhere.
Everybody has days where they just don't feel up for it. You look in the mirror and you're not your full self. NeuroGum, energy and focus. I know a guy who uses the gum to help get ready for his day. And it tastes good. That's the energy and focus this guy needs to go bring smiles to the faces of chess pieces everywhere. There he is. That's my guy. Always forward, never back. NeuroGum, helping little pawns feel big since 2015.
It's 2 a.m. Stop the tilt.
Clear the board. Buy yourself time. Magnet, pull every shield your way. Royal Frenzy! How long can you survive? Come on, the board's waiting.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025-2026 Speed Chess Championship. This is the semifinal. This is the second one. It's been about 9 hours of chess thus far. I'm International Master Alireza. I'm joined by the one and only Grandmaster David Howell, and it has been quite a match. Alireza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura, 8-8, and we have just a bullet to finish things off. How are we feeling?
Wow, I mean, it's been the definition of a roller coaster. I can barely stand those types of rides normally, but this has been a fun one. This is, I mean, it's just been so many turns of momentum. The way Alireza started the match, then Hikaru striking back, taking the lead, then it going the other way 4 games in a row, and now he's on a 2-game streak, Hikaru. I'm thinking it's the definition of a 50-50 now.
Absolutely. For anybody who's just joining us, the pre-match prediction by the Chess.com stats team was 65-35 in favor of Hikaru. We thought it was a toss-up. We thought, given that Alireza won last year in the semifinal in pretty convincing fashion, it's supposed to be a lot closer than that.
Yeah, and I mean, Hikaru has already performed way better this time round, at least score-wise, than he did in Paris. So I think a lot to take away, a lot of positives. The fact that he's won the last 2 games in a row, yeah, he's going to be feeling it now.
Hey, by the way, we have a nice little video of the players' own predictions for this year's Speed Chess Championship.
Let's play a game. I'm going to give you the actual real-time odds of the SCC finals, of which you are very much a part of. I'm going to pretend to give you 100 Great British Pounds, and you're going to tell me if the smart money is on this player winning or not winning. And for this case, not winning means second, third, or fourth. Okay? Sure. All right, so the real-time odds, these are actual odds, of Magnus winning. In order to win 100 Great British Pounds, you have to bet 74 pounds for him to win, or to win 100 Great British Pounds, no is 27 pounds. So what's the smart money for Magnus?
I think Magnus is definitely going to be the favorite and very likely to win. So I think that it's more about the potential outcomes. And if you were to tell me that Magnus in general is 74% to win, you're gonna, if you make that bet 10 times on him, I would say that you're gonna win more than 74% of the time. So I would definitely take that bet.
Okay, very interesting. Now you are the second betting favorite. In order to win 100 pounds, the yes for you is 16 pounds and the no is 85 pounds. What's the smart money on yourself?
I think 16 is a little bit low. I think if I were to make it to the final, probably somewhere like 20 to 25 would be more accurate. But of course, I have to win the match against Alireza first. So I think it's a little bit low, but if I do win the semis, then it definitely should be much higher.
So third betting favorite is Alireza Firouzja. He's 10 to 1. The yes is 10 pounds to win 100. The no is 91. What's the smart money on Alireza?
So one little tidbit or something that I heard is that Magnus actually did not bring his own equipment here. If you look at Denis, myself, or Alireza, we all brought our own mice. And I think the fact that Magnus is not playing with his preferred mouse, if there are situations where he gets into scrambles, I think Alireza at this point is the best bullet player here amongst the group of us. So 10 is way too low. I think it should be like 15 or 16. If he beats me, probably like 25 to 30, same as myself.
And finally, our dark horse, Denis Lazavik. In order to win 100 pounds, you only have to bet 3. He's 33 to 1 odds against. The no is 97 pounds. What's the smart money on Denis?
If I had to bet, I would definitely bet on him winning, just because at 3 cents, like there's just no upside. Only bad things can happen. And also the other thing I'll say is just from being involved in derivatives in the stock market is that if Lazavik beats Magnus, his odds are going to go up a lot. I think if he beats him, his odds are going to go to like 30 cents. And then you're in a situation where you're basically sweating, because now suddenly you bought a no for 97 and it's down to like 60 or something, and you're risking a lot. So I would say that the smart money is to bet on him winning it just because of how cheap it is, or to not bet at all. But buying the no at 97 cents is not something that I would ever do. It's just it's bad strategy.
Okay, thanks very much, Hikaru, for your predictions.
Sure.
And there you have it, folks. Hikaru breaking down the odds of all the different players, the smart money that you can put on some of the final 4 participants. We are still probably the only activity where you can ask the professional athletes about their own odds of winning something. But obviously Hikaru and all the other players will be trying his best. Some smart money there on Lazavik, but had you bet, obviously he came up short. I thought Hikaru was waving somebody down there for a second, but we have go time and the same opening that we have seen, David.
Wow, here we go, and it's the same Queen's Gambit accepted, this time with a bit of a twist. Alireza has properly gambited a pawn. He's a pawn down now, and the blue arrow appears saying Hikaru should just allow c5 to be taken. This looks much more natural to my eyes. What could be wrong with that? But the bar does rise in white's favor, and ooh, that hit on the black rook means black will not be castling in this game.
No. Well, maybe queenside, but that would be insane. We have 30 minutes of chess now to crown the next finalist of the 2025, I know it's 2026, that's when we did the final Speed Chess Championship. Now I have to tell you, for this first position, white is looking pretty good to my eyes.
It looks like black started this game like freestyle. Chess 960, it just looks so poorly coordinated. If black could castle, totally different game.
Well, he's trying.
He's trying.
Yeah, Hikaru castled, but like the 5-year-olds in tournaments do, like the wrong... and now he's got the king and the rook on the wrong square. This will be a problem for in the long run, but it's actually not so bad.
Not so bad for now, but the rook... Whoa! He didn't want the rook. Levy, he was sacrificing it.
I mean, he was, for sure, but the pawn on c3, David, this is going to be a problem forever for white.
Yeah, this is true. Maybe a step in the wrong direction in general, and Alireza has started off a bit slow on the clock. He's over 10 seconds down now. And okay, he's not whipping up any attack. b3 was a bit odd. He could have defended that in several other ways. And now the black pieces are unraveling. d5 hit.
And this favors Hikaru, who has clearly been the better scrambler today. Better making inflow decisions. Alireza is not feeling it as much. He's done a lot of the outplaying, but he hasn't done a lot of the out-scrambling. Tied match, bullet. Hikaru says Alireza is the best bullet player in the world. He might just be gassing him up a little bit.
Yeah, but this is where Alireza comes into his own, when he doesn't have time to overthink, doesn't have time to really calculate. Those instincts, those supreme dynamic skills come into play.
But today it has been Hikaru, I would say. And by the way, Alireza 10 seconds now to figure this whole thing out.
Yeah, still that 1 second increment. It's messy in the
5.
center. Gotta move. Oh, everything's lined up. That's a good idea, but what next?
Rook a6 is... What? Bishop b5?
Losing time. He goes back. You're right, he's not in the flow. He's losing tempi, and the queen saves itself. Very stable square. Hikaru's controlling everything.
Yeah, just very stable for Hikaru.
Oh, he's up now, a very, very important pawn, and that's become a few pawns now, and that knight was dying anyway. It gives itself up.
Oh, and there was a big trade, and now Hikaru's just a clean material up, yeah.
3 pawns.
Yep.
Okay, back to 2, but f2 is hanging. Oh, look at that centralization. Beautiful.
That's a fork.
And
you just win the... Oh, e4's hanging.
Stuff hanging. Okay, the knight is trapped, though. That's a great move.
That's wow.
Hikaru's going to win this.
Fate is mate! Okay.
He saw it, and now we go. Game over. A beautiful queen sacrifice, by the way. Queen b8, there's queen takes f2 check. And,
yes, queen f2.
Yeah, he starts as he ended the last portion. 3 in a row.
Firouzja going for some sort of modern approach to the Catalan. Now white will play a3, b3, rook d1, bishop b2, etc. Hikaru also going for a very interesting solution, just allowing Alireza to play his whole setup, but getting a very stable structure, looking to expand with e4.
Yeah, these are tricky, tricky lines. The knight looks beautiful on b4, but how stable is it? White does strike first in the center. Conventional wisdom says that if white gets e4, white's better, but you never know.
Yeah, if you take on b4 for white, like, how does black actually ever capitalize on the pawn on a3?
That's a good point.
No, I don't know. And oh my goodness, this is going to get crazy.
f5, that's a very Firouzja move, very committal. But he's saying, okay, queen's off, and he's got that bind.
Knight e1's a very Hikaru move. Take the knight goes to the middle, then to e5.
He's biding his time, but he knows he can trade that knight off anytime he wants. Knight d3, even just take it immediately.
f4.
Centralize first.
d1, yeah.
Bind.
Then kill time. Kill 5 minutes with one game.
Yeah, and I mean, whoa, b5, he's just giving up a pawn, but d5's even stronger. Connect 4, of course it is.
Yes, crashing through in the board. CB, rook d5. Oh. You can take on b5 now.
Now, and then the d-pawn. Best of both worlds.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, he should go left. Take this one. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay,
fine.
Still good, still good. I'm surprised he let the b-pawn survive. If he gets to b4, might hold everything, but he blocks that b4 square. Great technique.
But knight a7 is not a Firouzja move. And he is dominated here. Rook c2, rook c1, knight c2 back.
Yep, he sees a pawn. Sticks out like a sore thumb now. how to defend it.
He's relying on some c6. It's like knight a3, c6.
Even that. Going to win the pawn back, but white's going to get a beautiful knight blockade of the isolated pawn.
And the a-pawn in the long run is going to be so problematic.
Oh, and he's getting all the rooks off. Now the a-pawn's more important than ever.
This is just over.
King. Bring the king.
a4 as well,
A4?
right? a4, so you never get b4. Okay, he just brings the king and...
And look at the clock as well. He's so fast now, Hikaru. He started on the front foot. a4.
a4's GG.
Game over. Knights are so bad at stopping those pawns, and there we go.
Wow.
4 in a row.
That was his best. Yeah, 4 in a row back, right?
Yeah.
Incredible. 4-game streaks by both players traded in this match.
And it's this crazy line that Hikaru was looking at on the game review, on the computer, between one of the games earlier. What a weird pawn structure. And here we go, proper fight.
Yeah, this is utter nonsense. What are we looking at? This is like almost completely lost after 10 moves for black, but that's bullet for you.
Apparently d6 was super strong with the idea of trapping the rook in the corner, but which no longer is possible. Suddenly black's bishops are going to come to life, but white still has extra material, extra pawns. Going to get castled.
I can't believe they've played this so many times. It's such an absurd opening.
I've never seen it before at top level, and then for it to appear, what, half a dozen times already and counting? Crazy.
b6. This is just crazy. Look at this flow state. Bishop b2 striking back.
Hikaru, he's taking bigger risks than ever. He trusts himself more than ever. It's paying off. Whoa. Rook takes bishop. Would drop the bishop on c4. White should now retreat to block the hit on his rook.
Yeah, wow, that's incredible.
That's not an obvious one.
Just go back. The favorite knight, queen a5 is also incredible. I just like knight d6 and chill.
Yeah, queen a5 is a tricky move, though. Hitting the rook, it is a pin. Hitting the knight as well. Queen a4, only move from Alireza. Finds it, of course. Pin galore now.
What?
Pin, pin. What's happening here? The white king in the firing line.
I guess you can just castle for white?
Oh, castles is clever. The knight would then be hit.
What am I hanging?
Okay, he gets the queens off, and oh, maybe even better. The black knight is trapped now on the edge of the board. White's going to secure the central pawn as well with his knight.
Yeah, Alireza locked in there, David, and he called the bluff, and suddenly Hikaru's sort of out of tricks. He can get the knight out. It's knight c6.
Ooh, clever, but the pawn count is not in his favor. It's 2 pawn advantage for white after that tactical melee. All he needs to do is trade everything off, and momentum could turn again.
Yes. Knight d5, rook d4, you have rook c8 check.
Maybe he'll just trade off those knights and take another pawn. Keep the 2 pawn advantage. There we go.
Yep.
If rooks come off now, it's over. Still alive though, Hikaru. Great defender. Can he do it yet again?
You gotta go you gotta attack the pawns. It's the only way.
Oh. Yeah, that is a very professional move. Defending everything. The king's gonna step forward.
At a minimum, Hikaru's gonna try to defend this for some 50 more moves.
Yeah. While he maintains the lead, that's what he does. Ooh, bishop takes pawn, there's a check.
Yes.
Would have been a check on g3.
But Alireza doing this in a very coordinated fashion. King b4, knight b5, a5, etc. Oh, it's just over now. Knight, oh, it's so close.
Knight c7, that would have been a check, but now it is really over. The pawn's too strong. He's just clinging on here. You can see body language. Hikaru knows he's done. That's classy as well, f3.
It's f3, very nice. But Hikaru's going to play this out. Every second counts in this format.
And now he stretches out, lets his time run down.
He's going to make one more move. Yep. He faked him out a little bit, huh?
Here we go.
No point resigning. You might as well. Every second counts. Alireza's pre-moving the entire game. Look at this. I love this. Hikaru's going to run his time up and probably burn an entire other minute off the clock.
Yeah, he's going to wait. One move from checkmate.
Yep.
And here we go. 50 more seconds will be burned.
That is a lot of time. That is a lot of time, but it is now going to be a 1-game lead for Hikaru as Alireza also snaps a 4-game winning streak of Hikaru.
Let's talk to the crowd. How are people feeling out there as Alireza strikes back, breaks the streak? It stopped at 4. Who are you cheering for now? Who do you think is going to win? Who's going to get the last laugh in this incredible match? All bets are off. Will it turn again?
I was really hoping that this would be a type of match that I commentate on and it wouldn't be like last year. I couldn't be happier.
And we're back to this, Levy. The line that led to all those forced draws, and then the Hikaru loss. And, okay, he switches it up with e3 this time. No more knight d7 nonsense.
Yeah, but see, now I feel like it's not going to go that wrong 2 times. Right now, we're going to get to around 16 minutes, again, with a 1-game scoreline. So he's just burning clock time. And when Alireza is going to have to strike, that's when Hikaru is going to jump back and take the lead. That's what his hope is.
Yeah, he's saying, okay, long game, long grind, but draw. That's all he's happy with. Maybe Firouzja will go a bit crazy here as well, give him the chance in this game. If not, time is disappearing. This is match strategy, so important in the SCC.
Oh, but this is terrible. This is, practically speaking, a completely terrible endgame to have to play in this time format.
Yeah, bishop out c4.
Oh my gosh, he can even just take. Can you imagine bishop d5? This endgame will go 200 moves.
He doesn't need to yet. He doesn't want to yet. Now, maybe now, before the pawns march.
But this is annoying because you will lose a2, and then there's some, yeah,
some chance, but the black king's never really going to get in.
We might go to 15 or 14 minutes with this game.
Hikaru's even happy to give up a pawn, and he's going to block the center, or he's going to mimic wherever the black king goes.
This is tough to play against. You almost think Alireza should have played a King's Indian or something, but he probably just feels, okay, one more game. Fans are going to be on the edges of their seats. It's going to be 15 minutes for him to tie the match.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, I think this is a good move. He's going to lock the pawn structure, then 50 move rule. That will be enough. Don't even dream about touching the black b pawn.
Yes.
Here we go.
Yes, this was very smart.
You can pre-move forever. Bishop d5, bishop c4. White can do nothing against that.
Hikaru's going to sit back. Yes, we are going to get exactly 50. It was very clever, by the way. No one in the audience will get themselves... Oh, and it just repeated. Oh, Hikaru's not happy about that.
Oh, he could have even sat. He had nearly a minute left.
Yeah, he accidentally repeated. That's what happened there.
Would that be in the back of his mind if things go wrong in this next game and we're back to the Queen's Gambit declined? Hikaru now going super solid. This is how he started the day. Slightly different take on the Queen's Gambit, though. And a trendy line. Bishop d6, bishop g5. This is all known stuff. Although, yeah, maybe on White's turn.
Long castled there?
Yeah.
I feel like you could have long castled there for White.
Long castles. Tactics with the bishop. Tactics on the knight. Okay, now it looks very stable. But watch out. If you castle, there might be some tic-tacs, some tactics against the bishop on c4. Bishop
even bishop h2 straight up, yeah, like knight g4 and... Yeah, Firouzja's... It's so hard to conjure up an attack in a symmetrical structure, but if anybody can do it, it's Firouzja.
Okay. Can he grind down Hikaru here? Still looks very stable, very balanced. He wants the bishop pair, or he wants the black bishop to commit, and he can change the structure. That looks like a big attack with the white rook maybe even swinging across.
Yeah. b5 is required.
But bishop pair, that's the first small gain.
But you might be just in time with bishop b7, and your position might not be so bad. Or queen e4, like bishop e2, queen e4, but still a bit dangerous.
Still long term. It's going to be a long game. Hikaru will back himself to defend it. He keeps the queens on the board, stopping these bishop, these queen e4 ideas.
This is unpleasant for black, I feel.
That queen is not quite trapped, but h4 at the right moment. The queen tickles the bishop now. Given a question mark, but not a bad move at all. Very human. The queen could trade off if he just wants to torture black long term, although yeah, it feels like black's going to be ready there.
Wow. h4. f3 now.
It has to be.
Nice.
Cover the light squares. e4 later.
Nice. Queen e5 maybe. Yep. Okay. Firouzja trading off the queens.
Watching prime Karpov. Here we go. This should be a draw with best play, but Hikaru is on the side. Who has to prove it?
Oh yeah. Now, sometimes you can even take, but bishop for knight, age-old wisdom says the bishop is better.
Yeah, the bishop and the pawn structure as well, like in tandem, they're perfect. Controls the light squares, dark squares, the black knight stuck.
No, I'm fully backing the white position here. Black literally has no play.
Oh, Hikaru grimacing as well. I think with colors reversed, Hikaru would back himself to win this most of the time. Can Alireza outplay Hikaru again in an endgame?
Every time Hikaru gestures, I assume some technical malfunction is happening, but it's like him. He's like rallying himself to make a move faster. I'm getting scared. He's freaking me out. And Alireza, meanwhile, is not freaked out at all. He's just trading off a pair of rooks, which they say actually you need to do to win a position like this. And black's defenses are quickly under significant pressure.
Oh, e5 was a classy move. Now the white bishop is so dominant over the black knight. You can win a pawn if you want, but I think the bishop is just stronger. You don't want to trade off.
Yeah, even bishop f6 looked really dominant on the 7th rank. Alireza Firouzja is taking on g7.
He wins a pawn, but...
That was wrong?
King h7, only move to get out.
Believable.
Crazy. Bishop to e5, just doing it in his own time. Taking his sweet time about it would have been the winning move, but... Okay, still a pawn up.
And Hikaru just escapes.
He dropped the g-pawn.
Now he's playing for a win because he has the knight in the bullet endgame.
Oh my gosh, the black king's still in a bit of trouble here. Bishop f4, there was king g6 hitting the white rook. Bit lucky, but okay, both kings in a bit of trouble here.
Ooh.
Oh, I hate the black king position.
Rook c4 or go back or something.
Okay, he's trying to repeat now, Hikaru.
Very easy to blunder your rook here.
Oh,
fair result. Oh my gosh.
Alireza had the advantage, but Hikaru defended so well, as he always does.
Just insane how he just zipped out of the way there of the bishop and the rook.
Okay, now it is the Slav defense. Very trendy variation. White gets the bishop pair, but black is rock solid. This is well-known theory.
This is absolutely unbelievable. And another very dynamic position on the board, which they'll only have a minute to handle. This is some slow Slav. It's anything but slow. The position's about to blow up. Guys, we have 13 minutes remaining to crown our second finalist to go on to challenge Magnus Carlsen in this year's Speed Chess Championship Finals. Can we get some hype in the venue for the players? Can we get some hype back home? A little yelling at your smart TV. One game match. It's been so close, David.
It's been crazy and so close in the best of ways, knocking each other out in multiple games. The swings, we've barely seen any draws. Huge win streaks. This position, however, is, yeah, this is crazy as well. There's a pawn hanging in the center. Does he take it now? The other black knight can jump in. There we go. Blue arrow appears. Best move spotted by Firouzja. And he's turning it in his favor. The white king is actually misplaced. The white king is in a bit of trouble, potentially long term. Black not castling, so not committed. Can even win a pawn if he wants. Big moment.
And d4's hanging as well. So everything in white's position is under significant pressure. Apparently that was not the right way to handle it, because maybe the check in the center is going to arrive. But it is not pleasant here to play with white.
Not at all. 2 pawns hanging now, and the black king is surprisingly safe here. The black rook on h8 will get in the game a bit later, but here we go. Pawn advantage for Alireza.
Total gamble, by the way.
Oh, bishop
c4?
He missed the pin. He's lost the pawn back. He was up a pawn for nothing. Hikaru's back in it with an advantage because of the misplaced black king.
Oh, this is really desperate times now for Alireza Firouzja.
Oh, that was a huge miss. Huge blunder. Even king to h7 is not going to be safe.
h5. White is completely winning, practically speaking. Yeah, that's 2 pawns now.
Desperation. He had to give up that pawn, and the clock situation compounds it.
I mean, if you play with black, you might resign in the next minute, because Hikaru is going to stall this the whole match, basically.
Exactly. He needs to get out of this game fast, win the next one with white. Did you see Hikaru? He could have just taken back the queen instantly. He leant back, stretched, flexed.
Yeah. Firouzja might just literally resign the game. Like, I know he thinks he has a chance to save it, and he very well might, but before you know it, you have 9:30 on the clock and you're down 2 games.
Ooh, is that a miss from Hikaru, though? g3 drops. The other black rook is in the game, at least. Still alive.
But it's like false hope, you know? But yeah, if he saves this, that would be insane. Revenge for all the games that Hikaru took back.
There was a knight fort covered now by the white rook.
7 seconds. 97. 97's game over.
97 wins the black knight.
And
double question mark.
Hikaru's not playing it. He's not playing it. He's stalling. He's slow rolling. There we go.
And now the resignation does arrive. Hikaru leads by 2. Not long left now on the match clock.
10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining and a 2-game lead for Hikaru. Nobody in this match has had a bigger lead than 2. Will it tip in Hikaru's favor now? If Hikaru wins this game, the match is very close to mathematically over. Alireza would then have to win every single game from that point forward.
They'd have to do it quickly. That is not easy. We're back to the queen's gambit accepted. This time the queens are off early. That probably favors Hikaru, who can, again, slow play this position. Nothing too bad can happen in the near future, at least, even if white has an advantage, probably because of the vulnerable c5 pawn. It's going to be hit in the very near future. But Alireza needs to win fast. It's not just about winning now. This could easily be another 6-7 minute game.
Yep.
5 question mark.
The young boy in the audience is celebrating that you just said that. The light squared bishops being threatened with the trade, and I do say threatened because you cannot have your initiative extinguished here if you're playing with the white side. And as I say that, it is extinguished.
This black pawn chain's so perfect now. Just defends everything, defends each other. Earlier there was a weakness that could have been hit. Now all black needs to do is get the h8 rook into the game, and he's totally fine, Hikaru Nakamura. That game was going to go on forever. Advantage black apparently now. Wow, this has turned. Alireza feels like he's spiraling a bit.
But this looks pretty good for white. This looks pretty good. I don't know what you're trying to do here.
Ooh, but tactics. Fork threatened, pawn hit. He's dropped a pawn. Now is a pawn down, and it continues. The black king now has breathing space to get off the back rank.
Yep. G6. King F7, Rook H7, Rook A7. Just bring the boys.
This might be it. Alireza, he's down on time as well. He needs a miracle to save this. He was threatening a check, but that's easily been stopped. Hikaru knows. He's close now. The white knight on G3 is just terrible.
Yeah.
Anywhere else in this would be a full fight.
I said if Hikaru wins this game, there would be about maybe 8 minutes left, but it's going to be far past that. If he wins this game, it very well could already be over.
There we go, a capture. He's trying some last tricks, but that deep
one.
Ooh. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Targets. He's got to move. That bishop needs to get out of the way. Counterplay suddenly.
Alireza Firouzja is not looking to save this game. He's looking to maybe win it.
Wow, that was a big miss from Hikaru. Relaxed one move too early. Okay, he needs to compose.
Oh, he goes that way. Okay.
Now the pawns are dropping back to level material.
Yeah, knight H5. This is awful. Awful. King F8 maybe only move. Rook F6.
Yeah, something to F6. Here we go, game on. He needs this. He needs this, Alireza. He's up on time by a few seconds.
Oh, so much game clock is being burned here.
Rook takes H6 as a pawn. Rook takes C5, potentially a pawn. There we go. There is a pin on the black bishop.
How is Hikaru going to conjure up something here? Rook G6 maybe? Rook A4. Wow.
Yeah, he's going to win it back. Oh, he's so tenacious to Hikaru, defending everything.
Yeah, obviously Alireza does not want to draw.
Cannot repeat.
Can he? Can he repeat with 7 minutes? That might be the only option.
Oh, this one's going to go on forever now. That rook exchange, the active white rook, passive black rook, that helps black, if anything. This is a dead drawn position now.
Yep. Knight D5 doesn't do anything because, yep, King E6. Oh, this is going to go on forever now.
Oh, he should have taken the repetition, got out of there. This is a dream for Hikaru Nakamura, and you can see it on Alireza's face. There's no way to end this game in the next minute.
No, maybe not even in the next, 5. Like, literally, F and H is a draw. Hikaru could literally lose both pawns. It's not happening, and he could still make a draw.
Just give all the checks with white. Oh, rook B7, rook B6. Now he's on the defensive side. Now Hikaru can play 50 moves, then H5. 50 moves, H4.
This game is like, it's literally, it might be over. I mean, I have no idea how, yeah, he's going to keep his rook on the 4th rank. That's the only chance he has, but then he'll go around.
At some point, Hikaru will give up his rook. He'll give up his pawn, sorry, on H5. There we go. 50 move countdown begins.
And obviously, Hikaru is totally justified, and he will stall down the next 20 seconds.
Yeah. As soon as he realizes it's close to the 50 move rule, he'll sit on his time. Building up that bank.
This is unreal. And Hikaru is going to scroll up to check how many moves have been made.
Oh, he's counting.
There it is.
Alireza looks flustered. He knows.
But it's still enough time. It's still enough time. 2 games is not 3 games. He could have lost. That would have been worse.
But it's must-win territory now. No room for error in the remaining games. He needs to win the next one quickly.
Hikaru counting down. It's probably been about 35.
Yeah, we're getting close. Closing on a 40 now.
Yeah, this is so brutal.
Not long left. Don't blunder your rook.
Nope.
A few more moves.
Come on, guys. The automatic function will kick in.
Here we go. Hikaru.
And he's going to sit.
Stops on move 49.
He is going to sit until he gets under 5 minutes. Firouzja feeling the heat. He has to win 2 games in 5 minutes against arguably the best bullet player in the world.
Wow, Alireza looks almost heartbroken. He knows he just needs to focus now. It's all about the next game. Hikaru waiting. He's got seconds left, 5 seconds left, 4 seconds on his clock. 3, 2, and there we go, it's a draw. We move on 2 points in it. Levy, do you think it's possible? Is there still hope?
Anything is possible, of course. This match has not been any bigger than 2 games apart. And we see in this game, Firouzja is forcing a very, very dynamic confrontation-style game, making Hikaru play aggressively, and he's apparently already even making a mistake, but that's the nature of bullets, hard to punish opening errors.
Yeah, there were some weaknesses on the dark squares. Black should maybe have started with the knight coming out first. Now it looks like a King's Indian defense, something that Hikaru is more used to playing on the black side. White has the extra space here. Block structures, I think that's what Hikaru is going for.
Yep.
He just wants the longer game. Perfectly fine position for Black.
Yeah, absolutely. All Firouzja needs is for there to be 1 second left on the game clock to start another game. That's it. He now has 4 minutes to win this game, or it's over. He has 3 minutes and 56 seconds to win this game.
He's running out of time. He's played fast so far. He's taking risks. 55 seconds still on his clock. He knows he needs to do it fast. Hikaru's just defending everything. He's just like, okay, I'm getting my pieces out. He's gonna, I was gonna say, take that knight, queen d2, off of the queen trade.
Yeah, I don't know what you even do here. Bishop f1. Like, you have to go for some completely absurd things. Otherwise, white is gonna play queen d2, a3.
I like it though. Bishop f1, at least confuse Hikaru. Oh, he goes back.
Queen b3?
Queen b3, it's a blunder. It's a blunder. The blue arrow appears. That skewers a piece.
What?
Oh, his chances are still alive. That was a godsend for Alireza. That would have skewered a piece, won a piece, due to some extra pressure on the knight, the bishop.
That was like an elementary tactic. Like, that's crazy.
It's the heat of the moment. Like, we get the bar levy, but yeah, that should have been findable. He should have found that, Hikaru. That would have been lights out, game over.
Wow, that's incredible. Both guys missing it, but still, Hikaru pressuring with white, although it's not so easy.
There is a pawn up for grabs. He doesn't take it.
That was a free pawn.
Yeah, but why risk?
But this is the... How are you going to win this in the next 3 minutes?
It's so blocked. Yeah, a draw's not enough. He needs to win. It's so blocked. That white knight is going to sit there for eternity. He covers everything.
Queen e2, king g2, rook f1, and just sit.
Even if you lose the e4 pawn, just get the queens off. This continues forever. 10 seconds for Hikaru, though. Will the nerves kick in?
That is not a lot of time.
He's going back and forth. Alireza just needs to go for the white king now. G5 something. G5, H4.
Oh,
blow it open.
A4's hanging.
Oh, that's the pawn.
Uh-oh.
Oh, queen in. He's doing it. He's got 2 minutes on the match clock. Hikaru's got no time. That knight is being kicked away.
Oh my gosh, and Hikaru's just rolling the dice. E7? Surely he can't save this. Oh, he can't. No chance.
No.
Queen f2.
No time.
What?
He wants to keep the queens on to win quicker. Queen f8. Was that queen f8?
Queen f8 and e8 queen, maybe.
Oh my god, queen f8. That would have been a game changer. It's over. He loses his queen. Hikaru will get one last game to decide it all.
Unbelievable. He just relaxed. He got nervous. He relaxed. It's like a mix of the two. David, this is it. This is the game right here.
Okay, 1 point in it. He doesn't need to care about the match clock anymore. He just knows he needs to win.
And this is a perfect Italian. If you need to play a game for a win, you put the bishop on g5 and h4. Black's best move is to play g5. And now it's a super double-edged position.
Yeah, and this is Hikaru using his best lines, playing his best openings. He doesn't care anymore about the candidates saving stuff up.
No.
This is well-known theory, and it gets even more complicated from here. Black cannot take this pawn because the white knight jumps in. Or can he?
Oh my god.
He does, and Hikaru reacts. Hikaru reacts.
We hear the... Whoa!
G3!
Whoa!
G3!
Alireza's thrown it!
Checkmate's coming. The white knight has to block, but now the pawn can just capture on f2 and the rook is lost.
Oh my goodness. Both guys so nervous there, David.
Wow. Right idea, wrong order. If Alireza had taken on c7 first and then the knight on h4, he would have been better.
The only move now, queen d2, and Alireza has a... Oh!
He's back in it. He's back in it because now his knight might survive a bit later. That knight has a way back. Knight to g5, a good move, a key move here.
Firouzja has 13 seconds. This will be the last game. And Hikaru under big pressure here.
Hikaru was winning. He let the queens come off, and it's game on again. White is still a pawn up after all of that. White has survived.
Completely insane. Obviously here, do not hang a rook fork.
And you would love to take this pawn and pin the white knight, but the black bishop would be hit. King moves. Rook f1 looks very natural. There we go. That is nasty, nasty business on the f-file.
He totally missed that move.
This is going to Armageddon. We can almost feel it.
Maybe f6. f6 is the only move, maybe. But then you take fg, rook f7. What do you play here?
The white knight's going to come back into the attack from a8 as well.
Oh, that's so clutch. Rook g8, he found this resource.
Oh, he's still alive. It's back to level material. White still has an advantage, though. One pawn island, everything connected. Black has weaker pawns. But game on.
I feel like I've lived like 4 months in the last like 4 hours. Like, this is crazy.
We've aged so much. What a roller coaster match. Okay, where's the knight go? Back. Hikaru wants everything off. White just needs to go active. There we go, rook a1. The blue arrow appeared. He's coming in.
So clutch from Firouzja, who might very well be tying this match and sending it to a tiebreak.
Oh, the bar's gone back. The rook is coming in. No way to defend these pawns. The black bishop's forced offside.
That was wrong.
I'm really shocked he didn't take the bishops off for white.
Now you move your king, and I go back to, what am I playing, by the way? F5!
Wow, is this a mating net around the white king somehow? There are some nasty checks. The white king barely has squares.
Yeah, you play f4 and some bishop g2 and...
Oh, counterplay. Suddenly the white king's really uncomfortable.
That was apparently wrong, I don't know why.
d4 only move. He needed to cover the promotion square of the black f-pawn.
And now Alireza is winning because he's breaking through faster and the c4 bishop controls the f1 square.
He can give it up. The white pawns are too strong. Are we going to Armageddon? Hikaru's got 2 seconds and he's 2 pawns down. Wow, this is going to continue this crazy, crazy match.
Hikaru can't believe it. He is beside himself. There are no more tricks here. All Alireza can do is maybe lose the game on time, but that's not going to happen. It's tied.
Wow, Hikaru let his clock run out. We go to overtime.
David, what did we just witness? Alireza Firouzja wins 2 games on demand after trailing by 2. It's 12.5, 12.5. They're getting the rules explained to them. We've got a 4-game mini match coming up, and then if we need to, oh my, I just can't even. We just keep on going. We just keep on going.
Wow, and the streaks continue. Both sides taking turns to win several games on the bounce in a row. The fans are definitely getting their money's worth today. More chess, and it's only going to get more dramatic.
This is a, so far, 4.5 hour, if we actually count the game time, 3.5 hour match. It is so close, and they have to decide it in the bullet. As a person who both has lost, and let's explain the rules first. We play 4 games of 1+1. And if it's all tied after that, a 5-minute Armageddon is played, where I suppose the players will be bidding on the time, as they usually do. And if that's wrong, well, we will re-explain. I can't talk anymore. Hikaru analyzing his games there, David. David, I've played a bunch of these Speeches Championships. I have lost the match twice on the last game, and once I made it to an Armageddon on the playoff, and I managed to win. You feel so horrible now. There's this pit in your stomach of like, control the last like part of the game, and you just can't. And Alireza clutched it out.
That was incredible. It felt like Hikaru maybe was on the back foot heading into the bullet. Then he was going on this streak, and yeah, just to see that one final twist was incredible. As you say, pit in the stomach. Nerves are going to be jangling. The hands will be shaking. Will we see mouse slips for the first time? Will we see clocks playing the biggest role? Yeah, how good are your nerves, Hikaru? How good are your nerves, Alireza? That is going to be the deciding factor now. Just 2 players bringing the best today.
Best of 2.5?
Yeah. My nerves are not good enough for this. Yeah. Like really, I don't know what to say. This is incredible. And if Hikaru's ever had to lock in, it's now.
Who's the favorite? Is there one? Is it still at a 50-50? We've mentioned like throughout the last couple of portions.
I think it's really, that's what it comes, it's really just a 50-50. It's a complete, they could play 10 of these and it would be 5-5. It's going to come down to the smallest of decision making, who is just sharper with their nervous system. Do you lean youth or do you lean experience? That's really what it is, and I don't have an answer for you. We just have to watch.
And Alireza's back. Normally I would lean experience here, but he is one of the few who doesn't seem to let the occasion get to him. Alireza Firouzja. This is going to be so close. It's going to come down to who makes the final mistake, who cracks in that final game. It might be just decided by that tiniest of margins, one move, or maybe by Armageddon. We'll see. Overtime starting soon.
It's crazy. Hikaru, I'm not even sure he found Queen B3 yet. Like, he hasn't looked at it. I mean, he was up 2 games with a winning tactic on the board and about 240 remaining on the clock.
Yeah, that was crazy. He just wanted to race towards the position he knew he could hold, but holding's not enough. He could have won it on the spot.
No. No, it's not enough. Absolutely insane.
Oof. Hikaru does look tense. He's trying to lock in, though. He wants to get back in the zone. It's just wild. These players rarely lose more than 1 or 2 games in a row, and to see them go on these huge streaks, incredible.
Yeah, 2 4-game streaks in the same match. Not any bigger of a lead than 2. Magnus is still combing his mustache in the hotel room. And there we go. The best of 4 is on.
Here we go. It's King's Indian defense, and queens are off. Hikaru goes for the exchange variation. This is a very drawish tendency, a drawish reputation, but Hikaru has played this for a win in the past. And ooh, taking the knight is the main move, followed by a quick c6. And Alireza Fruja says, you can take the bishop pair instead, if you want. There we go. He does take that option, Hikaru. But black does have a hole in the center, long term.
Yes, and for anybody confused, there are just 4 games. There's no more countdowns. We play 4. If it's 2-2, we play an Armageddon game. Just 1 game to decide. 15,000 bucks on the line, securing yourself a spot in the Esports World Cup 2026 finals in Riyadh in August later this year. Potentially like a 5 to 6 figure paycheck. So much on the line in the next half an hour.
Yeah, that's the real golden ticket, the Esports World Cup. Of course, they want to win this match. They want to win the SCC, but so much more at the back of their mind. Also, honor between the Team Falcon teammates here.
By the way, black is just like about to double the rooks and take on b4, and white is not in time.
Yeah, if white could somehow play like rook a2, rook across, and then put a bishop on c4, defend everything, fine. But there's no way that white bishop is ever moving off the diagonal now. That's a trick. Bishop takes knight would be a huge blunder due to d3 check, discover check, game over.
Can you play... I thought maybe... Yeah, okay, knight c4.
This is the square he wants.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what was so wrong about this. It's very difficult to watch chess with a bar sometimes. Can you just take and play like knight a5 and just super chill out?
Yeah, looks that way.
Up at knight a4 and knight c5.
Ooh, tactics. Maybe he'll just... There we go. King to b3. If the black rook comes in, white just holds the door maybe, and then goes for the black pawns.
Settle down. Hikaru doing this. Just relax, Firouzja. You got no tactics here. Just as I say that, here comes the rook to the second rank. It's never over with these guys.
But now it's a threat, knight a5, your move. And the black rook is actually cut inside enemy lines, can't get back. I'm surprised he hasn't gone for it yet.
He's just controlling him, you know? Now knight a5, knight d6. You got to go for something.
Yep.
You also have f3.
f3, yeah. e5 there, I thought maybe as well.
Knight b2?
Strange move, but he's freed up his rook. He's liberated his rook since he's blocked the second rank.
I don't get these moves. I don't understand.
Yeah, too deep for us. Very mysterious, but okay, black's creating counterplay again. The e4 pawn is hanging. Hikaru blunders it, shakes his head.
What are we watching? This is craziness. This is such a nervy match.
Yeah, I can't blame them for being nervous, but that was a surprising miss, dropping a clear pawn out of the blue. He wanted to get his knight in, but okay, it does come in eventually, and maybe it doesn't matter. Advantage white again.
Oh my gosh, knights in the position are so tricky. Rook a8 and knight e8 is just winning. Knight f5 as well.
Check, check. The black king is in a mating net. Where's it going? There's a skewer, a
That's
pin.
it. What? That's wrong.
Wow.
No way.
The black pawn is promoting if you take that black rook. Wow. Oh, and he has to go back and give up his bishop, but blunder again. The knight was hanging. The knight on c3 was hanging. It drops anyway. Hikaru's going to be up 2 pawns.
Yes, now he's winning, and that's it, David.
Wow, all the rook endgames suddenly, they're all flowing as suddenly, all at once, 2 pawn advantage. This must be game over.
Yeah, this is easy. You push the pawn, you bring back...
What? Hikaru, he's blundered a check, and the black pawn promotes. The black pawn promotes with a check. Miracles. Oh, and he's losing now. He's playing for a win, but he's losing. G7, the black rook can simply stop the pawn.
This is unbelievable.
Hikaru is 2 pawns up in a rook endgame. He's now down a queen for rook. What has happened?
And he's looking for a fortress, and now it's a draw again! It's a draw again!
This is incredible. Apparently it would have been a fortress if white had played his card right, but now it's going to be Zugzwang. How did it happen, as Hikaru said?
But is there still some hope for a draw? Probably, it's probably not, right?
He's cut off. He's cut off on the back rank. At some point, there'll be a diagonal check here. Bring the king closer. Okay. Still not over. No time for Alireza. 4 seconds. Is there going to be one final turn?
That would be insane. Rookie, yeah, there was. I thought there was some rookie 6 maybe, but okay.
How to build the fortress.
Push his pawn at some point. He can really push his pawn.
Play for the win. Should be still winning for black, but he's running out of time, running out of ideas.
Yeah? Like right there, I thought we could. Okay, whatever.
50 move rule, not in anywhere near yet, but could come into effect at some point.
Hikaru's figured out a defensive setup, and Alireza doesn't quite know how to make progress here.
He's going to go around the other way with his king, but now the pawn is pushing, and Hikaru's blundered. It's Zugzwang. He's going to lose his pawn.
What are you doing?
Alireza takes the win. What a turnaround.
Unbelievable. I'm speechless.
He took a risk in that rook endgame. Just take the black pawn. It became a queen.
Yeah. He could have brought the rook back and just put it on the c-file, yeah? And that was just... How will he bounce back from this?
That was 100% nerves, but incredible calculation. We should not take anything away from Alireza Firouzja. He found that resource. Rook f4 check, promoting a pawn. Wow. And to finish it off, he held on, he held his nerve. Is that the final turn in this match?
I straight up, for like a minute there, I became a spectator. I forgot I was commentating, and I apologize. I'm literally staring at the screen, mouth just open. I cannot believe what is transpiring. Both these guys are magicians in different ways. I can't believe Alireza got that game.
Those were beautiful tactics. I mean, well worth analyzing for anyone at home. Go check out those games in more detail. These, especially the end games. Just, yeah, wizardry. But in the meantime, big threats. E5 was threatened, been stopped. And looks healthy for Hikaru. I think saving this game, holding it is fine. Still a 4-game match, but he would love to put some pressure on, turn it around yet again.
I don't know how you summon the self-love and self-belief you need to now make a comeback in the next 3 games. I would have destroyed the setup already, you know, a long time ago. We have not seen him push like this, you know what I mean? This is so, so tough.
Yeah, it's nerves and heartbreak on his face. We've all been there. We've all lost painful games. We've all blundered, but picking yourself up, that is the sign of a true champion. Does he have enough reserves left? It's like watching Djokovic versus Alcaraz. It's just like knocking chunks out of each other.
Well, that has gone quite poorly for Djokovic as of late, so maybe like watching him against Sinner, you know? But
exactly.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, playing Firouzja is just, it really is never over. Again, there's no time remaining, like it's just games. So even though this position is very locked, Alireza is not bleeding any time out. There's all the chess remaining. Last game, Hikaru got the better of him, and then total pandemonium happened. Can Alireza maintain his lead?
Yeah, he's got a healthy position here. Hikaru probably no more than just level, but spending time on the clock, and he's frustrated himself. Not quite in the flow yet. He is threatening some knight forks, though. That would hit both white rooks simultaneously. Watch out. Threats in the air. And one drops back.
He's yelling at himself to move. He's finding the flow. What?
Ooh, we're back.
Okay.
Back in business. Oh, king to d4 is a fork. Got to be careful. Active king, king of the hill. That would ask awkward questions of the black pieces. He's got to move, he says.
Yeah, he's like, you got to move. You got to move. He's just forcing himself to move. He has 5 seconds on the clock, David.
Oh, okay, he bails out. He's trying to get pieces off the board now. I think that was a good practical decision before it turned against him. Now he's coming in with his rook. Alireza has to be careful.
Very careful. In fact, what does he even do here? He also has 5 seconds.
Drops back his king. Goes passive.
Insane. Such good decision-making under such time constraint.
There we go. Just needs to defend his pawn. Hikaru, everything holds.
Oh, the c4 pawn.
Yeah, the white rook's coming. Still anyone's game. Rook and bishop tend to work very well against rook and knight.
Oh, what?
Ooh.
94 was there. Wait, he just lost a pawn.
94 was there. He forgot the bishop was still defended by its rook. He was trying to deflect the black king, and this is golden opportunity time for Hikaru if he could find some tricks in the next few moves.
Oh, but he can't. He can't find any tricks.
No, he lost the pawn. Oh, so many knight forks in the air now. You've got to be careful. H5 drops.
And now it's likely just a draw.
But can he somehow win the white knight for his pawn? Bishop's still strong.
Rook g2, rook h2. Yeah, it's not so easy.
And there we go. Should be a draw now. Clock time doesn't really matter. We're going to see the Philidor position, the very best for Hikaru. He just takes it off and draw incoming.
Yeah. There it is.
Tight game, fair results, I would say. But that means he's getting closer to crunch time for Hikaru Nakamura.
Well, this is a championship game. I mean, if Alireza wins this with black, he wins the semifinal. So we are potentially looking at the last game that these two are going to be playing.
Hikaru with white, he tends to like these pawn structures, playing against hanging pawns here in the center. Especially here, they easily targeted. The white queen could step across and hit them soon. But okay, very tense for now. Objectively level.
Yes, the white knight maybe is trying to go to a4. Knight c3, knight a4. Yep.
The more pieces that come off, the weaker these pawns tend to be unless they can advance. That is the big question. But okay, queen to c1 maybe?
Yes, queen c1, and then how are we protecting ourselves? I guess we're just committing to d4.
Yeah, it looks like that might be the only option. Maybe knight to b4, counterattack ideas, but Hikaru drops his rook back. Oh, this gives some time to Alireza. We keep seeing this pawn structure. IQP, isolated queen's pawn.
Yep.
Will we see it again? But everything getting hoovered off the board here. Rook trade.
This is just not enough. This is just not enough for a clear plan to play for a win.
Yeah, he's been more convincing with white than black, so you would think that his chances lie in this game. Hikaru. It's going to be hard to win, though. That bishop is the key blockader, but traded off. The white queen now can not really move in the near future for fear of the black pawn pushing.
Yeah, so again, if there was a clock time, running this out would be beneficial for the person that is in the lead, but Hikaru's only got 2 games and he has to win one of them.
It could have been so different. It should have been the other way around. Should have been roles reversed. Hikaru in the lead here. But this is great. Solid play from Alireza. Holding everything so far. That's an awkward tension now between the queen and the white pieces.
Yeah, I think in the 25th and final game of regulation, the odds that Hikaru was going to win were like 85% for a moment. I mean, really, maybe 90. It's just so mind-blowing. Alireza stormed all the way back.
Wow, we've had so many topsy-turvy games. And the king steps forward. That's a game-losing blunder with a queen check, apparently. But what is the follow-up? The blue arrow appears.
And that was not it. Now the king is going to run across the center, but okay.
Wow, apparently it was a queen check, and when the white king retreated to jump in, queen to g2, force the white king away and start picking up pawns.
Queen e4's clutch. Very clutch, actually. This looks very tough to play for black.
Queen trade would have helped white with the active pieces.
Ooh, he's blundered! No! Oh, no!
Hikaru loses his rook to a double attack. It's the match over. Alireza Firouzja takes it. What a heartbreaking end to the match, but a deserved finalist here.
I am absolutely stunned. He can't believe it himself. It was just a queen and rook endgame there. Rook c8 appeared to threaten a checkmate. And down went the rook. Down went Hikaru. Alireza Firouzja 2 years in a row taking him down in the semifinals. And he will play Magnus Carlsen.
Wow, what an end. Just as it looked like Hikaru might get some chances, a final blunder, but he's the man of the moment, Alireza Firouzja, the younger of the two, youth, reigning out there in the bullet section.
Just insanity. I don't think anybody expected it to end just like that. We were ready for a 4th and final overtime game. And John Sargent's going to try to get a quick interview with Alireza. I'm sure he's exhausted. 15-13 is the final score. There should be an Armageddon section that shows that he won 2.5. Let's go to John Sargent, who's with our winner, Alireza Firouzja.
Thank you very much, folks. Alireza, look, let's not hide it. That was exhausting to watch. It was probably way more exhausting to play. Talk to me about your emotions in those final games, those final tiebreaker games.
I mean, Hikaru played one of the best bullets I ever saw in my life. So, but after, yeah, I mean, I was down, I think, 3 games. I don't know, 2 or 3 games. But somehow, when he was wasting time, you know, these kind of things as karma. So, yeah, this always gets back. I mean, but yeah, I have no other explanation.
Going back to the start of the match, I mean, it was crazy topsy-turvy. There were some games you were winning that Hikaru won. There were some games Hikaru was winning that you won. It was really difficult to try and predict what was going to happen next. Talk to me maybe about the 5-1 segment. What was going on there? Because it was amazing to watch.
Yeah, it seemed like nobody could keep the lead. I mean, when he was up 2 points, I was bouncing back immediately, and when I was up 2 points, I couldn't keep the balance. But no, it was an insane match, I think.
Definitely one for all time. Like, we will be talking about this match for a very, very long time. And of course, you're now setting up a finals rematch against Magnus. I know you haven't had much time to think about that yet, but are you looking for revenge?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus has a big advantage because he gets not Hikaru in the same final all the time. EWC everywhere, even last year SCC. I mean, he has more energy, of course, but I try to recover, and we'll see.
Well, you've shown us your fighting spirit today. Like, when you say more energy, I'm not so sure, because you had to bounce back several times in that match, and I think you played absolutely phenomenally. So we look forward to tomorrow. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Folks, that was Alireza Firouzja. Absolutely incredible match. We'll be talking about that one for a very long time indeed. Back to you guys to close out the show.
I am beside myself. It's quite a shame that sometimes these semis are more dramatic than the finals. All I'm going to say is, Alireza Firouzja, please get some sleep. Bring your A game tomorrow, and you might go through one of the most legendary runs of the Speed Chess Championship ever. Nobody has ever been on the trophy except Hikaru and Magnus. 2 years in a row he beats Hikaru. Now he gets another crack at Magnus. Summarize your thoughts, and please tell me what Alireza has to do to beat Magnus.
Oh, I mean, first of all, he deserves it. He earned it. His nerves were so strong at the end. Yes, he was a bit fortunate to kind of make it back in the final seconds of the bullet portion, but I think it might be his time. He's had so many finals against Magnus at this point. SCC, Esports World Cup, he was mentioning some of them there. At some point, he's going to make the breakthrough. He needs to start strong. He needs to be within touching distance in the bullet, and he's shown he has the nerves. In terms of what he needs to do, I think openings are going to play a huge part as well. If he can get his type of position, as he did against Hikaru many times when he had white, I think he's got plenty of chances against Magnus tomorrow.
Seeing how that went and seeing him withstand the most in-form Hikaru bullet in like months. I mean, Hikaru himself, I'm not sure Hikaru even played the most recent bullet championship, because 1-0 now is just a minefield of these like young players. 1+1 can feel very different, and he still clutched it. We go back again, 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the game clock, 2 games down, about a minute and a half off the game clock. He's losing. He wins that game, he wins the next game, and he wins the overtime. Just insane. And I know you have a game review to show everybody, and
yeah, incredible. I'm going to break down now just the last moments, the closing moments of this incredible blockbuster semi-final. First of all, it was a tale of missed opportunities for Hikaru. We talked about it earlier. Even in the last game of normal time, he could have won a piece in one move. In the final bullet game here, he could have even won a pawn in one move. He loves playing against hanging pawns in general, but Hikaru's first chance was to slide his queen across. This pawn is not savable here. It's dropping simply. Black can try some tricks in the center, play a move like d4, but it's not enough. Here he would have had great chances. But if we fast forward all the way to the end, just as it looked like he was fighting back in it, he tried to set up a checkmating attack. Maybe bringing his queen up to the top of the board would have scared Alireza enough here that the match at least would have continued. But heartbreak for Hikaru as the final slip, threatening a checkmate. Yes, he's going behind, but loose pieces drop off, as Danya used to say. Queen to b7, the final blow in this crazy match. Check, double attack. The rook was falling, and Hikaru resigned. Wow, just what a match, what a finish.
Indeed. Congratulations to Alireza Firouzja. Commiserations to Hikaru Nakamura, who played really the best possible match that he could have. It was close. It was within 2 games every single time, but ultimately he will play Denis Lazavik. Now that match still matters. Last Speed Chess Championship, Hikaru played somebody with whom he had a feud, quite publicly, right? And that was epic in its own way. Now he has a spot to still play for the Esports World Cup, but it has been an epic day of chess, and it must conclude. And so, to conclude today's incredible events, I will first say thank you to my co-host, Grandmaster David Howell, and we will send it down to the desk one last time for Danny, Anna, and Aman. How are you guys?
Oh my gosh. What a match did we just see? Are you not entertained? That was chess right there. That was live esports chess. I feel like, how much do we have to like raise the prize fund or money to offer them to come do that for 5 more hours? The bullet that was happening there.
We all want to stay. It's 11 p.m. in London, by the way,
Yeah.
and we don't want to go home.
I'll stay. I'll watch another.
Another 5 hours.
There was a point there where I was like, they could just keep trading blows all night. This could just go on and on and on. I mean, they said it themselves, or Alireza did, right? 2-game lead, then another 2-game lead. Both players traded 4-game winning streaks in that match. So that's how we're doing. We're entertained. Aman, your thoughts on what broke down? Obviously, the drama that everyone just saw sort of speaks for itself, but what was the biggest takeaway for you?
Well, when you look at that match, it delivered on being a close match. Literally. Armageddon. It's only been 2 matches that have gone that distance. Alireza was a part of one before. This is another one. I looked at that first game, Danny, of the tiebreaks, of the overtime. I think that Hikaru choking that result, it was absolutely incredible. The way Alireza queened that pawn out of nowhere, that, I think, shook Hikaru up for the rest of those 4 games, and you could see it. That, I think, might have shifted things the most.
Yeah, it was tough, right? I mean, it was a drawn rook ending, just objectively, and it got away.
It was winning.
And then he held that king and rook and pawn versus queen. He set up before. I mean, what happened there? So, your thoughts about Alireza's reaction, right? Felt like just relief, maybe almost just shock in his own ability to make that comeback. Levy and David were pretty shocked at what they saw too. Anna, your thoughts?
I think we were all shocked because he literally was being knocked out of the finals. The last game in the bullet portion, if Hikaru didn't choke in that game, the nerves of steel of Alireza pulling through that win, coming back from the dead to earn the overtime, and then to win that first game, as you mentioned, Aman, everything were decided on those 2 games in the match. It was just such ups and downs, roller coaster, but I think Alireza in the end was the one with the better nerves.
Yeah, and I just want to say that's a great point. This felt like a match where these were 2 amazing players. It didn't feel like one was significantly better than the other. It just one had better nerves.
Yep. How you doing, Ollie? Ollie, how you doing?
Congratulations, Alireza!
Alireza, congratulations.
He's very
in his
calm.
own world right now. He's in his own world right now. There you go, signing autographs.
He's got Magnus to get ready for.
He's got Magnus to get ready for. He's got autographs to sign. Oh my gosh, that was absolutely wild. And there he is. Will he be the first person to etch his name onto the Naroditsky Cup, not named Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura? We're going to find out. It is a rematch of last year's final in Paris, as we've been talking about. We'll get into that for a second. In fact, let's get to the bracket real quick to just remind everybody of where we sit, because now we know who is playing for all the marbles tomorrow. It will be a rematch of what we had in Paris, Magnus versus Alireza. Again, we've talked about there's so much at stake for this 3rd place matchup, not just the grudge match that we had between Hikaru Nakamura and Hans Niemann. There is very real money on the line, a lot of big things in terms of qualifying for the Esports World Cup, to remind you. So, all right, I mean, we're going to have plenty of time to preview this stuff tomorrow, but do you think, just real quickly, do you think this type of comeback, when, sometimes when you win convincingly, it doesn't change how you feel about yourself on your best day. Sometimes when you get it done in a fashion where you didn't even know you maybe had it to hold on or to stick in a match like that, where you were, I mean, he was seconds away from it being over. Does that give Alireza a different kind of confidence than the match he had against Hikaru going into the finals in Paris?
I think it does. I think that when you dig deep and you go from being completely lost, almost counting yourself out, I don't think that he ever did. But that moment where you're just seconds away and turning it around, coming back shows nerves, and ultimately when the level is this high, it can be the nerves, like we saw just now, that decide these close matchups. So I think that's exactly what Alireza needs going into Magnus, rather than maybe even a crushing defeat. I think this showed a side of him that we don't always get to see, that he doesn't always need, but he might need against Magnus.
Yeah. Well, Magnus was watching this. He's a fan of these guys too. What do you think Magnus is thinking right now, knowing that Alireza just punched his ticket in a slightly different fashion?
I think he's excited because he's a man who loves a great challenge, and this is going to be an epic battle tomorrow. Alireza, as you said, Aman, I think is in the right kind of place to be. It was a tough match, but it boosts your confidence, it boosts your spirits, and the stars aligned today. So maybe this is what he needs against Magnus.
We're going to find out. But remember, before that matchup, we have a third place battle, a consolation matchup for the ages. Hikaru Nakamura and Denis Lazavik will be first here on Super Sunday. It's Super Speed Chess Sunday, not the Super Bowl or some other thing happen across the Atlantic. We don't care about that. This is where it's at. Tune in. We have the third place matchup to decide who takes the last automatic bid to the Esports World Cup. And then we will put another name on the Naroditsky Cup tomorrow night. Magnus Carlsen, Alireza. Who will get the better in the 2025 Speed Chess Championship Finals? Find out then, and we will see you on Sunday.